In 17 playoff games, Liu's player efficiency rating surged to an astounding 388, second only to Hakeem Olajuwon's remarkable 390 during the 87-88 season. What astounds analysts is that Olajuwon participated in merely 4 games that season, while Liu has competed in 17 this year. Coach Karl Hobson has recently garnered attention for nurturing 2 exceptional three-point shooters, Liu and Ray Allen, potentially paving the way for the University of Connecticut to attract more talented players in the future. Kenny Smith recently elucidated the composition of Liu's scoring and the reasons behind his extraordinary efficiency. In response, Charles Barkley candidly remarked, "There is no need for excessive analysis. The Eastern Conference teams are simply too weak. Just look at the Knicks' opponents in the East. None can pose any real challenge to them." He expressed that he would not be surprised by any of Li's statistics this season, asserting that the disparity between the Western and Eastern Conferences renders statistics incapable of accurately reflecting a player's true prowess. Earl Johnson also expressed his affinity for advanced metrics, noting that Shaquille O'Neal's efficiency rating stands at 287, highlighting Liu's significant lead. Such exaggerated figures led Earl to question Excel's reliability. "I think Kenny has a point. During the Eastern playoffs, Li's aggressive drives to the basket are the essence of his efficiency, and his finishing ability beneath the rim remains as formidable as during the regular season." Kenny Smith, undeterred by his outspoken partner, continued his earnest analysis. "Li has provided us with a novel perspective, centering around shorter players. One need not play like Michael Jordan to exhibit dominance." He pointed out the impact of those three-point shots, stating, "If I were still playing in the league, I would undoubtedly thank Li for changing the preconceived notions surrounding the game. Basketball, after all, is about delivering the ball into the basket. Fast breaks and three-pointers can indeed dominate the game." While the trio engaged in their discussion in the studio at Rockefeller Center, after delivering an emotionally resonant speech, Liu, donned in a championship shirt, seized the microphone and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you, Pat, for your unwavering support. I assure everyone, I will remain in New York." This declaration was met with a resounding cheer from the crowd. The recent spate of false news had found its counter, and amidst the joyous atmosphere, voices rose in unison, chanting, "MVP, MVP, MVP." Prior to the draft, Liu was also scheduled to discuss off-season plans, sponsorship activities, and personal promotions with Mark Bartlestein, with more engagements than in previous years. As the draft approached, the Knicks busied themselves. On June 27th, Madison Square Garden officially opened the 2001 draft at 7:30 p.m. The broadcast frequently focused on Michael Jordan and the management personnel, although the Wizards had endured 2 dismal seasons. This year's #1 pick held the potential to reverse their fortunes. Meanwhile, the attention was also on the curly-haired owner James Dolan, general manager Glenn Grunwald, and Liu. The producers, not to be outdone, turned the cameras to the Bulls' side, where David Stern's appearance elicited a smattering of boos from the audience, predominantly from those fans seeking a bit of amusement. Disregarding the atmosphere of the event, David Stern, with a polished smile, promptly announced the Washington Wizards selection. In the 2001 NBA draft, the Wizards chose Kwame Brown from Glen Academy High School with the first overall pick. The elated Kwame Brown embraced his family and did not forget to hug his agent, Mark Bartlestein, ascending the stage to don the cap. Kwame Brown officially became the first high school player in NBA history to be selected first overall. Michael Jordan appeared quite pleased, exchanging jovial remarks with the staff. The Los Angeles Clippers selected the towering high school player Tyson Chandler with the second pick. The Atlanta Hawks chose Pau Gasol third, and the New York Knicks opted for high school big man Eddie Curry at fourth. While the draft continued, the attention of media reporters shifted to the impending trades. Despite proclaiming it a year of extraordinary talent, the selection of 3 exceptionally gifted high school big men caused most reporters to lose interest in the proceedings. As anticipated, trades soon transpired. The Chicago Bulls traded Elton Brand to the Clippers in exchange for Tyson Chandler and Brian Skinner. The Hawks sent Pau Gasol, Glenn Robinson, and Brevin Knight to the Knicks in return for Eddie Curry, Ben Wallace, and Tony Kukoc. The notion of 4 teams exchanging centers crossed the minds of many sports journalists. Following the completion of the trades, James Dolan wore a smile, turning to Liu beside him and whispering, "Trust me, Li, this is undoubtedly a great deal. Even though we will need to spend $2.5 million to buy out Gasol, this young man is certainly a fit for the Knicks." Thank you to the readers for your subscription and support. End of chapter 232. All for Profit, Daily Chapter, on June 27, 2001. Following the conclusion of the draft that evening, sports media began to dissect the events. Madison Square Garden, as the home of the Knicks, was particularly vibrant with New York media activity. Without the assistance of champion guard Sprewell, the Knicks would have emerged from this year's draft empty-handed. Due to the Timberwolves losing their draft rights, with the 28th pick, the Knicks ultimately selected Trenton Hassel. With the 47th pick, they chose Greek power forward Antonis Fatsis. And with the 50th pick, acquired from the Suns' second-round draft rights, they selected the 6 feet 11 inches center Jaron Collins from Stanford University. Affected by their performance, the Knicks' draft picks were virtually valueless. Most selected players served merely as role players, with first-round selections often discarded after 2 years of salary, and second-round picks typically eliminated within a year. This is why many low-ranked players were reluctant to join the Knicks. Once here, hopes of making a significant impact were dim. The case of Ben Wallace stands out. Over the years, sports media have thoroughly uncovered that he received considerable support from Oakley. If second-round draft picks have no connections, it is best not to harbor expectations of making a mark on the Knicks. Lewis's descent to the second round was unexpected, and a big man capable of shooting three-pointers is indeed a rarity in the league. The rugged second-round selections do not possess such finesse. Among the draft event attendees were some Knicks fans, reveling in the spectacle, with many brandishing photos of Sprewell, the true champion guard. Bulls general manager Krause wore a perpetual frown. Sprewell's statistics are impressive, ranking him among the elite in the league. In numerous games, he effortlessly scores 20 points. Presently, he is undeniably a key player for the Bulls. However, it is perplexing that good statistics do not guarantee victories, as the Bulls faced internal conflicts last season over ball-sharing issues. With a new interior partner for the championship guard, should results continue to elude them, Sprewell is likely to bid farewell to Chicago. Liu is aware of the reality. Sprewell has become complacent. This brother, after a few drinks, confided that having won a championship, secured a lucrative contract, and being the main figure in the Bulls, playing has almost become a secondary pursuit for him. Such scenarios are not uncommon. One might say this reflects the true demeanor of most NBA players, as the arduous training and numerous games take their toll. And with money in hand, the fear dissipates. This is a common trait among players. The New York media pay little heed to low-ranked players, as mere appearances do not exude star quality. In contrast, the handsome Pau Gasol aligns more closely with the public's perception of a star athlete. Although his agency had long since informed Gasol of his potential move to New York, alleviating the need for him to buy out his contract with the club, the subsequent trade after being selected still left Gasol blushing with excitement. Dressed in a black suit, white shirt, and deep blue tie, Gasol was quickly surrounded by New York media while posing for official photographs with the Knicks cap. It is well known that Liu holds a disdain for the overweight Eddie Curry, while Jeff Van Gundy has a fondness for Tyson Chandler. Rumors had already been substantiated, as the Knicks only invited Kwame Brown, Tyson Chandler, and Pau Gasol for their tryouts. Eddie Curry, dubbed the Little Shark, was quite irate upon hearing this news. After being traded to the Hawks during the draft, he did not hesitate to express his feelings in an interview. Compared to New York, I prefer Atlanta. I will prove myself. I am confident in leading the Hawks to resurgence. Alas, after his grand declarations, most sports media merely turned a deaf ear, as the authentic Big Shark remains in a league of his own, while the imitation Little Shark is likely to face a fishing outcome in the coming years. Meanwhile, Pau Gasol, encircled by reporters, responded to the New York media's inquiries in halting English. I have always followed the NBA. Playing in the world's highest-level league is a dream come true. Yes, I certainly like the Knicks. Having won 4 consecutive championships, I believe fans worldwide adore this team. The New York Times holds a particular fondness for the star-studded Pau Gasol. Although he may appear somewhat soft, with a few years of refinement, it is highly likely he will attain all-star status. Pau, next season you will be playing alongside Lee. What are your expectations for your inaugural season in your career? Knowing that one must exude confidence when addressing such inquiries, Gasol candidly remarked, Lee is a superstar. Playing alongside him, I believe I will learn a great deal. I have already secured a championship in the Spanish League, and during my first season, my aim is to clinch the Rookie of the Year award. I am aware of my strengths and can contribute to Lee and the team. I am eagerly anticipating the opportunity to step onto the court. The media in New York largely revolve around Pau Gasol, while another player drawing significant attention is Kwame Brown. As a high school athlete who has not undergone the collegiate basketball system, he lacks tactical awareness. However, over the years, as high school draftees have made their mark, the biases surrounding them have diminished. Mark Bartlestein, concerned that his #1 draft pick might misstep in front of the media, diligently assists him in handling reporters. Unlike Lee, who is poised and mature, Kwame retains a youthful demeanor. Charles Oakley expresses disdain for this rookie, as well as for Hamilton, who merely plays a supporting role on the team. In general, the two sides do not gel well. Oakley enjoys his cigars, women, and fine spirits, presenting himself as a man of sophistication and status, while younger players are drawn to gaming, vibrant nightlife, and distinctive fashion. Both camps regard each other with disdain, but the veterans wield greater influence, making Kwame's quest for recognition within the Wizards a formidable challenge. Most media personnel are unaware of Michael Jordan's intentions to make a comeback, considering he previously declared his retirement was final. When interviewing Kwame Brown, the questions predominantly focused on leading the team to prominence. "I am the finest player in this draft class. I relish playing for Mike. He is our idol. Being able to play alongside him fills me with immense joy." Heeding his agent's advice, Kwame diligently promotes himself, striving to project confidence, and the press is lenient, as they wish to honor Bartlestein. Tony Parker, selected by the Spurs, finds himself envious as he observes the throng of reporters encircling the two. At that moment, he feels overlooked. Michael Jordan, however, has not forgotten about Lee. After the draft concluded, the two convened to discuss upcoming private training camps. Aware of the decline in his physical abilities, Jordan still believes himself superior to most players in the league. Dressed in tailored dark gray suits, the two engage in light-hearted conversation, quickly attracting the attention of numerous reporters. Noticing the presence of Chicago media, Jordan playfully remarks to Lee, "This offseason, I plan to return to Chicago to conduct training camps, and I've invited Lee, but it seems he is reluctant to accept my invitation. He has suffered multiple defeats at my hands in Las Vegas, and I have no desire to be dragged into a game of golf with him. Instead, he ought to challenge Tiger Woods. Despite being a fan of the latter, I assure you that Michael will face a humiliating loss." When Liu exposed Michael's flaws, he merely chuckled, seemingly in high spirits after being selected as the top pick. Curious about the training camp, some reporters from Chicago speculated it was an event related to Hook, casually asking, "Michael, is the training camp organized by the brand?" "No. I merely wish to assess my physical condition. You know, sometimes I feel the urge to engage in some physical activity," Michael Jordan replied. At that moment, many suddenly realized something, and a collective gasp ensued, watching Michael tease the reporters while remaining silent. Liu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The days of relentless losses are yet to come. On June 28th, at the Westwood Village Theater in Los Angeles, Liu, dressed in a sleek black suit, was accompanied by Scarlett, who wore a petite black dress. At the premiere of Beauty and Madness, as he arrived, he was met with a chorus of boos from the Los Angeles press, followed by a wave of laughter. Clearly, many reporters were fans of the Lakers, who had just lost the championship, and naturally, they took the opportunity to heckle him. Starting at 6 p.m., celebrities began to arrive in succession to support the event. Many media personnel recognized that, unlike the younger players who enjoyed gaming, Liu preferred watching films. Whenever a premiere occurred in New York, he would attend. However, this was his first appearance in Los Angeles. Director Stockwell, despite the film being a typical romantic comedy, managed to attract numerous stars to the event. As Scarlett walked alongside Liu, carefully adjusting her steps, she whispered, "If you go any slower, I might topple over. This is my first time wearing such high heels." Following the flop of her previous film, Scarlett frequently returned to California in search of work, but the film industry seemed to be in a superstitious slump, leaving her without promising scripts. "Lee, are you planning to leave New York? This is your first appearance at a premiere outside of New York." The crowd began to cheer again, but Liu remained unfazed, pointing at a movie poster and laughing. "It's the off-season, and I genuinely enjoy Los Angeles. The weather here is delightful." Amidst their light-hearted banter and photo poses, Jimmy Fallon, equally attired in formal wear, rushed to embrace Liu, exclaiming, "Thanks, bro. I knew you'd show up." Liu found it amusing. He hadn't originally intended to attend the premiere. Had it not been for a friend's invitation, he would have had little interest in a cliché romantic film. At this point in time, computers and games held no allure for him, and watching classic films had become his primary pastime. "Are you serious? Aren't you more inclined towards mature women?" he quipped. "Oh, although Kirsten Dunst is younger." She certainly possesses an older sister vibe. Liu leaned in closely to whisper to his friend, while the pain-ridden Scarlett stifled a giggle beside them. Kirsten Dunst, who also hailed from a childhood in the limelight, appeared increasingly anxious as she matured, her demeanor reflecting a certain weariness. She casually greeted those around her, while Jimmy Fallon wore a wry smile, having been ensnared by the young starlet after co-hosting the MTV event. "We're merely friends. I don't particularly enjoy mingling with major celebrities," he remarked. Liu discreetly smirked, recognizing the insincerity of his words. They had known each other for years and were well aware of each other's inclinations. "Upon returning to New York, I have a party. I've invited Nicole. Haven't you watched Moulin Rouge several times? Would you care to join?" He prodded, shedding any pretense. Fallon eagerly nodded, nearly bursting into laughter, yet Liu leaned closer to whisper to his friend again. Hollywood actresses over 30 might start contemplating family life. Although not everyone could assume the role of a caretaker, Liu felt compelled to offer a reminder, akin to Jennifer Connelly, who had long been on the hunt for a father for her children. Meanwhile, clad in a white gown, Kirsten Dunst silently approached the duo, linking arms with Jimmy Fallon and beaming. "I'm so delighted to see you here, Lee. Thank you for attending my premiere." The 19-year-old Dunst, though appearing somewhat anxious, was elegantly dressed and adept at showcasing her sensuality. "What a diva." Scarlett discreetly rolled her eyes at the bright lights, internally critiquing the scene. Laughter and whispers filled the air, creating a delightful atmosphere. Once the generous and glamorous Dunst departed, Scarlett leaned in to comment. "Her resources are exceptional. She always lands remarkable scripts." Liu, unfazed by Scarlett's sudden envy, comforted her softly. "When you reach her age, you might very well become a major star." The future likely held more challenges. Hollywood was replete with ornamental figures, and countless beautiful women vying for the spotlight meant it would take a couple more years to break through. Despite Jimmy Fallon's persistent assurances that the film was splendid, Liu remained largely uninterested. The tale of a poor boy and a rich girl was a familiar American trope. In the film, Dunst once again flaunted her alluring figure, undeniably generous and affluent. Scarlett, watching the film, rolled her eyes and suddenly leaned toward Liu, whispering, "I don't want to go home tonight." Spending time primarily with her mother in California and being cared for by her father in Manhattan, the young girl yearned for a bit of indulgence without supervision. Though she attempted to present a mature facade, her innocence was glaring. Liu glanced at the girl, realizing his fantasies of grandeur were dashed. On the morning of the 29th, at the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills, after practicing for a night, Liu awoke to find Scarlett cheerfully offering him nail polish, signaling her desire to recreate the previous night's cinematic scene. Unbothered by her scant attire, Scarlett lay on the bed, bursting into laughter as Liu painted her nails. As she pulled a pillow closer, the girl, her eyes twinkling, inquired, "Lee, how many girlfriends have you had?" Liu, without raising his head, was compelled by his obsessive tendencies to meticulously apply nail polish, casually remarking, "I don't remember, but it's always the girls who initiate the breakup," citing that I am too good to them. He laughed heartily, twisting his body, and upon noticing the scattered garments by the bed, Scarlett's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly inquired, "Will you marry Sister Melinda? You've been dating since college." Still not lifting his gaze, Liu continued to respond nonchalantly, "Of course. I am a responsible man." Seemingly unsatisfied with his answer, the girl pouted secretly and then softly asked, "What about Jean? You treat her so well." Bringing her to the mayor's gathering. "We will get married. Haven't I mentioned that? I am indeed a responsible man. Don't try to deceive me. You must answer seriously. There is no divine rule stating a man can marry only once." Liu spoke nothing but the truth. Few could capture his heart. Yet young and beautiful girls always managed to win his affection. Once they had him, they unlocked a wealth of knowledge. Seemingly irritated, the girl sat up and leaped onto Liu, biting his shoulder fiercely after embracing him. "I've long known you were a playboy. How could my brother like you so much?" Surprised by her impressive strength, Liu effortlessly lifted her, slowly moving toward the window. She gasped, and he quickly leaned in, teasingly whispering in her ear, "What I said was all sincere. Do you wish to continue this discussion?" Feeling a physical reaction, the girl bid him again, mumbling, "It's already noon." On July 1st, 2001, the NBA announced that the salary cap for the next season would be $42.5 million. Since player income BRI was unlikely to be triggered, it was probable that all teams in the league would avoid luxury tax this season. Although new regulations were implemented, Restraining wealthy teams would have to wait until the next season. This offseason settlement period would be advanced, allowing teams to officially commence trades on the 18th. Though Kukoc had been traded to the Hawks, he was still in New York, assisting the rookie Pau Gasol and Fortis in finding housing. Having already played in professional leagues, Gasol was a millionaire and could afford the finest services in New York. Noticing that Kukoc had noticeably gained weight, and seeing Gasol renting near the arena, he quietly suggested, "Since daily training is in Tarrytown, a small apartment nearby would suffice. It's more convenient for settling near the training facility." The real estate agent, familiar with several individuals, seized the opportunity to promote properties. Lee has a house at the Metropolitan Museum. If you wish to settle in New York, that area is worth considering. We can provide the best property listings. Pau Gasol shook his head, feeling somewhat apprehensive about securing a position with the Knicks, as the coach did not seem particularly fond of him. As a championship coach, Jeff Van Gundy's reputation has risen significantly, leading novice players to feel a certain psychological burden when encountering such a figure. After a morning of house hunting, Pau Gasol invited his elder brother to lunch. They selected a Spanish restaurant, and upon being seated, enthusiastic fans eagerly requested autographs. Once Pau finished taking pictures, Kukoc cheerfully began to discuss the team dynamics. "Pau, fret not about starting positions or playing time. Even if Coach Van Gundy is not particularly fond of you, as long as Lee gives a nod, you will start." Pau Gasol appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly processing this information. Kukoc then quietly elaborated, "This is the NBA, where superstars wield considerable influence, a stark contrast to Europe. The Knicks' offensive strategy is quite straightforward. Often, the ball is handed to Lee, who dictates the tactics for each play. Coach Van Gundy and the coaching staff primarily focus on establishing the defensive framework during practice. Thus, as long as Lee is comfortable partnering with you, ample playing time and commendable statistics are virtually assured." Pau Gasol was utterly astonished. Is it true that NBA coaches are merely custodians? Observing the surprise on Gasol's face, Kukoc couldn't help but chuckle. "If you produce impressive statistics, you might even find yourself in the All-Star game in your very first year. That's the advantage of playing in New York. The media here holds significant sway. Once they endorse you, attaining accolades becomes considerably easier compared to other teams." This reality diverged greatly from Pau's expectations, and he instinctively nodded, then suddenly inquired, "What happens if one fails to gain the media's approval?" Kukoc recalled the struggles of Ewing, who, having not garnered the support of fans and media, faced jeering at home games. The locals have a low tolerance for failure, as they are staunchly devoted to victory. Pondering this, Pau had yet to fully grasp the experience of playing in New York. Reflecting on Kukoc's notably successful career, Pau, curious, asked, "Between Michael Jordan and Lee, who do you consider the superior teammate? Whose prowess is greater?" The Dream Team introduced the world to the NBA, and Pau had grown up watching Jordan's games. Since Lee was only 3 years his senior and had achieved remarkable honors, he sought to learn more. During his time with the Bulls, Kukoc had faced exclusion. While with the Knicks, he often played a secondary role. It's challenging to compare their abilities, as their playing styles are fundamentally different. Neither is particularly accommodating as a teammate. Jordan would lose his temper during practice and hold his teammates to strict standards, while Lee never vocalizes demands. However, if he senses inadequacy in your skill or attitude, starting is out of the question. Their leadership methods diverge as well. Jordan is a stern taskmaster, while Lee is more ruthlessly indifferent. Yet, if you perform well, both will acknowledge your contributions. Pau Gasol was left in a state of bewilderment, believing that Lee Yu was quite amiable. On the day of the draft, he had been warmly encouraged by him for quite some time, only to find out now that those impressions were misguided. Regardless, with his departure from the Knicks imminent, Kukoc liberated himself and continued, "There exists no pure basketball in the NBA, and playing in New York harbors no secrets. Be cautious not to complain in front of the media. The reporters here maintain a cordial relationship with Lee, and they are merely echo chambers. Focus on your game. I have faith you will thrive in New York." Upon returning to New York, Liu received an invitation from Little Ben, where Larry Johnson and Allen Houston were also present. The four of them gathered at an indoor golf course not far from New Jersey, a venue frequently visited by Knicks players. Donning their golf attire, they swung their clubs haphazardly while engaging in casual conversation. After some light banter, Larry Johnson suddenly remarked, "I intend to officially retire this year. I can no longer endure the torment of my back injury. Once my contract is bought out, I shall relish life." That indeed amounted to a substantial sum, sufficient to cover his alimony. Hearing his self-deprecating humor, the others refrained from laughing, and Allen Houston, frowning, quietly inquired, "At 32? With your contract ending, you could still play for several more years." Patting his belly and gesturing towards his chest, Larry Johnson replied earnestly, "Last season, I endured a painful rehabilitation process, yet my body management has faltered. We play to earn significant money. I am content now, having a championship and a handsome fortune. As long as I refrain from extravagant spending, I can enjoy a prosperous life in New York." Allen Houston did not contest this, as he was currently pursuing a lucrative contract, with his agent negotiating with the team for a long-term deal in the twilight of his career. The sudden announcement of retirement surprised Liu, but seeing Larry Johnson's nonchalant demeanor made it clear that he spoke from the heart. "After retirement, one ought to find a job. I worry your alimony will only increase, considering the abundance of beautiful women in New York." Larry Johnson chuckled at this, thinking that if he stopped dating, he would be aging. Upon returning to New York, he certainly needed to reignite his social life. Ben Wallace, with his hair tied back, joined in the laughter, noting that despite the trade, their relationships remained unchanged. As seasoned players, they understood that business is business. Ben Wallace glanced at the others. Seemingly reminiscing about his own contract negotiations, his mood slightly dampened, yet he spoke up. "Lee, I plan to join the Pistons. My agent informed me that the Hawks are unlikely to offer me a stable starting position. I prefer to start with a weaker team to accumulate statistics, thus enhancing my chances of securing a lucrative contract in the future." Lee was not surprised by Little Ben's intentions. With Larry Johnson's retirement, the Pistons were indeed in a full rebuilding phase. That is a commendable strategy. To land a significant contract, one requires not only statistics, but also accolades. No one will contest your rebounds. Becoming the rebounding champion would be quite an achievement. Soon, the four of them engaged in idle chatter, each having tasted championship glory, discussing their futures, predominantly revolving around the pursuit of wealth. Larry Johnson is quite pragmatic, intending to seek employment with the Knicks, ensuring a safety net in the event of exorbitant alimony. Allen Houston aspires to secure a lucrative 6-year contract, after which he plans to retire and follow in his father's footsteps as a basketball coach. Naturally, given the opportunity, Allen Houston would prefer to join the Knicks coaching staff as an assistant coach, thus maintaining a substantial income post-retirement. Meanwhile, Little Ben hopes to showcase impressive statistics to gain wider recognition, ultimately leading to a significant contract that would bring his career to a fulfilling conclusion. The group of friends reveled into the late hours, the vibrant nightclub resonating with the exuberance of the night. Liu observed the stacks of dollars at their booth and the intoxicated revelers embracing their companions, reflecting inwardly, "In this world, all are driven by profit." Thank you to my readers for your subscription support. Chapter complete. Chapter 233, The Deputy GOAT? Daily Chapter, on July 2, 2001, at the Ed Sullivan Theater on Broadway. Just before 11 p.m., during the Late Show with David Letterman, the host bellowed, "Let us welcome tonight's special guest, NBA superstar and 4-time champion, Clay Lee." Although it was not his first appearance on the show, this time without a script, Liu, donned in a deep blue suit, internally grumbled upon his entrance. He waved to the band and the atmosphere crew, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, embraced the older gentleman, and once seated, greeted him warmly. "I knew God would surely favor you. I am delighted to be back on the David Show." Having undergone heart surgery the previous year, LSB had nearly succumbed to illness, and upon mentioning his health, David Letterman displayed an exaggerated expression, humorously reflecting, "It is our beloved audience that bestowed upon me the courage to overcome my ailment. May God bless us all." The band and atmosphere crew joined in the merriment, and indeed, David Letterman had created a small miracle by returning to the show. "Lee, I thought you would first opt for an NBC program. Your last appearance on my show was back in '99, and now we are in a new century. At that time, you had one championship, and now you have achieved a remarkable for consecutive titles. It is truly astonishing." Mid-sentence, David Letterman produced a book with a black and gold cover, earnestly stating, "When, a special book soon to be published, outlines Lee's success methods and how ordinary individuals can forge their paths to success. This book has profoundly impacted me. Attaining success is devoid of shortcuts, yet the journey to success is replete with effective strategies." The striking black cover, adorned with golden lettering and an image of Liu, exuded prestige. The audience erupted in applause once more, and with a smile, Liu joined in the clapping. Soon, David Letterman shifted the topic, playfully inquiring, "I have a few questions. Does the white-hot space truly exist? If it exists, why can your opponents not defeat you using this method?" I thoroughly enjoyed this year's finals. Game 5 left a lasting impression, as the opponents were awarded 24 free throws in the final quarter. If it were me, I might have given up, but those rascals should not expect an easy time post-match. Beat LA. The atmosphere was electrifying, with the crowd joining in a raucous cheer. Liu pretended to stand, raising his right hand to his ear in a gesture of listening. After circling the arena, he returned to his seat, chuckling for a moment before adopting a serious demeanor, stating earnestly, "The state of peak performance indeed exists, but activating it requires extensive training. Shaq is too hefty. While he may possess dominance, I assure you, his training regimen does not match mine. As for Game 5, I relish such challenges. I thrive on the exhilaration of creating miracles and overcoming adversaries, which is why I emerged victorious in the end. As the challenger, I permit my opponents to employ a few tricks. Perhaps this can narrow the gap, but what truly matters is that everyone enjoys such contests, right? The thrill and joy that basketball brings is my gift to the audience. You are my superhero." Upon hearing this, David Letterman humorously mimicked Marv Albert's commentary style, inciting laughter from the crowd. With a shift in topic, LSP David Letterman approached from another angle. "I concur with your perspective, yet as far as I know, Kobe Bryant trained under Tim Grover as well. You are only a few months his senior. Why could he not utilize peak performance to overcome you?" Lee, do you think this relates to his early marriage? Though many doubted that union, I believe Vanessa is indeed a beautiful lady. It is said that many Lakers players sought her affection. Indeed, I saw reports on ESPN. When LSP mentioned the lovely lady, the audience perked up. Aware that ESPN's headquarters are not far from the Lakers, and gossip had circulated throughout the season. Recently, major sports media have been discussing rookie topics as the offseason approaches, bringing up the finals again, and numerous reporters have concocted an excuse for the Lakers' loss. Core players fell victim to distractions from women. Liu showed little interest in gossiping about wives, but with everyone's gaze upon him, he could only shrug. Perhaps Kobe simply did not exert enough effort. I have witnessed the sights of Manhattan at 4 a.m., and a man seeking success must be somewhat ruthless with himself. I have also seen Vanessa at a gathering with Mamba, and I am confident that Kobe would not attribute his failures to his marriage. They are married, after all, and naturally must take responsibility for their family. Hearing about Manhattan at 4 a.m., the crowd reacted with murmurs, and David Letterman joined in applause before quickly presenting a photograph. "Lee, I believe everyone is curious about your romantic life. Ivana, the audience in New York seems to know that your relationship appears particularly close." Liu cursed inwardly, knowing this show would inevitably delve into gossip. LSB. The hour-long program, aside from advertisements and gossip, also featured skits and discussions on personal interests. Do you prefer younger girls or older women? Which cuisine captivates your palate? Who is your favorite male celebrity? Which female star would you most desire to date? What are your political leanings? Are you aligned with the Democratic Party or the Republican Party? How do you feel about the current policies of the White House regarding racial issues? David Letterman, in full force, seemed to compensate for previous scripted moments. Upon the conclusion of the show at midnight, news of rising ratings brought a smile to Letterman's face as he engaged in prolonged conversation with Liu. The CBS staff seized the opportunity, playfully posing for photos with Liu until the early hours of the morning, when Liu finally bid farewell to the crowd. Just after leaving the theater, a sleek black Lamborghini Diavolo SV came to a halt before Liu, where Ivana, clad only in a black tank top and ultra-short shorts, waved at him. Despite the late hour in her attire, Liu shook his head but removed his jacket before taking a seat in the passenger side. "Darling, you performed splendidly. Shall we take a drive?" Ivana, enamored with the car's striking design, was aware of Liu's limited driving experience. After adjusting her seat, she nodded. "This old man is quite a handful. Where do you intend to take me? It's quite late. Just a quick spin before heading home. Don't you enjoy the view of Manhattan at 4 a.m.? After unlocking a new scene and exploring fresh dynamics, they indeed found themselves amidst a fervent overtime that led them to the early hours of the morning. From the 66th floor, gazing towards New Jersey, Liu truly appreciated the distinctive vista offered by this iconic building. Despite a night full of activities, Ivana, still behind him, continued to embrace Liu. her hands playfully exploring as she whispered softly into his back. Does soccer generate profit? I recall my father invested long ago, but the team eventually disbanded. It was a failed investment. As he held her wandering hand, Liu recalled that in this region, soccer referred to what the world knows as American football. Globally, soccer boasted greater popularity and influence, suggesting it could potentially be a lucrative venture. However, acquiring a renowned club would likely require several years of negotiations. Liu pulled Ivana closer, taking advantage of her embrace as his hands began to explore her waist. Indeed, you've gained some weight. Since transferring to Pennsylvania, you must keep your weight in check. Look at Mariah Carey, she has gained quite a bit over the years. Fat is a woman's greatest adversary. Accustomed to their unabashed state, Ivana discreetly assessed her physique, finding no fault, and immediately nestled closer, whispering a request. I wish to take a few days off in England. Fully reliant on her father, Ivana had recently begun an internship, though her work often revolved around charming others. Liu did not refuse, but simply muttered, for private business engagements, remember to keep it confidential. The blonde, playful and carefree, chuckled softly, unfazed by her movements, and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, I also have a beautiful nightgown. During the first week of July, Liu made an appearance on The Tonight Show to promote the documentary produced by NBC. This episode featured a street interview segment, which primarily engaged New York basketball fans. When posed with the question of who the greatest of all time, GOAT, is, the unanimous response was, Lee is the GOAT. He led the Knicks to a four-peat, and to my recollection, no one else has achieved that. Naturally, the younger fans, who had not witnessed the Celtics championship run, unabashedly celebrated Lee, resulting in a sensational program that sparked further controversy. On Saturday night, the time had come for TNT's regular show NBA Saturday Primetime. The evening featured a replay of the Knicks vs. Lakers regular season game, followed by a segment on the latest NBA news. Lee's recent appearances on two prominent talk shows incited lively discussions, and the trio of commentators did not miss this trending topic. After the game replay, Charles Barkley was quick to interject, I enjoy the Tonight Show, but they shouldn't have conducted street interviews in New York. I swear, if they had gone to Los Angeles, the answer would undoubtedly be Magic Johnson as the GOAT. Kenny Smith chuckled at this remark, refraining from disagreement and instead jesting. I know what you're about to say. If they interviewed in Chicago, the answer would certainly be Michael Jordan. Barkley nodded in agreement, and Ernie Johnson seized the opportunity to pose a question. Chuck, if you believe Lee is not the GOAT, where would you rank him in modern basketball? Seemingly anticipating this inquiry, Barkley replied candidly, considering Lee's age, I would rank him at most second. Magic has 5 championships, but Lee achieved a four-peat. Their accomplishments are quite comparable, and I find this ranking reasonable. Upon hearing second, Kenny Smith immediately countered, the future is uncertain if we are to rank by championships. Without a doubt, Bill Russell is the GOAT, with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in second. Ernie Johnson quickly intervened, reiterating, we are discussing modern basketball. Kareem also experienced modern basketball. He is the all-time leading scorer in NBA history and has won championships alongside Magic Johnson. If we rank by championships, he is the GOAT in my eyes. Kenny Smith remained steadfast, insisting that 6 is greater than 5, leading to a heated exchange among the trio, with neither side able to convince the other. Ultimately, they arrived at an unconventional ranking, placing both Kareem and Michael at the top, with Russell, Magic Johnson, and Liu sharing the second tier. Following the Saturday night broadcast, a fierce debate erupted among commentators regarding the rankings. Whenever rankings were involved, dissatisfaction arose. Liu was not the first to be compared unfavorably. Supporters of Michael Jordan passionately argued, had Michael not retired, he could have won at least 2 more championships. He is the true GOAT. As a specialized ranking media outlet, ESPN observed the chaos surrounding the GOAT debate and took the opportunity to re-rank the 4 great centers on Sunday. The individual ranked first has been transformed into Patrick Ewing, with Hakeem Olajuwon taking the second position and David Robinson in third. Shaquille O'Neal finds himself relegated to 4th place. Indeed, following the broadcast of the program, a hornet's nest was stirred. The usually low-key O'Neal, after the conclusion of the finals, unleashed a tirade against ESPN. If you do not watch the games, you should at least check my statistics. I am the most dominant center in history. No one can contain me. And even with the defensive 3-second rule next season, I can still overpower every big man in the league. In an interview with the Los Angeles Times, the furious O'Neal vehemently criticized the absurd rankings, which quickly invited mockery from numerous outspoken sports commentators. David Robinson has remained with the Spurs, while Shaq has achieved nothing in the big market. He has dominated no one. He is merely a coward. Even with the league's support, he has yet to secure a championship. It seems he remains oblivious to this fact. And ESPN's rankings are just fine. Meanwhile, Kobe Bryant, diligently training in Los Angeles, initially showed little interest in this verbal spat. However, defending his teammate was a duty he felt compelled to fulfill. Shaq should not be treated differently. We all recognize his dominance. In his interview, Kobe remained modest, grappling with a cold war with his parents and an increasingly bleak outlook on his marriage to Vanessa. He had no fondness for ESPN prying into his private life. Kobe underestimated the malice of sports media, as Yahoo Sports published an article on Monday titled "Inefficient Jordan Successor Kobe Bryant." This piece meticulously analyzed Kobe's performance from an Excel perspective, repeatedly referencing his struggles in the finals. The article's intent was unmistakable: to expel Kobe from the ranks of Jordan's successors. Kobe's support for O'Neal was also ridiculed by many commentators. He lacks the credentials to engage in this conversation. He ought to consider how to enhance his scoring efficiency. The NBA had misjudged talent. Kobe Bryant was merely an ordinary all-star, and despite any assistance, he could not clinch a championship. A reporter from the New York Post seized the opportunity to launch a fervent critique of the Shaq-Kobe duo. The more they disparaged their rivals, the more delighted the New York fans became, as they savored such narratives. As the finals rekindled old debates, the topic of the GOAT was soon overshadowed by the emergence of a list identifying the most overrated players currently in the league. The New York Times, in the interest of fairness and objectivity, began to randomly poll fans, leading to rapid results. Kobe Bryant claimed the top spot, followed by Allen Iverson. Both were branded as inefficient stat padders. O'Neal was ranked third, unable to lead his team to a championship, having dominated in solitude in recent years. Tim Duncan was listed fourth. As the entire league tanked for this power forward, shouting at San Antonio fans to win big, and what was the outcome? On the morning of the 9th, after breakfast at his home on 82nd Street, Liu opened the newspaper, finding the sports section abuzz with excitement, revisiting old controversies and ranking debates. Tied for second place in history, Liu gazed at a column in the New York Times, his expression somewhat peculiar. When did rankings allow for ties and loans? In contrast, the New York Post exhibited greater audacity by placing Michael first and Liu second, as the accolade of the vice-GOAT had been achieved. Dressed in a white tank top and shorts, Kristen Leite rested her hands on Liu's shoulders, seizing the opportunity in the absence of others at home to playfully coax him. If there's no progress in the fashion show this September, I shall dutifully become a print model. For the past week, Liu had been occupied with social engagements with CBS and NBC representatives, almost succumbing to the temptations of indulgence, thus rendering him largely indifferent to the allure behind him. Being a supermodel requires talent, having navigated this industry for so many years. You must be well aware, he remarked. Upon hearing Liu's words, Kristen Leite pouted in frustration. Over the past year, she had traversed several countries, yet still found herself relegated to the role of mere atmosphere. Observing the silent girl perched on his lap, Liu felt a sense of helplessness. With her slender waist, long legs, and ample chest, she was better suited to be a decorative figure than to pursue the supermodel path. Worry not about spending too much, Alice. In truth, a life like Mira's is quite satisfactory, as long as one finds joy. It took her a moment to realize that Mira was Ivana's stepmother. As Liu chuckled softly, Kristen Leite playfully punched him twice, exclaiming, "If all else fails, I shall become an actress. It's all Hathaway's fault, otherwise I would be the star of the Princess Diaries." Liu regarded his not-so-innocent accomplice without rebuttal, patting his backside and quietly inquiring, "Could you remind me of my schedule for this week? You will accompany me." Rushing to the study to retrieve his notebook, Kristen Leite embraced Liu while reviewing the itinerary, whispering, "There's an exclusive interview with Sports Illustrated, followed by some styling photos. An interview with SLM magazine, which will feature a special issue early next month, with a considerable amount of content. We've scheduled it at home. The Wall Street Journal has a feature interview, likely for their wealth section. Additionally, their essay party this weekend, and Vanity Fair has a photo shoot requirement." With the weekdays swiftly consumed, and the weekend promising more engagements, Liu felt overwhelmed. This off-season's workload far exceeded that of previous years. Kristen Leite discreetly touched her flat abdomen, recalling that they had not taken precautions the night before and had unlocked some intimate knowledge. If modeling did not flourish, perhaps motherhood as a homemaker would be a viable option. The sports media had been abuzz this week, with everyone taking matters seriously. If you assert that Jabbar's dominance is unparalleled, I shall scrutinize the footage and data to refute you thoroughly. If Magic Johnson possessed greater dominance than Liu, then why had he not achieved a four-peat? Although such rankings varied year by year during the off-season, fans relished the discourse, especially with Liu's recent four-peat achievement igniting fervent discussions. On Wednesday the 11th, reporters in Chicago spotted Michael Jordan, who, during an interview, appeared in high spirits as he mentioned his private training camp. I am feeling incredibly excited, as if I have returned to my youth. Training camp? I merely wish to engage in physical activity and ascertain my physical condition. My fondness for basketball is straightforward. The training camp is merely a personal desire, unrelated to any brand affiliations. Soon, the Chicago Tribune uncovered astonishing news. Michael Jordan intends to return to the court next season. The revelation abruptly concluded discussions regarding rankings, igniting a fervent debate among fans. On Thursday's TNT program, Charles Barkley, a close friend of Jordan, categorically dismissed the notion of his comeback. Impossible. Why would he want to return at the age of 38? He cannot endure the rigors of high-intensity competition. A comeback would inevitably fail. Times have changed, and I do not believe he would choose to return. Kenny Smith also expressed disbelief, suggesting that a return would result in harsh consequences. That choice is deplorable. Whether with the Bulls or the Wizards, neither possesses playoff caliber. He concurred with the sentiment that Jordan merely seeks to engage in some physical activity, as he himself stated. He loves basketball. Earl Johnson, not an athlete and relishing the unfolding drama, playfully interjected, "But what if it's true? What if Jordan decides to return to the court?" Barkley shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, "No way. If he returns, I will sign a minimum salary contract with the Knicks. And perhaps I could even win a championship with him." As discussions about Jordan reignited, Magic head coach Doc Rivers arrived in New York with Tracy McGrady, the Magic's management. Having learned from their unsuccessful attempts to recruit Tim Duncan and Grant Hill last season, approached this opportunity with renewed sincerity. The group was unconcerned about being discovered by New York reporters, as Allen Houston was a free agent, making their visit compliant with regulations. They arranged a meeting at an indoor golf club, and upon seeing Houston, Rivers warmly embraced him, visibly excited. "Allen, thank you for this opportunity." The Magic come with genuine intent. Houston held a favorable impression of Rivers, whose reputation in the league is commendable, having been recognized as Coach of the Year. "I appreciate everyone coming all the way from Orlando to see me. You all can enjoy your time in New York over the next few days," Houston graciously remarked. As he approached the final substantial contract of his career, he indicated that he would consider joining any team, provided their intentions were sincere. The group engaged in golf, while Rivers began to inspire confidence, painting an enticing vision. "Trust me, Allen, once you join the Magic, we will have a dream backcourt." McGrady's talent is often underestimated. With a champion like you leading the team, the young players will surely fulfill their potential. In the Eastern Conference, we have few rivals. If you join us, the management will construct a championship-caliber roster around you. In the Magic, you would be the undisputed leader. Beside him, McGrady observed Lee Yoron's recent elevation to the rank of vice GOAT at the age of 23, feeling a mix of envy and aspiration for greater achievements. Having been overshadowed by Kobe at Adidas due to the latter's experience in the finals, McGrady did not entertain fantasies of instant success. However, he believed that reaching the conference finals and making his mark on a grander stage was certainly within his grasp. The coach was right. Often, he could play as a point guard and take on more responsibilities defensively. "Allen, your sole focus should be on scoring and continuing to excel in your strengths. I am confident that we will achieve success together." McGrady began to collaborate with Rivers, knowing that possessing the ball would ensure his statistics remained commendable. With both players sharing the ball equally, they could undoubtedly enhance the Magic's performance. Allen Houston, while expressing courteous platitudes, harbored little concern for the team's achievements. He sought genuine commitment. Doug Rivers seemed to perceive Houston's true sentiments and promptly signaled to the general manager and staff. John Gabriel, the Magic's general manager, understood the cue and extended an invitation. "Allen, let us return to Orlando and immerse ourselves in the local basketball atmosphere. Bring your family and friends for a few days at Disneyland. a place that children adore. Considering the current freeze period, Houston accepted the invitation with a smile and a nod. Rivers, sensing the positive momentum, quickly added, "Rest assured, Allen, your family and friends will enjoy private jet service throughout. This is our sincerity, and the Magic are eager for your collaboration." Feeling the prospect of success, McGrady enthusiastically exclaimed, "Cool, bro. Let us join forces to achieve greatness." The personal recruitment of Allen Houston by the league's best coach was indeed a matter of pride. The Supersonics head coach, McMillan, was also in New York, though the rookie coach went unnoticed. Rashard Lewis, facing a contract year next season, naturally aimed to improve his statistics. The two convened at Lewis's apartment, and after an in-depth conversation, they sensed the rookie coach's sincerity. Lewis suddenly inquired pointedly, "If I join the Supersonics, will I receive more opportunities to shoot? After all, this is Gary Payton's team." As a veteran known as Mr. Supersonic, McMillan confidently nodded in response. "I have spent many years with the Supersonics. Everyone in the locker room listens to me. For victory, Gary knows what to do." Though Lewis's heart leaned towards the Rockets, he ultimately nodded in agreement after the rookie coach's assurances, concluding, "This seems like a promising choice." Thank you to the readers for your subscription and support. This chapter concludes. Chapter 234, The Dynasty's Dissolution, Routine Chapter. On July 15, 2001, at 82nd Street, Liu held 2 consecutive parties at home. On Saturday, the gathering primarily attracted Hollywood stars and directors from recent premieres, alongside local celebrities from New York and New Jersey. The event was a lively affair, filled with friends and acquaintances, where flirtations could easily lead to intimate encounters. For Liu, such gatherings offered little personal benefit, though they could enhance his reputation. Nicole Kidman, fresh from her movie promotion, was in high spirits. Having relocated to New York post-divorce, her residence was conveniently nearby. Despite the presence of numerous attractive women, Kidman, still in her prime, remained the center of attention. Liu was not particularly interested in older actresses and had no desire to be a rebound. His friend Jimmy Fallon spent the evening charming her, eliciting playful glances in return. Liu preferred the company of 18-year-olds and could only wish his friend well, believing that shared peaks in their careers might lead to greater happiness. Sunday night's gathering was reserved for sponsors, social elites, and municipal officials devoid of stars, allowing Liu to focus more intently. Over the years, he had proven himself to be more than just an ordinary NBA star. He had been prudent with his earnings and surrounded himself with few hangers-on. At a University of Connecticut alumni event, many notable alumni from the legal field praised him. And with the mayor's support, his reputation in New York was commendable. Despite years of navigating a predominantly black sphere, he understood that, often, skin color was secondary to the pursuit of interests. In contrast to the previous night's lively atmosphere, the ambience of tonight's party was quiet and reserved. On the second floor, a pianist played a melodic tune as Kenneth Chenault, the newly appointed CEO of American Express, mingled with his wife Catherine and familiar faces. Achieving such a position as an African-American required immense dedication. Liu nudged Ivana beside him. She noticed Kenneth and quickly embraced him, then pulled Catherine aside for a private conversation. Youth was a blessing. If given the choice, he wished to return to 18. Reflecting on how he could only play golf now. At 50, successful men often find their careers at their peak, maintaining fit physiques, with only their hairline and color betraying signs of aging. Observing Kenneth's mixed emotions, Liu complimented him, stating that age should never be a barrier, and if he could choose, he would prefer to attain the same level of success. In 1999, when American Express launched its Centurion card, it was not a rarity among the wealthy, and Liu was part of their clientele, often used by women for their expenditures. The two had previously interacted, and this time, a 5-year endorsement deal worth $25 million was merely the beginning of a deeper collaboration. To many middle-class individuals, Liu undoubtedly represented success, even embodying the American dream. The Wall Street Journal and Vanity Fair capitalized on this narrative, continuing to promote Liu's lifestyle, with the NBA league also contributing to the momentum. After achieving fame, one has refrained from promiscuity, substance abuse, and ostentation, dedicating oneself to reading and utilizing one's platform to forge friendships and expand one's influence, transcending social strata to become a distinctive sports star. Through mutual efforts, several years of observation, and the impact of championship titles, a collaboration was ultimately realized. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kenneth Chenault delved directly into the matter, stating earnestly, Kenneth Lay possesses far greater influence than you might anticipate. He has held significant positions within the U.S. Department of Energy and the Department of the Interior. Most importantly, he is a close friend of the current president. Engaging in short selling against Enron, given its scale, is not advisable. Kenneth Lay is a highly regarded figure in the business world and a member of the financial sphere, having engaged in fraudulent activities and gambling in earlier years. Liu has most of his capital invested in Axe Capital. As an investor, he is only responsible for providing connections within his capacity. The ability to amass increasing amounts of capital largely stems from Bobby Axe's prowess, as no one can resist the allure of high returns. Tiger Capital collapsed after short selling in the tech sector, while Axe Capital reaped the rewards, thereby accelerating its growth in the industry. This is not the first time Liu has received such a warning, yet regarding established facts, he merely smiles and adopts a nonchalant attitude. I trust Bobby. He will be accountable to the investors, so I focus solely on the returns and refrain from questioning the process. However, I will remind him, as the company's finances grow, none of us desire to incur losses. Kenneth Chenault regarded Liu with a knowing look, raising his champagne glass, and after they toasted, the topic was dropped. Lee, I recommend you become a member of the Westchester Country Club, where many skilled golfers gather in a splendid environment. It seems I must practice my golf skills. I do not wish to come in last every time. It is well known that Liu's prowess in golf pales in comparison to his basketball skills. Kenneth Chenault laughed heartily, which is precisely why others enjoy inviting Liu for a round of golf. Meanwhile, McDonald's CEO Jim Cantalupo and Charlie Bell, head of the Chicago headquarters, were also in high spirits. Noticing the conclusion of Liu's conversation, the two approached him and discreetly urged the Vanity Fair reporter, Please take a photo of us. I am enjoying tonight's gathering. Jim, clad in a black suit and unconcerned about his baldness, posed with Liu, who, beaming, embraced both men as the photographer captured the moment. After completing the promotional duties, Jim introduced his assistant to Liu and then quietly remarked, Lee, we must leverage your image more in the Asian market. Perhaps you are unaware of how much people across the ocean admire you. McDonald's is indeed preparing to flood the Chinese market, and Liu is acutely aware of his popularity, as his trading cards have been flying off the shelves. I believe we can refine our product flavors. You know how New York fans often criticize our new offerings as dreadful. Upon hearing Liu's words, Jim awkwardly chuckled. For numerous middle-class families in New York, the taste of McDonald's fare is indeed rather mediocre. This has led to frequent criticism during fan activities, where many lament the lack of effort from McDonald's. Even the distribution of discount coupons fails to entice patrons. Some hamburgers, in fact, do not even measure up to the overpriced offerings at Madison Square Garden. To alter this perception, product improvement is imperative. Jim swiftly navigated away from this topic, cheerfully gossiping to Liu. In the coming 2 years, we will witness the emergence of more prodigious players. Have you been following Carmelo Anthony and LeBron James? They are undoubtedly geniuses, and perhaps they may become your fiercest rivals in the future. Chris Paul, hailing from your training camp, is also quite impressive. The McDonald's High School All-Star Game consistently showcases exceptional talent. As Liu heard these familiar names, memories flooded his mind. The future belongs to the youth. I welcome any challenge. The sponsors' event continued until nearly 11 o'clock, with Mylinda in her red gown graciously bidding farewell to her colleagues from the Sidley Austin law firm. Noticing Jean standing with crossed arms on the other side, Mylinda approached, wrapping her arms around his waist and teasing softly, Have your colleagues been gossiping about your romantic life? Accustomed to such physical contact, Jean, clad in a white gown, expressed his concern. Soon, and Rand will retaliate. There have already been reports of AXS Capital's violations to the federal prosecutor's office. Mylinda paid little heed to these developments, even relishing the potential fallout, if difficulties truly arise. We could collaborate with Sidley Austin. Perhaps I could land a lucrative deal. Upon returning to the third floor, Ivana had just shed her gown and casually suggested to Liu, who stood nearby, You might consider purchasing a manor. Although it is far from Manhattan, with a change in transportation, it remains quite accessible. Managing a house may require considerable effort, but it is undoubtedly a worthy investment. Liu stroked his chin, contemplating inwardly. If housing prices were indeed to decline, investing in real estate could be advantageous. Mylinda, noticing Jin's half-removed attire, gleefully embraced him. let us take a bath together. Let's refrain from discussing work tonight. In no time, the two playfully made their way to the bathroom, embodying the youthful spirit that often seeks pleasure. Liu observed the concerned look in Jin's eyes and approached to embrace him. After planting a gentle kiss on his forehead, he whispered reassuringly, "Money can be earned back. Moreover, this time we are sure to make a substantial profit. With increased funds, we need not take unnecessary risks." The influence of being champions naturally garnered Liu numerous sponsorships, a 5-year contract worth $25 million from American Express, which not only required him to avoid any exaggerated negative publicity, but also to make appearances at various clubs. During the off-season, he would also need to promote the partnered airline while familiarizing the public with the exclusive benefits of the Centurion card. Hertz, a renowned car rental company across the United States, has also presented a sponsorship contract worth $25 million over 5 years. The terms of the agreement are quite similar to that of American Express. They too favor Liu's current persona. However, the advertising activities here will be more extensive, making it a lucrative sponsorship overall. McDonald's, having collaborated over several years, has now offered a sponsorship deal valued at $30 million for 5 years. Despite the incessant complaints from New York fans about the quality of McDonald's food, it remains popular among the general populace for its affordability, even if it may not appeal to the middle class. Ray-Ban has likewise extended a sponsorship contract amounting to $25 million over 5 years. In addition to requiring Liu's participation in advertising across television, magazines, and digital media, they also request his attendance at various charitable and promotional events. While there are stipulations regarding the everyday use of sunglasses, Liu graciously accepted, considering the generosity of the offer. What surprised Liu the most was the sponsorship contract from Purina, a well-known dog food company, which amounted to $6 million over 3 years. The conditions were minimal. They merely desired for his Siberian Husky, Happy, to consume their dog food, and they also hoped Liu would showcase his dog during his morning runs. On Tuesday, July 17th, Liu took Happy for a morning jog, coinciding with the Purina staff to capture additional advertising footage near Central Park. In this era of functional dog food, the advertisement being filmed promotes a product designed to enhance dogs' immunity and promote healthy weight loss. The early morning hours are the coolest in New York, and as long as they could stroll outside, Happy was elated, eagerly bounding towards anyone in sight. Dressed in a custom Under Armour shapewear, Liu observed the staff circling around Happy with a sense of resignation. This exuberant dog thrived on human interaction, and with a swift motion, Liu managed to calm Happy's enthusiasm. Haha, such is the nature of owning a large dog. One cannot be too lenient with them. Indeed, they are not suitable for everyone. The surrounding staff chuckled, nodding in agreement as they witnessed the now obedient husky. This week's cover of Time magazine features a photograph of Liu amidst a collection of trophies, with an intriguing headline, "The Era of Clay Lee. He is the most talented player in the NBA and the most ambitious winner." Upon seeing this issue, subscribers quickly realized that the content primarily discusses Liu's success and rise to prominence. The narrative of a poverty-stricken boy from Albuquerque transforming into a billionaire through basketball is indeed captivating. Time magazine boasts a subscription base of approximately 4 million copies, making it one of the most influential news weeklies, naturally impacting a vast audience. An increasing number of young players are beginning to take notice of Liu. Perhaps some may not appreciate his skin color, but none dismiss the allure of wealth. More importantly, Liu's lifestyle is one that many aspire to. It is evident that substantial financial backing attracts admiration, with women often becoming byproducts of such affluence. While the media remains silent, players in the know are well aware of the underlying truths. On the morning of the 18th, the freeze period concluded, officially opening the NBA's free market. The Pistons traded Jared Beisel and John Wallace to the Hawks in exchange for Ben Wallace. Ben's performance last season was unremarkable, coupled with his status as an undrafted player and connections, which rendered this trade relatively unnoticed. The day's most significant trade news involved the Nets, who sent Stephon Marbury, Johnny Newman, and Sumail Mark to the Suns in exchange for Chris Dudley and Jason Kidd. After years of leading his team to mediocrity, the New Jersey Nets were eager for a change, acquiring a master of triple-doubles. Kidd's popularity is indisputable. Upon the announcement of the trade, he immediately declared in an interview in Phoenix, "I know what the fans in New Jersey desire. Trust me, I will lead this team to the finals. I do not need to prove my worth, for I am a championship-caliber player." As the new season approaches, Nets fans should prepare themselves for significant victories. Having recently shaved his head, Kidd seems to believe he has grown stronger, boldly making proclamations in front of the sports media. This confidence may also stem from the recent skepticism of Phoenix sports media regarding his abilities, as Kidd is eager to reaffirm his prowess. After his boasting, an ESPN reporter, with a hint of malice, inquired, "Kidd, upon joining the Eastern Conference, you will frequently face off against Lee. What are your expectations? Do you believe the Nets can dismantle the Knicks' dominance?" Upon hearing the mention of his former teammate, Kidd shot a glare at the oblivious reporter, thinking, "Is there no respite from the boasting? Lee is my good brother, and I am pleased with his accomplishments. I relish the opportunity to compete against elite players. The backcourt in the Western Conference is rather weak, and I believe I can achieve even more next season. As for the Knicks, they cannot maintain their winning streak indefinitely. And next season, it will be the Nets who bring it to an end." As an all-star guard, Kidd carries an air of prestige, positioning himself as a leader even before officially joining the team. Everyone listened with a smile as Kidd continued his boasts, with many sensing that this bravado might soon backfire. Marbury, too, received a warm welcome from the Phoenix media. To many, Kidd appeared to be a ball hog, often clashing with his coach and prioritizing his own instincts on the court. While he could orchestrate a relatively flashy offense, it has proven ineffective in the playoffs. Eager to prove himself, Marbury welcomed this trade, sharing that, as a fellow 1996 draftee with a substantial contract, his exposure has been disappointingly minimal. This trade garnered the attention of analysts, prompting Marbury to declare, "I love Phoenix, and I will prove myself anew here." In a significant trade, the Los Angeles Lakers relinquished Tyronn Lue and Horace Grant went unnoticed as they were signed by other teams. The Wizards welcomed Lue, while the Magic acquired Grant. Both players, who had minimal impact in the finals, were ultimately cast aside, as the Lakers seemed to be in pursuit of a reliable perimeter defender, a coveted asset that every team in the league desires. On July 19th, the Knicks dispatched Rashard Lewis to the Supersonics in exchange for a first-round pick and a second-round pick from the 2002 draft, along with a trade exception valued at $4 million. This transaction was driven purely by the player's personal wishes, leading to some dissatisfaction among New York media. While the Knicks secured a first-round pick, the Supersonics were clearly not a pushover like the Bulls. The low draft position offered limited assistance to the team, yet Lewis's somewhat monotonous attributes rendered the trade seemingly justifiable. General manager Glenn Grunwald refrained from elaborating on the player's reluctance to continue playing alongside Liu, merely stating in interviews that Rashard is indeed an exceptional player, and we are sincerely regretful to lose him, but business is business, and we fully respect the player's autonomy. During his tenure with the Knicks, Rashard made significant contributions, exemplifying the essence of a true champion. Upon joining the Supersonics, Lewis could potentially emerge as the team's third scoring option, especially with Glenn Robinson evidently not fitting into the team's future plans and Coach McMillan embarking on a rebuilding phase. In the afternoon, Lewis hosted a gathering at his residence, inviting his former Knicks teammates. Court Thomas was elated at this development, as it seemed likely he would secure a starting position next season. Liu, already aware of the situation, was not surprised. After all, with only one ball to share, Lewis would likely be relegated to the fourth scoring option. Recently, Ewing had been making the rounds on sports programs and had gained a bit of weight. When asked about Lewis's choice, the gorilla jested. Making it to the finals with the Supersonics is no simple feat, given the formidable Western Conference. However, I believe you can certainly put up commendable numbers. If you can hit a few more three-pointers, 20 points should not be an issue. By the end of next season, you will undoubtedly secure a lucrative contract. Lewis's Manhattan apartment was quite spacious, and the group enjoyed lighthearted banter. Grant Hill, who had frequently appeared on sports shows over the past month, returned to New York only to find the team transformed. Observing Liu's composed demeanor, even as he shared insights on efficient scoring, left Hill taken aback. To achieve impressive statistics, three-point shooting is crucial, and I have no concerns regarding Rashard's performance. Indeed, the Supersonics present a commendable opportunity. With Gary Payton aging and Vin Baker's form declining, if Lewis can deliver standout performances, he might even step into the role of the team's leader. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Liu waved his hand and continued earnestly. Projection is crucial. It forms the foundation for acquiring quality data. Mastering three-point shots, free throws, and fast breaks will undoubtedly elevate you to all-star status. Rashard Lewis, filled with excitement, embraced Liu tightly. At that moment, Grant Hill interjected with a question. Li, why don't you emphasize post-up techniques? Liu shrugged, addressing the inquiry without reservation. That technique has become outdated. Next season, the league will permit zone defense. And I can assure you that the defensive pressure in the low post will be substantially greater. Everyone is congregated near the paint. Attacking from the low post makes help defense much easier. Hence, I will not focus on low post play, but rather continue to shoot three-pointers. Sometimes, scoring is merely a mathematical problem, Rashard. What you must do is remain true to your playing style, without concern for external commentary. If you persist, you will undoubtedly secure a lucrative contract, as there are too few big men in the league who can shoot three-pointers. Kurt Thomas finally understood why Bob wanted to leave the team. Liu's offensive structure would inevitably impact rebounds and a host of other statistics. Rashard Lewis confidently patted his chest and declared, Li, I believe in you. I will stay true to my style of play. Ewing, after waiting for a while without seeing Allan Houston, couldn't help but murmur, it seems Allan is quite fond of Orlando's hospitality. He appears to have been there for over half a month. Meanwhile, Arteist, fiddling with the sound system, eagerly joined the gossip. I saw the ESPN report. It seems the Magic are considering offering a 7-year contract. Liu, not one to dwell excessively on gossip, was nonetheless surprised to hear about the 7-year deal. Signing that contract would ensure Allan Houston's financial security, allowing him to enjoy a substantial payday in the twilight of his career, a true winner in life. Upon hearing the news, the group indulged in speculation. Ewing felt a twinge of envy, as he had only reaped the rewards of contracts late in his career. Looking at Allan Houston, it seemed that securing that $1 million contract was as effortless as drinking water. The gorilla pondered, convinced that he must continue to earn money even after retirement. On Saturday, July 21st, TNT aired a replay of the regular season game between the Magic and the Knicks. The trio marveled at Tracy McGrady's talent, acknowledging his rightful claim to the most beautiful calf award. Perhaps due to the increasing news of Mike's return, Charles Barkley appeared somewhat bewildered, having boasted just days prior and now feeling the impending backlash. Kenny Smith refrained from teasing his partner and instead curiously inquired, why are Knicks players choosing to leave the team? Are those in contract years unable to seize more opportunities alongside Lee? Upon hearing this topic, Charles Barkley perked up. It is exceedingly challenging to produce good statistics with the Knicks. Allan Houston and Lee control the majority of the shot attempts. Last season, the Knicks were essentially a two-man team. If we delve deeper into the past, it is evident that Ewing must also take his share of the ball. Should Hill regain his physical condition next season and increase his playing time, it is inevitable that he will claim a portion of the ball sharing. Role players are often relegated to defensive duties, with scant opportunities for autonomous offense. I have long asserted that Lee's success is predicated upon the sacrifices of others. However, to attain the championship, such sacrifices are requisite. They have succeeded, and I am not surprised by the choice of role players. Recently, Ernie Johnson has been gossiping about Allan Houston's decision, and he elaborated on this topic. If Allan Houston chooses to join the Magic, coupled with McGrady's prodigious talent under Coach Rivers' guidance, I am confident they could advance further. For the Magic, this indeed represents a commendable transaction. Opting for a sign-and trade would require minimal cost to acquire an all-star guard. Do you believe the Knicks will present a more substantial contract? Kenny Smith immediately shook his head. He initially intended to assert that Allan Houston was overvalued, but ultimately conveyed more delicately, Lee is simply too young, and no one can guarantee a player's performance beyond the age of 34. A lucrative contract would encumber the Knicks' salary cap. And should injuries arise, or if poor performance persists over several seasons, Lee may very well contemplate departure. The current roster structure is already exceptional, yet for Coach Van Gundy, the upcoming season will present additional challenges for the coaching staff. What tactics will they employ? With the loss of excellent offensive spacing, can Lee sustain his efficient performance? Issues may arise on both ends of the court, and I eagerly await Coach Van Gundy's response. At this juncture, Charles Barkley stroked his chin and jested, perhaps this is the optimal moment to join the Knicks. I am contemplating this matter, as I could play power forward and impart some game experience to the younger players. Glancing at his partner's physique, Kenny Smith naturally did not take this topic seriously. Chuckling as he quipped, trust me, Lee would outright reject your joining. He harbors no fondness for collaborating with veterans. Just look at the current Knicks, mostly comprised of youth. On Sunday, July 22nd, Orlando media leaked that Allen Houston had officially reached a verbal agreement with the Magic. Causing a stir in the sports media, the Dynasty team has utterly disbanded. Thank you to the readers for your subscription support. This chapter concludes. Chapter 235, A Promising Future? Regular chapter. On July 23, 2001, at 8 p.m., NBC aired a replay of Game 5 of the Finals and invited Jeff Van Gundy to provide an in-depth analysis for fans. Having ascended to the role of a super championship coach, Jeff Van Gundy has enjoyed a particularly prosperous couple of months. The balding young coach occasionally falters in real time, often feeling an urge to step onto the court himself, which has led to fans witnessing the image of Lee embracing the tactical board in the game's dying moments. Yet, as a commentary guest, Jeff Van Gundy remains exceptionally clear-headed, elucidating tactics with clarity while also humorously critiquing player performances, effortlessly recalling various statistics. In recent years, Jeff Van Gundy has frequently appeared on sports programs, revealing an unexpected talent. If his coaching career were to come to an end, he might excel as a live commentator. The balding young coach has long recognized this potential, much like how he consistently offers insights during film sessions. He possesses a clear understanding of the game's dynamics while commentating. During the fourth quarter of a replay, Jeff Van Gundy was narrating a sequence where Liu, faced with a double team, assisted Ben Wallace in scoring under the basket. This is Lee. He always enjoys testing the defense, or one might say, he anticipates his opponent's double team, he remarked. Kobe made a defensive misstep. He shouldn't have positioned himself sideways, but rather should have swiftly navigated through the screen to regain front defensive positioning. Expecting Shaquille O'Neal to provide timely help was undoubtedly a flawed choice. From my vantage point, seeing Kobe's lateral interference, I knew the Knicks would score on this possession. Jeff Van Gundy had been extolling Liu throughout the game, attributing even some missed strong shots as reasonable offensive attempts. His partner, Doug Collins, could hardly bear it any longer and quickly shifted the topic with a question. After leaving the team, what tactical adjustments will the Knicks make with Pau Gasol's arrival? Caught up in his fervor, Jeff Van Gundy paused, reflecting momentarily before responding. In the Summer League, Gasol appeared in fine form. It is evident he has matured into a professional basketball player. Once the preseason training camp commences, I will further discuss this issue with the coaching staff. As the replay neared its conclusion, showcasing Liu's extraordinary three-pointer that leveled the score, Jeff Van Gundy continued to lavish praise. This is undeniably a brilliantly executed strategy. Pat received the ball at the high post while he merely engaged in off-ball movement. Most crucially, the shooting position was unexpected. The Lakers players would never anticipate Lee launching from nearly 2 meters beyond the three-point line. No one can replicate such a shot. Lee has created a miracle, equalizing the score. And I knew the Knicks would seize the advantage. In a state of unrestrained enthusiasm, Jeff Van Gundy had fully embraced the role of Liu's ardent supporter. As the game replay concluded, Bob Costas chuckled beside him, and Jeff Van Gundy was on the verge of exclaiming that Liu is the greatest. His unique commentary style was indeed a refreshing change. In the studio, the camera refocused on the trio, with Jeff Van Gundy donned in a sharply tailored black Armani suit, appearing somewhat more robust than during the finals. His crisp white shirt, red tie, and polished bald head exuded the aura of a distinguished coach, overshadowing Doug Collins beside him. Compared to earlier images from when he first took the helm of the Knicks, with hair and dark circles under his eyes, he appeared to be a transformed individual. Years of success had utterly metamorphosed Jeff Van Gundy. Bob Costas, also clad in a formal black suit and seated farthest to the left, transitioned into the gossip segment after the recording concluded. Doug, next season you will be coaching the Wizards, reportedly at the personal invitation of Michael Jordan. Is it true that Mike intends to return to the court? Upon hearing the question, Doug Collins, seated on the far right, manifested a glimmer of delight. Although he was compelled to maintain confidentiality, I am uncertain, yet I relish the prospect of new challenges. The Wizards possess remarkable talent, and I believe the youth will astonish the league. In the middle, Jeff Van Gundy savored this discourse, eagerly anticipating the return of McGrady to decisively outshine the Wizards, an endeavor he deemed exceedingly straightforward. Not receiving the desired answer, Bob Costas did not rush, but rather turned to Van Gundy with another inquiry. Jeff, earlier today, the Magic extended a 7-year contract to Allen Houston. How would you assess this transaction? Thus far, the Knicks championship starting lineup has dwindled to just Lee and Hill. Earlier that day, the Magic and the Knicks formalized an agreement to exchange The Magic dispatched a 2002 first-round draft pick in return for Allen Houston. The contract, valued at $93 million over 7 years, with the final year as a player option, grants Allen Houston his wish. Upon fulfilling this contract, he can retire directly from the sport. In this significant trade, aside from acquiring a trade exception, the Knicks received merely a first-round draft pick. Naturally, as a free agent, Allen Houston could have signed directly. Obtaining a draft pick is also regarded as a gesture of gratitude towards the team. Reflecting upon this transaction, Jeff Van Gundy felt a twinge of frustration. Currently, the Knicks' offensive spacing is far from ideal. Theoretically, a focus on defense would be prudent, yet the curly-haired owner yearns for a flamboyant offensive style. Nevertheless, during the broadcast, Jeff Van Gundy maintained the demeanor of a distinguished coach. Allen is an exceptional player. None of us wish to lose him. However, with this contract, the Knicks can only extend their best wishes. I am confident that every player would embrace the opportunity to collaborate with Lee. Victory, statistics, and championships can all be realized in New York. Regarding the current roster, he felt nothing but excitement. The upcoming season would unveil a brand new Knicks team to the fans. The two individuals in the studio were unaware of the internal dynamics of the team. Yet the Knicks currently grapple with the challenge of securing suitable star players. Athletes capable of shooting three-pointers and defending are not lacking in job opportunities within the league. The regrettable reality is that most players' shooting remains subpar. After all, there is only one Lee U in the league, and most teams continue to rely on outdated strategies, predominantly leaning on low-post plays. The Lakers share this predicament. In the Western Conference, no one is eager to engage in trades with them, as everyone is keen for their opponents to falter in their quest for the finals. Draft picks hold little transactional value. Star players within the team are immovable, and the free agency market lacks significant talent. Doug Collins opined that the Knicks might be in decline. With the current configuration, their three-point shooting is bound to dwindle. Observing Van Gundy's triumphant smile, he could not resist a jest. I believe the Knicks' dominance has waned. You are no longer the league's singular force. Lacking offensive spacing, Lee will face greater challenges. Despite not yet formulating a tactical approach for the new season, Jeff Van Gundy remained resolutely confident. I trust in Lee. He always finds a way. The Knicks will continue to dominate the Eastern Conference. The utterance left the studio audience in stunned silence. How could the head coach rely on the players for solutions? Doug Collins felt an overwhelming urge to express his skepticism. Truly, the Knicks have but a singular strategy. On July 24th, the Knicks signed free agent Stephen Jackson. This transaction drew little attention. After being selected by the Suns in the second round, 14th overall in 1997, Jackson struggled to establish himself in the league. Without a guaranteed contract, the Suns swiftly relinquished the high school rookie. Subsequently, he traversed various leagues and had a modest performance last season with the Nets, only to be discarded once more during the offseason. Securing Stephen Jackson was merely a gamble to bolster the bench. His decision to join the Knicks was primarily influenced by the proximity of New Jersey to New York, making relocation more convenient for the working-class Jackson. After 2 consecutive trades, General Manager Glenn Fielder expressed his satisfaction during an interview at the Tarrytown Training Center, cheerfully stating, "Jackson embodies the culture of the Knicks. He can certainly make his mark from the bench. We welcome diligent players, and under Lee's guidance, I believe he will achieve new career heights." Yet, a reporter from the New York Times seemed to harbor lingering resentment regarding the previous trade involving Allen Houston, and the absence of a scathing critique in recent days was a testament to restraint. Earl, can we discuss the prior trade? Why did we not retain Allen? This topic was somewhat delicate, as it wouldn't be due to imply that the championship guard had become complacent. Fielder deftly shifted the conversation, highlighting the assets acquired through the trade. Allen was an exceptional championship guard, and we are immensely grateful for his contributions to the Knicks. However, this trade is mutually beneficial. We acquired a commendable draft position, with the Magic's first-round pick originating from the Suns. Perhaps we shall reap rewards in next year's draft. In pursuit of Allen Houston, Coach Rivers indeed went all out, showcasing his commitment by offering the Magic's first-round pick obtained in their trade for Hardaway. Upon hearing this news, the attention of New York media was undoubtedly redirected, as thoughts of Marbury's leadership capabilities led to a consensus that this endeavor was promising. Championship guard Sprewell had brought Gasol to the Knicks, and perhaps Allen Houston could replicate that success. On the morning of the 25th, A detailed column in the New York Times sports section analyzed the first-round picks possessed by the Knicks, ultimately concluding, the future looks bright. The New York fans are not naive. The team is undergoing a significant overhaul, with a plethora of rookies and a starting lineup that has lost more than half its members. Yet, there is an inexplicable confidence that the Eastern Conference still lacks formidable opponents. After perusing the newspaper, hope was suddenly reignited. Naturally, MSG's own program reported on the recent trades and conducted interviews with Knicks fan groups, expressing hope that Marbury could lead the Suns to secure the first overall pick. As they reveled in their enthusiasm, news of this spread, inciting the ire of Phoenix fans. Anthony Hardaway was quite beloved among the Suns. Yet dissatisfaction with the playoff outcomes in recent years loomed large. The Arizona Republic stands as the largest daily newspaper in Arizona, boasting a circulation of approximately 300,000 copies. In its sports section the following day, several columns vehemently criticized New York, conveying a singular sentiment: no one holds affection for the Knicks, and the arrogant New York fans are destined to ruin the team. The newspaper, attuned to the preferences of its readership, intensified its focus upon noticing reactions from Phoenix, fabricating an article that recalibrated the draft order of 1996. This piece underscored the disparity between New York native Stephon Marbury and the likes of Yao Ming. Upon perusing the article, New York fans reveled in delight, bestowing Marbury with a new moniker, the true son of New York. Meanwhile, Yao, preoccupied with giving back to his alma mater, generously donated $1 million to the law school and engaged in alumni gatherings, becoming a familiar face in Connecticut. Hamilton returned to university training, primarily motivated by his reluctance to attend a private training camp led by Mako. In one-on-one matchups, Mako often outperformed these young athletes, and victory invariably led to a barrage of trash talk. Coach Calhoun, observing Hamilton's increasing despondency over the years since his NCAA triumph, felt a pang of sorrow. Having not touched a basketball for over a month, Yao donned a simple white graphic tee, light denim jeans, and canvas shoes, blending in with the typical college student. Watching the novices train, Coach Calhoun sighed once more, reflecting, I believe Hamilton's development has not met expectations. He is capable of greater feats. Yet he appears stagnant over the past 2 years. The NBA's demanding schedule does not alter players' styles. After years of honing their skills, ingrained habits are not easily modified. Hamilton's ball handling remained unchanged upon entering the league, still lacking finesse. Yao understood Coach Calhoun's sentiments, believing that Hamilton was ill-suited for the Wizards, especially given his status as a champion guard from Connecticut. The veteran coach yearned for his protege to achieve greatness. I trust Richard will make a name for himself. There will always be coaches who recognize his talent, Yao asserted. However, Doug Collins was unlikely to grant him a prominent tactical role, as he seemed to have been appointed with specific objectives in mind. Upon hearing Yao's words, Coach Calhoun shook his head, lamenting that in the NBA, it is often the superstars who dominate the teams. Hamilton diligently completed his fundamental training, while the Connecticut newcomers occasionally glanced towards Yao on the sidelines. Although Yao's presence was a common sight on campus lately, for these eager aspirants hoping to earn their living in the NBA, the chance to interact closely with a superstar was exhilarating. Coach Calhoun had to call out a couple of times, urging his players to refocus, then jovially shared with Yao, the Knicks have lost most of their starters. Honestly, Lee, such a situation is rather uncommon. Many newspapers claim you are difficult to work with. These folks just spout nonsense for sales. The NBA still values camaraderie, exemplified by the bond between Mako and Pippen. Although the camaraderie between the two off the court is rather mediocre, the media invariably delights in portraying them as true brothers. This assertion is not entirely unfounded, as their future relationship is bound to remain tangled and complicated, even muddling their generational ties. Liu remains indifferent to the disparagement aimed at the losers. His relationships with his good brothers are robust, fostering a mutually beneficial environment. At the very least, Liu can assure that for decades to come, his teammates who achieved a three-peat together will ardently sing his praises, and there will never arise a narrative akin to I can't stand it, loving the ant. Playing basketball is primarily for financial gain, and within the Knicks, it is indeed impossible to attain more substantial statistics or a higher tactical standing. After all, I am merely 23 years old. Everyone is still youthful, and I am quite content that we have not descended into chaos. Ray engages in daily verbal sparring with Robinson. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of such competition. Liu casually teases Ray Allen, who has recently resumed his candid critiques, vociferously denouncing his teammates for their laziness and lack of dedication to training. He also subtly mocks coach George Karl, suggesting that he has become outdated and is only suited to coach players like Gary Payton. The media influence in Milwaukee is rather limited. Had this been in New York, the public's reaction would have multiplied exponentially. During lunchtime, Liu met with Scarlett and her brother, resolving to share a meal in Hartford. Hunter, who has been exploring the University of Connecticut during his summer break, seems quite pleased with the campus environment. However, gaining admission to this institution is no simple task, and for now, he can only vow to study diligently. At the top of the Hartford Tower, which has recently been completed and is in its trial operation phase, Liu has been invited to dine there frequently. The view from the top is undoubtedly splendid, and Hunter, disregarding his sister's melancholic demeanor, cheerfully exclaims, "If my grades are insufficient, I plan to apply to a university in New York so I can visit Grandma often. Compared to Hartford, I prefer Manhattan." Liu savors his meal, occasionally sharing pieces of steak with the younger girl across from him. Perhaps due to Hunter's incessant chatter, Scarlett abruptly elbows him, admonishing, "Eating should not involve talking. Haven't you noticed everyone is watching us?" Hunter, feeling exasperated, reflects on the past few days of enjoyment, only to find his sister becoming increasingly annoying. "I said all along that the box office for the movie would likely be dismal. Who would enjoy a film about youthful angst?" At the end of June, they promoted Ghost World at the Seattle Film Festival, and just recently had a premiere in Los Angeles, which indicates that the film is likely to flop. Although Scarlett only played a supporting role, she is starting to feel like a box office poison. Despite her diligent efforts, the outcomes are consistently mediocre. Hunter, unfazed by his sister's mood, has watched every film, and at this moment, he gleefully remarks, "Sorabji has a great physique, but unfortunately, the costumes in the film are horrendous. Audiences surely won't embrace it." The matter of award nominations is unrelated to the secondary female lead. With its limited release in the United States at the beginning of August, the film's box office performance is destined to be lackluster. Liu nodded nonchalantly, only to receive a scolding glare from the girl opposite him, accompanied by a discreet kick under the table. After all, they were still young, with ample time ahead to discover suitable scripts. Scarlett felt an inkling of irritation, sensing that both Liu and his brother were merely placating her. As she furrowed her brows, she quietly took her frustrations out on Hunter. It was a rare occasion when Liu had time in the evening to forego social gatherings and return home to Hartford, and after a profound exchange, the girl finally managed to release the pent-up emotions within her, unlocking a rather embarrassing piece of knowledge. The overtime concluded, and upon entering the study, Scarlett's cheeks remained flushed. She noticed Liu jotting down something in his notebook and curiously leaned in to see. "Red Football, LLC?" Fresh from a shower and wrapped only in a towel, Liu, bare-chested, acknowledged her presence with a smile and a nod, revealing, "I will soon establish an investment firm, next month. I will travel to the UK for an assessment, and there will be a promising investment in the future." With her hair still damp, the girl playfully showcased her figure while inquiring with intrigue, "Investment? Does it require a significant amount of money? Perhaps several $100 million. He replied, "But this is a confidential decision, so remember to keep it under wraps." Though the girl seemed to grasp only part of it, the mention of hundreds of millions left her astonished. As she settled onto Liu's lap, her innocence shone through as she asked, "Why not invest in films? Hollywood can be quite lucrative." Feeling the delicate curve of her waist and noticing her curious gaze, Liu, for once, chose not to put on airs but responded earnestly, "Most people find it challenging to earn beyond their understanding, and I am no exception. It is already past 11. Do you intend to discuss these matters indefinitely?" With a bold kiss on his lips, the girl soon leaned in close to his ear, whispering, "Carry me to the bedroom." As he lifted the blushing girl into his arms and headed toward the bedroom, fragments of memories flooded Liu's mind. I am indeed a devoted fan of FM. On Sunday, July 29th, the Magic held a grand welcoming ceremony for Allen Houston. The mayor of Oakland was also in attendance, and Coach Doug Rivers saw no issue with giving away a first-round pick. In an interview with sports reporters, this esteemed coach expressed unwavering confidence, stating, "Next season, the Magic will rise again. We will reach the conference finals. Look at the talent we currently possess. No one can hinder us." Although McGrady felt a twinge of envy, he believed that with good teammates, he could surely break through the first round. Despite enjoying the mutual flattery with Iverson, he yearned for further achievement. Thus, in an interview, McGrady boldly declared, "Allen is a true winner. He possesses 4 championship rings, and I believe he will lead the team correctly." Mike Miller is also quite delighted. Although he is merely a rookie, Orlando's reporters have dubbed the trio as the most formidable triumvirate in the league. Everyone warmly welcomes the arrival of the championship guard. And Allen Houston, in an interview, shares a beaming smile. "I am thrilled to join the Magic. Coach Rivers and the enthusiastic fans have truly moved me. This is an entirely new journey, and I can hardly wait to step onto the court." The future looks promising for the Knicks, as the Magic assemble their strongest trio. While the Nets are poised for a complete turnaround, and the Spurs refuse to remain in obscurity. Learning from past mistakes, after parting ways with the young general, they made a significant trade, sending Derek Anderson, Steve Kerr, and a second-round pick in 2003 to the Trailblazers in exchange for Steve Smith. This transaction heralds the impending disbandment of the Blazers, as Paul Allen is reluctant to continue pouring money into a losing endeavor. Most analysts cautiously view the Spurs trade favorably. However, the 32-year-old Steve Smith has lost much of his former prowess, with his statistics declining significantly compared to his time with the Hawks. Yet, to refrain from making trades and relying solely on the current roster would likely lead to a dismal playoff performance. Thus, acquiring Smith seems aimed at placating Tim Duncan. Although Duncan does not garner as much media attention as Liu, he enjoys considerable popularity in San Antonio. Despite frequent calls for Coach Popovich's dismissal, Duncan's endorsement assures the rookie coach's position remains secure. Observing the Spurs, who finished first in the Western Conference last season, bolstering their roster, the Lakers can no longer afford to remain idle. However, with Shaquille O'Neal's salary at $21.43 million and Kobe Bryant's at $11.25 million, the duo alone consumes a substantial portion of the salary cap. Coupled with Robert Horry, Rick Fox, and Derek Fisher's combined salaries exceeding $10 million, any attempts to strengthen the team necessitate patchwork solutions. Shaquille O'Neal is the first to express his impatience, though he has remained particularly low-key during the offseason, attending primarily sponsor events. He voiced his frustrations during an interview with the Los Angeles Times at the end of the month. "I do not understand why the team has taken no action. Who have we signed? What improvements have been made? I have not even heard of some players. Why isn't the Lakers pursuing Allen Houston? I believe he would be a perfect fit for the team. To this day, I have not seen any desire from management for a championship." Although the Lakers have indeed signed a few free agents, the core roster remains largely unchanged, with additions primarily serving as morale boosters. With the team's star player expressing dissatisfaction, Mitch Kupchak, who just assumed the role of general manager last season, laments, "No one wants to trade with the Lakers." Reluctantly, they must rely on Phil Jackson to soothe the star players. As a championship coach, despite some tendencies toward a more commercialized approach, most sports media still afford him respect. The pursuit of a championship is never an easy endeavor, yet I believe the Lakers possess enough talent to claim the title. Years of setbacks have endowed us with invaluable experience. Shaquille O'Neal aptly stated that the team ought to reinforce its roster. However, I fervently hope that everyone can unearth their potential. Just like Mike, we must confront failure with equanimity, growing stronger until we vanquish our adversaries and attain success. The Los Angeles Times affirmed Phil Jackson's perspective. Yet, following this endorsement, the championship coach became quite anxious, collaborating with the general manager and leveraging his connections to initiate reinforcements. On Monday, July 30th, the Lakers finally secured a renowned star. The 36-year-old Mitch Richmond joined the team as a free agent. Upon hearing of this transaction, Lakers fans were nearly beside themselves, questioning how a 36-year-old veteran could possibly serve as a defensive stalwart when even the youthful Fisher could not. Fortunately, the Lakers' news was quickly overshadowed by the announcement of Michael Jordan's private training camp, prompting exclamations of, "Is Mike making a comeback?" On the morning of the 31st, Liu, dressed casually, was accompanied by Ivana and Old Mike, with several JFK staff members in tow. Onlookers observed Liu's interest, prompting Old Mike to use his deep voice to caution, "No autographs, no photos, gentlemen. We must catch our flight." They were headed to London to meet Bobby, where Liu planned to remain for half a month, hoping to familiarize himself with a few football clubs. The New York Times journalist, an old acquaintance, followed them into the VIP lounge. Ivana, donning sunglasses and a white floral dress, remained unfazed by the reporter, casually sharing snacks with Li Yu. Li, is it true that Mike is returning to the court? Aren't you attending his private training camp? Li Yu winked, signaling without directly answering, and jest. I have no desire to join his training camp. At 38, defeating him wouldn't bring me any sense of achievement. Of course, I welcome Mike's return. Wouldn't it make next season all the more exhilarating? Thanks to the readers for their subscription and support. End of this chapter. Chapter 236. Enemies Abound. Routine chapter. In early August 2001, Fortune magazine featured an intriguing cover title while reporting on Li Yu, Clay Lee, the entrepreneur of the NBA. The article delved into the influence of Li Yu's basketball style on the NBA, extolling his championship victories over the years while also scrutinizing his off-court endorsement earnings. It is rare for an athlete to grace the pages of such a magazine. Although published monthly, the readership of Fortune magazine is comparable to that of Time magazine, wielding considerable influence. When the projected earnings were unveiled, gasps echoed. His off-court endorsement revenue approached $50 million. Gazing at the youthful figure in a light blue suit posing with an array of trophies in the magazine, many were left in awe, with some ignited by fervor, a wealthy young prodigy. Despite Li Yu endorsing American Express and Hertz, following the magazine's release, his agent, Mark Bartelstein's phone was inundated with calls. The yacht club, private jet ventures, party companies, startups, real estate agencies, and modeling services, those with the means to spend are once again knocking at the door. Including Li Yu's salary, the anticipated revenue is approximately $60 million, not accounting for Under Armour shares or fund investments. Some individuals have gone quite mad, a veritable golden goose. The figures above are conservative estimates. Li Yu's endorsements are approached with caution, and it is not implausible that this income could rise further. With visions of verdant green dollars, many young players find themselves nearly envious. Although Li Yu's earnings may not rival those of Nike's behemoth, Michael Jordan, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the realm of athletes. The NBA is also ramping up its efforts, seemingly eager to attract the world's finest basketball players through the success of figures like Li Yu. While the championship influence of the NBA may lack a certain potency, the financial aspect has propelled Li Yu into new realms of recognition. David Stern has recently been fervently promoting the culture of the NBA and its basketball philosophy, yet these notions can seem somewhat abstract. In contrast, Li Yu's income resonates profoundly with the majority of basketball players, who are ultimately driven by the pursuit of substantial wealth. What, after all, is the purpose of playing? It is fundamentally about earning significant sums of money. Only then does the pursuit of more become meaningful. The inclusive culture touted by the NBA pales in comparison to the tangible examples set by Li Yu. Interestingly, despite his height of only 193 centimeters, which is within the realm of average stature, he possesses a deceptively robust physique that, coupled with his comparatively youthful appearance, can mislead many. After seeing the news, numerous basketball players are left with the illusion, I could do that too. Li Yu has never publicly complained about referees or the NBA's dress code. And aside from occasionally playfully taunting some veteran adversaries, he generally embodies the model athlete. As for the media reports surrounding the Knicks' alleged indiscretions, Li Yu has also been implicated. The tales of his week-long gambling spree with Michael Jordan in Las Vegas, along with other escapades, have been overshadowed by a chorus of adulation. As August approached, NBC began airing a documentary titled New York Dynasty, focusing on the Knicks every Sunday at 9 p.m. Each episode, lasting a month, highlights a championship, sustaining Li Yu's momentum. The first episode, aired on the evening of August 5th, revisits the records established by Li Yu, from benchwarmer to starter. From the youngest player to achieve a double-double in the NBA to matching Michael Jordan's record of 24 points in a single playoff quarter. At just 19 years and 135 days, he shattered Jordan's 1985 record, becoming the youngest player in NBA playoff history to score 30 points. The montage is consistently accompanied by the passionate exclamations of commentator Marv Albert, who exclaims, "Why yes." With the Knicks' defeat to the Bulls, the excitement was abruptly curtailed, interspersed with player interviews, with Starks emerging as a semi-protagonist in the first installment. The elder brother, impeccably dressed, stood before the camera, seemingly lost in reminiscence of the moment they faced defeat. After a prolonged contemplation, he articulated his sentiments. Once again, the Miami Heat have dashed New York's championship dreams. Yet unlike previous occasions, we are confident that next season, the Knicks will prevail. I have felt Lee's energy. At just 19, he was underestimated by many. Upon uttering this, Starks' smile radiated with newfound brilliance as he earnestly declared, "We have truly united. Everyone recognizes that Lee's arrival signifies a championship." The latter half of the first episode showcased the fierce encounters between the Knicks and the Bulls, each clash akin to a collision of celestial bodies. In the final game of the regular season, Lee secured a near buzzer beater, and with a successful defensive stand in the dying moments, the Knicks solidified their position at the top of the standings. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy jubilantly leaped and shouted in celebration. Compared to his former demeanor, the now bald coach exuded a refined elegance. Reminiscing about that electrifying moment, he fervently waved his arms, exclaiming, "Unbelievable. No matter how many times I recall it, I am filled with excitement. We have secured home court advantage in the playoffs, and everyone in the Knicks feels it. The Bulls are aging." After the game, we embraced in the locker room, Lee fist-bumping each player, and I still remember his confident encouragement to every teammate. "It's our turn to win the championship." In the 1998 playoffs, as the Knicks effortlessly swept through the first two rounds, players celebrated in embrace while Bob Costas's voice echoed on the television. The Knicks are once again challenging the reigning champions. Viewers of the documentary witnessed the fierce rivalry, observing Michael Jordan being relentlessly pressured and the frustrations of the Miami Heat manifesting in exclamations of anger. The live audio captured the palpable tension in the atmosphere. Upon returning to the United Center, after the Bulls managed to reclaim a victory, the camera shifted to Lee, rallying the team in the locker room. In Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals, as Miami hit a buzzer-beating three-pointer, the documentary faithfully depicted the electrifying atmosphere within the United Center. The camera also captured the fury of Miami's players, returning to the bench with vacant stares. Unlike before, the documentary presented a scene where Lee took the tactical board and illustrated the strategy. When facing the camera again, Jeff Van Gundy expressed no embarrassment. Instead, smiling candidly, "Lee is born for the big stage. Ultimately, our strategy is to give him the ball." Once more, viewers witnessed the dramatic 9-second mark, the long-range three-pointer that sealed the victory, a moment forever etched in Lee's legacy. Larry Johnson, reflecting on that scene before the camera, erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "That was the most spectacular assist of my life. I will never forget that play." After the tumultuous Eastern Conference Finals, we swiftly arrived at a moment of anguish for Karl Malone. When Malone missed his free throw, the camera captured a beaming Ewing, whose smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear, completely indifferent to Malone's distress, exclaiming, "God has answered my prayers. I know the Knicks are destined for the championship." The final scene of the first episode of the New York Dynasty featured a triumphant finger raised by Ewing, as the Utah duo exited in dejection, and Starks embraced Ewing, both overwhelmed with tears. When the camera returned to Starks, the veteran appeared to have just relived that moment, reflecting on his own career, and he tearfully declared, "This is the most beautiful moment of my career. Thank you, Lee, for saving me." In the 62-minute documentary, although Lee had limited screen time, most of the highlights belonged to him. The emotional commentary from several veterans, coupled with Jeff Van Gundy's articulate praise, transformed what was intended as a Knicks documentary into an engaging personal showcase. Following the airing of the first episode, New York fans were captivated, while Bulls and Jazz supporters found themselves unsettled. This prompted reactions from Pippen, Rodman, and Steve Kerr during interviews, with Pippen remarking, "We are not that foolish. I dislike the way the Bulls are portrayed. We have 5 championships." Upon returning to Chicago, Pippen criticized this narrative, but to New York media, such a reaction was a sign of vulnerability, leading to a renewed focus on Pippen's contributions to New York in the following day's newspapers. Karl Malone, equally irked, chose to abstain from interviews, mindful of past missteps. This evident discomfort did not escape scrutiny, as the New York Post revisited Malone's key moments of underperformance throughout his career. After 2 days of this unfolding drama, Phil Jackson could no longer contain himself, entering the fray of verbal sparring, and a single documentary reignited excitement during the off-season. The viewership ratings for the documentary were indeed impressive, and the ongoing exchanges added to the public's enjoyment. During this time, Lee had been in England for a week, primarily focused on the national team's World Cup qualifiers. In the Premier League, Manchester United had already secured their 3rd consecutive title, showcasing dominance far beyond what later managers like Solskjaer or Ten Hag could replicate. After visiting clubs such as Arsenal, Liverpool, Leeds United, and Chelsea, the outlook was less optimistic than anticipated. On the afternoon of the 11th, preparing for a soiree hosted by the Spice Girl Victoria that evening, Lee and his companions donned formal attire. Bobby, with his exceptional memory, combined financial insights with on-site observations, furrowing his brow as he suggested. Most football clubs still struggle to turn a profit. While the fans here seem remarkably loyal, ticket sales and sponsorships are insufficient to prevent losses. They chose a 5-star hotel in Manchester, just a 10-minute walk from the stadium, to immerse themselves in the local culture and observe the authentic fan environment. As a publicly traded football club, Manchester United's financial statements appeared quite impressive. However, for the group, seeing was believing. As Bobby's financial acumen grew, so too did his demeanor, becoming increasingly mature and cautious. Standing by the window, they gazed upon the landscape of the world's first industrialized city. After a moment of contemplation, Liu spoke. Since achieving the treble in '99, this club has gained extensive influence worldwide. In competitive sports, success is paramount. It is only through outstanding performance that revenue can flourish. Notably, unlike many top clubs that are privately owned and operated based on personal whims, Manchester United is a publicly traded football club. Its revenue and profits primarily derive from sustained operational activities, and I believe that income from ticket sales, sponsorships, and broadcasting rights will continue to rise. Moreover, with player transactions, if globalization persists, this could prove to be a lucrative investment. As an authentic American, Bobby's true passion lay in basketball, although he also enjoyed watching football and baseball. His understanding of soccer largely stemmed from the World Cup. Surprised by Liu's optimism regarding the Premier League's development, Bobby ran his fingers through his golden hair, raising an eyebrow with implied significance. Share your plans. You must be aware that many football clubs here are operating at a loss. Given your current financial capacity, sustaining operations will be challenging. Liu appreciated differing opinions and was aware that success in acquisition was not guaranteed. I require a leveraged buyout. We will purchase Manchester United's shares on the secondary market to reduce acquisition costs. If the buyout fails, profiting from stock trading can mitigate losses. We can further leverage the shares acquired from the secondary market, using the mortgaged funds for the acquisition, thereby lowering costs again. I want to expend excessive funds. By mortgaging assets like Old Trafford, I can secure financing from JP Morgan and certain private connections. Additionally, part of the funding will rely on hedge funds. With this portion of the loan repaid in kind, I need to extend the repayment period. You will assist me, won't you? Upon hearing the plan, Bobby AKS revealed a knowing smile. Although he lacked understanding of football club operations, he grasped Liu's intentions. You intend to burden the club with significant debt? Liu shrugged and nodded in acknowledgement, then succinctly added, after relisting, we may even have the opportunity to profit. Everyone gets what they need. I believe the loans are relatively secure and theoretically feasible. As for repaying the substantial debt, I have confidence in Manchester United. When time permits, you should experience the football atmosphere here. In early October, there will be a World Cup qualifying match at Old Trafford. Unlike in America, the people here are solely devoted to football. Bobby nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that transforming the acquisition of a football club into a financial maneuver was theoretically viable. Yet he needed to consider the implications from the British government. Do you wish to turn this club into a family enterprise? Quite an intriguing notion. I suggest you have more children. Liu smiled. As this was indeed part of his plan, children would come in due time. Bobby's girlfriend, Laura, is a fair-haired Irish immigrant, hailing from a family of firefighters, with her brothers all serving in the profession. Upon entering the room, this blonde maiden appeared somewhat reserved, unprepared for the lavish expenditures that ensued after arriving in the UK with Liu. In stark contrast to Ivana, who indiscriminately swiped her card without a glance at prices and even posed for the cameras, Laura felt particularly out of place. Liu, choosing not to dwell on the acquisition matters, teasingly remarked to Bobby, it seems your partner is not particularly fond of you. Should your partner depart, things could become rather complicated. Bobby, aware that Liu was privy to internal company affairs, merely smirked, refraining from a direct response. I am the one in the right. I have consistently created value for the company. High returns invariably accompany high risks, and certain unconventional transactions naturally rendered the partners at Axe Capital uneasy. Liu, uninterested in further gossip, turned his attention to Ivana, who had just entered the room clad in a tailored suit. He embraced the golden-haired beauty and called out to the other two, enjoy the evening's festivities, and take a moment to admire Beckham's castle. He is indeed a true football star. In the 1998 World Cup, during the round of 16, Beckham received a red card for kicking Simeone, leading to England's elimination by Argentina, and thus the public enemy #1 was born. The Daily Mail sensationalized the incident with an exaggerated headline, 10 lions and 1 fool. Angered fans believed Beckham had devoted too much energy to his wife, the pop diva Victoria, which in turn affected his performance. Their marriage faced increasing skepticism. Yet Victoria remained steadfast, continuing to secure endorsements for her husband and attempting to penetrate the American market. Liu harbored little fondness for the couple. Their relationship was merely superficial. They had exchanged pleasantries when the Spice Girls toured New York, amounting to little more than a nodding acquaintance. However, as Liu's influence in America grew, proactive overtures ensued. The evening's gathering was arranged by Victoria to welcome Liu. Beckham's castle, located in the village of Alderley Edge on the outskirts of Manchester, spans 12 acres, featuring substantial residential space. In addition to numerous bedrooms and bathrooms, the estate boasts a swimming pool, a football pitch, and a helicopter landing pad. The guests of the evening primarily comprised individuals from the entertainment and fashion industries, including several of Beckham's Manchester United teammates. Solskjaer, ever the gentleman in formal attire, engaged in friendly conversations with everyone. Meanwhile, Beckham, sporting a newly shaved head, appeared somewhat despondent, burdened by the team's disappointing performance in the World Cup qualifiers, for which he bore the brunt of the blame. Perhaps unable to confide too much to his wife, Beckham seized the opportunity after a few drinks to vent to Liu. "I've watched matches in New York, and the fans there are incredibly passionate, unlike those in England. They even burned my jersey and hung a mannequin dressed in it outside a pub in London. Goodness, everyone is berating me. I apologize. I should not have spoken of these matters." In the preceding years, Beckham was brimming with vitality, and the American media incessantly gossiped about his romantic escapades. During Victoria's tour in New York, he accompanied her to the United States. However, after their marriage, Beckham's demeanor noticeably waned compared to his earlier exuberance. Yet, given the public scrutiny, Liu could only offer a dose of bitter wisdom. To achieve greatness, one must inevitably endure trials. Perhaps this is a divine test. Such is the nature of competitive sports. Until the final moment, one must not relinquish hope, for providence favors the prepared. After a few grievances, his spirits lifted considerably. Beckham rarely divulged such matters in the presence of women, believing that celebrities could hardly comprehend the athlete's plight. Liu engaged Beckham and the Manchester United players in lighthearted gossip, even showcasing his own skills, eliciting gasps of astonishment from them. Upon seeing Giggs, Scholes, and Roy Keane, a cascade of memories flooded Liu's mind. As the gathering drew to a close, Victoria, observing her inebriated husband, whispered, "Ferguson disapproves of us. I wish for David to pursue opportunities in America, as an athlete's career is fraught with uncertainty. Lee, you understand." At that moment, Victoria, clad in a white gown, felt a wave of despondency wash over her, burdened by public criticism, a truly disheartening experience. Liu nodded. Perhaps Beckham, hailing from a working-class background, did not contemplate the future with great depth, but a woman who had navigated the entertainment industry for years yearned for more. Upon returning to the hotel that night, Ivana shared the latest gossip gleaned from her circle. It was said that the coach wielded significant power within Manchester United, and everyone was bound to obey him. He could even intervene in Beckham's marriage, an astonishing notion. In Ivana's impression, coaches were meant to serve superstars. In the Knicks, Jeff Van Gundy would boast about Liu daily. Yet meddling in personal lives seemed utterly unfathomable. After their shower, Liu, ever considerate, gently tousled Ivana's golden locks. She, unfazed by the sudden intimacy, nestled into his embrace after a playful murmur. Liu whispered sweet nothings, prompting her to giggle, as he felt her form writhing in his arms. An unexpected thought crossing his mind. With such a voluptuous figure, she could certainly bear several robust children. The Sun reported on the previous night's gathering, and soon, New York media noted that Liu had lingered in Britain for an extended period. However, with the second episode of the documentary just aired, the fallout from Charles Oakley's remarks about the Spurs being a bunch of softies ignited a new round of controversy. Ewing, basking in his post-retirement glory, had settled comfortably into his role as a legend. Meanwhile, Olajuwon did not conclude his career with the Rockets. In early August, he was traded to the Raptors, ultimately netting the Rockets a first-round pick in the 2002 draft and a second-round pick in 2002. This trade sparked considerable debate among commentators, as a championship center's departure from the team seemed somewhat devoid of sentiment. The Lakers were in a state of desperation, yet the free agency market offered no desirable players. Much like the Knicks, who, despite possessing a trade exception, found themselves unable to utilize it. Indeed, this year lacked any significant talents. As August drew to a close, the Mavericks traded a second-round pick from 2004 to acquire Tim Hardaway from the Heat, though it appeared that Pat Riley had made a loss in acquiring these assets. He was, in fact, laying the groundwork for a team rebuild. On August 26th, the New York media finally caught sight of Liu. With the Knicks training camp on the horizon, his return to New York after 2 months of inactivity on the court necessitated early practice sessions with the team. That evening, following the airing of the 3rd episode of the New York Dynasty documentary, Shaquille O'Neal was once again provoked. The reason being, during the film, Liu had repeatedly assured Ewing, "Do not worry about the hefty opponent. He cannot defend the pick and roll at all. This year, we can sweep them." In this episode of the documentary, Ewing had transformed into the ultimate physical shield, while Liu took charge of the team. Consequently, he often assumed the role of spokesperson in the locker room. Although some segments had been omitted from the broadcast, Liu's remarks still managed to offend certain players, leaving a lasting impression on many viewers, particularly his comments about Kobe. "Trust me, guys. Let that little fellow continue to shoot. Believe me, he will miss." Most viewers watching the documentary erupted in laughter, while Kobe, far away in Los Angeles, was infuriated. A lifelong rival. The ratings for the three-peat episode saw a slight increase, with many fans gaining insight into another facet of Liu, an unwavering confidence. In interviews, he consistently presented a humble demeanor, yet within the confines of the locker room. He rarely concerned himself with the performance of his opponents and had a unique way of encouraging his teammates. On the morning of the 27th, at his residence on 82nd Street, Liu awoke to find only the unemployed Kristen Litt still sound asleep, completely entangled with him, rarely free from sponsorship events. He embraced the young woman and suddenly had a thought, summoning his talent panel. Noticing that Karl Malone's extraordinary physique had vanished, fully digested, Liu was left speechless, not practicing at all, and yet I could still assimilate talent? I extend my gratitude to my readers for their subscription support. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 237, The Collapsing High-Rise, Daily Chapter. On Monday, September 10th, 2001, most sports commentators were still reveling in the spectacle. Each airing of the documentary sparked a new wave of controversies. General Manager Glenn Feldman discreetly traded away Chauncey Billups, with the Knicks ultimately acquiring a second-round pick from the Hawks in exchange. The Hawks made no promises of a starting position, as their interest lay in Billups' expiring contract. Billups took it in stride, recognizing that, with Liu playing 36 minutes per game, his chances to shine as a starter were virtually non-existent. New York fans scarcely paid attention to this trade. In their eyes, Billups remained the same underperformer, perhaps showing a slight improvement, yet still branded as a mere hanger-on. The Knicks are striving to accumulate draft picks, yet at times, the market does not revolve around them. The high-salaried center, Luke Kornet, has become a burden. Unless they are willing to part with their own draft picks, no one is inclined to take on the responsibility, and even if they do, they must also handle additional undesirable contracts. After 2 months of inquiries, Glenn Fielder has come to terms with reality. This trade is a significant loss. The Lakers, who have been closely monitoring the Knicks' movements, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. With Allen Houston gone, their strength has diminished, leaving them unable to effectively bolster their roster in the free market. As the dynasty crumbles, the Lakers see a glimmer of hope. General Manager Kupchak is under immense pressure, as Los Angeles fans are deeply disappointed with the team's off-season activities. Even with the signing of scorer Lynchy Hunt, the majority of fans remain unconvinced. The outspoken Magic Johnson has voiced his opinions on an ESPN program. If the Lakers falter in the Western playoffs, I would not be surprised. I can even see fear in the eyes of some players. This statement primarily criticizes Derek Fisher. Following the airing of the 4th episode of the New York Dynasty on NBC, Fisher was compelled to accept an interview. "I cannot contain Lee. Yes, during the game. I had to resort to other methods to defend against him. He is too strong, incredibly fast, and I cannot predict his offense. He is also very intelligent on the court, always seeking weaknesses and never forcing shots, preferring to reach his sweet spot before shooting. I haven't frequently matched up with Michael Jordan, but in my view, Lee is even more challenging. I feel he can shoot from anywhere on the court, and no one in the league can restrict him. Fisher's words during the offseason have infuriated Los Angeles fans, with many calling for his trade. And the label of soft has been firmly placed on him. The Los Angeles Times has been stirring the pot, aiming not only to keep the Lakers in the spotlight, but also hoping for some significant trades. In early July, Lee was invited by Tim Grover to train in Chicago alongside Michael. Perhaps after dominating the younger player, Michael's confidence swelled, leading him to challenge Lee, only to be easily outmaneuvered. Even after more than 2 months without touching a basketball, merely maintaining physical activity through running, Lee still managed to maintain commendable physical condition. The chain reaction led Michael, who had planned to announce his return at the beginning of the month, to question his purpose, retreating into solitude for a week. On the morning of the 11th, as Lee watched Jean prepare to leave for work, he pulled her close and whispered, "Don't forget about lunch. I've made reservations at Jean Georges." Unaware of any disquiet, Jean smiled and gave Lee a quick kiss before teasingly holding up her briefcase, saying, "I have no work this morning. I can leave early." In particularly high spirits, Jean skipped out the door, prompting Lee to rub his forehead, realizing it was 7:05, and he should reach the office in under half an hour. With this thought, he finally exhaled in relief. Just as he stepped downstairs, he encountered the disheveled Miranda, who, upon seeing Lee, immediately jumped into his arms, showering him with kisses while murmuring softly, "You little rascal. Don't do this again." Last night, 2 individuals engaged in playful antics. At this moment, Miranda's eyes were still glistening with tears, and her body felt weak. Liu gently lifted the spirited young lady into his arms, softly saying, "I've already arranged your leave for the morning. You can rest well at home." The bustling atmosphere of Manhattan seemed unchanged, until around 9 o'clock when a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, just as Miranda instinctively approached the window on the 3rd floor. Preparing for breakfast, she caught sight of a distant building billowing smoke and gasped, "OMG." Liu also opened his mouth in astonishment, but his phone rang almost immediately. Upon answering, Bobby's frantic voice rushed through, "My partner may be in trouble, Lee. I see an opportunity, and I need some financial backing. You must be out of your mind. There's no time for explanations. If possible, please look after Laura." Liu listened to the beeping on the line, then snapped his phone in half. This private device had only been used once, and now it was destined for the trash. Over the past year, Liu had invested most of his capital in shorting U.S. stocks and oil futures. Regardless of the market's attempts to instill confidence, U.S. stocks continued their downward trajectory. Such operations could only be described as modestly profitable, as the stock market fluctuated with ups and downs, while oil futures remained lukewarm. A portion of his funds had been entrusted to AKS Capital, where Bobby's hedge fund yielded considerably higher returns. After ensuring Jin's safety, Liu arrived at St. Vincent's Hospital precisely at 10 o'clock. As everyone witnessed the collapse of the skyscraper, they instinctively covered their mouths in shock, desperately dialing numbers with no response. Laura instinctively attempted to flee the hospital, but Liu restrained her, as surrounding colleagues urgently cautioned, "Don't act rashly. Laura, your brother will be fine." Perhaps sensing the gravity of the situation, the blonde girl ultimately collapsed into Liu's embrace, weeping inconsolably, as the prospects for the firefighters appeared grim. Manhattan had descended into chaos. Liu had done all he could to reach the hospital. He comforted the young lady in his arms, as similar scenes unfolded throughout the facility. By nightfall, all entertainment programs had ceased, and nearly every television channel condemned the attack. The repercussions of the building's collapse were profound. Many individuals from the financial sector were taken in one fell swoop, and as Manhattan lost its sense of security, companies would inevitably choose to relocate. As public confidence in national security waned, panic selling ensued, causing U.S. stocks to plunge once more. In the late hours of the night, within a home on 82nd Street, Jean and Miranda lay nestled in Liu's embrace, the three of them merely seeking solace in one another's warmth. Miranda, sensing Liu's protective hold, tilted her head slightly, and, in a tone akin to soothing a child, asked, "Clay, should we move? I could resign from my job. We could find safety in another city." Jean leaned in to kiss Liu, nuzzling against him, and softly echoed, "Leaving Manhattan could be wise. No one knows if such an attack might occur again." I was terrified. Everyone in the office couldn't believe such an event was happening. Liu, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. His unease stemmed primarily from the message sent by Bobby. The profits might exceed $700 million. Industries such as airlines, hospitality, and shipping had all suffered, yet Bobby, having lost his partner, emerged as the ultimate victor. Liu embraced the two young women beside him, inhaling the fragrant aroma of their perfumes, and softly remarked, "Let us remain in Manhattan. It is quite safe here. Sleep now, my dear, life will improve." On September 16th, clad in a black suit, Liu attended the funeral of Laura's relatives. The resilient blonde girl wept inconsolably in Bobby's arms, seemingly burdened by guilt for not being by her girlfriend's side in her time of need, while Bobby's eyes brimmed with remorse. The Greenwood Cemetery, located in Brooklyn and not far from Manhattan, witnessed Liu and Bobby in silence as they observed several waves of bereaved family members shedding tears. Having previously attended the funeral of a company partner, Axe Capital had not crumbled under the weight of this tragedy. Rather, it had emerged even stronger. "I will provide support for the families of the victims. I assure you that their children will have the opportunity to attend prestigious schools. This is my duty," Bobby stated. Dressed in black, and upon uttering these words, he appeared to feel a sense of relief. Casting a glance at Liu, Bobby lit a cigarette, took a puff, and was immediately seized by a fit of coughing. "Do you wish to become my partner? Do not worry about subsequent matters. This is my personal decision, and it is also my responsibility." Liu, after all, was not an American at heart. He cared for his friends, but remained indifferent to Bobby's so-called fortune from national calamity. He nodded, gazing at the cemetery, and softly replied, "You merely see opportunities. If you feel burdened, you may share your thoughts with me." Shaking his head and ruffling his disheveled golden hair, Bobby fell silent once more. Manhattan remained shrouded in gloom. Yet perhaps time would heal the wounds. As a star player in New York, following the collapse of the towers, Liu generously donated $2 million to the New York Fire Department, FDNY, and the Special Operations Command, SOC, as well as an additional $2 million to assist struggling families. These funds represented his after-tax salary for the upcoming season, and in response, Mayor Giuliani and the City Hall staff expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Liu. Giuliani's performance during this crisis was commendable, earning him immense respect and earning him the title of America's mayor, effectively turning around some previous negative perceptions. Naturally, during this tumultuous period, Giuliani would extend his term to continue overseeing New York. The NBA headquarters, also situated in New York, saw David Stern organizing charitable endeavors among star players, with Liu naturally taking the lead. If there were a prestige ranking for the New York area, Liu would likely have attained a level of respect by this point. The Knicks training camp, however, could not commence as scheduled, and Jeff Van Gundy participated in the charitable activities. The new season would most likely see the team training through games. On September 25th, Michael Jordan officially announced his return, providing a much-needed boost to the morale of the despondent populace. Michael has demonstrated remarkable generosity by donating $1 million, which constitutes his entire salary, to assist the families who have lost loved ones. His return has elicited a rather lukewarm response in the New York area. In stark contrast, Liu has displayed even greater magnanimity by donating an entire year's salary. Despite the prevailing animosity towards the affluent, no one has voiced grievances regarding Liu's endorsement fees. The NBA preseason has also been affected, with many players declining to board flights and showing little interest in playing abroad. As the sense of insecurity extends beyond the general populace to the players themselves, who are equally averse to encountering perilous situations. At this juncture, Ivana has ceased to urge Liu to purchase property in Manhattan. Instead, she fervently encourages him to relocate to Florida for a spell. Meanwhile, the ever-enthusiastic Scarlett has been actively promoting, and upon hearing the news, she too advises Liu to vacate Manhattan, suggesting he take his obstinate brother along with him. On September 28th, at the Tarrytown Training Center, the Knicks training camp officially commenced. Over the ensuing fortnight, as the White House launched a vigorous offensive to reshape its previously feeble image, the international community responded with vehement condemnation, leading to an unprecedented unity within America. Despite lingering concerns regarding safety, the absence of incidents over the past 2 weeks has allowed the majority to regain a semblance of stability in their lives. Jeff Van Gundy surveyed the assembly in the arena and glanced at the extensive roster in hand, feeling a frown of discontent form within. The lineup fell short of his expectations. In the backcourt, Liu, Brevin Knight. In the frontcourt, Grant Hill, Ron Artest, Pau Gasol, Glenn Robinson, Quartet Thomas, Steven Jackson. And for the atmosphere group, Trenton Hassel, Anthony Smith, Luke Walton, Jaren Collins. This lineup, in theory, boasts considerable talent, with Glenn Robinson being the 7th overall pick in the 1996 draft, standing at 2.11 meters, perfectly suited for a blue-collar backup role. The starting roster predominantly comprises first-round draft picks, marking a complete departure from the Ewing era for the Knicks. Without the constraints of a small budget, Artest finds himself unburdened. His spirits lifted. Arriving at the training camp early, he quickly forms a rapport with Steven Jackson, both sharing a mutual fondness for boxing. Having completed the physical assessments, Artest wears a perpetual smile, thinking to himself, "This is the Knicks team I have been eagerly anticipating." On the other side, Liu casually dribbles the ball and notices Gasol's nervousness. He immediately offers a reassuring smile, saying, "Everyone thought you performed exceptionally well in the Summer League. The regular season will not be much different. Just like in the Spanish League, your experience in America will not bring about significant changes." With his short hair and minimal facial hair, Gasol still retains a youthful demeanor. Upon hearing Liu's words, he nods in agreement, recognizing that the team's transformation is beneficial for him. Though he expresses concern about the New York media, "I am merely apprehensive about our performance declining and the discontent of the New York fans. Kukoc has informed me that the people here have a penchant for victory." Liu notices that Gasol's English has improved significantly, and in response to Gasol's worries, he merely shakes his head with a smile. The Knicks belong to the Eastern Conference. In truth, there is no need for concern regarding our performance or the playoffs. Gasol harbored some confusion, while on the other side, Grant Hill, upon hearing Liu's candid remarks, could only softly elucidate. What Lee implies is that the strength of the Eastern Conference teams is relatively weak, even if our record declines. There is a substantial probability that we can still remain in the upper echelon, possibly even securing the top spot in the East. To reach the finals, we merely need to break free from the Eastern Conference. Throughout a season, we face Western Conference teams only twice, so their performance does not significantly affect us. In stark contrast to Liu's bustling off-season, Grant Hill found solace in focusing on his recovery after appearing on various sports programs. Most of his time was devoted to rehabilitation and checkups. As the new season approached, Hill had no intention of slacking off. Without Allen Houston, he had become the team's second offensive option. He had meticulously maintained his goatee and noticeably slimmed down, adhering to his doctor's advice to refine his physique during the offseason. While the trio engaged in casual conversation, the diminutive Brevin Knight stood awkwardly to the side, the shortest in the entire training facility. The new players were somewhat apprehensive, bombarded by Liu's media coverage throughout the offseason. Coupled with the disparities in income and tactical standing, they hesitated to speak up, fearful of inadvertently offending their leader. Steven Jackson, however, was more at ease, sharing light-hearted whispers with Artest nearby. After the physical assessments concluded, only Longley failed to meet the standards, seemingly ready to give up. Jeff Van Gundy, adopting the demeanor of a championship coach, began to dispense motivational platitudes. First and foremost, on behalf of the coaching staff and the team, I extend a warm welcome to all of you joining the Knicks. Regardless of how you have played in the past, upon arriving here, your foremost task is to trust your teammates. Although our roster is youthful, I will not lower my expectations. This season, the Knicks will continue striving for the championship. It is our sole pursuit. The bald-headed young coach spoke at length with a singular purpose, to convey that anyone desiring a starting position must heed his call for diligent training. The rookie players found the championship coach's words melodious and his demands rigorous, yet no one opposed these expectations. In fact, they felt he was entirely justified. With the backing of 4 consecutive championships, Van Gundy's reputation within coaching circles had reached its zenith, and most of the new players gazed at him with reverence. However, Steven Jackson, privy to some insider knowledge, was not entirely swayed by the head coach's words. After finishing his motivational broth, he proactively greeted Liu. "Lee, I am thrilled to be part of the Knicks. It seems I might finally earn a championship ring." Artest, sensing Jackson's amiable nature, chimed in. "Steven also enjoys practicing boxing. Too bad Larry is no longer with us. Otherwise, we could form a team to spar." Liu first exchanged fist bumps with Jackson, then, noting Artest's cheerful demeanor, playfully teased, "Ron, how's your three-point shooting coming along? Don't tell me you spent the off-season solely honing your boxing skills and chasing after women." Artest could only chuckle awkwardly, lacking confidence. But in an effort to save face in front of his friends, he boasted, "This season, my three-point shooting percentage will surely exceed 35. Next year, it will be close to 40. Noticing Liu's skeptical gaze, Adister swiftly changed the subject. "Let us engage in another contest of strength during lunch, Stephen. Do not underestimate Li's power in arm wrestling. Even some of the larger individuals cannot match him." Liu patted Adister on the shoulder, realizing that one could hardly expect this individual to suddenly become formidable. The group chatted and laughed as they prepared for lunch, and Liu felt quite satisfied with his physical condition. Strength, 82, stamina, 98. These two attributes had risen gradually without any training, accompanied by changes in another talent. After a period of dormancy, Michael Jordan's extraordinary core strength had transformed into a purplish hue. While observing his new teammates, Liu felt a slight sense of pride. One simply needs to sit at home, and one's skills will naturally improve. Although Jeff Van Gundy projected confidence in front of the coaching staff and players, he was quite dissatisfied with the off-season maneuvers. During lunch, he decided to approach General Manager Glenn Field, who was busy evaluating players. Upon noticing the balding young coach, Glenn casually remarked, "Jeff, do not worry about the backcourt issues. We still have time to enhance our roster. The primary concern now is the lack of desirable players in the free market. Look at the Lakers. They have also given up on Brian Shaw. Aging players are no longer suitable for championship teams. I will not opt for veterans." The Knicks had been preoccupied with charitable activities recently, so Jeff Van Gundy had not monitored the free market. Upon hearing this, he could only voice his discontent in a hushed tone. "We still require a more defensively proficient backcourt player. We cannot expect Lee to play 40 minutes during the regular season in case of injuries." Glenn stroked his chin, seemingly aware of the young coach's underlying thoughts, and suddenly said, "Jeff, no need to beat around the bush. We have known each other for many years. Share your thoughts." Caught off guard, Jeff Van Gundy remained unperturbed. For he was a championship coach. "How about we sign Charlie Ward? He is experienced and puts forth tremendous effort on defense. Furthermore, he is familiar with the Knicks' playing style and could effectively complement the roster." As he spoke, Jeff's tone grew increasingly confident, eager for his favored player to return to the team. Upon hearing this, General Manager Glenn Field donned a bemused expression and replied seriously, "Are you sure Charlie is acquainted with the current Knicks playing style? He has not even found a position with other teams and a minimum salary contract. Are we to bring him to the team as an ineffective practice player?" Jeff's brow furrowed at this response, seemingly displeased with the reaction, and was about to continue when Glenn cheerfully interjected, "Lee does not like Charlie, so he can forget about returning to the Knicks, Jeff. You should be well aware of this." The balding young coach immediately felt deflated. His favored player sought his assistance, and as a coach of 4 consecutive championships, he had naturally agreed. Yet, the harsh reality struck once more, and Jeff's expression darkened. Glenn Field, with a chuckle, deftly shifted the topic, providing a way out for his counterpart. As the balding young coach exited the office, Glenn Field meticulously organized the documents at hand, a smirk of disdain playing upon his lips. Reflecting on the curly-haired boss's demands, he internally reveled in a sense of schadenfreude, wishing, "Do your best, Jeff. There are certain things you shall never attain." The chapter concluded. And in Chapter 238, titled NBA Games Aren't So Difficult, a routine installment, we find ourselves on October 8, 2001. In the aftermath of last month's catastrophic collapse, most entertainment programs remained suspended. Upon turning on the television, mainstream channels were engrossed in discussions regarding the attack, while the populace of New York, stripped of their sense of security, ardently supported the advent of war. Random street interviews revealed the sentiments of ordinary citizens, with many expressing concerns over the potential for similar occurrences. Meanwhile, numerous financial institutions had already made their positions clear by relocating from Manhattan to New Jersey or Connecticut. In light of these developments, Liu's personal documentary, training camp plans, and the launch of his new sneakers were all postponed until around Christmas. The NBA was similarly affected. The preseason could only be conducted domestically, with most stars vehemently opposing international play. During this sensitive period, many sought to avoid air travel. David Stern found himself particularly helpless, as his plans to send several teams to Spain, Russia, and Mexico had all been dashed. Amidst this turmoil, interest in team gossip waned. ESPN ceased its coverage of internal matters concerning the Lakers, as no one seemed inclined to watch. Conversely, Mike's return garnered widespread acclaim. and Michael Jordan seemingly transformed into a so-called hero once again. The Knicks training camp officially commenced on October 1st. Over these days, Jeff Van Gundy's mood had soured. Achieving a four-peat had not earned him much respect within the team. General manager Glenn Field would merely inform him of trades, while the curly-haired owner busied himself enhancing New York's public image, frequently appearing at charitable events. The locker room was firmly under Liu's control, with many rookie players striving to adapt to him, while the coaching staff remained unchanged, lacking greater authority. Despite his discontent, Jeff Van Gundy often showcased his renowned coaching demeanor during media interviews, stating, "Although the training camp started quite late, I believe the team's condition is remarkably good. Gasol is a young player with professional league experience. Age is not an issue, and I am thrilled to coach such a tall individual." When queried by the New York media, Jeff Van Gundy frequently praised Gasol, as anticipation for the next Ewing grew among all. The balding young coach spoke flattering words. Yet within, he felt an undeniable dissatisfaction. Gasol's long arms, coupled with his height, bestowed him with considerable static talent. However, in contrast to the predominantly robust and formidable interior players in the league, Gasol's shortcomings are quite apparent. His physique is somewhat slender, lacking in physicality, and exhibiting a certain softness. As he assumes the center position, Gasol has demonstrated numerous issues during training, yet such challenges are common among rookies. It has never been a simple endeavor for a towering player to firmly establish himself in the NBA. What further troubles Jeff Van Gundy is Liu's tactical approach, which consistently diverges from his expectations. The balding young coach hopes Gasol will develop a more aggressive low-post game and increase his muscle mass after entering the league. Yet, Liu eschews low-post play entirely. With the defensive 3-second rule in effect, he expects everyone to clear the way for him, leading to an increase in scoring opportunities beneath the basket this season. The notion of playing 1-on-4? Such a scenario is non-existent within the Knicks. The center's role is primarily to facilitate and exploit limited mismatches, with the remainder consisting of pick-and-roll plays. Kodo Thomas has long been accustomed to this style of play, and as he approaches his contract year, he has diligently practiced jump shots near the free-throw line during the offseason, aiming to capitalize on scoring opportunities. He regards the head coach's opinions with indifference, hardly taking them to heart. As for Gasol, with his somewhat frail physique, there are no extravagant expectations for low-post aggression. Merely securing more playing time by capitalizing on scoring chances is the primary goal for his rookie season. A week into training camp, Van Gundy, who had hoped to reinvigorate his tactical philosophy following the team's revamp, finds himself disheartened, realizing that disengagement remains his most viable option. After the training session on the afternoon of the 8th, the players dutifully returned home, refraining from indulging in leisure activities, as Manhattan remained engulfed in sorrow. The excavation efforts at the collapsed skyscraper continued, and upon turning on the television, one could witness families weeping inconsolably. In such an environment, spirits were understandably low. Learning to empathize is an essential lesson for NBA players. To avoid criticism, retreating home to entertain oneself in solitude is the most prudent choice during this extraordinary time. Liu exchanged embraces with each staff member, and equipment manager Old Mike cheerfully extended an invitation. "Lee, come over for a drink at my place. I've recently developed a fondness for white wine." "Next time for sure, Mike. I have a preseason game tomorrow, and I need to adequately prepare. My training time has been somewhat limited, and my physical condition isn't at its peak yet." Liu jested with Old Mike about his recent struggles in practice, to which the latter remained unfazed, maintaining significant confidence in him. "No worries, Lee. You've already secured 4 championships. It's time to learn how to enjoy life. Adjust your physical state and rely on the regular season." Upon overhearing this exchange, Van Gundy felt a pang of nostalgia as he observed the two departing, reflecting on how, after 4 consecutive championships, he remained in the same role as before. Assistant coach Tom Thibodeau, however, was unaware of the balding young coach's sentiments and subtly suggested regarding the team's defensive state. "This season, we may concede more points in the low post. But that's to be expected. Gasol is still quite exceptional, at least not inferior to those high school players." Perhaps reflecting on his inability to secure a contract extension with the team, Jeff Van Gundy suddenly felt a wave of lethargy wash over him upon hearing those words. He merely waved his hand dismissively and replied with a hint of resignation, "There's no need to dwell on that. Our interior defense has consistently posed challenges." Since Kurt joined the starting lineup, he has been able to contribute significantly on the defensive end. Sensing the bald-headed coach's lack of enthusiasm, Thibodeau refrained from further discussion. Aware of the inner workings of the Knicks, he had initially intended to encourage Jeff Van Gundy to focus earnestly on defense and remain steadfast. But upon witnessing the latter's gesture of departure, Thibodeau could only sigh in resignation. Isn't entrusting the offensive responsibilities to the players a wise choice? On the evening of October 9th, the Knicks were set to host their first preseason game at Madison Square Garden. The NBA had specifically arranged for the Wizards to come to New York, allowing Macau to extend his regards to the injured Knicks fans. Earlier that afternoon, both teams participated in a charity event, visiting several families affected by tragedies. Having sold his shares and donned his jersey once more, Macau remained immensely popular. Prior to the game at 7 p.m., during an interview, Macau not only conveyed his greetings to New York, but also expressed his excitement about returning to the court. "I am thrilled. It feels as though I have returned to my youth when I first entered the league. Old Oak and Doug are here, and everything seems to have reverted to the past. I am once again experiencing the joy that basketball brings me." Clad in the Wizards' practice attire, Macau spoke passionately to the media, his happiness emanating from a place of sincerity. In the locker room, reporters surrounded Macau, while Kwame Brown seemed to fade into the background. Largely overlooked, unable to connect with the seasoned veterans on the team, head coach Doug Collins would flatter him. Yet no one offered guidance on how to improve or integrate into the team. His agent, Mark Bartelstein, had provided him with a plethora of advice that Kwame found unnecessary, as he truly had no common ground with those veterans. Hamilton was also in a less than pleasant mood. Macau was not an ideal teammate, and the so-called high-pressure management style had become outdated. Those motivational tactics, akin to acts of defiance, failed to ignite the competitive spirit of rational players. Instead, they fostered a sense of disrespect, and the old-school methods were ill-suited for the Wizards. While everyone circled around Macau in the home team's locker room, Liu cheerfully introduced his new teammates to the New York media. This year's new players, aside from Gasol, had not held press conferences. The reason lay in their obscurity and lack of standout statistics. Stephen Jackson's journey had indeed been arduous, but such experiences were commonplace among lower-tier players, and nothing extraordinary. As for the former top 10 draft picks who had transitioned into blue-collar roles, that was already common knowledge. These players failed to capture the attention of sports media. Stephen is a solid guy with a tough playing style. I believe the fans in New York will surely appreciate him. Though Nate spoke little, he should not be underestimated, as he consistently fulfilled the tactical requirements set by the coaching staff. Upon hearing Liu's remarks, Stephen Jackson cheerfully greeted the sports reporters, while Brevin Knight earnestly engaged in polite conversation. Tonight, the attendance at Madison Square Garden remained unaffected, with a significant number of fans present to witness the prowess of the player, Mike. Prior to the game, Mike Breen at the MSG commentary booth was introducing the starting lineup for the Wizards. He expressed his delight at seeing Mike on the court, noting that his physical condition displayed during training camp was exceptionally impressive. This evening, the Wizards' starting backcourt consisted of Courtney Alexander and Richard Hamilton, while the frontcourt featured Michael Jordan, Charles Oakley, and Christian Laettner. Walt Frazier refrained from commenting on the Wizards' lineup. As a franchise legend, he was more concerned with the Knicks' performance, acknowledging that the late start to this year's training camp might render the team somewhat sluggish. Nevertheless, he maintained a strong confidence in the Knicks, emphasizing that Lee has the ability to make the game easier. Mike's return was commendable, but he believed the Wizards would not pose significant challenges this season. Perhaps the neighboring Nets could achieve commendable results, having accumulated ample talent, with Jason Kidd as an outstanding leader. The commentary duo engaged in extensive conversation, while James Dolan represented the Knicks by donating a sum to aid those in distress. The New York celebrities in attendance also came to contribute, making the event feel less like a preseason game and more akin to an exhibition match. As the game commenced, both teams exhibited a degree of courtesy, with low intensity resulting in several missed shots. However, Mike appeared to be in fine form. Just before halftime, facing the defense of Grant Hill, he executed a signature fadeaway jumper from the right block. The mid-range shot swished through the net. It was evident to all that Mike was elated after scoring, especially amid the roaring cheers from the crowd, causing Michael Jordan to beam with joy. Liu played only 6 minutes in the first quarter and 5 in the early second quarter, spending the remaining time on the bench, waving a towel. The first half primarily focused on allowing Grant Hill and Pau Gasol to acclimate to the game. With just 12 seconds left in the first half, Grant Hill held the ball at the top of the arc. After a pick and roll with Gasol, he could not shake off Mike's pursuit. Approaching the left wing, Mike lowered his center of gravity and interfered with the ball, while Grant Hill, holding the ball in his left hand, merely angled his body slightly before quickly pivoting forward. Perhaps confident in his physical condition, Mike engaged in physical defense while swiftly sliding to the right. Suddenly, Grant Hill accelerated, leaning into Mike while adjusting his stride. And after 2 powerful dribbles, he gained half a step of separation. As Mike attempted to leap for a block, Grant Hill opted not to force a layup. Instead, drawing the defensive Leitner, he leapt to pass near the basket's left side. Seizing the opportunity, Gasol caught the ball, and with his long arms, effortlessly dunked it with a right-handed slam. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers, with just 12 seconds remaining on the Wizards' shot clock. It appears that Mikal is quite dissatisfied with his teammates' defensive efforts, as he shouted a few times in frustration. Hamilton casually tossed the ball towards the half-court, marking the official end of the first half. The Knicks held a slender lead of just 3 points, 43-46. Grant Hill, who had just made an assist, beamed with delight and celebrated with a high five to Gasol. Liu also approached his teammates to share a fist bump, and although he had an off night, he still managed to handle the Wizards with relative ease. With 5 successful shots out of 13 attempts and 2 out of 4 from the free throw line, Mikal secured the highest score for his team with 12 points. The vibrant atmosphere at Madison Square Garden seemed to invigorate Mikal. He was particularly focused and took a moment to converse with his teammates as he walked towards the player tunnel. Doug Collins, equally engaged, wore an excited expression, astonished by Mikal's exceptional form, and clapped as he walked. The content of the first half did not reveal much, especially since Liu had limited playing time and was somewhat lackadaisical during the game. In the commentary booth, Walter Fraser refrained from extensive analysis and instead stroked his chin. Reflecting, "We still need to acquire a scoring shooting guard. Our bench requires a potent scorer." Mike Breen also noted some issues, but, as the home commentator, he chose to highlight the positives. The big man, Oakley, has performed admirably, showcasing some splendid finishes near the basket. As the second half commenced, the Knicks reinstated their starting lineup, with Liu and Grant Hill in the backcourt and artist Kurt Thomas and Gasol in the frontcourt. The Wizards initiated the first offense, and the defensive chants of defense echoed once more throughout Madison Square Garden. In the opening play, the Wizards executed a cut play for Mikal. On the right side, near the baseline, Artest closely guarded Mikal, who quickly accelerated to evade him. Positioned at the right elbow, Oakley stood firm as Mikal swiftly popped out, using a screen to receive the ball near the free throw line. Although Courtney Alexander delivered the pass, its quality was subpar, slightly off target, preventing Mikal from executing a jump shot. With only a minor adjustment, Mikal decided against pushing through the screen, instead opting to step out of bounds to block Artest. Oakley promptly moved aside, stepping to the right block and drawing Kurt Thomas away. Seizing the opportunity, Mikal executed a quick jab step with his right foot before unexpectedly extending the ball with his left hand, performing a crossover step to break through. Striving to leverage his explosiveness, Mikal endeavored to shake off Artest's tight defense, yet his advance down the middle was thwarted after just 2 dribbles, forcing him to halt. In a moment of necessity, Mikal abruptly stopped, then spun swiftly, executing a backward jump shot. Artest maintained his defensive position and displayed remarkable anticipation, nearly executing a block. The shot, under duress, clanged off the rim. Gasol effortlessly secured the defensive rebound, but, adhering to his habitual play style, chose not to launch the ball up the court immediately, instead waiting for his teammates to position themselves. Although the counterattack could not be executed in a timely manner, Grant Hill, who received the ball, was not sluggish as he powered through Hamilton's defense along the right sideline, swiftly crossing half-court. At this moment, the players of the Wizards swiftly retreated on defense. As Gasol crossed half-court, he did not demand the ball in the low post. Instead, he paused at the arc's apex. Upon receiving the pass, he immediately pivoted, cradling the ball in his left hand and gradually shifting towards the left wing. Liu, already stationed on the left wing, first moved toward the arc, then abruptly halted, feigning a backdoor cut before accelerating once more, successfully catching Gasol's handoff. The latter faked a screen and swiftly descended, while Liu, holding the ball in his right hand, momentarily slowed just beyond the three-point line, deftly evading his defender, Alexander, before launching into a rapid drive. Despite Alexander's quick reflexes and desperate sliding steps, he prematurely shifted his body weight, failing to notice Li Yu's short strides. Just as Li Yu crossed the three-point line, he suddenly executed a between-the-legs dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand and quickly retreating beyond the arc. Alexander, caught off guard and momentarily displaced by Li Yu's deceptive movement, could only leap in place in a futile attempt to contest the shot as Li Yu calmly elevated for the jumper. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark with precision. The arena erupted in cheers, and commentator Mike Breen, in high spirits, remarked, "That is Li's first three-pointer of the game." Gasol's finishing underneath the basket was commendable, which should alleviate some of the defensive pressure on Li. The Wizards players could distinctly sense that the Knicks were now fully engaged. In this possession, Mike sought to continue receiving the ball comfortably in the low post, yet Artest's aggressive maneuvering and discreet pulling prevented Alexander at the arc from executing a timely pass. With a teammate halting the ball at the arc, Hamilton hurriedly moved to the right wing to receive a pass. As Alexander turned to make a cross-court pass, Li Yu had already anticipated the intention, and before the ball left Alexander's hands, he swiftly lunged with his left hand to intercept. "Ah!" cried Alexander, witnessing Li Yu snatch the ball, forcefully squeezing past him, causing him to stumble and leaving him unable to recover on defense. However, Mike reacted swiftly, desperately pursuing the play. Soon, the 38-year-old veteran realized that Li Yu was gaining momentum, and just as he reached the paint, Li Yu soared into the air. Gliding through the air, Li Yu grasped the ball in his right hand and executed a one-handed dunk with authority. Upon landing, he cast a glance at Mike, retreating to defense with a nonchalant shrug. "Oh." Alexander's expression darkened as he heard the crowd's uproar. Such a juvenile mistake was rarely seen, even in NCAA games. In the commentary booth, Walt Frazier nearly chuckled, subtly noting, "It appears the Wizards are lacking an orchestrator." Throughout the first half, Li has identified the opponent's weaknesses. The 13th pick from 2000, Li Yu observed as Alexander, having crossed half court, suddenly approached him to apply pressure, asserting physicality while softly stating, "Buddy, just play the shooting guard position honestly." As Alexander attempted to turn and switch the ball to his right hand, Li Yu seized the moment and, almost from the same position, executed yet another steal. After conceding a goal, Alexander attempted to pursue defensively, only to realize that the distance between them had widened after crossing midcourt. Ultimately, he halted beyond the three-point line, watching as Li Yu seized the ball with his left hand and executed a soaring slam dunk. The score swiftly escalated to a 10-point lead following 2 consecutive steals. "Wow." Li Yu exerted his prowess, eliciting cheers from the New York fans, while Maiko, visibly disheartened, took it upon himself to bring the ball past half court. However, he soon encountered Artest's aggressive defense, resulting in a solitary attempt at organization. Leitner, positioned directly before the basket, received a pass but, leaning against Gasol, failed to convert with a miss. He vocally urged his teammates to retreat defensively, while Maiko charged at Li Yu, attempting to disrupt the pace but was deftly deceived by a swift behind-the-back maneuver. As the fans erupted in applause, Li Yu darted past half court, and upon reaching the three-point line, faced Hamilton's shifting defense. With a pronounced in-and-out move, he momentarily halted before surging forward again. With a sudden stop and leap, Li Yu gained significant positioning, and as he approached the free-throw line, he seized the opportunity to pass to Artest, who had drifted toward the left sideline unguarded. The latter, with no defender in front, swiftly released a three-point jumper. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. The score continued to widen, and at Madison Square Garden, the New York fans reveled in the spectacle, their cheers unceasing. Capitalizing on the Wizards' backcourt players' sluggish ball handling and slow passing, Li Yu, Grant Hill, and Artest performed their roles impeccably, preventing the opponents from executing a single comfortable offense throughout the half. Coach Doug Collins refrained from calling a timeout. Observing Maiko struggle with his shots, Gasol felt himself merely running back and forth, occasionally finding an opportunity to score effortlessly. With 2 minutes and 0.1 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Li Yu advanced slowly from the left wing and halted beyond the three-point arc. As Gasol hastened to set a screen, without waiting for Gasol to establish position, Li Yu subtly elevated his center of gravity, then swiftly executed a change of direction. Alexander failed to react defensively, his mouth agape as he turned to watch Li Yu glide towards the basket. Leitner, quick to respond, rushed to the basket in an attempt to assist defensively. Approaching the left lower quadrant of the basket, Li Yu leapt as if to lay up. but the ball soared toward the center of the hoop, allowing Gasol to catch it midair and effortlessly dunk it home against the oncoming Oakley. The crowd erupted in excitement. Although it was merely a routine alley-oop, the dunk ignited the atmosphere. Wow! Maiko's expression darkened, and noticing that Liu appeared unperturbed, he requested a timeout. In stark contrast to the perspiring Maiko, Liu leisurely exchanged fist bumps with the exuberant Gasol, returned to his seat, and donned a towel, signifying his disinterest in re-entering the game. The score stood at 59-75, as the competition lost its suspense. The perceptive Jeff Van Gundy proactively adjusted the rotation lineup, ensuring that the debut match for Maiko would not end in an embarrassing defeat, thus granting the opposing team a semblance of respect. Upon returning to the bench, Arteis displayed a triumphant expression, seemingly relishing the challenge of defending against Maiko, boldly proclaiming, perhaps by the end of this season, I shall earn the title of Michael Jordan's Terminator. With a mere 1-for-6 shooting performance, Maiko struggled under Arteis' vigorous defense, missing shot after shot. Gasol began to genuinely comprehend the profound impact of Liu on the court. It was not a mere ethereal leadership spirit, but rather a physical dominance. By executing screens and securing advantageous positions, he effortlessly powered through the opposing guards towards the basket, creating space for himself. A swift change of direction followed by acceleration allowed him to completely evade his defenders. Have we already secured victory? We only lead by 3 points at halftime. Gasol quietly inquired of Grant Hill beside him, seemingly surprised by the ease of the game. In the first half, it was Grant Hill who led the team. And though this heir to Jordan's legacy felt a tinge of embarrassment, he soon relaxed, stating, no one on the opposing team can contain Lee. The Wizards have never been a concern for us. Pow, you will gradually acclimate. NBA games are not particularly daunting. As Liu engaged in physical activity, his spirits lifted. He patted the newcomer on the back, reassuring him, this reflects the overall strength of the Eastern Conference teams. In the new season, we can refine our skills through competition. Gasol could only nod with a smile, at that moment grasping the winning secret that Kukoc had shared about the Knicks. The fourth quarter devolved into mere lineup experimentation, culminating in a score of 91-103, with Maiko succumbing in this exhibition match. At Madison Square Garden, New York fans rose to applaud, offering Maiko a consolation of sorts. Despite it being merely a preseason game, Maiko sternly criticized his teammates afterward. I do not wish to witness a repeat of the third quarter. Our backcourt performance was disastrous. The team is not yet prepared, but thankfully we still have time to refine our lineup. Back in the game, Maiko transformed into the relentless competitor, driven by a desire for victory as a dynasty builder. Yet, the era had subtly shifted, and the veteran no longer held the same dominion. Throughout October, the Knicks engaged in 6 preseason matches. Following a resounding victory over the Bulls on the 25th, Paul Gasol observed the defeated Sprewell joyfully embracing Liu, and he couldn't help but reflect. Playing in the Eastern Conference truly is a blessing. Thank you to the readers for your support and subscriptions. Chapter complete. Chapter 239. Revel in the benefits. On October 29, 2001. As the regular season of 2001 to 2002 approached, sports programs gradually returned to their normal cadence. In October's preseason, the Knicks triumphed in all 6 matches. With Liu's playing time limited, most often, Grant Hill spearheaded the team in the first half. Compared to the 2 star players on the team, Paul Gasol enjoyed more opportunities, while Liu typically shone in the third quarter before the conclusion of the game. For a rookie newly entering the NBA, confidence, alongside physical prowess, proved to be of paramount importance. It is not merely the influence of metaphysics. Players brimming with confidence tend to perform exceptionally well. A notable transformation is evident in Pau Gasol, who is now more audacious in his movements, executing various technical maneuvers with remarkable proficiency. The New York Knicks possess the audacity to adopt such a relaxed style of play, primarily due to the relative weakness of teams in the Eastern Conference, allowing them to practice through competition and secure easy victories in the preseason. On the 30th, 12 matches were scheduled, with the Knicks facing the Washington Wizards in their season opener. The league seemed intent on granting a nod to Michael Jordan, yet the New York media reveled in schadenfreude, as the evening would also witness the championship award ceremony. Beyond the intrigue surrounding Michael Jordan and Liu, the clash between this year's #1 draft pick Kwame Brown and Pau Gasol has captured the attention of numerous sports analysts. In recent years, there has been a scarcity of outstanding young big men. making Gasol's impressive performance in the preseason as the Spanish MVP all the more anticipated as he transitions into the regular season. Unfortunately for Kwame Brown, he has been rather unfortunate. Even in the preseason, his playing time has been limited, with former Dream Team teammate Christian Laettner seemingly garnering more trust. Following the training session on the afternoon of the 29th, Pau Gasol happily engaged with the media. "I feel fantastic. Playing at Madison Square Garden has always been a dream of mine." A reporter from Yahoo Sports could not resist teasing the rookie, jovially asking, "Pau, what are your thoughts after facing Kwame Brown?" The question posed a slight pitfall, as Gasol had not actually matched up against Brown during that particular preseason game. "Kwame Brown is a talented player. I have learned a great deal from facing him," Gasol remarked, adhering to the customary diplomatic responses. However, his answer nearly elicited laughter from the surrounding sports media, who speculated that the towering figure might have forgotten who Kwame Brown was. Liu, accustomed to such scenarios, refrained from prompting Gasol, understanding the penchant of New York media for dark humor. Had it not been for the recent tragic collapse of a high-rise building, the media would likely have begun mocking Jordan's leadership abilities. Grant Hill has also attracted heightened attention as he returns to a normal playing time this season post-recovery, prompting greater expectations. At the Tarrytown Training Center, clad in a blue training outfit, Grant Hill addressed inquiries from sports journalists, most of whom posed questions regarding his physical recovery and the statistical output expected this season. Acknowledging a loss of some explosiveness, Hill recognized that he could no longer play as he once did. Nevertheless, for a 29-year-old athlete still in his prime, he can compensate for diminished explosiveness in other facets. "I am grateful for last year's championship experience. There is no need for concern regarding my health. My ankle is currently in excellent condition. I do not prioritize statistics. Rather, I revel in victory. Within the team, I can fulfill any role, although I do acknowledge some issues with my shooting, which is an area I aim to improve." The most significant issue revealed during the preseason for the Knicks has been their lackluster three-point shooting, with Meta World Peace displaying considerable inconsistency, a sentiment echoed by Grant Hill. The two players in the paint lack the ability to shoot three-pointers, which forces Liu to assume the role of a primary scorer during certain offensive possessions. In several games, the tactic frequently employed by the Knicks involves a three-man pick-and-roll, with Liu primarily responsible for finishing these plays. The effectiveness of this strategy is evident, as no one can overlook Liu's external shooting, allowing Grant Hill to often penetrate the lane with ease, capitalizing on the screens. Having witnessed Grant Hill's performance during the preseason, the New York media expressed their satisfaction, with modest expectations set at 2055. The media shows particular leniency towards Artist, a player hailing from Queens, given his slightly above 30% three-point shooting percentage, which suggests promising potential. His aggressive defensive maneuvers have been touted as indicative of DPOY caliber. Meanwhile, his somewhat limited offensive repertoire has been largely overlooked, much like many rookie players from New York who are often overestimated. Having secured a starting position, Artist has received considerable praise over the past month. Liu's residence in Tarrytown has become increasingly understated yet luxurious following several renovations over the years. However, most young women prefer living in Manhattan for convenience, as commuting from his location can be a headache due to traffic. As the regular season commences, Liu makes it a point to stay in his home whenever there are training sessions. Recently, the premiere of the Coen brothers' film The Absent garnered positive reactions, with no failures for the project, bringing relief to the young star Scarlett Johansson. With her birthday approaching in November and the prospect of obtaining her official driver's license, she receives various gifts each year. This time, she was surprised with a red Porsche 911 Turbo, unlocking new knowledge in the days that followed. The music playing in the room did not distract Liu as he focused intently on applying rose essential oil, soon eliciting a muffled exclamation from the young woman. "You're such a rascal." Just as he supported her slender waist, she playfully bit into his shoulder. The slight pain from his shoulder was soon overshadowed as they playfully wrestled with one another. Once the girl, flushed from their exertion, nestled back into Liu's embrace, she cheerfully remarked, "My mother told me the film is doing exceptionally well. Perhaps it might even win some awards." Liu was taken aback by how much she seemed to care about the film's box office performance, prompting him to tease her. "What if the final box office results are disappointing? Perhaps that's something the lead should contemplate." Sitting up, Scarlett swiftly bit his shoulder again, echoing words her brother had said, though her youthful disposition could not tolerate such banter. After their playful antics, the girl was utterly exhausted, burying herself in his chest and joyfully stating, "I really love this gift." Liu has always been generous towards beautiful women, considering luxury items and vehicles as expenditures that often pale in comparison to his investment losses. Ever since significant earnings have come his way, he has ceased to worry about such expenditures. The girl is undoubtedly aware of Liu's considerable wealth, much like her mother remains oblivious to certain matters. A precocious child, she often harbors her own thoughts. "Li, what birthday gift do you desire this year?" Striving to adopt a more mature demeanor, Liu couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight before him. He soon jested, "I want several children." Instinctively, the girl touched her flat abdomen, suddenly recalling that the two hadn't taken precautions. Liu's whispers soon caused her cheeks to flush even deeper. Observing the other's impending indignation, he ceased his playful banter. As the nearly 17-year-old girl entered a phase of rapid development, Liu, despite his beastly nature, knew that the matter of childbirth would not fall upon her shoulders. Once the girl peacefully slumbered in his embrace, he tenderly caressed her while murmuring, "Indeed, a family requires many members." On the afternoon of the 30th, the New York media grew bold in their inquiries, posing a pointed question to Michael Jordan, who was visiting for the second time. "Mike, do you believe that Lee has surpassed you?" By this time, beads of sweat had begun to form on Jordan's brow as he was encircled by a throng. Frowning at the query, he replied, "Lee is exceptional. He has won 4 championships, but I possess 5 rings." With a preseason record of 0-6. A reporter from TNT seized the opportunity to prod further. "What kind of performance do you anticipate from the Wizards this season? Mike, do you think the team can make it to the playoffs?" Contemplating his underwhelming backcourt duo, Jordan sighed inwardly, yet maintained a facade of confidence as he responded, "I will lead the team to the playoffs. My physical condition is outstanding, and that is the source of my confidence. I know how to win." While his words may have sounded boastful, the audience remained skeptical yet watchfully optimistic, refraining from pressing him further. Due to the awards ceremony scheduled for the evening, Liu had been occupied hosting former teammates since morning. In the afternoon, they all gathered at Madison Square Garden, engaging in casual conversation and taking photographs for the media. This period of distraction had taken a toll, as Ewing had not appeared on sports programs for over a month, resulting in a noticeable weight gain. The big gorilla looked at his old teammates, grinning with delight. "Once our careers conclude, our jerseys will be retired by the Knicks. Just envisioning the championship banners floating above the arena brings an incredible feeling." In the locker room, upon hearing Ewing's remarks, the others nodded in agreement while indulging in gossip. Recently retired Larry Johnson suddenly turned to Allen Houston and asked, "Allen, what is it like playing for the Magic? Has McGrady really begun to share the ball?" Oakley Starks and Ewing also turned their gazes toward Houston, as at their age, they preferred to embellish stories. "Tracy is quite decent. The Magic trained diligently. So ball distribution should be no issue, as I only require the opportunity to shoot," Houston responded. "Coach Rivers is quite engaging. Everyone on the team adores him. And in terms of fostering unity in the locker room, he surpasses Coach Van Gundy." Dressed in a light gray casual suit, Allen Houston graciously elaborated on the dynamics of the Magic, noting that Rivers' motivational speeches were quite effective in uniting the team. Ewing, indifferent to the Magic, began to boast as the offseason commenced. Contemplating the Knicks roster structure, he felt a twinge of uncertainty and suddenly inquired of Liu, "Lee, how is the Knicks' performance this year? Do we stand a chance at clinching the Eastern Conference title?" Before Lee could respond, Starks cheerfully interjected, "In the entire Eastern Conference, there's no one capable of containing Lee. Even if the team's overall strength diminishes, securing the top spot should be no challenge." Within the locker room, surrounded by familiar faces, Liu candidly revealed, "Achieving 50 wins will certainly not be difficult, considering most opponents are Eastern teams." Ewing felt a quiet sense of relief. Having boasted so boldly, he dreaded the prospect of being abruptly embarrassed by a poor season's end. Oakley, buoyed by the recent return of his teammate and a coaching change to Doug Collins, rediscovered some long-lost joy. "If the Knicks can secure the top position, and the Wizards make it to the playoffs, perhaps we'll meet again in the first round." Larry Johnson chuckled heartily, gesturing toward Liu, and jestingly remarked, "Lee is about to turn 24, entering his prime. Michael Jordan, at 38, better come to terms with reality. Frankly, I have little faith in his comeback." The very thought of their old adversary's impending misfortune elicited laughter from Oakley and the others. For many, Watching the trials of Michael Jordan had become a source of amusement this season. That evening's championship ceremony was markedly different. Seizing the moment, the NBA and the Knicks extended prayers for the suffering. David Stern and James Dolan delivered poignant speeches, promising that the families of the afflicted could watch games at Madison Square Garden for free. When sports intertwine with charitable endeavors, the championship ceremony transforms into a heartfelt blessing. Many fallen firefighters were devoted Knicks fans, and that night, it was their children who presented the rings. The children, aged variably, the eldest being 12, received resounding applause as they handed the rings to the championship members of the Knicks. When a diminutive 7-year-old presented the final ring to Li Yu, the cheers from the New York fans grew thunderous as the two exchanged fist bumps. The championship rings, substantial in value, featured 4 small trophies forming one grand trophy, adorned with striking white and orange diamonds. The most prominent detail on the side showcased the 4 trophies alongside Li Yu's name, a testament to the team's recognition of his contributions. This year's ceremony was devoid of boastful proclamations or exaggerated speeches. It was simply a shared blessing from the league and the Knicks. Michael Jordan was well suited for such a scene, participating in nearly an hour of charitable activities before the game officially commenced. The rookie teammates gazed at the splendid championship rings and the 6th championship banner ascending above the arena, their hearts igniting with fervor. Beyond the Hall of Fame, the championship title stands as the pinnacle of honor for an NBA player. Pau Gasol places immense significance on tonight's match, as it marks his inaugural official game. He has prepared thoroughly for the challenges that may arise. However, he was unprepared for the reality that the game would indeed resemble what Li Yu had previously mentioned, that the preseason and regular season bear little distinction. With 3 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Makau attempted a jump shot over Artest from the right elbow, but missed. Upon securing the rebound, Gasol swiftly propelled the ball towards Li Yu, who had sprinted past half-court. The fans in the front row could clearly hear Makau's loud calls, continuously reminding his teammates to defend. With the new season's half-court dribbling time reduced to 8 seconds, the pace of the game seemed to quicken slightly, and the Knicks began the match with remarkable vigor. They swiftly retreated on defense, establishing their matchups promptly. Oakley had just caught up with Court Thomas, and the two halted near the right sideline. Meanwhile, Makau retreated inside the three-point line, seemingly willing to allow Artest, who was beginning to move from the left wing, to proceed unchallenged. Li Yu decelerated, waiting for Gasol to position himself at the top of the arc. Courtney Alexander, who was supposed to navigate through the screen, found himself firmly blocked. In a semi-transition offense, the ever-ready Christian Laettner had already prepared to follow Li Yu, who, after a swift change of direction and lowering his center of gravity, executed another dramatic shift. However, Laettner could not keep pace, losing time and failing to slide quickly. As Li Yu maneuvered through a narrow gap, he scooped the ball with his left hand, and cheers erupted throughout the arena. Michael Jordan, caught off guard, could not catch up. In the blink of an eye, Li Yu had surged into the paint. Oakley, watching Li Yu leap into the air directly before the basket, felt his feet grow heavy and was unable to execute a block, merely observing as Li Yu seized the ball with his right hand and executed a powerful one-handed slam. The arena reverberated with the sound of the dunk. Witnessing Li Yu's athletic prowess as he soared with his legs spread and executed the dunk in a style reminiscent of a flying man, TNT commentator Marv Albert exclaimed, "Before the 38-year-old Makau, Li fully showcases his talent. No one can contain him. Li has dominated tonight's game." His partner, Mike Fratello, echoed his astonishment. "So fast. Li's drive is like lightning, leaving the Wizards' defense no time to react." With a score of 12-22, the Knicks, while struggling offensively, managed to extend their lead effortlessly through transition opportunities. The fans, reveling in the spectacle, cheered joyously after Makau's missed shot. Coach Doug Collins on the sidelines fully comprehended the sensation that opposing teams of the Knicks had previously experienced. Can that even go in? How do you defend against that? As Makau sought to respond to the opposing team's showmanship, he found the half-court offense challenging. Each time he received the ball in the post, he faced Artest's aggressive defense. On this occasion, while positioned in the right post, Makau seized an opportunity as Artest circled around him, executing a deft spin towards the basket. What should have been a prime opportunity turned sour when Alexander, under Li Yu's pressure, delivered an errant pass that soared over the top and out of bounds. Seated behind the basketball hoop, the fans erupted in delight, rising to their feet, clapping and jeering with laughter. You are past your prime, Mekon. You cannot triumph at Madison Square Garden. Following the opening play, with a mere 1 out of 7 shots made, Michael Jordan pursed his lips, disregarding the fans, and cast a scornful glare at the outrageous pass from Alexander. Let's go Knicks. Upon witnessing the inbounds pass, Grant Hill advanced the ball past half court, while coach Doug Collins hastily called out to his players, "Stay vigilant on defense." The Wizards players instinctively recognized that the Knicks were likely to execute a 3-man pick and roll, prompting them to synchronize their defensive efforts. Liu stationed himself near the free throw line, and as Grant Hill crossed half court, he immediately shouted directives, instructing Kurt Thomas to set a cross screen at the baseline. At that moment, Gasol initiated his movement from the left side near the baseline. Quickly picking up his pace after the screen and sliding to the top of the arc, Grant Hill switched the dribble to his right hand, exploiting the screen to accelerate toward the basket, while Paul Gasol, feigning a screen, rapidly descended toward the hoop, with Mekon trailing closely behind. Remarkably, Liu opted not to impede Michael Jordan, but instead shifted slightly, swiftly using the screen to block Litonar's pursuit. Alexander, following closely beside Liu, was momentarily bewildered as Gasol descended into the paint. Liu, after providing the screen, pivoted to the arc's perimeter, leaving his teammate momentarily delayed in making the right defensive choice. Litonar instinctively trailed Liu, stopping just outside the three-point line, leaving Gasol completely unguarded. Grant Hill, under pressure from Mekon, lofted the ball toward the upper left of the rim. Despite some issues with the pass's height, Gasol, with an unobstructed leap, successfully snatched the ball mid-air, twisting his body to effortlessly slam it down into the basket. Boom. An exhilarating alley-oop dunk ignited the atmosphere, with Paul Gasol, taken aback by the ease of scoring in the regular season, exuberantly high-fiving his teammates in celebration. In a moment of exasperation, Doug Collins called for a timeout. Recognizing the impending collapse of the game, Liu maintained a tight grip on Alexander, leaving the Wizards unable to orchestrate any effective offense. With an abundance of one-on-one plays, Mekon was unable to resolve the situation. It was evident to all that, in stark contrast to the vibrant Liu, Michael Jordan was indeed past his prime. Albert, the announcer, one of the most familiar with Liu, observed his frequent use of crossovers at the start of the game, realizing that Liu was hardly fazed by the opposing defense. This season had relaxed the rules on defensive contact, yet against Liu's remarkable explosiveness, the opponent's static defense was utterly futile. Liu's speed had evidently increased. Judging by his on-court performance, it was hard to believe he had not trained during the offseason. Hearing his partner's remarks, Mike Fratello could only shake his head in mild astonishment. Such is the gift of talent. Liu has played far more games than most players in recent years. A brief respite during the offseason is, in my opinion, entirely justifiable, as the opponents intensified their efforts. The Knicks responded with fervor. Paul Gasol felt as though he barely had the opportunity to execute his tactical plays before the game concluded. With 4 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Knicks had established a commanding lead of 20 points. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy experienced a profound sense of unfulfillment, overwhelmed by the abundance of rookies. Liu not only vocally directed the team on the court, but also incessantly shouted reminders from the bench. Nate, run another pick and roll. Move, accelerate. Steven maneuvered to receive the ball, executing a splendid counterattack. Observing Liu, draped in a towel, clapping and shouting, the bald-headed young coach on the bench appeared entranced. On the sidelines, Spike Lee echoed Liu's sentiments, though his focus was not on directing the team, but rather on observing Make's struggles. In their inaugural regular season game, the rookies exerted themselves diligently, eager to leave a favorable impression on their leader. After a month with the team, everyone understood that Liu was the authority on the court. With 3 minutes and 01 seconds left in the game, Make, visibly frustrated, was substituted out, eliciting applause followed by raucous cheers from Madison Square Garden. The fans who had come to see their old rival were satisfied, if Make was in discomfort. It brought them joy. Ultimately, with a score of 86-108, the Knicks triumphed over the Wizards on the awards ceremony night. In 33 minutes of play, Paul Gasol achieved 20 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 turnovers, and 1 block from 13 attempts, of which he converted 8. Although most of his points were scored on easy layups, the New York fans were naturally pleased with his performance, and some young admirers fervently chanted Gasol's name post-game. The Wizards' unheralded Kwame Brown only managed 11 minutes of play, scoring 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 turnover on 3 attempts. Realizing once again that being selected by the Wizards might not have been a fortuitous event, Liu and Grant Hill both played 27 minutes that evening, with Hill scoring 17 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers on 13 attempts, including 0 for 2 from beyond the arc and 3 for 4 from the free throw line, nearly filling the statistical sheet. In the locker room after the game, Liu, when interviewed, did not hold back his praise. Though this was merely a regular season game, everyone performed exceptionally well. I am unconcerned about missed shots. I appreciate the competitive spirit displayed. Ron effectively contained Make, and Pau secured 2 offensive rebounds. Grant's assists exemplified our team spirit. Grant Hill similarly engaged in mutual flattery. And for a moment, the atmosphere was jubilant, with everyone feeling exhilarated by the night's performance. Jeff Van Gundy, however, resignedly discovered that his role remained to extol praises post-game. Despite the 4 consecutive championships, his treatment had not changed. In the first game, Make scored 19 points on 21 attempts. For a 38-year-old, such a performance was commendable. Most sports media refrained from criticism, recognizing that the regular season had only just commenced. In the first week of the new season, the Knicks were scheduled to play 3 games. After a 2-day respite, a challenging back-to-back series awaited. And Pau Gasol finally experienced the benefits of the Eastern Conference. On November 2nd, the Knicks faced the Bulls in an away game, triumphing effortlessly over their opponents despite a lackluster performance from beyond the arc. The following evening, the Knicks took on the Cavaliers, where their shooting woes continued. Yet they secured a narrow victory by 19 points. Upon returning to New York on Sunday, Gasol felt somewhat disoriented. The team's performance in those 2 games was subpar, with numerous missed shots granting the opposition ample opportunities. Consequently, the rival team capitalized on fast breaks and managed to clinch the win. Gasol scored in double digits for 3 consecutive games, and notably, he achieved a remarkable 20 points against the Cavaliers, igniting excitement among the New York media. The New York Post published an article proclaiming Gasol as the future premier center in the league. However, after reading the paper, Gasol found it difficult to concentrate during his afternoon training session, overwhelmed by the praise. Following the tactical training, Liu observed Gasol's state and simply patted him on the shoulder, whispering meaningfully, "Pal, embrace the advantages the Eastern Conference bestows. I extend my gratitude to my readers for their unwavering support." This chapter concludes here. My apologies for taking a day off. I was out for dinner and haven't returned home, hence the delay in updates. Starting this weekend, I will resume updates at midnight. And next week, I will have the opportunity to catch up on my word count. During this period of late-night writing, I appreciate your understanding. The subscription for the 7,000 word chapters seems stable, and if everyone finds the word count acceptable, I will strive for double updates moving forward. A 10,000 word chapter is indeed quite costly, so I will attempt to condense the content to provide readers with more options for subscription. Chapter 240. Tom, I Need You. On November 5, 2001, the NBA announced the Players of the Week for the first week of the season. Ray Allen of the Bucks and Kobe Bryant of the Lakers were honored with the award. This season introduced a change, as the accolades were now divided into Eastern and Western Conference awards. Despite only 3 games played and a limited data sample, Allen's average of 31.7 points per game, coupled with a shooting percentage of 59.6, a three-point percentage of 61.5, and a free throw percentage of 94.4, showcased his exceptional form. By winning the Player of the Week award, Allen demonstrated through action that he was not merely a loudmouth, but indeed superior to the lethargic members of his team. Meanwhile, Kobe's performance in the Western Conference was equally commendable, averaging 37 points per game with an efficient shooting percentage of 51.7, seemingly affirming his leadership capabilities and proving he was no less than Shaquille O'Neal. With 2 slots for the Player of the Week, players became increasingly motivated, as everyone adores a trophy. As November commenced, the NBA appeared to have completely moved past the recent turmoil, and sports media resumed its normal operations. With the conclusion of the first week's games, most analysts began to gossip about players, with the focus not on the Players of the Week, but rather on the legendary Michael Jordan. At the age of 38, the expectations for Mike are still exceedingly high. After starting the season with 2 consecutive losses, the media, eager for entertainment, has become quite animated. This season has seen the abolition of illegal defenses, leading some teams to adopt zone defenses, with players congregating near the paint. Although the 3-second defensive rule is in place, many teams have opted for a strategy of protecting the perimeter while allowing penetration. In the Knicks' 3 games, they have struggled offensively in 2, primarily due to their opponents tightening their defenses. On the 5th, 2 games took place. The Supersonics and the Magic battled through 2 overtimes, with the Supersonics emerging victorious at 123-119, thanks to an explosive performance from Lewis. He scored 36 points, grabbed 19 rebounds, and dished out 3 assists, shooting 15 of 28 from the field and making 5 of 8 from beyond the arc, drawing the attention of analysts. Gary Payton also shone brightly, scoring 32 points, with 5 rebounds and 11 assists, shooting 14 of 23 and 3 of 4 from three-point range, earning widespread acclaim. The Magic's Allen Houston and Tracy McGrady contributed significantly with 28 and 27 points, respectively, with Houston shooting 10 of 19 and McGrady 10 of 26, much to the satisfaction of Coach Rivers. However, for analysts, the focus was not solely on the win-loss record of the 2 teams. In TNT's post-game commentary, a different perspective was offered regarding Lewis. Had he remained with the Knicks, could he have delivered such a performance? I believe Lewis made the right choice, as he has been afforded greater opportunities for independent offense rather than waiting for shots. Of his 19 rebounds, 7 were offensive, and he frequently attacked from the low post, situations that were rare in the past. In the studio, Charles Barkley resumed his serious approach to commentary, delivering his insights with a solemn demeanor. Kenny Smith, however, did not concur with this viewpoint, stating earnestly that he believes Lewis's growth is largely attributable to his experiences with the Knicks. Not every player gets the opportunity to compete in the finals. More games and exposure to high-pressure situations have accelerated Lewis's development, and I am not surprised by his breakout in a contract year. It is only natural for Knicks players to adapt to Lee's style. If you were the head coach, would you really expect Lee to alter his play to accommodate role players? The debate over ball-dominant players versus their teammates remains a timeless topic. Earl Johnson watched the 2 argue with amusement, occasionally stoking the flames, before eventually sharing his own perspective. Perhaps we have all underestimated the previous roster of the Knicks. Winning a championship is no stroke of luck, and general manager Glenn Grunwald deserves commendation. TNT's programming is beginning to regain its distinctive flavor, while Lee is bemused by the evident camaraderie displayed by the OK duo. On the morning of the 6th, while on a flight to Minnesota, Lee glanced at the newspaper and was struck by an unexpected thought. As ESPN revived gossip surrounding the Lakers, Kobe, having earned the Player of the Week accolade, expressed, "Witnessing the harrowing events in New York has given me a deeper appreciation for life. I hope to bring more joy through basketball. Shaq has always been my good brother, and there is no conflict between us." In the boundless realm of affection, O'Neal refrained from mentioning his younger counterpart's disobedience, instead choosing to convey respect, marking the first instance of camaraderie following the finals. On the airplane, Grant Hill also caught wind of the interview tidings. Yet his interest lay not in gossip, but rather in the technical statistics. It appeared that Richmond had indeed aged, consistently underperforming in recent matches. Having witnessed the veterans' pinnacle season, Hill couldn't help but reminisce about the spirited Richmond who had once claimed the All-Star Game MVP, eliciting a sigh of nostalgia. Liu observed Karl Malone's performance, drawing comparisons with the 36-year-old veteran, and couldn't resist exclaiming, "Injuries truly are an athlete's greatest adversary." In the second week, the Knicks were scheduled for 4 games, including 2 back-to-back matches, with the coaching staff hoping the players could rediscover their shooting form, placing little emphasis on the outcomes. Penalized with a forfeited draft pick, the Timberwolves felt a significant impact but had nonetheless commenced the new season with a triumphant 3-game winning streak. As Kevin Garnett continued to display exceptional form, before the game commenced, Garnett remembered to vocalize his bravado. Unable to bear the New York media's excessive praise of the rookie, "I will show the opposing newcomer what true competition looks like." There was no need for provocation. Garnett ignited the flames himself, and the Minnesota fans relished his fierce declarations, growing fonder of him with each assertive statement. That evening, amidst more than 16,000 fans at the Target Center, Garnett roared passionately, only to repeatedly miss his high-arching jump shots. Emblematic of old-school players, Garnett actively defended Gasol, and despite his struggles, he never faltered in his verbal exchanges. With 6 minutes and 18 seconds remaining in the third quarter, The Knicks executed a curl play for Liu. Gasol moved towards the baseline from the elbow area, setting a screen before Liu quickly popped out. Naturally, Garnett shouted instructions to his teammates, but Telfair was a step slow in his pursuit, allowing Liu to receive the ball effortlessly on the right wing. Amidst the jeers from Timberwolves fans, Grant Hill delivered a crisp cross-court pass. The ball reached Liu, who, without even aiming at the basket, pivoted and swiftly launched a jump shot. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. In a foul mood, Garnett continued to pressure the referee, vociferously complaining, illegal screen. They fouled on the pick. Look at this rookie. His feet are never clean. Since the beginning of the game, Garnett's chatter had been incessant. A tactic that evidently bore fruit, as Artest had already found himself in foul trouble. Garnett's rapid-fire speech, peppered with slang, often left Gasol bewildered. While Liu found amusement in the situation, completing the offensive play and, during the transition back on defense, couldn't resist teasing. Perhaps it would be more effective in Spanish. Garnett paused, realizing that Gasol might not comprehend most of his trash talk. And upon witnessing Gasol's perplexed expression, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn. The Timberwolves' backcourt did not bear much offensive responsibility, leaving Liu to often slack off on the defensive end. From the onset of the first quarter, the score remained unfavorable, and Jeff Van Gundy on the sidelines even attempted a twin tower formation, yet the outcome remained unsatisfactory, regardless of how the Knicks adjusted. The seasoned coach Saunders across the court steadfastly maintained a contracted defense, seemingly resigned to defeat. By the time the fourth quarter rolled around, with the rotation taking the floor, the Knicks found themselves struggling as Knight focused solely on organizing rather than attacking, and Stephen Jackson's overconfidence led to numerous missed shots, compounded by Artest's failed layup. Suddenly, they were struck by an 80-point surge from their opponents. With arms crossed, Van Gundy shook his head in resignation, contemplating the upcoming back-to-back games. He instead encouraged his players to continue shooting. Ultimately, the Knicks attempted 87 shots throughout the game, only managing to score 90 points, succumbing to a 102-90 defeat, marking the Timberwolves' fourth consecutive victory. Despite the team's success, Garnett appeared somewhat embarrassed, recording a double-double with 19 points and 13 rebounds on 8 of 25 shooting, noting that he relied too heavily on jump shots and did not feel the true intensity of competition, merely acknowledging the opponent's ability to rebound. The Timberwolves' Disparity excelled, scoring 35 points on 14 of 19 shooting. Meanwhile, Artest's defensive issues became evident when playing away. Regardless of the game's outcome, fervent Timberwolves fans continued to seek out Lee for photographs. With both teams facing each other only twice in a season, Timberwolves fans cherished the opportunity to see Lee. Given the rarity of such encounters, the two teams bore no significant animosity, as the Timberwolves found it challenging to penetrate the Western Conference's stronghold. Pau Gasol experienced Lee's popularity firsthand, surprised by the heightened enthusiasm of the away fans. On the evening of the 7th, returning to Madison Square Garden, the Knicks easily outmaneuvered their opponents. The Hornets struggled with a slow offensive rhythm, failing to capitalize on their possessions, while Baron Davis resorted to attacking the basket without success. The Knicks' perimeter shooting was equally dismal, yet it did not hinder Lee, and after a 32-20 third quarter, the Hornets collapsed entirely. With a final score of 98-90, the Knicks handed their opponents a third consecutive loss. New York fans, still basking in their recent victory, faced disappointment just days later as they were defeated by the Pacers by a margin of 12 points. On the evening of the 10th, back in New York, the Knicks comfortably triumphed over the feeble Warriors, winning 88-98. With a commendable start to the new season at 5 wins and 2 losses, sports commentators were unanimous in their assessment. The Knicks were no longer a championship contender. Ironically, despite their lack of dominance, the Knicks still ranked among the top teams in the Eastern Conference, with only the Nets boasting a slightly better record of 5 wins and 1 loss since the season commenced. On the same day, the Nets, having defeated the Cavaliers 84-87 at home, left commentators thoroughly disillusioned with the Eastern Conference. Jason Kidd, in this match, recorded an underwhelming performance with 10 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists on 3 of 11 shooting against the struggling Cavaliers, who held a record of 1 win and 5 losses, thus garnering little praise. On Sunday the 11th, following a series of back-to-back games, the Knicks enjoyed a well-deserved day of rest. Liu has already begun preparations for Thanksgiving. This year, more people will celebrate the holiday together, so it is natural to create a delightful atmosphere. While the players enjoy their rest, the coaching staff finds themselves working overtime. The beginning of each season marks the busiest time for everyone. Assistant coach Thibodeau has noticed that since the regular season commenced, Jeff Van Gundy has been somewhat despondent. And in such circumstances, the team feels powerless. Liu is acutely aware of his technical attributes. On the offensive end, there is no need for a complex system. He can conjure myriad plays simply through pick and rolls. In recent matches, the Knicks have displayed a greater propensity for sharing the ball, easily dismantling opponents' zone defenses. More often than not, Jeff Van Gundy does not need to issue reminders. When Liu calls out a few commands on the court, the players instinctively know where to position themselves and where to receive the ball. In the past, the coaching staff would engage in tactical discussions and analyze opponents in the office, but as the Eastern Conference has diminished in competitiveness year after year, such instances have become increasingly rare. The upcoming match is against the Trailblazers, who have performed moderately with a record of 4 wins and 4 losses since the season began. After a lengthy discourse from the assistant coach, Jeff Van Gundy appears to be staring blankly into space. Jeff, should we attempt the Twin Towers lineup in the game the day after tomorrow? Assistant coach Thibodeau inquired a couple of times, but ultimately, he could only pat the bald young coach on the back, gazing at the tactical board filled with strategies. Jeff Van Gundy, coming back to reality, instinctively suggested, we could start with a zone defense to gauge the opponent's shooting touch. The coaching staff exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Yet they graciously accorded the bald coach respect, proceeding to meticulously formulate the game plan. By noon, taking advantage of others' absence, assistant coach Thibodeau quietly offered consolation. Your recent form has been off, Jeff. The team is in a rebuilding phase. We need not concern ourselves with external opinions. Looking at his most trusted assistant coach, Jeff Van Gundy expressed his discontent. Tom, I want to leave the team. Here, I feel no sense of achievement. For consecutive championships. Yet I am unable to recruit players I admire. This is not how a championship coach should be treated. Year after year, have we truly aided the team? Thibodeau was taken aback by these words, instinctively glancing around to ensure they were alone in the tactical room. He hurriedly closed the door and, with a hint of excitement, whispered, why? We have achieved success here. You have created accomplishments unimaginable to others. Player matters are for the general manager to handle. Our responsibility lies solely with tactics. Jeff Van Gundy did not answer the question, but instead gazed intently at assistant coach Thibodeau and asked earnestly, Tom, if I choose to leave, would you accompany me? I need you. We could join another team and fully showcase our talents. We could select the players we desire, nurture those we prefer, and even construct a true tactical system. Seemingly envisioning a promising future, Jeff Van Gundy suddenly felt a surge of excitement, while assistant coach Thibodeau appeared momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond to the invitation. As he gazed at the balding young coach passionately weaving his dreams, Thibodeau was suddenly struck by a thought. Could I have the opportunity to become the head coach? I am grateful for the support of my readers' subscriptions. After a deep slumber until noon, I assure you that 2 more chapters will be released tonight, with a guarantee of an update by 10 o'clock. Recently, we seem to be focusing on these shorter chapters, ranging from 4 to 5,000 words. Chapter 241. Difficulty Level B on November 13, 2001. At Madison Square Garden, the director frequently panned the camera towards Jeff Van Gundy, who stood on the sidelines. It remains a mystery where the New York Post acquired its information, but in recent days, the tabloids have been buzzing about the balding young coach's potential resignation. As a coach of a 4-time championship team, it is quite telling that he could not secure a long-term contract during the off-season, and given the recent rumors, this news seems rather credible. Just days ago, Lursa gave birth to a son, and with joy in the air, Pippen appeared particularly engaged once the game commenced. However, the Trailblazers seemed to have lost their wits and enthusiasm. While the first 3 quarters were closely contested, the final quarter saw each player simply forcing shots, resulting in a sudden shift in the game's rhythm. With 8 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the game, as Pippen missed a free throw, both teams returned to their starting lineups. Facing the clueless backcourt duo of Derek Anderson and Bonzi Wells, Liu played with remarkable ease. Pippen missed his second free throw, prompting cheers from the New York fans. Pau Gasol secured the defensive rebound, and the Knicks initiated a counterattack. Mike Breen in the commentary booth excitedly shouted, "What a splendid opportunity." Grant Hill has crossed half court, accelerating along the left sideline, as Hill approached the left wing. He immediately began to decelerate, while Kurt Thomas stationed himself on the right wing to set a screen for Liu. Noticing that Liu intended to use the screen to receive the ball at the top of the arc, Derek Anderson, with his back to the basket, quickly slid to the right, lowering his center of gravity to prepare for navigating the screen. In a sudden burst, Liu brushed off the opposing player's left hand and swiftly backpedaled, driving straight to the basket from the side. Just as the retreating Rasheed Wallace re-entered the paint, the basketball soared over his head, heading straight for the upper right corner of the rim. As the ball met him midair, Liu leapt high, catching the ball and promptly executing a powerful two-handed dunk. Boom! The arena erupted in cheers. Whenever the Knicks executed a fast break, they consistently delivered spectacular scores. Upon landing, Liu wore a relaxed expression, as this unexpected backdoor cut had become a frequent addition to his game this season. The trade-off, however, was an increase in the team's turnover count, as Hill's passing quality could only be described as adequate. What an exquisite assist. This is the Knicks we know and love. Walter Frazier also relished such offensive displays. Alley-oop dunks are always more thrilling than a static jump shot that clangs off the rim. Typically, the Knicks' big men lag behind during fast breaks, swiftly setting screens when opportunities arise, while the forwards sink into the corners, creating space for the attack. Upon assuming control of the team, Coach Morris Cheeks appeared to have struggled to earn the trust of the Trailblazers. Amidst his shouting on the sidelines, Rasheed Wallace attempted a shot from the left elbow area, resulting in a rebound. The veteran called for the ball, and Derek Anderson promptly returned it to Wallace at the top of the arc. Throughout the game, most jump shots clanged off the rim, while Pau Gasol merely shifted his position to interfere slightly with the shot. A crisp three-point attempt struck the back of the rim with a thud, leaving Wallace visibly frustrated as he clapped his hands in disappointment. Kurt Thomas successfully secured a defensive rebound, while Dale Davis, trapped behind him, expressed his dissatisfaction. Most of his points tonight had come from second-chance opportunities, and such chances were dwindling. As he retreated on defense, Davis vocally lamented to his teammates. But Liu had already received the ball and crossed half-court. Evidently losing faith in the erratic Bonzi Wells, the defense adopted a formation reminiscent of a 2-3 zone, with Scottie Pippen immediately positioning himself to guard the right elbow. In response to a pick-and-roll between Liu and Gasol at the top of the arc, Pippen, noticing Derek Anderson had been delayed, swiftly collapsed on defense. Without waiting for the opposing defense to settle, Liu promptly passed the ball to Grant Hill on the right wing. Hill, already prepared to receive, caught the ball well beyond the three-point line and immediately released it. Accelerating with remarkable agility, he sliced through the defense, making a sharp 45-degree cut into the paint. Meanwhile, Bonzi Wells, who should have collapsed defensively, seemed to forget his assignment and continued to shadow Ron Artest in the right corner. Frustrated, Dale Davis unleashed another expletive, abandoning his matchup with Kurt Thomas to provide help in the paint. Anticipating the play, Grant Hill lofted the ball toward the upper left of the basket, where Kurt Thomas, stationed near the left baseline, leaped high, catching the ball and executing a powerful two-handed dunk. The resounding slam echoed as the score widened to 70-78. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Trail Blazers' disjointed defense was thoroughly dismantled. On the next possession, Pippen, backing down in the left block, attempted a turnaround jumper after a couple of pivots, only to see it clang off the rim, prompting Coach Morris Cheeks to bury his head in his hands in frustration. Securing the rebound, Gasol swiftly dispatched the ball to Liu near midcourt, while Anderson, anticipating a missed shot, had already retreated to the right wing. Observing Liu decelerate, he dribbled through his legs, switching to his left hand while faking with his right. As he bent his knees and gazed at the basket, Anderson instinctively leaped in reaction. The feint caused his defender to bite, allowing Liu to execute a swift change of direction. Although the movement was subtle, it freed him from his marker. And with a lowered center of gravity, he surged toward the basket from the right wing. Rasheed Wallace, now retreating to the paint, had abandoned his defensive duties. Watching as Liu approached the key, with a powerful leap, Liu seized the ball in his right hand, executing a one-handed dunk. The crowd erupted in applause as the Blazers called for a timeout, the deficit now reduced to 10 points, with victory tantalizingly close. Liu's performance has been steadily improving, and the new rules seem to have had no adverse effect on his offensive game. Commentator Mike Breen is visibly delighted. While Walt Frazier provides a serious analysis of the match, there are indeed some issues with the offensive spacing. In last week's game, the opponents often left Artest open for shots, opting instead to double-team. Fortunately, the young players responded swiftly. Gasol appears to have regained his shooting touch from the free throw line in recent games, greatly aiding the team. During the timeout, Jeff Van Gundy, as always, dispenses motivational wisdom. Seemingly unchanged from before, the director frequently directs the camera towards the bald-headed coach, attempting to uncover secrets from the Knicks bench. As the game progresses, the Trailblazers continue to lose their shooting touch, and despite the numerous missed shots, they seem to play with reckless abandon, resulting in even more misses. Amid the laughter of New York fans, the Knicks surged ahead to claim victory. Despite the loss, the Trailblazers remained cheerful, engaging in friendly banter postgame. With a dismal three-point shooting record of 1 for 23, Coach Morey's cheeks wore an exceptionally grim expression, his words falling on deaf ears. Liu did not forget to congratulate Pippen on the birth of his son. During this period, Lursa is focused on nurturing her family, not yet fully embracing her freedom. A win brings joy to New York fans, while sports reporters hope for some juicy gossip about the coach. TNT's reporter quickly interviews Liu on the sidelines. Lee, is Coach Van Gundy really planning to leave the Knicks? Preoccupied with preparing for Thanksgiving and having not followed the gossip news, Lee looks surprised at the question, then replies earnestly, I haven't heard any such news. Coach Van Gundy has always been here in New York. He loves it here, and the entire team supports him. If it's a matter of contracts, answers will naturally come during the offseason. Observing Liu's serious demeanor, devoid of any discontent, the TNT reporter can only nod and shift the topic to commercial flattery. There are no secrets in New York, despite Coach Jeff Van Gundy's strong denials postgame. Everyone believes the bald-headed coach is on his way out. The failure to secure a contract extension after 4 consecutive championships already indicates the team's stance. James Dolan refrains from mentioning the coaching situation, while General Manager Glenn Grunwald, in a jovial manner, only offers diplomatic platitudes. Jeff is a legendary coach. I don't know where this news originated, but I believe he will remain with the Knicks. As the third quarter concludes, the home team enjoys a resounding victory over their opponents. Mourning's deteriorating condition prevents him from playing, and the roster has undergone significant changes, with Eddie Jones emerging as the star of the Heat. With a dismal record of 2 wins and 6 losses, the struggling Heat seem to have entered a rebuilding phase. Pat Riley, as a former Knicks coach, humorously reflects on the basketball environment here. I recognize Jeff's capabilities and am glad to see him succeed in New York. However, coaches often find themselves in such predicaments. No matter what choice Jeff makes, I will always support him. At the post-match press conference, there was no mention of the loss. But when Pat Riley expressed his thoughts, an ESPN reporter curiously inquired, do you believe Coach Van Gundy will ultimately choose to resign? Given his recent achievement of 4 consecutive championships, Pat Riley, sensing the audience's anticipation for his response, cryptically remarked, this is the NBA, often. It is the superstars who dictate everything. On Sunday the 18th, the Knicks embarked on their Western road trip. While the NBA announced the players of the week, Liu from the Eastern Conference and Kevin Garnett from the Western Conference both received accolades. Over 3 games, Liu averaged 28, 3 points, 4, 7 rebounds, 9, 0 assists, 2, 7 steals, and 2, 7 turnovers, boasting shooting percentages of 52, 1, 44, 8 from three-point range, and 96, 3 from the free throw line. After a fortnight of preparation, Liu's efficiency had returned, observing his average of 31, 6 minutes on the court, and 167 attempts. Many analysts could only exclaim at the astonishing nature of his performance, noting that changes in defensive rules had no adverse effect on him. The Player of the Week accolade has become elusive for veterans. Although Michael Jordan's form has been improving, the Wizards have struggled with a record of 2 wins and 7 losses. In a recent game against the Jazz, Jordan shot 17 of 33, scoring 44 points, along with 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 steal. After the match, longtime fans felt that Jordan had returned, although the Wizards continued to falter. This sentiment has gained traction lately, encapsulated in the notion that while Jordan shines, his teammates, particularly Kwame Brown, have been underwhelming. As fellow 2001 draftee, Pau Gasol has managed to secure at least 12 shot attempts in a game with the Knicks, while Kwame Brown struggles to make an impact during garbage time. Sports media revels in the spectacle of Jordan's statistical feats amid the Wizards' losses, facilitating post-match discussions. Before Thanksgiving, the Knicks were greeted with a favorable schedule. After a disappointing 82-point performance against the Clippers, they rebounded with a resounding 24-point victory over the Warriors. in a back-to-back match against the Suns, aiming for draft positioning. The Knicks delivered a powerful strike, ultimately securing a hard-fought victory with a score of 102-94. With a record of 10 wins and 3 losses, the Knicks ascended to the top of the Eastern Conference standings. Prior to Thanksgiving, the Lakers boasted a record of 10 wins and 1 loss, while the Spurs held an impressive 8 wins and 2 losses, both demonstrating substantial dominance in the Western Conference. However, for many employees of Enron, November 22nd, Thanksgiving Day, bore no significance, as they found themselves entirely unemployed. Following the resignation of CEO Jeff Skilling in early August and the subsequent appointment of Kenneth Lay, the corporate giant collapsed in just over 2 months. After the Enron traders profited more than $48 billion from California's deregulated electricity prices in the first quarter of 2001. The situation took a dramatic turn following the exposure of a recorded phone call. When financial media revealed the tape of Enron traders mocking Californians for their inability to afford electricity, the plummeting stock prices became unstoppable. This protracted struggle began with a dismal evaluation report from Axe Capital, which garnered little optimism, yet within less than 6 months, all parties were poised to carve up the giants. Kenneth Lay indeed possesses remarkable energy, successfully persuading the White House to refrain from regulating California's electricity prices. However, protests have surged, and even the general public has begun to recognize the issues surrounding Enron. CFO Andrew Fasto's financial malfeasance has sent shockwaves across the nation. The so-called accounting errors are merely a facade. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, by early December, the giants will undoubtedly collapse. For Liu, this Thanksgiving is indeed a cause for celebration, as Axe Capital has devoured the lion's share, a windfall from above. At home on 82nd Street, the young women are preparing dinner, while on the rooftop terrace, they admire the Manhattan skyline. Liu and Nacho, both clad in black t-shirts and raw denim jeans, share quiet laughter. While I do not grasp the intricacies of finance, eavesdropping on the employees' conversations has assured me that we are on the brink of substantial profit. These individuals make money at a pace akin to a ravenous predator, and even California officials lend their endorsement. Their audacious methods are truly unexpected. To earn this fortune, Nacho has spent nearly 2 years in New York. Mere reports and eloquence cannot rival Kenneth Lay's connections in both business and politics. This mogul ultimately manages to convince others to take over, allowing himself to cash out effortlessly. If the decline in Enron's stock price at the beginning of the year merely allowed others to make a small profit, the subsequent plummet mid-year has led to substantial gains for Axe Capital. Seemingly liberated from the shadow of national disaster, Bobby, holding a glass aloft, beams with joy and proclaims, "This is our victory, a triumph close to $500 million. I can hardly contain my excitement. Enron should declare bankruptcy soon." Old Mike squints with mirth, knowing he too stands to gain a handsome reward from these proceeds. Monitoring and surveillance are not difficult tasks, and they pay far better than being a policeman. I relish this line of work. Should the opportunity arise, we should do it again. Liu gently shakes his head, contemplating certain information, choosing not to speak definitively, but rather jesting softly. Bobby will become a thought leader. Next time, it won't require such effort. After this, an increasing number of people will come to believe in him. Wall Street's assessments are no longer the sole authority. Can Enron's media thrive against the current? Should similar situations arise again, I am confident that many reactions will be entirely distinct. Amidst the internet bubble, Enron stock astonishingly rises against the tide, attributed to that so-called media, which evokes memories for Liu. Having reaped substantial profits for several consecutive months, Axe Capital has completed its restructuring. Bobby recognizes that his good fortune is truly arriving. The impoverished youth has turned over a new leaf, and naturally, with wealth comes the desire to indulge. How about we purchase 2 yachts? In summer, we can set sail for parties, or perhaps acquire some properties in Miami. Regardless of whether it's Connecticut or New York, the winters here are far too cold, considering the prevailing societal sentiments of late. Liu ponders before suggesting, "Let us revisit the matter of consumption next year. Sometimes, with greater earnings come greater responsibilities. My foundation also requires a reevaluation." No longer discussing this matter, the 4 individuals quietly confirmed the completion of their tasks. Soon, Jean and Melinda arrived on the terrace to greet everyone. During Thanksgiving, Liu invited many friends who had contributed to the Enron incident, and, of course, did not forget to extend greetings to the powerful Dick Cheney at the White House. This vice president was particularly formidable, and acquiring any information from him was quite a challenge. Following Thanksgiving, the Knicks faced the Bulls in another matchup. In a fierce contest, the Knicks emerged victorious, securing their third consecutive win, perhaps spurred by the schedule, after the Lakers triumphed over the Nuggets. Shaquille O'Neal lamented during the post-game press conference, "The Lakers have achieved a record of 12 wins and 1 loss, yet every game has been arduous. The league should contemplate adjusting the competitive balance between the Eastern and Western conferences." The sports media in Los Angeles found merit in his statement. Witnessing the Knicks win through sheer grit left a sour taste in their mouths. The difficulty levels of the two teams were disparate. For the Lakers to emerge from the Western Conference posed an S-level challenge, while the Knicks faced merely a B-level challenge in the Eastern Conference. ESPN recently devised a difficulty rating system, ostensibly to belittle New York, yet the outcome was unexpectedly favorable, garnering widespread agreement. Seated beside O'Neal, Kobe felt a pang of envy as the month drew to a close. Given the current trajectory, he had a substantial chance of clinching the Player of the Month award for November. The thought that while Liu could secure accolades despite a lackluster performance in the first half of the month irked Kobe, prompting him to voice his discontent. "Shaq is right. Not just in the regular season, but come the playoffs, Western teams will face even tougher opponents. I respect all teams, yet I hope that the selection for awards considers the strength of the competition more closely. I believe I have delivered MVP-caliber performances. Honestly, I wish to see my name on the MVP leaderboard." Kobe, who had yet to win an MVP award, harbored these thoughts. Feeling overshadowed by O'Neal, while Liu consistently ranked high on the MVP list, which greatly displeased him. The grievances of the OK duo, however, did not impede the Knicks from dominating their home game. In a close victory over the Hawks, the New York fans erupted with joy, celebrating the triumph. Liu felt a sudden chill in his mind amidst the cheers of the crowd. Reflexively accessing his talent panel, he noticed that Tim Duncan's exceptional positional sense had vanished. As he passed by Grant Hill, who was happily engaging with the media, Liu could not help but shout exuberantly at the camera, "We are still the #1 in the East. This feeling is incredible. Thank you to the readers for your subscription support." End of this chapter. Chapter 242, a new rivalry in the final game of November 2001. The much-anticipated showdown finally took place. After the Nets secured a resounding victory over the Bulls, their record improved to 10 wins and 5 losses. Although they still trailed the Knicks, the gap between the two teams was indeed minimal. Compared to the dismal start of the previous season, the Brooklyn Nets have undergone a remarkable transformation. Consequently, as they prepared to face the New York Knicks, Coach Kidd, buoyed by the team's improved record, boldly proclaimed in front of the sports media, "My arrival has indeed turned the Nets around 360 degrees." Prior to the game on the 28th, Kidd's words reached Liu's ears through the grapevine. Playing as the visiting team in New Jersey felt no different from competing on home turf. After warming up, Liu, in a media interview, humorously remarked, "Goodness, a 360-degree turnaround? Kidd must still be standing in place. The Nets are certainly a formidable opponent, and I relish the challenge." After making this quip from his seat, it dawned on everyone that Kidd's so-called 360-degree turn was merely a spin in place. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as many speculated that Kidd had spoken without much thought. Regarding his superficial brother, Liu refrained from further mocking his counterpart. In the previous game, the attendance at Continental Airlines Arena was a mere 5,300. Tickets for the back rows simply could not sell, with over 19,000 seats available. The attendance rate was below 50%, a situation that has persisted for many years. Ticket prices are affordable and the distance is reasonable. Yet New York fans often choose to support their team elsewhere. Kidd's bravado could not salvage ticket sales. Despite the Nets' promising talent, the fans remained unconvinced. Recently, New York sports media have been ridiculing this once struggling opponent. Tickets for the last row at Madison Square Garden are in high demand, and in every conceivable aspect. The Nets are not a match for the Knicks. Only those who purchase tickets with their hard-earned money can be deemed the most steadfast supporters. And for the Nets to return to normalcy, it will likely take several more years. On the evening of the 28th, Continental Airlines Arena was finally filled to capacity, creating an atmosphere that was markedly different from the previous game. After the home team took the court, Kidd felt a flicker of irritation, his temper flaring. A significant number of Knicks fans were in attendance, and a sea of #1 jerseys could be seen. Even the most temperate players would feel a surge of frustration at such a sight in their own arena. The last time a similar situation occurred was recently during a game against the Wizards. Although the Nets lost, the fans present were unconcerned, with more cheering for the Wizards than the Nets throughout the game. This matchup was also being broadcast nationally, and at the TNT commentary booth, Marv Albert was introducing the starting lineups. The Nets' backcourt consisted of Jason Kidd and Corey Kittles, while the frontcourt featured Keith Van Horn, Kenyon Martin, and Todd McCulloch. Kidd's arrival seemed to have fully activated the team's potential, and this season, the Nets' performance has indeed surprised us greatly. Among the starting lineup, aside from center McCulloch, a second-round pick, the other 4 players were all top 10 draft picks. Mike Fratello began to extol the virtues of Brooklyn Nets head coach Byron Scott. Last season, the Nets only managed a dismal record of 26 wins. However, if they maintain their current level of play, I firmly believe they can achieve 50 victories. Coach Scott has completely taken command of the team, and it is evident that the players hold him in high regard. Sharing a similar coaching style, Scott expressed a hint of envy towards Jeff Van Gundy, even feeling a desire to take his place. During this period, the bald young coach seems to have adjusted his mindset, rarely displaying much emotion on the court. Most of the time, he is seen smiling and clapping in encouragement. Rumors regarding Van Gundy's potential dismissal have significantly diminished, as the Knicks are performing remarkably well, leading no one to believe he would abruptly resign. Conversely, assistant coach Tom Thibodeau has recently exhibited signs of distraction, seemingly lost in thought. As the game commenced, both teams coincidentally opted for an offensive showdown. The players unleashed fervent shots, and following rapid missed attempts, the swift-paced offense elicited gasps from the crowd, who were captivated by the players' relentless movement on the court. With only 30 seconds remaining in the first half, Kidd finally began to manage the clock. The deafening shouts of defense filled the arena, and Kidd found himself increasingly frustrated by the atmosphere of his home court. Falling into a set offense, after a pick and roll with Kenyon Martin, Kidd noticed Liu, who was cutting off the driving lane. Hesitating for a moment, Kidd recognized it was indeed a prime shooting opportunity. Instead of taking the shot, he faked a jump shot after receiving the ball. Sensing Liu's defensive leap, Kidd, without glancing at Martin, lifted his gaze to the hoop and swiftly delivered a bounce pass. Liu, who had just been poised to leap for a block, reacted instinctively, retreating while deftly deflecting the pass with his left hand, resulting in a clean steal. Oh! The crowd erupted in cheers as Liu, having secured the ball, advanced forward. Kidd attempted to grasp him, but Liu skillfully evaded him with a behind-the-back dribble. Ignoring Kidd's desperate pursuit, Liu accelerated, leaping for a thunderous dunk just before the defense could set. This marked Kidd's second turnover of the half, and in frustration, he slammed the ball as he watched Liu sprint back on defense, his irritation growing. With the final offensive play, Kidd's sudden jump shot from the right elbow clanged off the rim, and Kenyon Martin's follow-up attempt was thwarted, concluding the first half. As Coach Byron Scott walked toward the players' tunnel, he frowned discreetly, finding the situation unchanged from the previous season. Despite deploying a robust defense, they still struggled to contain their opponents. When the third quarter commenced, the cheers within the arena grew louder, yet the fans did not rally behind the Nets. The efficient performance of McCloy in the first half waned as he suddenly missed consecutive shots in the third quarter. Fortunately, the Knicks failed to capitalize on the opportunity, and the scoreboard advanced slowly for both teams. During this offensive sequence, Artest had just nudged the ball out of bounds, and Kittles, taking the sideline throw-in, remained composed as he spotted Kidd running to the top of the arc to receive the pass. He casually tossed the ball over. Just as Kittles stepped onto the court, Liu suddenly sprang into action, deftly swiping the languid pass right over Kidd's head. Wow! The cheers of the fans echoed once more. And while Kidd instinctively sought a foul, Liu reacted with greater alacrity, regaining possession and deftly maneuvering past his defender, swiftly traversing half the court. In a 1-on-0 situation, Liu surged into the paint, using his right hand to scoop the ball as he leaped off both feet, spinning the ball mid-air before executing a thunderous dunk. An impressive display of anticipation and a splendid steal. This season, Lee has repeatedly showcased such defensive prowess, evidently deepening his understanding of the game. The enthusiastic Marv Albert could hardly contain his excitement. It became evident that, by merely focusing on Liu, one could witness at least 2 such remarkable steals in every game. Mike Fratello, observing the Nets' offensive stagnation, instinctively remarked, when others struggled to score, "Perhaps Kidd should step up and take some shots himself." Defense. The fans spontaneously began to chant in support of the Knicks. With consecutive missed shots, Kidd resolved to push the ball up the court, noting the Knicks' persistent man-to-man defense. He promptly called for McCulloch to set a screen at the top of the arc. Gasol, receiving the directive, opted not to delay but instead remained stationed in the paint, while Liu maneuvered off the baseline to navigate around the pick, entirely relinquishing his opponent's shooting opportunity. Confronted with the vast open space following the screen, Kidd did not hesitate. He halted at the arc and swiftly released a jump shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the back of the rim, as beneath the hoop, Kenyon Martin was engaged in a physical battle with Cuttino Mobley, while Van Horn, charging from the baseline, found himself boxed out by Artest. Ultimately, the high-bouncing ball was expertly secured by Cuttino Mobley, who, upon receiving the pass, rapidly advanced along the left sideline. Byron Scott, on the sidelines, vociferously directed his players as the Nets swiftly retreated on defense. Kidd orchestrated his teammates to match up defensively. Noticing Liu suddenly shifting to the left wing, Grant Hill, switching to his right hand, also began to accelerate laterally. Kittles initially anticipated a handoff play, only to be astonished as Liu did not receive the ball, but instead burst forward, quickly relocating to the left wing. Kidd, who was just rallying his teammates for a double team, followed Liu's movement, leaving Grant Hill unguarded at the top of the arc. After a brief loop, Hill suddenly accelerated into the paint, and before McCulloch and Kenyon Martin could adjust their retreating defense, Grant Hill had already penetrated under the basket, utilizing his right hand to bank the shot in. 70-66. The Knicks had struck swiftly for 4 consecutive points, widening their lead. At this moment, with 6 minutes and 01 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Coach Byron Scott chose not to call a timeout. In a relentless offensive onslaught, Kidd, faced with a dire situation, resorted to a low-post strategy, aiming to enable McCulloch to continue asserting dominance over Gasol. However, this attempt fell short once again. After receiving the ball in the right low post, McCulloch attempted to power through with his left hand, noticing the absence of double coverage. As he approached the basket, he leaned into Gasol and swiftly pivoted. Intent on using his body to displace his opponent, McCulloch soon realized he was unable to leverage any strength, abruptly losing his offensive rhythm. Instinctively, he flicked the ball towards the backboard with his right hand, only for Gasol, ever vigilant, to deliver a resounding block just as the ball left McCulloch's fingertips. Oh, what a magnificent rejection, igniting the atmosphere in the arena once more. Seizing the opportunity, Gasol promptly launched the ball forward. Liu had already sprinted past the half-court line and, upon catching the ball, maintained his momentum. As he released the ball with his right hand, he noticed Kidd pivoting, prompting him to make a sharp change of direction. In the moment he switched to his left hand, Liu lowered his center of gravity, accelerated, and disregarded Kidd's lateral defense, charging toward the basket near the free throw line. Observing Liu's approach, Kidd immediately reached in to steal the ball, striking Liu's arm, yet the basketball remained unfazed. As the referee's whistle blew, Liu, utilizing his body to shield Kidd, leaned at an angle and casually tossed the ball towards the backboard with his left hand. With a resounding thud, the basketball ricocheted off the backboard and into the hoop, causing the arena to erupt in exuberance. Breathing heavily, Kidd stood beneath the basket with his hands on his hips, helplessly watching as Liu strode to the free throw line, still incredulous over his failed steal. MVP, MVP, MVP. The players of the Nets, hearing the resounding chants echoing through the arena, wore increasingly glum expressions. Their efforts were in vain, as the crowd remained fervently supportive of the Knicks. The score stood at 73-66, with the ensuing free throw successful, prompting Coach Byron Scott to cross his arms and call for a timeout. Despite continued struggles from beyond the arc, following the timeout, they capitalized on their opponent's errors, gradually widening the score gap. With 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Knicks executed a simple 3-man pick and roll. Yet Kidd intercepted the route of Court Thomas as he cut to receive the ball. Grant Hill leaped from the free throw line to send the ball backward. As Liu caught the ball at the top of the arc, Kenyon Martin swiftly closed in on him. Liu feigned a shot, causing Martin to instinctively take a step forward. Noticing the shift in Martin's defensive posture, Liu rapidly executed a probing step to his right front. Sensitive to the movement, Martin desperately slid to his left rear, readying himself to shoot. Liu, not granting Martin another moment to adjust his defense, quickly launched a jump shot from the arc. Swish! The three-pointer swished through the net. The score now stood at 86-73, and the cheers seemed unceasing. On the sidelines, Jeff Van Gundy felt no overwhelming joy. He merely offered a mechanical smile, applauding in a gesture of praise. As the third quarter concluded, the score was fixed at 88-75. Returning to the bench, the Nets players fell silent, a stark contrast to previous games. In the final quarter, the fans who had hoped for Kidd to turn the tide were met with disappointment. Trailing behind, Kidd, whose shooting touch was lacking tonight, opted to focus on facilitating the play. After several attempts to forge ahead, the Knicks seized the opportunity and swiftly widened the gap. Witnessing Kidd, with the ball in his left hand, thwarted by Liu at the free throw line, the atmosphere on the Nets bench fell into a profound silence. With 5 minutes and 0.1 seconds remaining in the game, Kidd's foul led the Nets into a penalty situation. Premature fouls inevitably exact a toll, and soon the fleeting hopes of the Nets were extinguished by a deluge of points. When Artest received the ball in the right corner, bulldozing his way to the basket and drawing a foul, the Knicks bench erupted in joyous cheers. With only 58 seconds left on the clock, Kidd was substituted out. As he returned to the sidelines, Byron Scott could only offer a reassuring pat on the shoulder, whispering, "The regular season has just begun. We all believe in you." In the final quarter, Kidd went 0 for 2, managed to score 2 points from the free throw line, and dished out 3 assists, but also committed 2 turnovers. Over 39 minutes on the court, he recorded 4 out of 10 shooting, totaling 12 points, 6 rebounds, 13 assists, 1 steal, and 5 turnovers. As the final buzzer echoed, the score stood at 112-97, marking the Knicks' 5th consecutive victory. Wrapped in a towel, Liu exchanged fist bumps with his teammates, but the exuberance dissipated after the game. Kidd keenly sensed the shift in his teammates' spirits and shared a farewell embrace with Liu, lamenting, "Damn team rebuilding. Those sports media should witness your game firsthand." Post-match, Liu dismissed the significance of the win, reminding his visibly downcast brother, "You're still second in the East. Don't let the trivial comments get to you, bro. I love your current hairstyle." As Kidd, now balding yet not stronger, walked towards the players' tunnel, he observed fans snapping cheerful photos with Liu, suddenly questioning whether joining the Eastern Conference was indeed the right choice. With a season high of 39 minutes played, Liu shot 13 out of 22, including 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and sank 7 out of 8 free throws, amassing 37 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, 4 steals, and 2 turnovers. Grant Hill also clocked in 36 minutes, achieving 9 out of 18 shooting for 24 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. Whether facing man-to-man defense or zone coverage, the two executed a relentless series of drives, stretching the defense. When shots went awry, they capitalized on their opponent's mistakes, scoring in fast breaks. Their straightforward yet effective strategy was underscored by a commendable record of 13 wins and 3 losses. On December 1st, the NBA announced the players of the month for the previous month. Liu of the Knicks and Kobe Bryant of the Lakers were the recipients. Following the season's commencement, the Lakers boasted an impressive record of 14 wins and 1 loss. Kobe averaged 39 minutes on the court, netting 27, 6 points, 5, 7 rebounds, 6, 5 assists, 2, 1 steals, and 2, 9 turnovers per game, with an average of 18, 3 shots per game, and a shooting percentage of 52, 2, from three-point range. He attempted an average of 17 shots, hitting 42, 3, and at the free throw line, he averaged 9, 2 attempts, with an accuracy of 84, 8. In contrast, Liu averages 33, 1 minutes per game, with statistics of 29, 1 points, 4, 6 rebounds, 9, 4 assists, 2, 4 steals, and 2, 6 turnovers. His shooting accuracy stands at 53, with a three-point shooting percentage of 40, 6 and a free throw percentage of 91, 9. Although his performance at the beginning of the month lowered his statistics, overall, the number of shots taken by both players is nearly identical, and their shooting percentages are quite similar. Upon receiving the Player of the Month award, Liu merely offered a polite smile when he was honored on the evening of the 1st, following a game against the Rockets. In stark contrast, Kobe was invigorated by these statistics. After receiving his trophy at the Staples Center, he confidently proclaimed, "I am thrilled to be named Player of the Month. This is how I lead my team, and I shall not alter my style of play. I firmly believe that my next shot will find its mark." Following Allen Iverson's decline and subsequent retreat from the spotlight, Kobe emerged as Liu's rival. The ever-affectionate Shaquille O'Neal realized he was no longer the sole focus of the team, as the cheers from Lakers fans in the Staples Center were now directed toward the younger player. On the bench, Phil Jackson appeared to sense Shaquille's unease regarding the team's performance. He could only offer quiet reassurance while clapping. "Shaq, this season presents us with our finest opportunity to claim the championship. Thank you to the readers for your subscription and support." This chapter concludes. Chapter 243. Returning to the essence of basketball on December 1st, 2001. New York City Mayor Giuliani announced plans to construct a fire museum near the site of the fallen building in memory of the firefighters who lost their lives. The following day, the President of the United States visited the site to deliver a speech, offering condolences to the victims' families while primarily reaffirming America's commitment to war. With the Knicks recently playing at home, on Sunday the 2nd, Liu and the New York City staff went to the site to contribute to the atmosphere. For the citizens of New York, the lighting ceremony of the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree proceeded as usual, and the New York International Film Festival was not canceled, which was the most encouraging news. Most people had moved past their grief. Life must go on, and festive activities must continue. In December, New York's weather had turned cold. After attending a dinner, Liu returned home to 82nd Street as it neared 11 p.m. The television, across most channels, seized upon the momentum of the speech to discuss matters of war. Even the revived talk shows refrained from political humor, instead echoing the slogans of mainstream media. The room had begun to adopt some Christmas elements. At that moment, Kristen was arranging decorations while idly watching the television. On this rare weekend, the girls were away on business, leaving the unemployed to remain at home, tasked with decorating the house. Upon seeing Liu adding logs to the fireplace, the young lady gleefully perched herself on his lap, playfully asking, "Clay, does it look nice? I bought so many Christmas decorations. This year we shall celebrate Christmas together." In the middle of the month, the young girl is about to turn 20, perhaps due to an overabundance of nutrition over the years. Her once model-like figure has gradually faded away, with flesh accumulating to form a prominent curve at her bosom. Liu embraced her, listening to her soft whispers, and finally playfully patted her rounded backside, murmuring, "Alice, what would you like for your birthday gift?" Recently, Liu has frequently been featured in NBC's news segments, where, beyond the usual gossip and sports news, the spotlight has been on AKS Capital's profitable short selling of Enron. Luxury goods, cars, and houses were once coveted, yet upon acquiring them, they seem rather lackluster. The young girl pondered for a moment before leaning in to share a secret, which made Liu realize she was merely clad in sleepwear. Observing her radiant smile, he ultimately acquiesced. "Indeed, we should certainly have more children." At the beginning of December, the Knicks' schedule became relatively relaxed, with only 4 games in the month's initial stretch. Every year, as the regular season commences, certain players inevitably face injuries. Just days prior, during a match against the Rockets, Francis had to watch from the bench as the team succumbed to defeat. On the evening of the 3rd, during a game against the Pistons, Stephen Jackson strained his hamstring while attempting a drive. Under the guidance of Rick Carlisle, the Pistons exhibited an impressive performance since the start of the season, although Ben Wallace had not significantly contributed offensively since joining the team. He had notably increased the rebounding stats. Despite being a rookie coach, Carlisle has infused the Pistons with a distinctive style of play, markedly increasing their three-point attempts. Regrettably, the Knicks appeared to have contracted a shooting malaise, as the Pistons managed a dismal 5 out of 25 from beyond the arc that night, resulting in a mere 20 success rate. In contrast, the Knicks fared better with 6 out of 18 three-pointers, a performance that facilitated an easy victory. The New York fans in attendance, numbering 8,997, were unbothered by the shooting woes. Winning brought them joy. Ben Wallace felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing that many New York fans seemed to have forgotten him. In stark contrast, although he lost the Rookie of the Month title for November, Pau Gasol garnered considerable popularity. Affected by the schedule, shooting consistency may fluctuate, yet as long as games are not back-to-back, Gasol can still deliver impressive near double-double statistics of 15.9 points. His height and wingspan afford him an advantage in scoring, and having fully adapted to the physicality of the game, he capitalizes on mismatches, overpowering opponents with decisive low-post moves. In half-court transition plays, Gasol skillfully navigates past the halfway line, actively positioning himself against Clifford Robinson's defense. Whenever he receives the ball near the low post, Gasol typically drives toward the basket, leaning into his defender, executing a lateral three-step move to complete a layup. Although such sequences are infrequent when he secures position, Gasol's drifting shots boast an impressive success rate. After 35 minutes on the floor, he recorded 18 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers, achieving yet another double-double performance. Madison Square Garden buzzed with its usual vibrancy as exuberant New York fans chanted for Gasol, eager for a chance to secure autographs and photographs. Upon witnessing this scene after embracing Liu, Ben Wallace felt an inexplicable discomfort within, perhaps due to his lack of conventional attractiveness throughout his years with the Knicks. He had seldom been approached for an autograph by female fans. "Well done, bro. At the end of this season, you shall be the king of rebounds," Liu encouraged, perceptively noting that Ben had not relaxed his standards for himself, his physique having become a tad more robust. Upon receiving such encouragement, Ben's spirits lifted considerably. He embraced Liu with vigor and confidently replied, "I am certain I can achieve this. The Pistons also have a chance to reach the playoffs this year." With stats of 6 points, 10 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, and 2 turnovers, Ben's scoring remained relatively unchanged, as he primarily focused on defensive duties. In the Knicks locker room, Grant Hill, with a serious demeanor, offered psychological support to Stephen Jackson. "In the face of injury, one must maintain patience. Do not strain your body, and certainly do not play while hurt. This season, I feel the schedule is manageable. As long as we stay healthy, opportunities to prove ourselves will arise." Despite the relentless games in November, Stephen Jackson had not been deprived of shooting opportunities. When Liu's playing time dwindled, the scoring responsibilities on the bench fell to Jackson and the towering Wright, who primarily benefited from easy baskets due to his position as a center. Once in the rotation, neither Artest nor Hill siphoned off much ball possession. Each game, Jackson typically had around 12 shots, making him arguably the most industrious player on the team. As the team doctor conducted examinations, Jackson, already disheartened, covered his face. He was no rookie, and with a hamstring injury, the season's outlook seemed grim. Witnessing his kindred spirit in distress, Artest quickly offered words of comfort. "Do not worry, Stephen. A hamstring injury still allows for upper body training. I promise to train with you every day." Upon entering the locker room and overhearing this exchange, Liu glanced exasperatedly at the raucous Artest and turned to consult the team doctor. "What is the situation? Will there be a chance for a recovery post-All-Star game?" The two doctors shook their heads in unison, refraining from immediate conclusions, stating instead, "We cannot yet confirm the specific nature of the injury. Further examinations are required." After dealing with inquisitive reporters, Jeff Van Gundy returned to the locker room, his brow furrowed upon hearing the doctors discuss the situation. Grant was correct. Health was paramount, and confidence was essential. Let us not forget that the regular season had just begun. The bald, youthful coach remained averse to injuries, as his options were limited, and he continued to be reluctant to utilize rookies. In a back-to-back matchup, the Knicks flew to Milwaukee, where the Bucks had been performing admirably, boasting a record of 9 wins and 5 losses since the season commenced. Milwaukee fans anticipated a high-scoring affair, yet Ray Allen's performance was not up to par. As the match concluded, Pau Gasol rose from the bench, waving a towel, yet his mind was engulfed in fervent criticism. How can they possibly win? Ray Allen shot a dismal 4 for 20, including a mere 1 for 14 from beyond the arc. In the second half, he missed numerous open shots, and the Bucks succumbed to defeat, bearing the brunt of the blame. The Bucks' three-point shooting was a woeful 5 out of 28, while the Knicks managed only 5 out of 20. Of those 5 successful three-pointers, Liu alone contributed 4. It wasn't just the Milwaukee fans feeling drowsy, courtside. Jeff Van Gundy and George Karl were equally transfixed in disbelief. Perhaps to challenge the head coach, George Karl unleashed a tirade against Ray Allen's lackluster performance post-game. Ray Allen, undeterred by the scrutiny following his missed shots, resolutely proclaimed, "This is my style of play. I refuse to shy away from taking shots simply because I miss a few. Whenever I find myself open, I will take the shot. The essence of basketball is to put the ball through the hoop. Why should I emulate Gary Payton?" Their verbal sparring intensified, and in response to ESPN reporters' inquiries, Liu staunchly defended his good friend. "Ray is absolutely correct. He will not become a mere shadow of anyone else. He is simply Ray Allen. As a scorer, he must maintain this confidence. One game does not define a player. They are not machines and will naturally experience fluctuations in form." Upon arriving in Milwaukee, Liu also brought Christmas gifts for Ray Allen's son, further bolstering his friend's morale, instilling in him the confidence needed to triumph in this contentious battle. While Liu publicly acknowledged the natural ebb and flow of a player's performance, he privately began intensifying shooting drills with Grant Hill, Ron Artest, and others. Unless one's shooting truly falters to an extreme degree, most NBA perimeter players should easily achieve a three-point shooting percentage of around 33 with diligent practice. Frequently, whether from the corner or the 45-degree angle, the Knicks catch-and-shoot players found themselves open, yet the team's three-point shooting percentage lingered below 30 for several consecutive games, which began to weigh heavily on Liu. On December 7th, the Rockefeller Center held its Christmas tree lighting ceremony, and as the festive season approached, Manhattan buzzed with excitement. The NBA also commenced its promotion for the upcoming Christmas Day games, featuring two marquee matchups, the Lakers versus the Knicks and the Raptors versus the 76ers. One matchup pitted long-standing rivals against each other, while the other showcased popular players. For some fans, statistics, championships, honors, and offensive efficiency were inconsequential. Aesthetic gameplay was their ultimate pursuit. Players like Vince Carter and Allen Iverson epitomized this desire. Similarly, Tracy McGrady, despite an overall lackluster performance in terms of big data, remained a fan favorite. As long as he could deliver an efficient performance, a few subpar games could easily be overlooked. For many players, the Christmas Day games represented a grand stage. As the reigning champions, the Knicks' participation in the Christmas showdown raised little dissent. However, the inclusion of the Raptors and the 76ers in the festivities was met with skepticism. On the evening of the 7th, following the Spurs' decisive victory over the 76ers, Tim Duncan refrained from voicing complaints, yet Coach Popovich began to champion his beloved player. With an impressive record of 14 wins and 4 losses, Popovich felt emboldened during the post-game interview, candidly stating his discontent with the league's arrangements and asserting that the Spurs deserved a place on the Christmas stage. He remarked on the exceptional performance of his team, expressing disbelief that some of the teams slated for the Christmas matchup could deliver an entertaining game to the fans. The 76ers, burdened by Allen Iverson's injuries, stumbled out of the gates with a lackluster record of 9 wins and 10 losses this season. Popovich's remarks seemed less an affront to Larry Brown and more a defense of Tim Duncan, who was a genuine leader of the team. Was not one to complain about such matters. It fell to the coach to voice these sentiments to keep his star player content. Rookie Tony Parker has firmly established himself as the starting point guard for the Spurs. The team's success is undoubtedly tied to his contributions, and he echoed the coach's sentiments, expressing his dismay during an interview. With 3 Eastern Conference teams featured in the Christmas matchup, it seems the Spurs have been overlooked. The league should consider the sentiments of the San Antonio fans. Parker, still acclimating to certain NBA cultures, unwittingly provoked Iverson, who retorted during an interview, "Who is Tony Parker? Who the hell cares about these minor players? Fans want to see me play, which is why I'm on the Christmas stage. Let us not forget our roles. Minor players have no standing to critique me." This season's declining attention has left Iverson in a sour mood, and being challenged by a rookie naturally drew his ire. The Knicks took a break of over 3 days, with Liu leading the team in daily shooting practice. The essence of basketball lies in putting the ball through the hoop. If one lacks shooting talent, one must rely on sheer volume to succeed. While monotonous shooting drills are less exhilarating than weight training, their benefits often do not manifest in games, whereas strength training provides immediate positive feedback. During the morning session on the 8th, Artest, engaged in stationary shooting drills, found himself fatigued from the repetitive nature of the exercise. Liu set a target of 100 shots, demanding at least 85 successful attempts. Failure to meet the mark would necessitate another round, perhaps due to overexertion the previous evening. Artest's shooting was woefully off during practice, and after several rounds, his attempts became increasingly erratic. After several missed three-point shots from the left corner, he could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "God, am I destined to keep shooting until the game starts? Focus and maintain your breathing. If you don't meet the target, extra practice will be required post-game." Liu observed with a smirk, counting Artest's attempts. Training always yields results. Recently, he had even absorbed another talent, the extraordinary leaping ability of Grant Hill. After acquiring this talent, Liu did not engage in deliberate training. However, as the frequency of dunks increased during games and practices, his innate ability was gradually refined without his conscious realization. Every day, he practiced a few extra rounds compared to his peers, while Artest could only grit his teeth and persevere. In this targeted shooting practice, Brevin Knight outperformed him. The Atmosphere group member, Langley, struggled to earn playing time, his daily task reduced to serving as a practice partner for Gasol. Coach Jeff Van Gundy aspired to mold Gasol into the next Ewing, a distinguished traditional center, yet regrettably, this ambition remained unfulfilled. Coach, I do not wish to sacrifice my agility. If I gain too much weight, I may not be able to keep pace with the rhythm of the game. Gasol reiterated his concerns. Van Gundy outwardly encouraged the rookie, but inwardly felt profound disappointment, aware that the team was adapting to Liu rather than adhering to his directives. On the evening of the 8th, at Madison Square Garden, perhaps a last-minute effort bore fruit, as the team's three-point shooting finally warmed up. The Knicks exploded against the Pacers. Reggie Miller suffered minor injuries in the second half and could not play, while young O'Neal faltered under excessive double-teaming, committing 8 turnovers and making only 3 of 12 three-point attempts. Isaiah Thomas was left without a smile, as the team's record of 12 wins and 11 losses fell short of his expectations. The Knicks managed to hit 10 of their 23 three-point attempts. After the game, Liu was elated and, during an interview, praised his teammates. I love the team's shooting form tonight. Hard work pays off. Look at Ron. He plans to continue practicing. Trust me, in just a few years, he will become a star player. After each game, Jeff Van Gundy felt a sense of emptiness, as Liu had taken over a significant portion of the training. As he walked towards the players' tunnel, Van Gundy suddenly whispered to his assistant coach, Thibodeau, Tom, have you made up your mind? Thibodeau instinctively shook his head, grappling with inner conflict, aware that he had been labeled as part of the Van Gundy coaching tree. Watching the bald young coach's silhouette and reflecting on the Knicks' environment, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Can I truly secure the head coach position? Thanks to the support of the readers, this chapter concludes. Chapter 244, The Era of Van Gundy. On Saturday, December 22, 2001, the Knicks faced their final game before Christmas. After a streak of victories, the team's performance began to fluctuate from mid-December, coinciding with injuries to Brevin Knight and Grant Hill. Seizing the opportunity, teams in the Eastern Conference began to strike hard. Antoine Walker intensified his three-point shooting this season, attempting 15 shots beyond the arc against the Knicks. If we can shoot threes, so can I. This steadfast belief rewarded Walker, as he and Pierce together overwhelmed the Knicks. Subsequently, in the game against the Pistons, Coach Carlisle showed no mercy, continuing with the previously established tactical approach. Atkins and the bench player, Corliss Williamson, enjoyed a meal of dumplings, while the Knicks faced yet another defeat. As they clashed with the Wizards once more on the 14th, Hill was sidelined due to an ankle injury, allowing Hamilton to shine against the rookie Trenton Hassel. With an impressive performance, he scored 34 points, along with 5 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 turnover. Shooting 14 out of 24, Hamilton led the Knicks to victory, elevating the Wizards' record to 10 wins and 12 losses, with a score of 114 to 104. Despite his commendable display, the Knicks found themselves on a disheartening 4-game losing streak. Fortunately, the upcoming game against the Hornets provided a glimmer of hope. Byron Davis, after witnessing Liu's explosive 46-point performance, was left in utter dismay, feeling the sting of failure as his team was thoroughly outmatched. On the 20th, facing the relocating Grizzlies at home, Liu continued his offensive prowess, shooting 16 out of 26, including 6 from beyond the arc, and sinking 8 out of 10 free throws, amassing another remarkable total of 46 points, 7 rebounds, 11 assists, 4 steals, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. Over the past 2 weeks, his playing time surged to 41 minutes. Despite the consecutive losses, Liu's fans could proudly assert, the Knicks may have lost. But Liu did not. As Christmas approached, in addition to the imminent holiday matchups, the NBA began to generate excitement for this year's Philadelphia All-Star Game. Following the start of the new season, Iverson's efficiency has noticeably declined. He frequently takes shots, yet his shooting percentage often lingers below 40. The Philadelphia fans, who prefer to trust the process, feel that the championship is slipping further from their grasp. With the revised rules, the quest for victory has become increasingly arduous for the 76ers, who struggle to create offensive space as everyone converges around the paint. On the morning of the 22nd, during a TNT broadcast, the trio of commentators no longer reveled in the Knicks' misfortunes, as their record improved to 19 wins and 7 losses, still leading the Eastern Conference. Just days prior, they had praised the Lakers, only to witness them succumb to the Grizzlies the previous night, allowing their opponents to secure their 7th victory of the season. The Lakers continued to grapple with their perennial issue of poor three-point shooting. Although Shaquille O'Neal consistently found open teammates despite frequent double teams, missed shots led to counterattacks. With a record of 19 wins and 4 losses, the Lakers maintained their lead in the Western Conference. But as Kobe increased his attempts, O'Neal's form began to wane, showing signs of decline in recent games. In the studio, as a professional basketball program, Kenny Smith elaborated on the recent frequent use of the high post strategy by the Knicks. In light of injuries, the Knicks opted not to burden their rookie guard with the responsibility of orchestrating the offense. Instead, they entrusted the ball more to their towering players. It must be said that height is a gift, as Paul Gasol executed Coach Van Gundy's directives exceptionally well. Numerous offensive possessions were initiated from the elbow area, with Lee creating screens and making off-ball cuts, generating scoring opportunities for himself and facilitating a more relaxed game for his teammates. Aside from a few turnovers, I believe the Knicks' form is steadily improving. If they can convert more open three-pointers, they may well avert further losing streaks in the future. On the whiteboard, the tactical maneuver depicted illustrates how Lee Yu, upon crossing half-court, passes the ball to Gasol positioned in the right elbow area. Following this, he feigns a screen for Artest before suddenly cutting through the middle. This incisive movement draws the attention of 2 defenders, thereby creating an opportunity for Artest on the left wing. The latter can easily receive Gasol's cross-court pass and execute a jump shot. Much of the success in these plays can be attributed to Lee Yu's ability to draw defenders, making such tactics consistently effective. However, the emergence of open shots does not guarantee successful scoring, as Artest's three-point shooting percentage hovering just above 30 often results in missed opportunities. Last week, during a losing streak, TNT aired a compilation of Artest's missed open shots, which provided amusement to many fans. In contrast to his unreliable shooting, a powerful drive to the basket might yield better results for Artest, as it would at least allow him to reach the free throw line. The Kings often employ a similar strategy, a rather cliched approach that has existed since the 1960s. While NBA coaches are well-versed in fundamental tactics, actual games differ from practice sessions. Executing effective plays ultimately relies on players' ability to adapt on the court. Although Charles Barkley frequently mocks Artest's shooting woes, it is clear to all that he exerts tremendous effort on the defensive end. Over the course of a month, Artest has accumulated 2 flagrant fouls and has been disqualified for 6 fouls in 4 games. At Madison Square Garden, when the officiating allows for more physical play, forwards who favor backing down in the post often struggle against Artest's aggressive defense. Barkley has ceased to criticize Artest and instead commented on Gasol's increasingly impressive performance. Paul Gasol should be in contention for Rookie of the Month, but I am not optimistic about his performance in the Christmas Day game. Shaq appreciates such a big man, and Gasol cannot contain him in the post. If he wishes to progress further, I believe he should gain weight. Compared to other high school draftees, Gasol excels in executing tactics, yet in the NBA, to firmly establish himself, he must enhance his physicality. Earl Johnson, upon hearing this opinion, disagreed and referenced statistical data. Providing an example, the Knicks average about 88 possessions per game, making it challenging for heavier centers to keep pace with such a rhythm. Do you think Lee would slow down to engage in more half-court offense? That scenario is highly unlikely. Even Ewing had to accommodate Lee in later stages, as he often managed to achieve a three-point shooting percentage of 45. Everyone must adapt to Lee, as he demonstrates higher efficiency, scoring more points with fewer attempts. Barkley clearly acknowledges this, chuckling without further rebuttal, and continues to stoke the discussion. Coaching Lee is certainly not a pleasant endeavor, like Kidd. He enjoys controlling the team and manipulating the game tempo to his liking. I understand Coach Van Gundy's position. Lee is not McGrady, despite his youth. He does not require reminders from others, as he knows how to win. Should Coach Van Gundy ever announce his departure, I would welcome him to TNT. Kenny Smith observed the incessant ramblings and decided to jest, remarking, "Coach Van Gundy has garnered 4 championship rings. Perhaps you should fulfill your commitment and join the Knicks for 2 seasons. Did Lee decline your offer?" On the evening of the 22nd, Michael Jordan made yet another appearance at Madison Square Garden. The Wizards faced injuries as well, with Hamilton suffering a nasal fracture and sidelined due to his ailment. One need not elaborate on Michael's fierce desire to win, yet in basketball, the so-called spirit of competition often proves futile. Not every player possesses the discipline to practice diligently. and the Wizards' backcourt struggled to orchestrate any semblance of a coherent offense, resorting to handing the ball to Michael Jordan time and again. The notion of moral victory does not resonate with the Wizards. The older players are not as spry, and their disappointing record was to be expected. Mark Bartelstein was thoroughly incensed by Michael's leadership style. As the agent for the first overall pick, Kwame Brown, he felt compelled to advocate for his player. Brown requires more playing time. He ought to learn through experience, rather than merely participating in 10 minutes of garbage time each night. What was even more astonishing was that not a single person on the Wizards had taken the time to instruct him on how to play properly. Fans following the Wizards' news were often treated to Bartelstein's relentless grievances. The first overall pick could only partake in garbage time, while the Wizards' poor performance was already a foregone conclusion. Commentators have recently criticized Michael's ball-dominant approach. Bartelstein nearly pointed a finger at Michael, accusing him of stunting the growth of the rookie, leading to a strained relationship between the two, with neither willing to relent. When the Wizards arrived early at Madison Square Garden for warm-ups, Lee was reluctantly thrust into the role of peacemaker. Michael, having recently endured a string of losses, was in a foul mood. While he had indeed salvaged the Wizards' box office revenue, the likelihood of making it to the playoffs remained uncertain. Observing Michael, who was chewing gum and meticulously honing his shooting, Lee casually dribbled the ball while offering a resigned plea. No one wishes to interfere with your control over the team, but rookies need playing time. You can't expect Kwame to seamlessly adapt to the game. A mere 25 minutes of playing time, divided into 2 segments, should not adversely affect the team. Agents advocate for their players' interests, even if Michael was not in high spirits. He refrained from engaging in a verbal spar with Bartelstein. Am I supposed to teach him how to play from scratch? He should consult the assistant coach on training. If he can secure 10 points and 10 rebounds in a game, he will earn himself 25 minutes. Perhaps you truly should instruct him on how to play. Let us not forget he is merely a high school graduate, lacking the foundational tactical training from college basketball and the experience of numerous formal games. Michael found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Liu's remarks. The first overall pick was his own decision, and if he intended to nurture the rookie, he indeed ought to take a personal approach. Liu noticed Kwame Brown on the other side of the court, appearing as though he had been chastised, indicating that the newcomer had certainly received a lesson from Oakley. As I observed Macau once again grimacing while attempting a shot, Liu remained unfazed, feeling that offering a word of advice was merely in the spirit of camaraderie shared through the same agent. Conserve your energy. After all, you are destined to lose tonight. So why not return home early to celebrate Christmas? Watching Liu pivot and dribble away, Macau could not help but shout, "Damn it. In tonight's one-on-one, I'll obliterate you, you bastard." As the game commenced at 8 p.m. that evening, the festive atmosphere of Christmas invigorated the New York fans, who erupted in cheers as Macau struggled with his shots. Grant Hill made his long-awaited return from injury, having taken nearly 2 weeks off, and thus his stamina was remarkably replenished. With the absence of the injured Leitner, the Wizards' starting frontcourt comprised Michael Jordan, Poindexter Jones, and Jassid White, while the backcourt featured Chris Whitney and Hubert Davis. In the rotation, Brendan Haywood seized the playing time of Kwame Brown, and Tyronn Lue found himself with increased opportunities. Coach Doug Collins was taken aback by the Knicks' remarkable performance as the first quarter unfolded, after calling 2 timeouts. He crossed his arms and silently observed the game from the sidelines. With 4 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Knicks executed an identical tactical play. Upon crossing half-court, Liu promptly passed the ball to Gasol in the right elbow area, while Quartet Thomas moved from the left elbow towards the right baseline. The struggling Arteist crouched in the left corner, close to the right sideline, as Grant Hill feigned a handoff, swiftly shifting laterally. The defending Hubert Davis was momentarily deceived and fell half a step behind, hastily attempting to keep pace. Chris Whitney, the smaller player who had been persistently challenged by Liu, shadowed him while remaining acutely aware of the action behind him. This time, Hill's screen was genuine. At the precise moment he set his position, Liu feigned a cut before rapidly shifting sideways. Instinctively retreating, Whitney lost his defensive position, and Davis, who had followed closely, failed to synchronize with his teammate, showing no intent to switch. With defensive gaps once again exposing themselves, Liu swiftly maneuvered to the arc's apex. Gasol, maintaining a side stance with the ball, effortlessly delivered it to Liu. Uncontested, Liu executed a quick jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish. The three-pointer swished cleanly through the net. The score widened to 11-20, much to Makow's discontent as he observed the defense from the corner, beginning to grumble incessantly. In the past, they had always been the life of the party, but stepping into the starting lineup felt like being forced into a role. Everyone had already given their utmost effort. In the next offensive possession, Makow received the ball in his familiar right side zone, but this time, the Knicks' paint was crowded with defenders. The Wizards worked diligently to create space for Makow. As he backed down Artest and attempted to pivot, he was met with Hill's defensive support. Intending to pass to Davis on the perimeter, Makow's delivery was hurried, and Davis failed to proactively move towards the ball. By the time Davis at the arc reacted, Liu had surged forward, seizing the opportunity to snatch the ball right from above Makow's head. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the fans, the scene unfolded with a thrilling 1-on-0 situation as Liu seized the ball and drove directly towards the basket, executing a soaring slam dunk with his right hand. Fortunately, Davis swiftly maneuvered along the baseline, seizing the opportunity to receive a cross-court pass from Whitney and launching a powerful three-pointer from the left wing, thereby helping the Wizards regain their composure. The score narrowed to an 8-point deficit, prompting Makow to vocally direct his teammates' defense. The Knicks repeatedly executed the same strategy, and as Liu observed Makow still orchestrating the play, he passed the ball to Gasol at the left elbow before swiftly shifting to the right elbow. As Liu made his move, he exchanged a knowing glance with Grant Hill, and the moment he established his position at the elbow, he suddenly accelerated outward. Under the guise of a fake screen, the diminutive Whitney instinctively followed Liu's movement, drawing Makow's attention as well. In a lapse of concentration, Grant Hill made a decisive cut towards the basket, prompting Paul Gasol to deliver a timely pass. With Makow out of position, he could only watch as Grant Hill caught the ball, grasped it with his right hand, and skillfully leaned in for a layup. Swish! The two-pointer sailed effortlessly through the hoop. Seeing the suddenly silent Makow, Liu couldn't help but clap with delight. The old Warrior's lateral speed had significantly diminished, making it implausible for Oakley to provide backup. Once he identified the defensive lapses of the opposition, Liu called out to his teammates, urging them to charge towards the basket in succession. Although some possessions resulted in passing errors, the Wizards failed to capitalize on these opportunities, struggling to maintain their counterattacking tempo. Aside from hitting 3 shots at the beginning, Makow had gone cold offensively and was even elbowed by Artest while defending against a drive to the basket. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 20-34 at Madison Square Garden, with the fans reveling in the spectacle. Back at the bench, Makow, drenched in sweat and clutching his ribs, exhibited a fierce competitive spirit, insisting on playing the entire first quarter and exerting himself defensively. Doug Collins noticed Liu's provocative tactics against the Wizards' defense, having successfully executed the same play 4 times. Makow, take a breather. You must trust your teammates. Your knee cannot withstand the entirety of the game. Upon hearing the coach's words and noticing Oakley gasping for air as well, Makow silently nodded and began to hydrate without uttering a word. With a significant lead, the Knicks ceased their 3-point attempts and shifted their focus to defensive counterattacks. Tyronn Lue finally experienced firsthand the challenge of defending against Liu. Once he surged forward, there was no stopping him, leaving Lue to tumble to the floor in an attempt to draw a foul. With 8 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Haywood attempted a layup under the basket, only to be disrupted by the towering Wright, who snagged the rebound. Liu dashed in to receive the ball, charging forward with intensity. The pursuing Tyronn Lue was left bewildered by Liu's sudden change of direction as Liu accelerated with his left shoulder lowered. Losing his defensive stance, Tyronn Lue lunged, attempting to commit a tactical foul, but ended up stumbling and dramatically collapsing to the floor. The referee offered no response, and as the Wizards retreated, they soon realized Liu, with the ball in his left hand, was charging towards the basket at an ever-increasing speed. As the defense faltered, Haywood became bewildered, instinctively halting his steps in the paint, witnessing Liu effortlessly score with a layup off the backboard. The cheers grew particularly piercing, and seated on the bench, Make's complexion darkened, while Doug Collins appeared somewhat awkward, not anticipating the Knicks' vigorous assault. With a score of 17-30 in the first quarter, the halftime tally stood at 37-64, leaving Make exempt from playing the third quarter. Although it was a one-sided contest, the opponent was none other than Michael Jordan, and the New York fans were elated to see the Wizards struggle. Ultimately, in this pre-Christmas game, the Knicks triumphed decisively with a score of 83-112. The beleaguered Kwame Brown finally surpassed 10 minutes of playing time, accumulating 6 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 turnovers during the garbage time of nearly 2 quarters. This dismal defeat provided numerous sports media outlets with fresh fodder for discussion. Could Michael Jordan lead his team to the playoffs? Before Christmas, the Knicks welcomed a break, freeing everyone from the monotony of daily shooting drills. Artist, burdened with the weight of his idol status, despite the New York media's constant support, found himself the butt of jokes on TNT, which somewhat tarnished his image. The unluckiest of all was Stephen Jackson, plagued by a hamstring injury, likely sidelining him until after the All-Star game. This year's Christmas, Grant Hill extended an invitation to the Knicks for a festive gathering, naturally organizing such an event to accommodate his European teammates, Gasol and Fortson. On the 23rd, most fans anticipated a spectacular clash on Christmas Day, akin to a meteor colliding with the Earth. However, the Lakers' official announcement revealed that Shaquille O'Neal would miss the Christmas game due to a toe injury. Lakers fans were understandably disheartened, as this rare opportunity against a weakened Knicks team saw O'Neal himself sidelined. With the core player absent, Artist rallied his spirits, confidently stating in an interview with the New York Post before the Christmas gathering, "In the Christmas showdown, I will thoroughly lock down Kobe on defense. Without O'Neal, the Lakers stand no chance. I won't concern myself with my offensive performance, as I know what it takes to secure victory." Sensing the difficulty of achieving a three-point shooting percentage above 35 this season, Artist shifted the conversation, portraying himself as a defensive maestro. The New York media, relishing this narrative, initially prepared for a loss, found renewed vigor. On Christmas Eve morning, various sports sections of newspapers began prematurely celebrating the anticipated victory in the Christmas clash. Some columnists took the opportunity to deride Kobe, regarding the second-in-command as inconsequential. Without O'Neal, Kobe Bryant cannot sustain the Lakers' offense. Meanwhile, O'Neal, unexpectedly injured, maintained a low profile, displaying a somewhat petty demeanor by not defending his teammate and remaining remarkably subdued, even declining media interviews. Phil Jackson, as always, staunchly supports his players. Upon hearing the remarks from the media, he began to extol Kobe's performance. "Kobe reminds me of Michael. They both possess an intense desire to win, and this relentless pursuit of victory has continually inspired the team. I have unwavering faith in Kobe's abilities. He is often underestimated, yet he possesses the capacity to lead the Lakers to triumph." The Los Angeles Times, naturally unwilling to be outdone, quoted Jackson's comments and enthusiastically praised Kobe's progress this season, even bestowing upon him the title of the league's premier shooting guard. As the game approached, the rivalry reignited with a fresh round of banter. On the morning of the 25th, despite the frigid weather, Liu adhered to his sponsor's reminders, rising early to take his Siberian husky, Happy, for a morning run. Happy, a veritable star among dogs, seemed invigorated by the cold, his eyes sparkling with clarity as they ran. Recently, Hooks began to tease Liu's new sneaker line, set to officially launch before the All-Star game. With the purchase of sneakers, limited edition player cards would be offered, a tempting prospect that could leave fans feeling quite financially drained. In the morning, the Knicks collectively ventured out to spread warmth in underprivileged communities, while also offering condolences to families affected by recent tragedies, donating various sports equipment. By afternoon, the team prepared to head to Madison Square Garden for warm-ups and the pregame press conference. During interviews, Liu remained somewhat reserved, recognizing that without an MVP-level opponent, he could only extend simple well wishes. "It's unfortunate to see Shaq dealing with injuries. I hope he recovers swiftly." A victory would serve as a Christmas gift from the Knicks to their fans this year. On the Lakers' side, Shaquille O'Neal did not travel to New York, allowing Kobe to naturally assume the role of team leader. The game was set to commence at 8:30 p.m., and in a pre-game interview, Kobe confidently declared, "I am thrilled to participate in the Christmas showdown. Though Shaq is absent, I will lead the team to victory, and I hope Lakers fans will relish this gift." Seated in the locker room, Kobe wore a radiant smile, his spirits exceptionally high. This was his team, and all eyes were upon him, a sensation that was utterly intoxicating. An hour before the game, NBC Studio began to warm up the audience, having just concluded the Christmas matchup where the Raptors easily triumphed over the 76ers. In the commentary booth, Marv Albert introduced the Lakers' starting lineup. Following Shaq's injury, the frontcourt consisted of Rick Fox, Samaki Walker, and Stanislav Medvedenko, while the backcourt remained anchored by Derek Fisher and Kobe Bryant. This lineup lacked substantial interior strength, meaning the Lakers' offense would largely rely on Kobe. Joining the commentary was former Trailblazers head coach Mike Dunleavy, who, upon examining the Lakers roster, shook his head internally, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he analyzed. "I believe Kobe will respond. His performance this season has been exceptional." Madison Square Garden has been adorned with a myriad of Christmas decorations. Even before the game commenced, the atmosphere became vibrant as cheerleaders swayed energetically. With only 2 encounters against the Lakers throughout the season, a victory in this Christmas showdown at home would allow New York fans to overlook any defeat on the road. The lively environment ignited a fervor within Kobe, who was experiencing such a grand spectacle while leading the team for the first time. Liu was busy greeting friends seated in the front row, while Grant Hill offered a friendly pat on the ball to the officiating referee for the evening. Artest remained fixated on Kobe, seemingly sensing an unfriendly gaze. In response, Kobe merely presented the back of his head to him. Phil Jackson, still somewhat anxious, called the team together for a loud pre-game briefing. Meanwhile, Jeff Van Gundy sat on the bench sipping a sugar-free Pepsi, occasionally flashing a confident smile at the camera. As both teams approached the center circle, Gasol successfully won the jump ball, prompting a resounding cheer from the crowd. "Let's go Knicks." Upon receiving the ball, Liu noticed that his defender was Kobe. After assessing the matchups on the court, he quickly signaled a play and dribbled past half-court to make a pass. In the left corner, Artest noticed that his defender had shifted to Fisher and, upon seeing the tactical signal, remained stationary. In the left elbow area, as Gasol received the ball, Grant Hill vocally alerted Kurt Thomas to reposition. After passing the ball, Liu feigned a handoff before swiftly cutting through the middle and dashing towards the left corner. Recognizing the Knicks' strategy, Kobe observed Artest begin to set a screen and decided to step up, obstructing Liu's path to receive the ball. Utilizing the screen, Liu moved to the left corner and faked a drive, prompting Kobe to instinctively slide left. Oblivious to Gasol turning and raising his hands to swiftly deliver the pass to the corner. As Liu's body swayed, the moment Kobe slid, the basketball landed in his hands, leaving no time for the opponent to react. He immediately executed a jump shot. Artest shoved Fisher aside, and with Kobe distracted, he was unable to contest the shot. While both were still engaged in watching the play, Liu confidently retreated along the sideline as the ball swished through the net. Even with a clear understanding of the Knicks' intended strategy, many times it still proved difficult to defend against. Phil Jackson quickly raised his voice to remind the team, signaling Fisher to maintain the tempo. When it was the Lakers' turn to attack, Fisher also passed the ball shortly after crossing half-court before sprinting towards the left corner. Kobe arrived at the right wing, with Samaki Walker also moving up to set a screen. However, the quality of the screen was lacking, allowing Artest to easily slip past it, while Kurt Thomas executed a delayed double team. Before Kobe could accelerate, he was already surrounded by 2 defenders. Seemingly caught off guard by the Knicks' aggressive start, forced to halt, Kobe had no time to seek out his teammates, and the basketball was abruptly snatched away by Artest. Wow! The visual impact of the steal was striking, prompting a cheer from the New York fans. The accomplished Artest, having secured the ball, denied Kobe an opportunity to pursue him, taking 2 large strides before launching the ball forward. The swift Grant Hill, upon retrieving the ball, accelerated with it in his right hand, charging towards the paint while fending off the returning defense of Fox. He executed a jump step, pushing off his opponent, and skillfully banked the shot off the backboard for a score. Mike Dunleavy, having thoroughly prepared for the game, immediately exclaimed in awe upon witnessing such a signature play. "Incredible speed. This is the Knicks' counterattack." Many of their victories this season have come from such fast break offenses. As the Lakers initiated another offensive play, Kobe switched his screen partner, only to find himself ensnared once more. He collided with Gasol and instinctively attempted to surge past. But Artest, lurking behind, suddenly intercepted the ball, forcing Kobe to halt his advance. Learning from this, Kobe quickly passed the ball to the descending Medvedenko. However, the quality of the pass was lacking. The rookie big man bent down to receive it, but in the face of a collapsing defense, he fumbled, causing the ball to bounce off his foot and out of bounds. This blunder elicited laughter from the New York crowd, who reveled in the Lakers' inability to mount an effective offense, their cheers growing ever louder. Liu, initially applauding the defensive effort, received the baseline ball and raised 3 fingers, signaling the same tactical gesture. Kobe glared at Liu's actions, disappointed with the unfolding scenario. His anger, however, did not translate into improved performance, as Liu, after a behind-the-back dribble, switched to his left hand, bulldozing through the defense across half-court. Once again, the ball was passed after crossing mid-court, employing the same strategy, with Gasol repositioning to receive the ball with his back to the basket. Heeding past lessons, Kobe refrained from looping around and instead followed Liu's cut down the middle, veering towards the right corner. Artist wasted no time, setting a solid screen that successfully delayed Kobe, compelling Fisher to switch and trail Liu toward the right wing. In this instance, the collaboration was genuine, a seamless handoff. Gasol extended his right arm, pivoting his body to pass, while simultaneously providing a screen. Fisher, delayed by the screen, urgently called out to Medvedenko to switch. But Liu denied his opponent any opportunity. After catching the ball, he took a lateral dribble, then, from near the arc, executed a quick stop and launched a three-pointer. Swish! The shot cleanly rippled through the net. Medvedenko, having only made a half-hearted defensive attempt, was taken aback, unable to grasp Liu's shooting speed from the video replay. Within the first minute, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 8 points, prompting Phil Jackson on the sidelines to instinctively press his forehead, reminding his players to maintain composure. Enduring relentless pressure from Artist and facing a formidable double team from the Knicks' big men, Kobe finally began to experience the intensity of Liu's defense. Despite his patient ball movement, he still could not shake off Artist, and with the shot clock nearing 20 seconds, Kobe found himself once again trapped by a double team on the left side of the key. Although the pass was made, the receiving Samaki Walker's jump shot from the free throw line clanged off the rim. Pau Gasol successfully protected the defensive rebound and, without waiting for the Lakers to retreat on defense, immediately launched the ball towards the front court. Fisher, attempting to disrupt, had no impact on the gathering of Liu. The two tangled as they crossed half court, and the New York fans had already begun to celebrate the impending score. Just as the fans had envisioned, Liu maintained his speed, charging into the paint while fending off Fisher. He then executed a graceful spin to evade the defense, arriving at the lower left side of the basket, and effortlessly scored with a reverse layup. The Madison Square Garden erupted with excitement, as the opponents proved unexpectedly vulnerable. Exceptional team defense and brilliant fast breaks. From the outset, Lee had seized control of the game's rhythm. Announcer Marv Albert was euphoric, his tone becoming increasingly buoyant as he slipped into his enthusiastic commentary mode for Liu. Phil Jackson did not hesitate to call a timeout. Observing the incredulous expressions of those heading to the bench, he slammed the tactical board in frustration, exclaiming, "The game has just begun. If you don't want to play, get off the court." Kobe glared furiously, while Phil scribbled strategies on the board, vocally reminding everyone how to receive the ball. As the timeout concluded, seemingly still concerned about the team's offense, the coaching staff continued to engage the players in conversation. Meanwhile, Liu simply gave Artist a reassuring pat on the shoulder before entering the game, whispering, "If you keep him scoreless in the first quarter, you won't need to practice shooting tomorrow." Artist, invigorated, tossed aside his headband, confidently declaring, "Leave it to me." In the ensuing game, Kobe, now enjoying the privileges of a leader, faced relentless double teams from the Knicks. Whenever near the elbow, the big men would converge, allowing Samaki Walker to occasionally succeed. But this did not alter the Knicks' defensive strategy. With 2 minutes and 0.1 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers' offense consumed 18 seconds. And a double-teamed Kobe passed the ball to Fox at the arc. After a quick hesitation dribble, Fox, seeing Hill still inside the three-point line, promptly took a jump shot. Bang! The long rebound bounced out, and Liu swiftly collected it on the right side. While the Lakers scrambled back on defense, Liu took his time crossing half-court. Pau Gasol had already moved to the right near the baseline. Noticing Liu decelerate on the left wing, he immediately shifted upward. Kobe, aware of the movement behind him, urgently alerted Medvedenko. Both anticipated Liu's offensive choice, attempting to double-team him at the arc. Sensing the defensive shift behind him, Pau Gasol quickly repositioned, descending to the left elbow, receiving a bounce pass from Liu. With a slight adjustment, he sank a mid-range jumper. Wow! The cheers were relentless, as consecutive plays saw Courtney Thomas and Pau Gasol alternately scoring jumpers near the free throw line. Against the Lakers' interior defense, both transformed into unstoppable forces. By this point, Phil Jackson had returned to the bench, realizing the game had slipped away. As the substitute Horry took the court, his attempts at jump shots were met with failure, and even the timeout failed to alter the course of events. On the Lakers bench, the atmosphere was subdued as the support crew could only watch the unfolding game in silence, foreseeing a likely drubbing. In the final moments of the first quarter, Fisher and Fox's strong three-point efforts helped the Lakers salvage some dignity, yet the New York fans remained indifferent, with many beginning to celebrate an anticipated victory prematurely. As Grant Hill sank 2 free throws in the closing moments of the first quarter, the score escalated to 36-17. Kobe struggled to maintain his composure. His lips pressed together in a stoic expression, yet internally he was engulfed in frustration. Why is this happening? Artest exuberantly bounded toward the bench, responding to the crowd's chants of his name, exclaiming, "I did it! I did it!" With a dismal record of 0 for 4, 0 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 turnovers, the leader Kobe failed to rise to the occasion in the first quarter. Liu and Grant Hill exchanged celebratory high fives, both smiling, finding the game easier than anticipated. Back on the bench, Pau Gasol shared in the excitement, continuously exchanging high fives with teammates, having prepared extensively for this match, only to witness the opponent falter within a single quarter. The commentators noted Jeff Van Gundy with a serene smile, calmly applauding and encouraging, prompting a moment of reflection. Mike Dunleavy, recalling the Knicks' fluid offense in the first quarter, vocally praised the bald-headed coach. This is the era of Coach Van Gundy, based on the preparations for this game. Phil Jackson has been thoroughly subdued. Thanks to the support of readers, this chapter concludes. Chapter 245, A Different Leader on December 26, 2001, following the Christmas showdown. Sports media erupted in celebration. Injured Shaquille O'Neal remained silent prior to the game, but unexpectedly accepted an interview afterward. Recovering in Los Angeles, O'Neal expressed concern for his younger teammate, conveying his desire to return to the team promptly during an interview with the Los Angeles Times. "I regret seeing the team lose, but I believe Kobe performed excellently. Not everyone excels under double teams. Despite the loss, we remain first in the West, and I will return to the team as soon as possible." O'Neal had evidently watched the Christmas game, and his remarks seemed to mock his teammates' performance of 6 for 20, 0 for 3 from beyond the arc, 4 for 6 from the free throw line, culminating in 16 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 turnovers, Kobe's double-double output. This morning, the sports section of the New York Times featured a column titled, "Ron Artest ends the MVP." With his outstanding performances over the past 2 months, Kobe ranked first in the MVP candidate list. However, following the Christmas game, public sentiment plummeted, and the Los Angeles media fell silent. In post-game interviews, Kobe merely repeated, "We just can't make our shots." Nevertheless, the analysts were not blind to the fact that beyond their shooting woes, the Lakers seemed to be playing erratically. In the second half, Kobe ceased passing the ball, often attempting forced jump shots while closely guarded. In contrast to Kobe's struggles, Liu's performance was unremarkable. In 38 minutes on the court, he achieved an impressive 22 points from 14 attempts, with 7 successful three-pointers out of 11, and made 9 out of 10 free throws, totaling 44 points, alongside 5 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 3 turnovers. With a significant lead, New York fans chanted his name throughout the game, resulting in him playing some time during garbage minutes in the fourth quarter. This marked his 3rd occasion this month of scoring 40 points. And commentators have become desensitized to such statistics, no longer questioning his scoring prowess. Recently, the New York media celebrated his achievement of reaching 10,000 career points at the age of 23 years and 347 days, making him the youngest player in NBA history to reach this milestone. Such accumulation of statistics seems almost inevitable to him, as he remains unfazed, with his sights set on 40,000 points, aspiring to become the all-time leading scorer. Conversely, Kobe's 39 points did not secure victory for his team. The situation mirrored that of the previous Knicks team, with a dismal 5 out of 24 from beyond the arc, and the Lakers recorded a mere 28 shooting percentage from three-point range. While his teammates struggled, Kobe opted not to trust them, taking 28 shots throughout the game, which naturally drew criticism from commentators afterward. On Thursday the 27th, during a TNT broadcast, the trio did not miss the latest hot topics, discussing the definition of a leader. Undoubtedly, the Lakers remain Shaq's team, and while Kobe is an exceptional scorer, he does not fulfill the role of a competent leader. When faced with double teams, Kobe's approach to handling the ball starkly contrasts with that of Lee, as his tendency to shoot over two defenders represents the worst offensive choice. Charles Barkley, ever the provocateur, noted that the show often receives messages from players and agents, but the trio has grown accustomed to such dynamics, with ratings significantly rising compared to previous times. Kenny Smith, aiming to avoid offending players, took a more diplomatic stance, stating that different players possessed various leadership styles. And Kobe is not a point guard. He is merely executing his own responsibilities. It is perfectly acceptable for a scorer to seek additional points. And if the Lakers' role players were to perform better, the circumstances could indeed be drastically different. One analyst was serious, while the other wore a smile. Ernie Johnson preferred not to delve deeply into comparisons between Kobe and Lee, instead shifting the conversation to the Knicks' offensive structure, which remains solid despite their four-game losing streak. After increasing his shot attempts, Lee has returned to his previous rhythm. Perhaps this is influenced by the competitive landscape of the Eastern Conference, as the Knicks, despite their losses, still hold the top position, granting Lee ample confidence to share ball-handling responsibilities. Suddenly, Charles Barkley recalled Michael Jordan, diverging from the topic to comment, "If I were a role player, I would choose to play alongside Lee. If I were a rookie, I would eagerly anticipate joining the Knicks, not because they are the reigning champions, but because Lee would provide me with more opportunities." This month, Pau Gasol is undoubtedly poised to receive the Rookie of the Month award, while Kwame Brown seems to be fading from memory. Kobe continues to emulate the style of Michael Jordan, and I find their arrogance unappealing. In my view, Jordan's return was equally a poor decision. The topic at hand is somewhat sensitive. Kenny Smith flipped through the technical statistics in his hands, opting not to join the discussion but instead jesting towards Ernie Johnson, saying, "After the show airs, we shall receive an avalanche of letters and messages." Following the Christmas showdown, the Knicks were left with only 2 games to play in 2001. Aside from the monotonous daily shooting drills, the coaching staff also relaxed, preparing to welcome the new year. During this rare respite, Liu busied himself with walking his dog and fulfilling the sponsors' requests. After all, the dog food advertisement needed a refresh before the All-Star game. And Happy was on a weight-loss functional diet, so he could not suddenly gain a significant amount of weight. The Knicks players felt their days were quite fulfilling. Although the leader did not mingle much with the group, those who performed exceptionally during training could still earn playing time. Following Brevin Knight's injury, his recent form had been lackluster. After Christmas, Jeff Van Gundy's attempt to reintroduce his trusted favorite, Charlie Ward, had failed, leaving him distracted during practice. On the flight to Cleveland on the 28th, assistant coach Don Chaney observed the balding young coach lost in thought and could not help but poke Thibodeau beside him, asking, "Is Jeff not himself lately? Is there something going on at home?" Naturally, Thibodeau could not divulge the truth. Watching their competitor, he merely responded, "He is likely contemplating the team's rotation. You know how the upcoming schedule tightens. Any injuries could significantly impact our performance. Should Jeff Van Gundy depart, Don Chaney, a former coach of the year, would have a considerable chance of stepping into the head coach position." Thibodeau's dilemma stemmed from his own less impressive credentials. More importantly, he felt that the balding young coach had little influence with the management. Even if he were to designate the next head coach, it would likely prove futile. Don Chaney glanced again at the balding young coach and then shook his head at the rest of the coaching staff. No one suspected that Jeff Van Gundy wished to leave. To everyone else, the position of head coach for the Knicks appeared to be a lucrative and prestigious one. On the evening of the 28th, the Knicks continued their recent fiery form, concluding the first quarter with a score of 28-16. The attendance at the Cavaliers' home game was quite commendable, and the live broadcast frequently focused on the front row seat occupied by LeBron James, the local high school star from Akron, who had garnered considerable fame. With a record of 11 wins and 17 losses, the Cavaliers were struggling, yet the home commentator, undeterred, gazed upon the young LeBron and began to dream aloud. "In no more than 2 years, Cleveland will welcome our own Clay Lee." Anyone who had witnessed LeBron James play would not doubt his abilities. Many talented high school players exist, but LeBron's recent rise in popularity had attracted a plethora of scouts. Meanwhile, Cavaliers' Andre Miller was not in high spirits, particularly during the second quarter's rotation phase, as he noticed Liu still on the court, which only heightened his discomfort. In the first quarter of the game, having made only 1 out of 5 attempts and scoring a mere 2 points, while also suffering 2 turnovers, Andre Miller had hoped to showcase his talent before the numerous fans who had purchased tickets to witness the match. Unfortunately, his aspirations were met with disappointment. Perhaps due to a lack of high expectations regarding their performance, the Cavaliers played with an air of nonchalance, neither bolstering their defense nor executing a formidable offense. The score remained stagnant at 1-0-0-8-7, with a consistent 12-point deficit as the Knicks continued their winning streak. Unlike the average fan, the youthful LeBron James did not seek autographs. Instead, he gazed with envy at Liu, who was surrounded by reporters. The increasingly self-assured Ron Artest had noticed James at the sidelines, feeling a pang of jealousy as he observed people requesting autographs from the high school prodigy. As he made his way to the player tunnel, Artest, alongside his close friend Steven Jackson, lamented, "Once that kid enters the league, I shall show him a thing or two." I relish the prospect of facing off against high schoolers. On December 30th, the Knicks prepared to play their final game of 2001. Dressed impeccably, Allen Houston graced Madison Square Garden, and the New York fans did not forget to applaud their championship guard. As was the case in the previous season, Houston faced several injuries early in the season, the toll of numerous games having significantly affected his physique. With the championship guard now traded for draft picks, the Knicks had a substantial chance of securing a high position, given the current trajectory of the Suns. In light of this, the New York fans warmly welcomed Allen Houston, and the central screen displayed a montage of his spectacular shots. Many fans spontaneously raised whiteboards expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Allen." Due to the complete shutdown of the Gold Club, Ewing found himself entangled in troubles recently, yet his old teammates were present, and the big fella naturally made his way to the arena. Alongside the retired Larry Johnson, the trio of Liu, Ewing, and Johnson gathered at center court for a commemorative photograph prior to the game. During warm-ups, Liu, noticing the fatigue in the Magic players, playfully remarked to Allen Houston, "It seems the Magic are encountering some difficulties. However, I am confident you will make the playoffs this year." With back-to-back away games, the Magic had been on a losing streak, but Allen Houston did not dwell on the team's record. Instead, he spoke with a tone of enjoyment, saying, "This season has proven to be even more effortless than I had anticipated, which is a positive development for me. I relish this competitive environment." Having secured his final substantial contract, Houston found himself free of desires, exhibiting a tendency to coast through the new season. Nevertheless, buoyed by a commendable work ethic, he consistently contributed 20 points per game, albeit with a slight decline in efficiency. In a congenial atmosphere, Tracy McGrady, accompanied by his friend Mike Miller, struggled with their shooting, with McGrady hitting only 2 of 8 attempts in the first half, while Miller managed a mere 1 out of 9. The back-to-back game adversely affected their performance, leading to a significant downturn for the team. By halftime, the Knicks had methodically built an 11-point lead, standing at 41-52. Coach Rivers' motivational speech during halftime seemed to have little effect, and his hoarse shouts of "let's go" from the sidelines failed to ignite the players' competitive spirit. In the third quarter, the team scored only 20 points, and the final quarter was largely a mere formality. Despite struggling with a shooting performance of 1 for 8 in the third, McGrady finally regained his rhythm in the closing moments. Ultimately, the Knicks bid farewell to 2001 with a decisive victory, finishing with a score of 87-102. McGrady concluded the game with a double-double, contributing 29 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 turnovers on a shooting record of 7 for 23. The sole highlight of the match was the significant damage inflicted upon the Knicks' interior defense, with Gasol dangerously close to fouling out. Although the opponent's performance was lackluster, post-game, Liu engaged in a mutual admiration exercise, proclaiming, "Tracy's talent is extraordinary. He can shoot from the perimeter and also penetrate the paint with ease. With such height, he still possesses remarkable agility. I believe he is the most challenging player to defend in the league." With a record of 23 wins and 7 losses, the Knicks comfortably occupied the top position in the Eastern Conference, followed by the Nets at 19 wins and 9 losses. Though Kidd's offensive performance sometimes faltered, his leadership was commendable. On the 31st, Liu celebrated his 24th birthday, receiving well wishes from New York fans while also hosting a birthday party. As the new year approached, Times Square remained bustling with crowds, the festivities proceeding as usual, and it seemed that New York had finally moved past its grief. At home on 82nd Street, the girls had yet to drift into slumber. Ivana, back in New York for the Christmas holiday, listened intently to Jin's account of Enron's situation, her eyes blinking as she quietly calculated Liu's earnings. In January, the stock price was likely to plummet below $1, which was utterly insane. It was shocking that Anderson would collude in financial fraud. The case would undoubtedly reach the Supreme Court, yet thanks to Kenneth Lay's connections, the penalties were unlikely to be severe. The Southern District of New York's federal prosecutor's office was inundated with financial cases. Gene had worked there for 2 years and witnessed many, but this was the first time he had seen a corporate giant like Enron collapse. Melinda noticed Ivana's rapt attention and leaned closer, whispering with curiosity, "When you were in England, which club showed interest in being acquired?" Having interacted with several players' wives, Ivana had a basic understanding of the English football environment, and after gathering her own information, she frowned slightly, saying, "Unlike the sports environment in America, it seems that British football is not welcoming to capital investment." Kristen arrived, holding a birthday cake and giggling, and after inserting candles, she happily announced, "Try my handiwork. I experimented with many recipes for this cake." Their birthdays were quite close, and this year, the young girl chose to celebrate alongside Liu. Although it was nearly midnight, Liu, seeing the girl's joyous expression, joined her at the cake, closing his eyes to make a wish. Watching the girl fervently whispering her wishes with tightly shut eyes, Liu opened his eyes, grinning mischievously, and soon, several others gathered around. Upon reopening her eyes, Kristen was startled by the 3 individuals before her. Melinda, with mischievous intent, promptly tackled her onto the sofa, and soon the room erupted into a lively commotion. Oh, let us first savor the cake. On January 1st, 2002, the first day of the new year, the NBA announced the players of the month for December. Liu from the Eastern Conference and Tim Duncan from the Western Conference were both honored. The Knicks achieved a commendable record of 10 wins and 4 losses in December. Liu averaged 37 minutes on the court, scoring 34, 8 points, securing 5, 2 rebounds, 10, 6 assists, 2, 8 steals, and committing 2, 8 turnovers per game. He attempted an average of 21, 5 shots with a shooting accuracy of 51, 9, while making 8, 7 3-point attempts with a 42, 7 success rate, and averaging 8 free throws with a remarkable 95 conversion rate. The notable rise in his 3-point attempts undeniably justified his selection as the Eastern Conference Player of the Month. The Spurs concluded December with a record of 11 wins and 3 losses. Tim Duncan averaged 26, 7 points, 13, 1 rebounds, 3, 6 assists, 3, 1 blocks, and 3, 8 turnovers. He attempted an average of 18, 9 shots with a shooting percentage of 51, 7, and made 8, 9 free throws at an 80.0 rate. On this New Year's Day, the New York media once again rallied in support of Liu, celebrating his recognition as the 2-time Player of the Month and his ascent to the top of the MVP rankings. Tim Duncan had yet to voice his opinion, but Popovich took it upon himself to advocate for his star player. Tim is undoubtedly the finest player in the league. He does not play for statistics, but embodies true leadership. I hope the media will pay him the attention he deserves. Tim is worthy of an MVP. Grateful thanks to the readers for their subscription support. End of chapter. Chapter 246. Blame Liu. On January 3, 2002, at Madison Square Garden, Pau Gasol received the first trophy of his career. During December's games, he averaged 17, 8 points, 8 rebounds, 3, 2 assists, 0, 5 steals, and 1, 8 blocks with 2, 7 turnovers. He attempted an average of 12, 4 shots with a shooting percentage of 51, 4, and made 6, 0 free throws at a rate of 76, 8. His overall statistics were indeed impressive, reflecting an increase in scoring compared to November. Liu also claimed the Player of the Month award for December, and prior to the evening's game, the New York fans erupted in applause for the 2 award recipients. The Knicks faced off against the Mavericks, who had found their footing with a record of 22 wins and 9 losses under the season guidance of Coach Nelson. Dirk Nowitzki, this season, would take numerous 3-point shots, a strategy that sparked considerable controversy given his stature. Nevertheless, Coach Nelson unwaveringly supported his protege, never demanding a change in his playing style. Steve Nash, Michael Finley, and Nowitzki formed the core of the Mavericks, and after years of synergy, they had finally made a name for themselves. That evening, a multitude of Chinese sports media were present. Following the tragic plane incident, CCTV resumed broadcasting NBA games this season, increasing the number of televised matches. With more Chinese players entering the NBA, the previously tumultuous broadcasting situation was on the verge of stabilization. Wang Zizi did not receive many opportunities with the Mavericks, and tonight's game saw him excluded from the active roster. As the match commenced, Nowitzki exhibited exceptional form, while his interior partner, Juwan Howard, also demonstrated commendable performance. Coupled with the contributions from the bench, where Tim Hardaway showcased his ability to drive and shoot from the perimeter, the score reached 62-56 by halftime. Nowitzki's impressive tally of 19 points would elicit a silent sigh from the Chinese media, despite their lack of fondness for him. In the second quarter, the Knicks bench struggled, managing only 22 points without increasing Liu's playing time. During halftime, New York fans seemed unconcerned about the score disparity. Some even found the game exhilarating, as high-scoring matches had been scarce this season, and most ticket holders were uninterested in watching missed shots. Approaching the All-Star break, and with this being Wang Zizi's contract year, those seated in the front row of the Sports Weekly were increasingly anxious for their compatriot. Securing a mere 10 points in a game is no easy feat, and if Zizi wishes to obtain a new contract, he must exert greater effort. Coach Nelson genuinely trusts Nowitzki, allowing him to play center and frequently shoot three-pointers. Such freedom is rare in the league, particularly for the Mavericks. Some colleagues began to grumble about Nowitzki's privileges, while Sue Kuhn remained silent, having gained a deeper understanding of the fiercely competitive environment of the NBA. Although Nowitzki's defense is average, his physique is impressive, and it cannot be disregarded that a coach's personal preferences often play a role in the NBA. It is common for someone to receive praise simply because a coach believes in their capabilities. As discussions of the Knicks' impending defeat continued, the third quarter commenced with Nowitzki struggling to score. Liu and Hill executed several fast breaks, quickly erasing the point deficit within 2 minutes. Artest, meanwhile, engaged in a duel with Michael Finley, effectively preventing Finley from scoring. Madison Square Garden erupted with excitement as the score reached 66-68, prompting Coach Nelson to call a timeout, while Artest passionately shouted in celebration. On the bench, Stephen Jackson, witnessing his close friend's exuberance, joined in the celebration while also taunting the opponents. "Hey, you're as soft as." Since realizing that Liu did not mind some colorful trash talk, Jackson had begun to express himself more freely. Michael Finley, glancing at the minor player before him, took a moment to recall his name. Frustrated by his own poor shooting, he retaliated with a curse, "Get lost, you punk." Before returning to the bench, a scuffle broke out between the two sides. But Juwan Howard swiftly intervened to separate his teammate. Seeing the Mavericks seemingly falter, New York fans erupted in laughter, while Liu on the bench paid little mind to the minor altercation. Like many African-American players, Artest and Stephen Jackson preferred to channel their emotions into their play. This could yield positive results or, at times, lead to setbacks. Noticing his teammates' spirits were high, Liu quietly advised Gasol, "Crack down on the offensive boards. Give him some body contact, and just do your best on defense." Gasol had struggled in the first half, having been outmatched by Nowitzki's shooting prowess and suffering greatly from the outside shooting following pick-and-roll situations. After the commencement of the match, the players encountered were predominantly muscular athletes. The review of the footage did not evoke profound insights. It was only in the second half that Gasol began to glean some defensive wisdom while facing the sharpshooter. The seasoned Karl Thomas, rich in experience, shared his techniques. During positioning, one could tug at the opponent, as long as the referee refrains from calling a foul. One should relentlessly drive towards the basket. With increased physicality, the opponent's shooting efficacy would diminish. Gasol nodded in agreement, and Jeff Van Gundy remained reticent, as the team's rhythm had not deviated. In the first half, the opposing team performed beyond expectations. Once they started missing shots, the bald-headed coach knew his team would not squander such opportunities. As anticipated by the Knicks coaching staff, following a timeout, the Mavericks, unable to regain their shooting touch, failed to mount a counterattack. After Steve Nash was substituted, Tim Hardaway, who took his place, could not sustain the extraordinary performance of the first half, missing confidently taken three-point attempts. The score stood at 13-29 for the quarter and 75-85 at the end of the third, with the Knicks leading by 10 points. Through a flurry of fast breaks, they managed to overturn the score, a scenario that had unfolded more than once this season. In the fourth quarter, as Tim Hardaway faced consecutive turnovers from Liu, and with Nowitzki and Howard committing errors, the deficit widened swiftly. Karl Thomas and Gasol secured 6 offensive rebounds. Although most did not convert into points, they successfully compelled the opponent to miss their shots. The final score read 9-2-1-0-8, and Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilant cheers. The new year heralded a promising start for the Knicks. In the second half, shooting a mere 3 for 10 and garnering only 8 points. Nowitzki stood with his hands on his hips, scrutinizing the scoreboard. Veteran coach Nelson, however, remained unconcerned with the outcome. Patting his beloved disciple on the shoulder, "You performed admirably tonight. Enhance your shooting consistency, and you shall become the MVP." The Mavericks' performance remained commendable. Despite disapproving of the frequent jump shots from big men, analysts did not overlook Nowitzki in MVP discussions. Michael Finley was held to a dismal 3 for 15, scoring only 8 points, and went 0 for 7 in the second half, finishing with a goose egg. Postgame, Artest sought to taunt his opponent, but soon realized the latter had already departed. This did not dampen his exuberance. As he jubilantly exclaimed, "No one can score easily over me. No one." As Liu made his way to the player tunnel, he was acutely aware of Artest's sentiments. Little Ben had been showcasing remarkable defense with the Pistons, earning unanimous praise from analysts. Both players harbored mutual disdain. The mere thought of Artest winning the DPOY award unsettled Liu. He pulled Artest back into the tunnel, casually reminding him, "Stop jumping. You need to put in more effort." For perimeter players, securing the best defensive player title is no simple feat. As the All-Star game approached, most teams intensified their campaigns to garner votes for their star players. The 76ers, as hosts, found themselves in an awkward position, achieving a 14-18 record following their victory over the Supersonics on the night of the 4th, with a score of 87-77. The team's star player, Allen Iverson, once again recorded a performance of 8 successful shots out of 21 attempts, achieving merely 22 points with a shooting percentage below 40. Such displays have become the norm for Iverson. At the beginning of the season, discussions arose among commentators comparing him with Liu, who struggled initially. But as Lee regained his form and efficiency, the conversation ceased. The prospect of Iverson potentially not starting in the All-Star game, held in his home city, is a significant embarrassment. Given Iverson's popularity, he could have secured a starting position. However, the return of Michael Jordan has proven to be an obstacle. When Jordan returned to the United Center, the Bulls fans erupted in thunderous applause, and these longtime supporters are likely to cast their votes in his favor. Furthermore, with the Wizards boasting a record of 17 wins and 14 losses, surpassing the 76ers, Iverson's chances of starting in the All-Star game appear slim. The Eastern Conference backcourt for the All-Star game seems to be a foregone conclusion, with Liu and Jordan expected to dominate the voting over other guards. The selection of All-Star reserves will fall to the coaches, and given the 76ers' current standing, this decision is far from certain. After the game against the Supersonics, Iverson publicly stated, "I do not care about the All-Star starting position. Jordan has always been my idol, and seeing him at the All-Star game brings me joy." Clad in a loose-fitting black suit adorned with gold chains, Iverson endeavored to project an air of indifference. However, a reporter from TNT pressed further, inquiring, "Allen, have you considered the possibility of not making the All-Star team, especially with the 76ers currently positioned 9th in the Eastern Conference?" Iverson's expression darkened. Yet this was an away game press conference, devoid of the 76ers media officials to filter questions. The regular season has just begun. I am indifferent to the All-Star game and other accolades. My sole focus is on winning. I seek only a championship. This response elicited smirks from numerous reporters, many of whom harbored grudges against Iverson, relishing his decline after previously basking in his glory. Iverson felt increasingly disrespected, sensing that this shift in sentiment had begun after the previous year's Eastern Conference Finals defeat. Maintaining a stern demeanor while answering questions, Iverson found his thoughts wandering to the highly praised Liu, muttering inwardly, "Damn it, how did it come to this?" Meanwhile, as Enron stock plummeted below $1, Li's spirits soared. However, his happiness was built upon the misfortunes of others. He concealed his wealth, wary that unemployed Enron employees might retaliate against him and the executives. Just as he had only invited discreet friends to his previous birthday party, Li maintained a disciplined routine while playing at home. Morning runs with his dog, video sessions, tactical drills, and shooting practice. In the evenings, he would return home to manage emails and occasionally attend Ivana's family dinners to express his gratitude. Regrettably, the real estate tycoon behind the construction of the Group's building and plaza in New York, who has been rather loquacious since last year, casually boasted at a dinner during Bloomberg's tenure as mayor, "I admire young men like Li. Should the opportunity arise, we could engage in deeper collaboration. We indeed have plans to acquire a world-class team. As the evening progressed and conversations meandered through the realms of the NBA and NFL, he suddenly became quite verbose. Many in attendance presumed he was alluding to the acquisition of an NFL team, especially given the lucrative success of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, whose value has indeed doubled. Despite the waning confidence among New Yorkers, the sports market remains largely unaffected, even with relocations to New Jersey or Connecticut. Madison Square Garden continues to boast the highest attendance in the league. Meanwhile, old Charles, accompanied by his son, is busy enhancing his public image through charitable endeavors, having amassed considerable wealth, prompting a call to give back to society. In the past fortnight, the Knicks have recorded a modest 4 wins and 3 losses, with their defeats frequently yielding scores barely surpassing 90, as their shooting dilemmas remain unresolved. During a game on January 21st, they suffered a loss to the Spurs, where Gasol delivered a notably lackluster performance, scoring only 10 points with 8 rebounds on 4 of 11 shooting. The Rockets continue to falter, while the Mavericks exacted revenge at home with an impressive score of 111 points. Their encounters with the Bucks resulted in a split, each team exchanging offensive blows. Much to the delight of the fans, the Celtics offered 2 warm welcomes, but their barrage of 3-pointers resulted in a devastating counterattack from the Knicks. On January 21st, the NBA announced the voting results for the 2002 Philadelphia All-Star Game. Liu, with an impressive 1.58 million votes, was crowned the voting champion, followed closely by Vince Carter with 1.47 million votes. Shaquille O'Neal garnered 1.25 million votes, while Kobe Bryant received 1.12 million. Michael Jordan, with overwhelming support from veteran fans, amassed 9.85 million votes, surpassing Allen Iverson's 920,000 votes. Grant Hill secured 960,000 votes, while the rookie Pau Gasol received 510,000 votes. The Eastern Conference's starting 5 comprises Liu, Michael Jordan, Vince Carter, Grant Hill, and Dikembe Mutombo, whereas the Western Conference's starting 5 includes Steve Francis, Kobe Bryant, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal. The exclusion of the host star player, Allen Iverson, from the All-Star starting lineup sparked widespread attention. The 76ers hold a record of 19 wins and 20 losses, showing some improvement but still falling short of analysts' expectations. The Wizards stand at 19 wins and 18 losses. Despite recent inefficiencies, McGrady's All-Star selection carries a hint of merit. In the morning, the NBA unveiled the starting roster, and Iverson, preparing for a game against the Supersonics in Philadelphia, appeared visibly displeased during an interview. It was a significant embarrassment for the core player of the host team to miss out on a starting position. Confronted by gleeful sports media, Iverson could only reiterate his sentiments. I am pleased to see Mutombo included in the All-Star starting lineup. I am indifferent to relinquishing my starting position. Witnessing Mako's appearance at the Philadelphia All-Star Game fills me with genuine joy. When confronted by a sports journalist regarding Liu's election as the All-Star voting leader, Iverson outright declined to respond, merely emphasizing his singular pursuit of a championship. As the team prepared for the upcoming match against the Hornets in New York, Liu began to sneeze several times in the afternoon. Byron Davis has recently been in commendable form. The Hornets currently stand at 18 wins and 21 losses, theoretically still affording him a chance to be selected for the All-Star Game. At Madison Square Garden, prior to the commencement of the match, New York fans rallied in celebration for both Liu and Grant Hill. Engaging in his final warm-up dribbles, Liu has recently assimilated Allen Iverson's extraordinary knack for steals, a level of talent that no longer significantly enhances his game. Waving to the fans, Liu turned his head and rubbed his nose, sneezing once more before muttering softly, "Damn, is someone cursing me? I extend my gratitude to my readers for their subscription support. Today, I worked overtime, and future updates will not be this delayed." Chapter complete. Chapter 247. A fruitless effort on the evening of January 21st, 2002, after the Knicks triumphed over the Hornets at home. Byron Davis had yet to engage Liu when P.J. Brown nudged his teammate aside, each time the Knicks faced the Hornets' backcourt duo of David Wesley and Davis. Their statistics were invariably impressive. Feeling the vibrant atmosphere of the arena, P.J. Brown proactively fist-bumped Liu, saying, "Lee, congratulations on being the All-Star voting leader." Sharing the same agent, Mark Bartelstein had long informed Liu of the other party's interest in joining the Knicks. However, the Hornets were equally generous. P.J. Brown intended to hedge his bets, allowing the highest bidder to prevail. Having spent several years in the league, Liu understood the mindset of players in contract years. Yet, since he was not the one disbursing salaries, assisting in driving up the price was merely a matter of convenience. Thanks, bro. Tonight you provided a lesson for our rookies. I enjoyed this game. Pau Gasol, gradually understanding his technical attributes, faced a lackluster performance against the formidable defenses of Eldon Campbell and P.J. Brown. Each game featured a few fixed attempts at post-up plays. Tonight, Gasol faltered. After the teammates fawned over him, Byron Davis, feeling dejected, fist-bumped Liu and self-deprecatingly remarked, "It seems I have no chance of making it to the All-Star game this year." The two shared similar physiques, both weighing 95 kilograms. And their playing styles bore resemblances as well, with Davis this season confidently launching three-point shots. Mimicking the MVP style of play seemed a plausible endeavor. After their fist bump, Liu recalled that the Celtics' record appeared to surpass that of the Hornets, and considering the host's support for Iverson, there was a genuine possibility that this position could be usurped. "You're only 22, maintain your form, and you'll always have a shot at the All-Star selection." Despite Liu's comforting words, Byron Davis remained disheartened, as most players harbored a fervent desire for All-Star recognition. The current predicament of Iverson is particularly disheartening, especially after succumbing to such adversaries. Davis is aware that the Knicks are about to face the 76ers, and before departing, he mischievously suggested, in the upcoming matches, "Let us show that overestimated player what he is truly made of." Pau Gasol, grappling with some linguistic challenges, offered only succinct responses during interviews. He occasionally requires Liu's assistance during video sessions and tactical training. After receiving the Rookie of the Month accolade, his statistics have seen a slight decline, primarily due to opponents becoming more attuned to his playing style. On the 22nd at the Tarleton Training Center, following the morning video session, Jeff Van Gundy refrained from advising Gasol to gain weight, reminiscent of Grant Hill's voluntary decision to shed some pounds. The team is reluctant to adapt to the head coach's preferences. Once an offensive choice is made, whether to shoot or pass, it must be executed with greater urgency. Frequently, adversaries position themselves around the paint, employing a defensive strategy akin to a zone, thereby making it easier for the big men to be double-teamed. Assistant coach Thibodeau spoke at a brisk pace, and seated on a chair, Liu provided a brief translation of the tactical board to Gasol. Grant Hill, having been selected as an All-Star once again, has been particularly elated lately, though he occasionally finds himself coasting during games, desperately wishing to avoid missing this year's All-Star game due to injury. The coaching staff has repeatedly emphasized the necessity of maintaining shooting prowess beyond the three-point line. Yet shooting often relies on foundational skills. A sudden surge in performance after limited practice in previous seasons is virtually unattainable. Since the season commenced, Hill's shooting percentage has remained remarkably stable, oscillating slightly around 50, bolstered by numerous drives to the basket and fast breaks, complemented by a modest number of pull-up jump shots and mismatched isolations, rendering his performance exceptionally impressive. The coach's observation rings true. It is indeed time to reconsider certain offensive strategies. Upon the conclusion of the video session, Hill turned to the coaching staff for insights regarding the tactical board. Eager to hear Liu's opinion, "It is illogical to persist in shooting if the attempts continue to miss. Basketball is not solely about three-point shots. Engaging in one's strengths and maintaining advantages is far easier than compensating for weaknesses. Losing a few games does not adversely affect the standings." As the season approaches its midpoint, Liu has come to terms with the fact that the Knicks are no longer a team reliant on jump shots, but have evolved into adept fast-break specialists. Artest wholeheartedly concurred with Liu's sentiments. Despite TNT's jests regarding his jump shots, the matter remains unsolvable. Often, the shots simply do not fall. Winning through defense is equally viable. After all, we remain atop the Eastern Conference. Observing his close friend discreetly discard the tactical board, Stephen Jackson said nothing but displayed a contemplative expression, recognizing that accuracy in shooting might earn him additional playing time. The dynamic between the Atmosphere Group, Brevin Knight and the Towering Nate, revealed that Jeff Van Gundy's commentary had diminished significantly. Previously, the head coach would provide guidance on rotation patterns, yet as the season progressed, such instances became increasingly rare. Wright, who had once harbored hopes of the coach continuing to employ a twin tower strategy to secure a starting center position, has since cast aside those aspirations, Has Coach Van Gundy encountered issues at home? Brevenate heard the gossip from the Giant and glanced around, realizing that only Langley was present. He whispered, perhaps it has something to do with the management. Regardless, we just need to focus on playing. On the 23rd, the Knicks flew to Toronto for an away game against the Raptors, where Vince Carter left the court due to injury after less than a quarter. Shaquille O'Neal has already confirmed his absence from the All-Star game, and Carter's injury has raised concerns among many fans. No one wishes to see the Dunk King miss the All-Star festivities. With their star players sidelined, the Raptors faced a crushing defeat, ending the game 96-81. While the Knicks continued their winning streak, bolstered by their defense. The veteran Hakeem Olajuwon also struggled with his physical condition, failing to gain an advantage against the rookie Pau Gasol, managing only 14 minutes on the floor, shooting 0 for 7, and finishing with 0 points. Liu completed 4 steals in consecutive games. Although the opponent's backcourt was relatively weak, it still sent the New York media into a frenzy. With more three-pointers and fast breaks, Liu began to adapt to the pace of the fast break squad. On January 24th, the NBA announced the All-Star Game's reserve lineup. Upon seeing the list, reactions varied. The Eastern Conference reserves included Jason Kidd, Allen Iverson, Ray Allen, Tracy McGrady, Antoine Walker, Jermaine O'Neal, and Alonzo Mourning. The Western Conference reserves featured Steve Nash, Gary Payton, Wally Zacherbiak, Peja Stojakovic, Karl Malone, Dirk Nowitzki, and Chris Webber. After the announcement, Paul Pierce expressed his belief that some players had gained entry through backdoor means. While preparing for a game against the 76ers, the All-Star snubbed Pierce boldly stated in an afternoon interview, with a record of 25 wins and 16 losses, the Celtics are the superior team. I should have been selected for the All-Star game. He lamented that everyone was favoring the 76ers simply because they were the host city, deeming it unfair and asserting that Allen Iverson was overrated. In truth, the one receiving preferential treatment was Alonzo Mourning, yet the spirit of the Kidney Warrior was indeed commendable. Thus Iverson caught the brunt of the criticism. Such rivalries between players often emerge, as the number of All-Star spots is limited. And the 76ers' record and Iverson statistics were not convincing, prompting everyone to target the easier targets. The bearded Davis did not hesitate to throw in his own sarcastic remarks, while the eager New York media called for Pau Gasol's selection. On January 24th, in a back-to-back matchup, the Knicks hosted the Suns. Stephon Marbury received a warm welcome from the New York fans. Every time he missed a shot, the crowd erupted in cheers. In the third quarter, when Marbury stepped to the free throw line and missed both attempts, elated New York fans began chanting, MVP, MVP, MVP. This treatment was once enjoyed by Sprewell, and Marbury's psyche exploded as the Knicks, leading by 16 points at halftime, saw the gap continually narrowed. With only 1:48 left in the game and the score at 91-90, the Suns maintained their lead. As the shot clock dwindled, Marbury, using a screen, aggressively drove to the basket, resulting in a foul from Gasol. Amidst the exuberant cheers of the crowd, Marbury once again missed 2 free throws, prompting an uproar from the delighted fans that nearly reverberated throughout the arena. Pau Gasol secured the rebound, while Jeff Van Gundy refrained from calling a timeout. With a mere 112 seconds left in the game, spectators rose to witness Liu receiving the ball, leisurely dribbling across half-court. Time seemed to fly, and in a moment of frayed nerves, Marbury occasionally attempted to cut in. The two players entangled as they crossed the mid-court, with only 58 seconds remaining on the clock. Observing his teammates' furious gestures, Anthony Hardaway did not rush to provide assistance. On the right wing, with his back to the basket, Liu switched the ball to his right hand and suddenly accelerated, taking advantage of Marbury's leftward slide. In an instant, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, pausing briefly as he transitioned to his left hand. Marbury, wearing a fierce expression, adjusted his stance to defend, but Liu calmly dribbled between his legs, evading the opponent's attempt to intercept. As he exerted force with his left foot, he seamlessly completed a jump dribble. With powerful footwork, Liu, holding the ball in his right hand, dropped his shoulder and surged forward, swiftly creating space as Marbury, now off balance, could only slide to the left. As Liu crossed the three-point line, sensing the defensive shift, he performed an expansive crossover step, retreating beyond the arc amidst the deafening screams of New York fans. He successfully shook off his defender, took a moment to adjust, and released a buzzer-beater jump shot. The basketball soared through the air, accompanied by a resonant hum. As the game clock illuminated, signaling the end of the match. Upon landing, Liu raised his arms triumphantly. And as the ball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net, Madison Square Garden erupted in jubilation. Artest let out a roar, tearing off his jersey and rushing from the sidelines to embrace Liu in a fervent display of excitement. Soon, the atmosphere teams surged onto the court, enveloping Liu in a celebratory embrace, joining the fans in a wild celebration. In the commentary booth, Mike Breen was equally exhilarated. Having already begun to exclaim as Liu received the ball, he added with a hearty laugh, "I knew Lee would make that shot. The Suns made a colossal mistake. This is New York superstar. Lee never disappoints." After a couple of enthusiastic shouts, seemingly still unsatisfied, Breen glanced at the bewildered Marbury, playfully quipping, "Thank you, son of New York." Marbury's free throws saved the Knicks. With a halftime score of 58-42 and trailing by 16 points, the Knicks managed a remarkable comeback thanks to Liu's game winner. As the game concluded, numerous New York fans chanted Liu's name. In 42 minutes on the court, he achieved 27 points on 18 attempts, including 7 of 14 from beyond the arc and 8 of 10 from the free throw line, totaling 51 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. In a back-to-back game, the Knicks showcased their resilience, with Liu attaining a season-high performance. Walter Frazier waited until the Knicks finished their celebration before beaming and embracing Liu, exclaiming, "What a spectacular game. Lee, how does it feel to vanquish your opponent?" The match was not broadcast nationwide, and Liu did not indulge in formalities. Instead, he humorously remarked, "I always find extra motivation when facing the Suns. The thrill of defeating the opponent is simply magnificent." Most importantly, the Knicks achieved a dual triumph. "I am delighted to have met the expectations of our fans." With the Suns draft pick in hand, New York fans also felt an added incentive. As Stephon Marbury approached the player tunnel, the crowd joyfully chanted, "MVP, Marbury," who had a game tally of 19 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 turnovers on 7 of 21 shooting, immediately responded to the cheers with an obscene gesture, exclaiming, F you." Although the game was not broadcast across the nation, ESPN SportsCenter began to replay Liu's spectacular game winner repeatedly. Observing Liu's agile movements and poised shot, with impeccable timing, fans who missed the match lamented their misfortune. After a day of rest, the Knicks flew to Philadelphia to challenge the 76ers. In a previous encounter against the Celtics, Allen Iverson faced off against the outspoken Paul Pierce, scoring an impressive 47 points on 16 of 31 shooting, including 4 of 8 from beyond the arc and 11 of 13 from the free throw line, leading to a resounding victory of 106-90. Post-game, Iverson lashed out at his opponents, stating, "Small-time players shooting T-point fingers at me. After winning the scoring title, come back and question me." On the evening of the 26th, at the United Center, Philadelphia fans held high hopes for the game, especially with Iverson's resurgence. However, as the match commenced, anticipation quickly turned into disappointment, and by halftime, it had morphed into despair. The Knicks entered the second half with a commanding 16-point lead, 54-38. An enraged Iverson abandoned his jump shots, repeatedly hitting the floor and standing at the free throw line, yet he could not close the gap. Matt Harpring struggled to find his rhythm against Artest's relentless defense, and the interior duo of Mutombo and Corey Blunt failed to gain any advantage. Meanwhile, Eric Snow maintained his usual stability, but the 76ers' defensive strategy faltered completely. As the game concluded with a score of 104-86, boos echoed throughout the United Center. Iverson, having played 44 minutes and recorded 34 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 5 turnovers on 9 of 27 shooting and 14 of 17 from the charity stripe, stood in the center of the court, feeling a sense of injustice as he heard the jeers. His eyes glistened with tears as he quietly expressed to Mutombo, who had consoled him, "I just want to win. I truly gave it my all. Thank you to the readers for your continued support." The chapter concludes here. Chapter 248, I Am the MVP. On January 29, 2002, after enduring a grueling week of 4 games, the Knicks were greeted with a more relaxed schedule. As the evening's game commenced at Madison Square Garden, the New York fans united in a chorus, chanting, "Overrated," following a devastating defeat at home in Philadelphia. Allen Iverson arrived in New York with a mindset that was once again explosive. The more he missed his shots, the louder the jeers from the crowd became. Without the benefit of home court officiating, Iverson found it increasingly challenging to score against the intense defensive pressure. The disadvantages of being a smaller player became glaringly apparent, and the 76ers' poor three-point shooting allowed the Knicks' defense to tighten further. When Iverson, attempting to drive along the baseline, was knocked to the floor by Artest, there was no sympathy. Only the mocking laughter of the fans echoed around the arena. After an excessive number of free throws in their last game, returning to their home court meant the 76ers needed to reclaim their pride. The Knicks role players showed little regard for the scoring champion, with Artest even exuberantly shouting after receiving a flagrant foul. Turnovers, missed shots, and rebounds left Larry Brown, observing his team's complete collapse, feeling disheartened. And he refrained from calling a timeout, allowing his players to flounder aimlessly. Out of respect, the Knicks kept most of their starters on the floor as long as Iverson was in the game, preserving the jubilant atmosphere at Madison Square Garden until the final whistle. With a resounding victory of 74-104, the Knicks celebrated their fifth consecutive win. In his 43 minutes of play, Iverson shot 6 for 25, accumulating 15 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 4 turnovers. He was utterly lost. The more the opponent faltered, the more delight the New York fans reveled in. And as Iverson made his way towards the tunnel, the exaggerated cheers were relentless. Watching Iverson respond with anger only amplified the raucousness. Fans enjoy a star who reacts, unlike the unexciting demeanor of players like Duncan. As if for amusement, the shouts from both sides of the players' tunnel grew increasingly animated. When Mutombo passed Iverson, some shouted, "You stole a spot in the All-Star game. Terrible team scrub." Even Mutombo, known for his good temperament, felt his anger rise from the taunts, and ultimately, the coaching staff had to usher the players back to the locker room. Star players cannot engage in altercations with fans. Madison Square Garden has become a venue that many stars dread visiting. Regardless of wins or losses, New York fans always find a way to enjoy themselves, which is precisely why they love buying tickets to the games. The culture of vocally targeting opposing stars has become emblematic of the modern era of team spirit. NBC was responsible for broadcasting this game, and at its conclusion, Hannah Storm, returning from maternity leave, took on the role of sideline reporter. After the game, the two embraced, and Lee greeted the seasoned host returning to the NBC studio, saying, "NBC's ratings have dipped without you. Welcome back." Not merely a decorative role, but a professional host in the studio. Hannah, hearing Lee's jest, tilted her head and replied, "You know, Lee, the era of NBC broadcasts is nearing its end. I specifically requested the opportunity to interview you." The two quickly exchanged industry news, and as staff reminded them, Hannah took the microphone, smiling as she posed her question. With 7 consecutive games scoring 30 points, Lee, you have the chance to tie the record of 12 consecutive games set by Archibald in 1973. I have observed that your three-point attempts have been on the rise this month. Could this be the secret to your efficient scoring? Taking the microphone, amidst the joyful uproar from the fans, Liu playfully responded, "Efficient scoring indeed relies on three-pointers, but I must also express gratitude to tonight's opponents. I relish such competitions." Last year, Jeff Van Gundy served as the coach for the Eastern Conference All-Star team, and according to the rules, this year the coaching position has passed on to Byron Scott, the head coach of the second-ranked Nets. In the Western Conference, the Kings and Mavericks have overtaken the Lakers and Spurs. Adelman was the Western Conference All-Star coach last season, and consequently, the position has been bestowed upon the venerable Nelson. Shaquille O'Neal made a brief return, playing 2 games before succumbing to injury again, while Kobe's team performance has declined during this period, leading to a lack of discussion regarding the MVP. On January 30th, Allen Iverson made a strong comeback, triumphing over the Timberwolves at home, thus restoring some of his dignity. However, the following day on the TNT program, while warming up for the upcoming All-Star game, they did not hesitate to ridicule the host city's star player. "If we only consider prior performances, I would select Baron Davis. He is more deserving of an All-Star spot. Do not mention injuries. As long as a player steps onto the court, sympathy is in short supply. Giving one's all is the utmost respect for a player. I am not fond of the 76ers' performance this season, and I would not be surprised if they ultimately miss the playoffs." Charles Barkley donned the guise of a seasoned veteran, while Kenny Smith helplessly held his forehead, theatrically murmuring, "I am representing the Rockets in the celebrity game this year. I do not wish to be booed in Philadelphia." Chuck, it's time to change the subject. Charles Barkley has abandoned his plans to visit Philadelphia, Over the past 2 years, he has stirred up a hornet's nest. And even his status as a former player has not shielded him from the wrath of Philadelphia fans. Kobe Bryant is similarly overrated. He is merely a scorer alongside Shaq. And he caused Phil Jackson to lose the Western Conference All-Star coaching position. I do not understand why he remains on the MVP leaderboard. Without Shaq, the Lakers' performance has faltered. And Kobe is not of MVP caliber. Earl Johnson, overhearing this, also sighed and remarked, "If we continue down this path, the studio will be inundated with letters from fans. I plan to change my phone number to start anew. We ought to discuss Lee's record." Witnessing the exasperated expressions of his partners, Charles Barkley grinned and seriously addressed the camera. "If Lee were to shoot like Iverson in every game, I even believe he could break Chamberlain's record." With every statement revolving around Iverson, Kobe, and Charles Barkley himself chuckled, while Kenny Smith, thoroughly exasperated, shifted the conversation. If Vince Carter withdraws from the All-Star game, who among the substitutes is most suited to step into the starting position? Certainly not Iverson. The Nets have a better record. So this time I am casting my vote for Jason Kidd. As Charles Barkley's words resonated, both individuals in the studio turned their gazes towards him, genuinely wishing to avoid further complaints. On February 1st, at the Rockefeller Center's Radio City Music Hall, the Hooks hosted a product launch event. Unlike previous launches, this occasion imbued a greater sense of charity. The high-price sales tactics of the past were no longer viable, and prices needed to warm the hearts of consumers. With the ESPY Awards on the horizon and no pressing game schedules, a plethora of sports stars had gathered in New York. During this product release, attendees naturally showed their support while also contributing donations to express their compassion. In addition to sneakers, various sports equipment and new apparel were showcased. Designer Eric Wack introduced the new signature shoes of Liu, and as he elaborated on the design philosophy, his voice softened. Lee aspired for every child who loves basketball to have the opportunity to wear this signature shoe, eschewing costly special materials and extravagant designs. The sneakers were crafted purely for performance, undoubtedly a remarkable pair to accompany one on the basketball court. To highlight the uniqueness of these signature shoes, distinctive patterns adorned the exterior. Despite a reduction in price, we assured the audience that the quality of the sneakers would remain exceptional. As the introduction unfolded, attendees were treated to design sketches alongside the final product, with a film and physical display of the shoes, complemented by an outstanding design concept, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the assembled media. Dressed in a light gray suit, Liu occupied the front row, flanked by Phil Knight, the founder of Hooks, and Matt Park, the general manager of the footwear division. The three engaged in hushed conversation, primarily discussing sales figures and advertising strategies. The sneakers closely resembled the Hyperdunk series recalled by Liu, albeit with slight variations in the upper material and laces. The absence of technological materials was indeed a deliberate move to lower production costs. Lee's first-generation signature shoe remained on sale at a premium price, consistently reaching the finals each year. Although advertising expenses had increased, this was precisely what we anticipated. Maintaining current statistics, Lee held considerable hope for this year's MVP. Matt Park quietly reassured Liu, essentially offering him a dose of confidence. "Do I have a chance for a three-peat MVP?" In response to Lee's jest, Phil Knight remarked softly, "That would require even more impressive statistics. The demands of sports media have escalated in recent years." As the all-white sneakers were unveiled, Lee ascended the stage to applause, the shoe's upper adorned with black cloud patterns. This was to be this year's All-Star footwear. Additionally, there were pure white options, a black patent leather Knicks colorway, and a striking bright orange variant. Priced at $149, these sneakers were far more reasonable compared to the Jordan 17. And with each pair sold, Hooks pledged charitable donations to alleviate New York's public financial pressures. Having concluded the sneaker presentation, Matt Park took the stage to introduce the upcoming promotional documentary. On February 9th, Lee's personal documentary will air on ESPN, as Hooks hopes to share Lee's story with a wider audience. The documentary is infused with a plethora of sneaker information, representing a novel form of advertisement. Signature shoes of a new generation are once again poised for the harvest, ready to reap the latest crop of enthusiasts. Outside Madison Square Garden, new promotional posters for Liu have begun to emerge, featuring black cloud patterns on the sneakers that incorporate elements of Chinese culture. This distinctive colorway has naturally garnered acclaim. Over the past few years, The Chinese population in New York has steadily increased, with a notable transformation being the expansion of Chinatown. As many Italian Americans have been displaced from the city, an increasing number of Asian Americans are drawn to Madison Square Garden to watch basketball. And with the opening of the Chinese market, the opportunity has not gone unnoticed. On February 2nd, Ewing made an appearance at Madison Square Garden to support his dear friend mourning. The return of the warrior of the kidney to the court, exhibiting such spirit, indeed commands admiration. The New Yorkers, for once, refrained from mocking their opponents. The Heat triumphed with a score of 94-86, and the audience applauded mourning. With a current record of 17 wins and 28 losses, the Heat is highly likely to miss the playoffs. Mourning's return failed to alter the downward trajectory of the team. After the game, gazing at Ewing's beaming face, Mourning felt a pang of sadness, acutely aware that his professional career was in decline. Looking up at the 6 championship banners hanging in the arena, Mourning felt an intense yearning for a title. In the following 3 games, the Knicks first triumphed over the Pacers, later offering warmth to the Clippers in an away game. On the night of the 7th, they achieved a resounding victory against the Hawks with a score of 86-98, concluding the pre-All-Star game period with a record of 35 wins and 12 losses. Meanwhile, the Nets, after losing to the Mavericks, fell to a record of 32 wins and 15 losses. Although the 3-game gap is minor, it firmly secures the Knicks' position at the top of the Eastern Conference. On the same day, the Wizards overcame the Kings at home, bringing their record to 26 wins and 21 losses. Although his efficiency has declined, there is still a significant chance for Mako to lead his team into the playoffs this year. Conversely, the Kings' record stands at 37 wins and 12 losses, currently placing them first in the Western Conference, while the Mavericks follow closely with 35 wins and 14 losses. With O'Neal sidelined once again, the Lakers, led by Kobe, suffered a defeat against the struggling Bulls, resulting in a record of 33 wins and 13 losses, placing them third in the West. The Knicks' dominance in the Eastern Conference is disheartening, while the Western Conference has begun to experience intense competition, further highlighting the disparity between the two conferences. In the Eastern All-Star team, Vince Carter ultimately missed the game due to injury, allowing Jason Kidd to step into the starting lineup, while the outspoken Paul Pierce was selected as a replacement for the All-Star game. In the Western All-Star team, O'Neal was also absent due to injury, with Chris Webber taking his place in the starting lineup and Elton Brand of the Clippers filling in for the All-Star roster. Michael Jordan has made his 13th All-Star selection, and sports media have once again begun to highlight Mako's remarkable achievements. On Friday, February 8th, Liu and Grant Hill embarked on a journey to Philadelphia. The two opted for a private jet, with Liu inadvertently promoting American Express. In contrast to Liu's casual yet polished attire, complete with a small suitcase, Grant Hill was accompanied by his singer wife, Tamia, exuding affection on their travels. After spending over a year in New York, Tamia had grown quite close to Liu. After exchanging greetings with the media and completing their photo session, they boarded the plane. Tamia, playfully leaning on Grant Hill, teased, "Lee, why didn't you bring your girlfriend along? Are you still dating in Philadelphia?" Liu reclined comfortably in his seat, letting out a sigh of melancholy as he shifted the conversation, saying, "I must be the most despised person in the hearts of Philadelphia fans. Every time I play at the First Union Center, the boos never cease. This year, I'm merely passing through. I have no desire to perform passionately amidst such hostility." Tamia, unfamiliar with the dynamics of Philadelphia, listened as Grant Hill chuckled. "What Lee says is true, but I believe this animosity stems from the rivalry with New York fans. Both sides have their grievances, and it's understandable that they would relish in this treatment. The merciless New York fans and media have relentlessly criticized past stars, prompting Philadelphia's sports media to retaliate. However, the impact from both sides differs significantly, and with the traitorous Stephen A. Smith on the opposing side, Philadelphia's counterattacks often amount to little more than thunder without rain. They hold sway locally, but little beyond that. During this All-Star game, Philadelphia fans would undoubtedly rally behind their home star, and Liu was prepared for the inevitable jeers. As Tamia listened to her husband recount how the Knicks bullied Allen Iverson, she found herself laughing heartily. This All-Star game was essentially a self-inflicted trap for Liu. In contrast to Liu, who planned to take it easy, Kobe, as a child of Philadelphia, was determined to put on a stellar performance in pursuit of accolades. Returning home with Vanessa, Kobe felt a profound sense of belonging. Although he hadn't achieved monumental success, He believed himself superior to Allen Iverson, having reached the finals 2 consecutive years, a feat many players never attain in their lifetime. In an interview with the renowned NBC journalist, Rashad, Kobe expressed his exuberance, confidently stating, "I love Philadelphia. It is my hometown. Playing in front of the fans here brings me immense joy. On Sunday, I will deliver an exciting game for the fans. And I hope everyone will support me." As the core player of the host team, Iverson found himself overlooked for the starting lineup, his spotlight commandeered by another Philadelphia native, which naturally dampened his spirits. On the morning of the 9th, the NBA arranged for everyone to take their official photos. The Western All-Stars, lacking championships, all aspired for the coveted front row position. Meanwhile, the Eastern All-Stars donned their Knicks jerseys, with Liu and Michael Jordan adopting an air of prominence without needing the photographer's guidance, as they seated themselves front and center. Liu initially intended to hold a prop basketball, but Michael Jordan raised an eyebrow and snatched it away, declaring, "5 is greater than 4. You must sit to my left, and the ball must be in my hand. Given that you're already 38, I'll let you have this one." Liu retorted casually, ignoring the furious glare from Michael, and beckoned Grant Hill and Ray Allen to join nearby. Naturally, there is an art to posing for photos. Ray Allen, with a cheerful demeanor, positioned himself beside Michael, being one of Jordan's protégés, while Grant Hill aligned himself with Liu, both sharing a common bond. For individuals occupied the foremost positions, leaving only a glimpse of their sneakers visible. Witnessing this, Iverson silently cursed under his breath, yet made no objections, dutifully following the shorter players as they squeezed to the front. The taller players remained at the back, while Mike and Liu settled comfortably on either side at the forefront, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, contrasting with Iverson's solemn expression as the moment was captured in a photograph. On the evening of the 9th, aside from the Rookie Challenge and the skills competition, this year's Philadelphia All-Star event introduced several celebrity skill challenges. The competition was divided into 4 groups: Houston team, International team, Los Angeles team, and Philadelphia team. In addition to current NBA players, each team included WNBA athletes, retired legends, and notable entertainers. Representing the Houston team were Carly Lloyd, Tina Thompson, Kenny Smith, and actor Mike Epps. The international team featured Hito Turkoglu, Tiago Splitter, Sarunas Marciulianis, and renowned Canadian actor Tom Cavanagh. The Los Angeles team comprised Derek Fisher, Lisa Leslie, Magic Johnson, and singer Brian McKnight. The Philadelphia team included Eric Snow, celebrated coach Don Staley, 76ers legend Moses Malone, and NSYNC frontman Justin Timberlake. Even before the event commenced, the United Center buzzed with excitement. After the All-Star game was canceled due to labor disputes, Philadelphia was once again hosting the event after several years, much to the delight of the local fans. Liu, intending to take a break, arrived primarily to support Ray Allen in the three-point contest. At that moment, Kenny Smith was practicing with the ball when he spotted Liu and promptly pulled him to the center of the court. "Where's Charles? Is he once again discussing Iverson on the show?" Hearing Liu's inquiry, Kenny Smith couldn't help but chuckle. "Lee, do you watch our show every day? I must share this delightful news with everyone." Looking around, he indeed found no sign of Charles Barkley. Liu smiled in return. "Your show is quite entertaining. Just remind Chuck to refrain from speaking ill of me." After chatting for a while, Kenny Smith began introducing Liu to those nearby. Soon, Magic Johnson, positioned on the other side, beckoned Liu over, playfully calling out to the surrounding sports reporters, "Come take a picture of the greatest point guard in history." Liu quickly approached the Lakers legend, embracing him warmly, and with a playful jest to the gathered reporters remarked, "5 is greater than 4. But I am confident I can claim the title of the greatest point guard." Despite the Lakers' consecutive losses in the finals, Magic Johnson paid little heed to this, continuing their mutual admiration unabated. After exchanging greetings with some female players from the Sparks, Tom Cavanagh also embraced Liu, saying, "Long time no see, Lee. It seems you aren't quite the favorite in Philadelphia." Tom, who starred in Ed, often attended games at Madison Square Garden, and he and Liu had first met back in 2000. Upon hearing the playful banter about the future from the opposing fans, Liu became aware that some Philadelphia supporters had started to boo him vigorously. "I still prefer New York, where everyone cheers for me," he remarked. The youthful Justin, clutching a basketball and dribbling absent-mindedly, approached the two with a furrowed brow, lamenting, "I haven't had time to practice. I'm going to embarrass myself tonight." Liu glanced toward the sidelines, noticing the absence of Brittany. He nudged Justin playfully with his shoulder and teased softly, Isn't your superstar girlfriend joining you? Though the two had known each other for quite some time, Justin maintained a polished boyfriend image and never participated in wild parties. Whenever he appeared at Madison Square Garden, Brittany was invariably by his side. However, upon hearing her name, Justin could only muster an awkward smile and deftly change the subject, saying, "This year, I plan to release a single, Lee. Be sure to come to my party." Iverson, watching from the sidelines, was seething. This was his home court, and he could only observe Liu mingling with the crowd. When Mike was present, he quickly joined in on the jovial exchanges. Only a few legends from the 76ers offered Iverson any encouragement, while old-school coaches like Chuck Daly were engaged in light conversation with Mike, leaving the home star somewhat isolated. The All-Star Game was also an opportunity to expand one's social circle, yet Iverson had garnered more negative headlines than positive ones in recent years, especially after being thoroughly outplayed by Liu, leaving him struggling to maintain his composure. As the rookie challenge commenced, Iverson still wore a grim expression, while Kobe, a child of Philadelphia, was visibly elated. The hometown fans were indeed passionate. The Celebrity Skills Challenge served to warm up the atmosphere, and soon it was time for the rookie challenge. The first-year players could not break the dominance of the second-year team, since the format change. The second-year squad emerged victorious once again this year. Ultimately, Jason Richardson of the Warriors claimed the MVP trophy for the rookie challenge. When the three-point contest began, Liu rallied his friends who had just participated in the Celebrity Skills Challenge to cheer for Ray Allen. Unfortunately, his close friend faltered and was eliminated in the preliminary rounds. Peja from the Kings narrowly triumphed to seize the championship of the three-point contest. The dunk contest was quite thrilling, as Jason Richardson executed a stunning under-the-leg dunk to lift the trophy for champion. On February 10th, during the All-Star Weekend main event, before the match commenced, head coach Byron Scott noted that Mike seemed a bit lackluster but still cheerfully suggested, "Once the game starts, let Mike take a few shots first. Kid, Lee, show the Philadelphia fans your exquisite passing skills." After a night of cards that extended late, Mike had lost some money, despite feeling somewhat off physically. He feigned strength, waving his hand dismissively. "No need to coddle me. I'm not old enough to require assistance with my shots." Seated nearby, Liu was brimming with energy. Acknowledging the suddenly submissive requests of his coach, he ultimately conceded, "Rest assured, Coach. Kid and I will manage the pace of the game." Kid, having secured a starting position, was quite elated. At that moment, he exchanged a fist bump with Liu and readily concurred, "Tonight, let us engage in more fast breaks, disregarding the outcome. Our goal is to render the game more aesthetically pleasing." Grant Hill merely played the role of the amiable figure in the locker room, his objective for the evening being to make a stylish appearance before retreating to a more passive role. Allen Iverson and Tracy McGrady, on the other hand, yearned for an opportunity to showcase their talents, yet they found themselves relegated to the bench. At that juncture, Ray Allen transformed into a devoted admirer of Mike, consistently engaging in conversation with him, albeit unintentionally. Despite the home court advantage, Mutombo wore a glum expression, though the presence of his good friend Mourning provided some solace. As for the game's outcome, he remained indifferent. As the All-Star Game commenced, the moment Liu possessed the ball, a cacophony of boos erupted from the crowd. In light of this, he executed 2 dunks and assisted Mike with a pair of passes, after which he began to coast, flinging three-pointers with abandon. No player relishes performing amidst jeers, especially in an exhibition match. Thus, Liu refrained from stealing the spotlight and voluntarily exited the game after 6 minutes of the first quarter. The Eastern Conference All-Star substitutes displayed greater vigor upon taking the court compared to the starters, while Kobe grew increasingly animated as the game progressed. Witnessing the Philadelphia fans vehemently boo Liu, Kobe felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Ultimately, the Eastern Conference All-Star starters all underperformed, resulting in a score of 120 to 135, leading to a resounding victory for the Western Conference All-Stars. As the host, Iverson came off the bench and managed only 3 of 11 attempts, scoring a mere 8 points. With an impressive tally of 31 points, the highest of the game, Kobe triumphantly lifted the MVP trophy. Clad in a towel, Liu stood in the background, occasionally conversing with rookies like Pierce, Nash, and Nowitzki. As Kobe received the trophy from David Stern, he jubilantly raised it once more, only to be met with the jeers of Philadelphia fans. Turning around, he noticed Liu waving goodbye to the fans as he ambled toward the players' tunnel. Holding the trophy aloft, Kobe perceived the boos intensifying, seemingly overshadowing his presence. A wave of indignation washed over him, his smile fading as he inwardly muttered, "Damn it. I am the AMVP." Gratitude is extended to the readers for their subscription and support. End of chapter 249. The era of Van Gundy comes to a close on February 11, 2002, following the conclusion of the Philadelphia All-Star Weekend. Sports media turned its attention back to the trade movements of various teams. Prior to the All-Star Game, most teams merely solidified their role-player contracts, with significant trades anticipated only after the All-Star festivities. The Knicks aspired to acquire a superstar and assemble a star-studded lineup, however, currently holding the best record in the East. No one showed interest in trading with New York. Most crucially, the market lacked any major players, with too many untouchables. The Lakers, too, sought to bolster their roster, as their bench depth in the frontcourt faltered and their outside shooting failed to meet expectations. They required perimeter defenders and reliable backup centers. Yet, other teams relished the spectacle, recognizing that the Lakers' draft picks might possess slightly more value than those of the Knicks, but overall, it remained a gamble akin to a lottery. After much deliberation, general manager Kupchak ultimately re-signed veteran player Brian Shaw. Following the conclusion of the All-Star Game, Liu did not remain in Philadelphia, a city that did not welcome him. Instead, he flew back to Manhattan overnight to prepare for the Upper Deck event. The limited edition gold cards released this year still required promotion, and Ray-Ban also had charity events lined up, along with a feature interview in Sports Illustrated. Liu's schedule was already brimming with commitments. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal, recuperating in Los Angeles, frequently appeared at sponsor events. Witnessing his younger brother's stellar performance at the All-Star Game, the Shark expressed heartfelt congratulations. "I am thrilled to see Kobe receive an MVP-caliber award. This signifies the recognition he has earned, and Los Angeles fans need not worry. I will return to the team soon." The distinction between AMVP and MVP may be merely a letter, yet the significance is profoundly different. ESPN has recently resumed its speculation regarding internal conflicts within the Lakers. O'Neal has been subtly critiquing his younger counterpart. Each time the Lakers suffer a defeat, he makes pointed comments. Clearly, the sensitive O'Neal harbors resentment over the MVP rankings, disliking the challenge to his position as the team's leader and the dissenting voices within the squad. Although Phil Jackson lost his position as the Western Conference All-Star coach yet again this year, as a championship-winning coach, his aspirations remain focused on pursuing the ultimate title. To maintain harmony within the team, the Colonel from KFC has made considerable efforts. Fortunately for the Lakers, they did not secure the championship. Otherwise, O'Neal's biting sarcasm towards Kobe could have escalated into a confrontation. On the morning of the 11th, Jeff Van Gundy engaged in a third round of negotiations with general manager Glenn Field. The Knicks had no intention of bolstering their roster, opting to abandon all short-term contracts. If they could endure just half a season longer, the team would reap a bounty of fresh talent at the draft. Moreover, the Suns' first-round pick was likely to be a high one, making patience the wisest choice. As the rookies develop, the Knicks could still sign them even if their salary cap reached its maximum. Plans for the future have long been set by Glenn Field, who envisions a full salary cap, utilizing mid-level contracts for the bench and supplementing with biannual exceptions and veteran minimums. During the All-Star Weekend, Jeff Van Gundy did not rest adequately. Upon arriving at the Tarrytown Training Center and greeting the staff, he proceeded to the general manager's office. Glenn Field was reviewing reports submitted by scouts as the frenzy of March Madness approached, and preparations for the Chicago training camp were essential for assessing players. The office displayed the trophy for the league's best manager, accompanied by championship photographs and player portraits. "Jeff, this season, we do not plan to sign any players. In the latter half, if injuries arise, we will increase Lee's playing time. Given the current trajectory, Lee should be on track to secure a scoring title, and other accolades appear within reach. If we can advance to the Eastern Conference Finals, we will have fulfilled our objectives, and even the discerning New York fans will be satisfied with this achievement." General manager Glenn Field believed that the balding young coach wished to sign his beloved player, Charlie Ward. He was acutely aware that this signing was more about the head coach's desire to assert his prestige. Yet he was no pushover and had no inclination to relinquish his authority. Upon hearing the other party's attempts at consolation, Jeff Van Gundy displayed little emotion. After taking a seat, he gazed at the photograph on the desk, featuring Liu and Glenn Field embracing their championship trophy, and suddenly uttered in a low voice, "Ernie, I intend to leave the team." I wish to spend more time with my family. The immense pressure I've endured over the years has taken its toll, and it is time for a respite. Glenfield was taken aback by this revelation, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he softly inquired, "Why? We are first in the East. In New York you can command the league's highest salary. You've secured a championship here. And the team boasts the finest stars in the league. You are only 40. You could grow alongside Lee and the team, much like Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan." At the mention of Phil Jackson, Jeff Van Gundy immediately shook his head, opting not to elaborate further, and reiterated his decision. "I love New York. I have achieved everything here. But I am exhausted, and I need more time for my family. Tom is a capable coach, and he is ready. The team's performance will not decline. Lee can uphold the Knicks standards. This is solely my personal choice, unrelated to salary." Casting a deep glance at the balding young coach, who appeared well-rested and somewhat fuller in figure, dressed impeccably in a tailored black Armani suit, Glenfield did not perceive the fatigue in front of him. "Jeff, I respect your decision. You may want to take some time to reflect. Mr. Dolan certainly does not wish to lose such an exceptional coach as yourself." Having declared his decision, Jeff Van Gundy felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, observing the serious demeanor across the desk. A smile suddenly graced his face. "I have contemplated this for a long time. I am grateful for this experience. I will always cherish New York." Upon exiting the office, Jeff was enveloped in a sense of euphoria, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. With a warm smile adorning his face, he bid farewell to each staff member he encountered. When equipment manager Old Mike heard the balding young coach's decision, his eyes widened in instinctive disbelief. "Why, Jeff? Look at this training facility and the championship banners within. You have accomplished everything here." Jeff Van Gundy's smile grew ever more radiant as he embraced Old Mike, expressing with heartfelt nostalgia, "Indeed, I have achieved everything here. But it is time to transition into the next phase of my life." On the afternoon of the 11th, while Lee was engaged in a sponsor event, he soon received calls from both the general manager and the balding young coach. The former inquired about assistant coach Tom Thibodeau, while the latter cheerfully bid farewell. "Lee, thank you for your support over the years. I regret that I cannot continue alongside the team, as I wish to spend more time with my family." By the time Lee returned home that evening, the cheerful tone of Jeff Van Gundy still echoed in his ears. Wearing spectacles and seated on the first floor, Mike observed the peculiar demeanor of Liu as he perused the newspaper while listening to the radio. Turning his head, he remarked, "You are not a superstar. It is simply impossible to please everyone. After years of working in Philadelphia, I can attest that I do not favor the rival teams." Almost forgetting that Old Mike, responsible for his own security, was also a Philadelphia fan, Liu shook his head and, after removing his coat, succinctly replied, "I haven't been concerned with All-Star Weekend. There have been minor issues within the team, and the head coach has unexpectedly resigned." Once more engrossed in his newspaper, Mike chuckled and nodded in agreement, then teasingly quipped, "It appears Van Gundy has been dismissed from the Knicks, a decision befitting a man." On Tuesday, February 12th, the NBA league did not witness any significant trades. Yet the sports media erupted following the Knicks' announcement of Jeff Van Gundy's departure as head coach. In the morning, Van Gundy was set to hold a personal press conference, and several prominent New York media outlets rushed to the Tarrytown Training Center. The balding young coach maintained his distinguished demeanor, calmly stating during the interview, "This has been an unforgettable experience. While I have achieved much, the pressures of life have intensified over the years. In the future, I hope to spend more time with my family and take a well-deserved break." Sensing the tantalizing whiff of gossip, New York reporters eagerly thrust their microphones forward, with the New York Post ultimately seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Jeff, do you intend to continue coaching in the future? Does your departure have any connection with the management?" After a moment of contemplation, Van Gundy refrained from providing a definitive answer. "I do not know. I haven't pondered that deeply. My choice to leave is primarily about life. I need to allow myself to unwind. I must emphasize that I have always had a wonderful relationship with the players, management, and all team staff. We are like family. I love New York, where I have achieved everything, and there is no need for excessive interpretation. This is merely a personal decision." After addressing a plethora of questions, General Manager Glenn Grunwald expressed the management's regrets, stating, "Jeff's departure is a significant loss for the team. Parting ways with a championship coach is something no one desired. The Knicks will always keep their doors open for him. and New York fans will never forget Jeff's contributions. This will always be his home. Naturally, General Manager Grunwald found himself surrounded by the media, continuously offering platitudes, yet his responses left some sports journalists feeling anxious, sensing that the Knicks had a larger story to unveil. The morning's video session was also canceled, and the sports media did not overlook Liu. Spotting the Knicks players, they immediately converged upon them, with a New York Times reporter being the first to pose a question. "Lee, what are your thoughts on Coach Van Gundy's departure?" As everyone thrust their recording devices and microphones toward Liu, clad in training attire, he responded, "I feel nothing but regret and surprise. We all supported Coach Van Gundy. However, we also respect his decision. Life takes precedence over basketball, and we understand the coach's choice to spend time with his family." Observing the expression of regret on Liu's face, the surrounding sports media nodded slightly in agreement. For Van Gundy is indeed a unique championship coach in the league. Grant Hill had only received the news that morning and was still in a state of confusion. For him, the choice of the bald young coach came as a complete surprise. Family is of utmost importance. Yet I still hope Coach Van Gundy will continue to coach in the future. Losing him would be a detriment to the league. This sentiment resonated with the sports media. Hill spoke the truth. As the youngest championship coach in NBA history, Jeff Van Gundy's coaching career had only just begun. If he were to retire now, it would undoubtedly be a loss for the league, as everyone eagerly anticipated the bald young coach reaching 1,000 victories. Rookie Pau Gasol was equally baffled. Everything seemed to be going well for the team, with them sitting at the top of the Eastern Conference, yet the head coach resigned? This sudden turn of events left the Knicks rookies perplexed. Besides expressing their shock, they were also curious about Van Gundy's next steps. On the afternoon of the 12th, news of the championship coach's departure from the Knicks swept across the league. New York media regretfully announced the end of Van Gundy's era. Los Angeles fans were the most delighted at this moment. If one were to encapsulate their sentiment in a phrase, it would be sliding on the living room floor. With the opposing head coach gone, the Lakers' chances of winning the championship surged. Eastern teams seemed to see a glimmer of hope to overturn the dominance, reveling in the situation and expressing their regrets during interviews. Naturally, TNT's program seized upon this hot topic. The trio kept pace with current events. After the reporters relayed the news, they began discussing the implications of Coach Van Gundy's departure in the studio. With half the season gone, it is simply unbelievable for a head coach to suddenly leave the team. I am unclear as to why the Knicks find themselves in this predicament, but their performance is bound to fluctuate. Kenny Smith continued to express his shock, while Charles Barkley, with a wide grin, earnestly remarked, "I understand Coach Van Gundy. Coaching Lee is certainly not a pleasant endeavor. I've long held this view. On the court, Lee is not an easy person to deal with. He likes to control the team, and coaches may have to yield to him. The remnants of the Ewing era have completely vanished. I mean, no offense. But in terms of results, Lee has thoroughly revamped the team over the years. When Phil Jackson comes to mind, one thinks of the triangle offense, a system that aided the Bulls and Lakers in clinching championships. But when one thinks of Coach Van Gundy, what comes to mind? I can only think of Lee, for it was his presence that transformed the Knicks." Earl Johnson, upon hearing this perspective, instinctively countered, "Do you believe Lee caused Coach Van Gundy's departure? They collaborated to achieve a four-peat." Charles Barkley, undeterred in his intentions regarding Liu, earnestly continued before the camera, "Indeed, I believe Lee is the fundamental reason. He can win championships without the need for complex tactical systems. Has the Knicks offense featured any distinctive strategies in recent years? Pass the ball to Lee, and he will resolve the issue. This is precisely the reason for Coach Van Gundy's departure. He no longer wished to adapt to the players. No renowned coach relishes collaborating with players who possess a strong desire for control." Kenny Smith, feigning nonchalance, pulled out his phone and, exhaling deeply, remarked with a smile, "Good news, Chuck. I haven't received any messages from Lee or his agent, so you may continue this discussion." Laughter erupted among everyone in the studio, as the recent influx of complaints had been overwhelming. On the night of the 12th, the Knicks were set to face the Raptors at home. In the morning, the balding young coach announced his resignation, yet the afternoon training session remained unchanged. After the tactical drills, Liu led everyone in additional shooting practice. At that moment, the entire league was abuzz, with sports media reveling in the frenzy. In contrast to the players, the newly appointed interim coach, Tom Thibodeau, felt a greater sense of apprehension. The afternoon practice was managed by assistant coach Don Chaney and several other members of the coaching staff, while Thibodeau, overwhelmed with anxiety, struggled to find a rapport with the players. Upon entering Jeff Van Gundy's office, Tom Thibodeau felt a surge of emotion. This space would soon belong to him. Adjusting his suit in front of the mirror and smoothing over his thinning hair, Thibodeau took several deep breaths to bolster his spirits. No problem. I am the head coach, and Lee will lead the team to victory. Gratitude is extended to the readers for their continued support. This chapter concludes. Chapter 250. Liu's team on Sunday, February 24th, 2002. After 2 weeks of observing the games, the spectators reached a consensus. The Knicks appeared largely unaffected. They neither faltered nor saw players weeping and pleading to play for the balding young coach, nor did fans wield whiteboards in a bid to retain Jeff Van Gundy. The Knicks remained the dominant force in the Eastern Conference. Over the course of 2 weeks, the Knicks garnered a record of 3 wins and 3 losses. Following a resounding 25-point victory over the Raptors, they suffered a back-to-back loss to the Magic. Even the veteran Jazz managed an unexpected victory, further delivering a warm-up defeat to the Bulls. After 3 consecutive losses, the Pistons and Nets, hoping to capitalize, were swiftly overwhelmed. With a record of 38 wins and 15 losses, they barely surpassed the Nets' 36 wins and 18 losses. Whenever the Nets fans felt they could close the gap in victories, the Knicks would suddenly unleash a powerful counterattack. The margin between the two teams was minimal, and Nets fans perpetually harbored hope, only to be met with disappointment. Much like the direct encounters between the teams, whenever fans hoped that Kidd would rise to the occasion and deliver a response, this master of triple-doubles would opt to pass or miss a jump shot. The Knicks played with a deliberate pace, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Only after a series of defeats would Liu exert himself, leading to a resurgence in their performance, reclaiming the top position in the East. Even amidst a barrage of missed shots, the Knicks often outperformed their opponents in three-point shooting, with attempts beyond the arc reaching 25 per game becoming the norm. After nearly 2 weeks of fervent discussions among various basketball analysts, it becomes apparent that the leading team in the Eastern Conference remains unchanged, with the Knicks still holding a 2 to 3 game advantage. The entire Knicks roster recognizes that as long as they can surpass the Nets in the standings, they will retain their status as the top team in the East. There is no need to concern themselves with the competition from the Western Conference. Their focus is on maintaining their play and ensuring a healthy conclusion to the February schedule, which has become a shared aspiration for the team. As the game on the evening of the 24th approaches, excitement brews once more in the sports media. Following Shaquille O'Neal's return, the Lakers have embarked on a winning streak, building a favorable momentum. The fans in Los Angeles have come to appreciate O'Neal's irreplaceable presence, and during his absence, his reputation has soared. Occasionally, playful jabs are exchanged, leaving Kobe Bryant to listen in silence while O'Neal revels in the moment, as no one dares to claim that Kobe is the true leader of the team. This marks the first professional encounter between Pau Gasol and O'Neal, and anticipation mounts to see how the rookie will perform against such a formidable opponent. Confronted with a novice big man, O'Neal is determined to assert his dominance while simultaneously showcasing his leadership qualities. As the game commences at 8 p.m. in the Staples Center, the Los Angeles crowd erupts with joy as they witness O'Neal's relentless assault in the paint. The Lakers employ straightforward tactics, recognizing that the Knicks have opted against double teaming. Consequently, the perimeter players dutifully pass the ball to the inside. Despite Gasol's preparations prior to the game, he struggles to execute effective defensive maneuvers against O'Neal's fierce positioning. With 4 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Lakers initiate an offensive play. O'Neal, disregarding Gasol's pursuit from behind, steps into the left low post following a cross screen at the baseline. As the ball swiftly circulates to the left wing, Kobe, tightly defended by Artest, is unable to deliver the pass in time. To better position himself for the catch, O'Neal skillfully maneuvers around Gasol, using his size to maintain dominance. Upon receiving a high lob pass from Kobe, O'Neal catches the ball while facing away from the basket, then forcefully executes 2 powerful backing movements. Despite Gasol's earnest defensive efforts, he is pushed beneath the basket. O'Neal, brimming with energy, accelerates towards the hoop and swiftly pivots towards the baseline. Gasol finds himself pinned beneath the basket as O'Neal fakes a shot, successfully deceiving Gasol and shifting his defensive focus. In a sudden burst, he elevates, catching the ball with his left hand and executing a thunderous one-handed dunk. The arena erupts with the sound of the rim rattling as O'Neal slams the ball home. From the moment he caught the ball to his transition into the dunk, O'Neal's movements were fluid and remarkably swift. The jubilant Shark celebrates with exuberance. And despite facing a rookie, the challenge posed by the Knicks invigorates him. Wow. In the NBC commentary booth, Mike Fratello observes Gasol's struggle and remarks, the Knicks might want to consider implementing some double teams. Gasol is unable to contain O'Neal, allowing him to score far too easily. Defensive efforts must begin at the point of reception, and clearly, Gasol is not adequately prepared tonight. The disparity in weight and strength was glaringly apparent. Albert, the coach, seemed to recall the gossip about the bald young general and added, Coach Van Gundy once suggested that Gasol should gain weight. Perhaps that was the prudent choice. To contend with such a formidable interior presence, sacrifices must inevitably be made. Having witnessed the opponent's score with ease, Thibodeau, accustomed to such scenes, instinctively glanced towards the bench at the towering right, but ultimately decided against making a substitution. In the Twin Tower configuration, Gasol's jump shot lacked the stability of Cot Thomas, and his defense against Horry was also ineffective. With arms crossed, Thibodeau refrained from calling a timeout, opting instead to applaud from the sidelines, encouraging Gasol and signaling that it was a commendable defensive effort. As the Knicks embarked on their offensive possession, Lou signaled the play, mirroring the strategy employed against the Lakers. However, following a baseline screen, O'Neal, disinterested in pursuing defense, allowed Horry to shadow Gasol. Having faced Gasol once before, Horry understood the necessity of preventing Gasol from receiving the ball near the basket, as defending against the towering figure would prove exceedingly challenging. Under pressure, Gasol opted not to establish position in the low post, but rather accelerated, swiftly moving to the left wing. Kobe, meanwhile, was physically pressuring Lou, observing the movements behind him and promptly signaling for Horry to double-team. Feigning a screen, Gasol took advantage of Lou's backward dribble, swiftly stepping towards the free-throw line. Simultaneously, Lou transitioned to his right hand and executed a quick turnaround, delivering a pass without hesitation. Just as Horry arrived alongside Lou, Gasol had already received the ball at the free-throw line and launched a jump shot. After enduring considerable physical confrontation throughout the evening, the shot clanged off the rim. Positioned beneath the basket, O'Neal effectively boxed out Cot Thomas, securing the defensive rebound with ease. The Lakers seized the opportunity without hesitation. O'Neal's performance grew increasingly dominant, establishing an 8-point lead by the third quarter, and he showed no mercy in the final period. As the final moments of the game unfolded, the Staples Center erupted in euphoria. O'Neal, brimming with excitement, celebrated with fervent fist pumps, clutching the basketball and expressing his exuberance. Over the course of 45 minutes, he achieved a remarkable 24 of 16 shooting, along with 16 free throws, resulting in an impressive 41 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block, and 2 turnovers. O'Neal's steady performance thoroughly dismantled the Knicks' interior defense. Kobe, for the entirety of the match, played selflessly, registering 14 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 turnovers on 5 of 13 shooting. Despite the victory, Kobe found little joy in the triumph, fully aware that the Los Angeles fans in the arena were cheering for someone else. In his inaugural encounter against the league's most formidable center, Gasol recorded 12 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 turnovers on 5 of 13 shooting, with most of his scoring concentrated in the first half. As the game progressed, his shooting percentage began to decline, and like many rookies, Gasol recognized the need to bolster his physicality. Phil Jackson sensed that the championship was beckoning him. With the game concluded and Jeff Van Gundy's absence palpable, his spirits soared. Thibodeau approached the scorer's table to shake hands with Phil Jackson. Their relationship bore no animosity, and after exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. After the game, an NBC reporter promptly interviewed the jubilant O'Neal. "Shaq, you dominated the paint tonight. I noticed that since your return from injury, your performance seems to be improving." The crowd's cheers grew louder as O'Neal, without waiting for the reporter to finish, exuberantly declared, "I am ready. Compared to previous years, I am more mature and understand how to lead my team. This year, I will guide the Lakers to victory in the championship." Despite the loss, Thibodeau remained unfazed, believing that retaining the top position in the Eastern Conference was paramount. In the post-game press conference, Gasol appeared somewhat disheartened, realizing the gap in competition. Indeed, there were no formidable opponents in the Eastern Conference. Liu's statistics were still rather unremarkable: 12 out of 22 from the field, 5 out of 12 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 6 out of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 35 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers. Following the All-Star weekend, although his shooting attempts had not increased, scoring 30 points had become progressively easier. His three-point shooting frequency had risen, with more catch-and-shoot opportunities. Had it not been for the decline in free throws during away games, his statistics might have been even more impressive. From a purely physical perspective, during the recent consecutive away games, Liu had not shaved, giving him a slightly more mature appearance. However, sitting alongside Gasol, they still appeared remarkably youthful. Most sports media posed rather ordinary questions, but a journalist from the Los Angeles Times seized the moment to challenge Liu. Lee, Coach Van Gundy seems to have suggested that Gasol gain weight, while you prefer a fast-paced offense. Does this loss imply that your stance is erroneous? Numerous sports outlets speculated that Jeff Van Gundy's departure was primarily due to conflicts with Liu. A championship coach would not leave without reason. Hence, Liu frequently encountered such inquiries. Basketball ultimately boils down to results. Coach Van Gundy's suggestions are valid, but Gasol is merely human. Gaining weight and increasing physicality necessitates time. Achieving success and honing one's physique requires patience. If a rookie could restrain Shaq, then the Knicks would not have faced the Lakers in the finals in recent years. I believe the pace of basketball will continue to accelerate in the future. Of course, this is merely my personal viewpoint. There is no right or wrong in it. He commended Gasol's performance that night, noting that although his statistics had dipped over the past 2 months, he was poised for a strong rebound. Naturally, most sports media would not expect a rookie to contend with O'Neal, and Liu's remarks garnered silent nods of agreement. The New York Times journalist expressed satisfaction with Gasol's performance, posing a final, friendly question. Pow, facing O'Neal for the first time, how would you rate your performance? Gasol, understanding the simplicity of the question, though slightly disappointed in his own display, responded with confidence, I would give myself a 6. I will find different ways to impact the game. Lee has always supported me, and I will perform better in the coming games. On the 28th, after a brief respite, the Knicks continued their road journey, triumphing over the Heat with a score of 104-84, bringing their record to an impressive 39 wins and 16 losses. This commendable performance places them just behind the Kings, who stand at 40 wins and 15 losses. As February draws to a close, the Knicks hold the second position in the league while firmly securing the top spot in the Eastern Conference. Whenever the Nets seem to narrow the gap in victories, they falter unexpectedly. Following an unexpected 20-point loss to the Hornets last night, Kidd faced a wave of criticism from commentators. The audience relished the drama, eagerly anticipating a possible stumble from the Knicks. Entering March, the Knicks are confronted with their most congested schedule of the season, with a total of 17 games set for this month. With the Knicks' fortunes dwindling, attention shifted to the Wizards. Michael Jordan, too, has succumbed to injury. The 38-year-old's knees can no longer withstand the rigors of the game. Kwame Brown remains consistent, yet despite an increase in playing time, his statistics often disappoint, occasionally resulting in a scoreless outing. In an effort to maintain their lead in the Eastern Conference, Thibodeau initially intended to extend the playing time of key players. However, during the first week, Grant Hill experienced ankle soreness, followed by Brevin Knight suffering a shoulder injury. Faced with consecutive injuries, Thibodeau ultimately opted to adhere to the rotation strategy previously established by Van Gundy. As most opponents hail from the Eastern Conference, Liu did not hold on to the ball, maintaining a steady pace despite the demanding schedule. On March 24th, during an away game against the 76ers, amidst the boos of Philadelphia fans, the Knicks achieved a double victory this month with a score of 101-88. Allen Iverson was sidelined due to injury, resulting in the 76ers' record falling to 34 wins and 35 losses. Despite a decline in attendance, Iverson remained undeterred in his pursuit of the scoring title, often taking audacious shots. His reputation as an inefficient scorer became increasingly difficult to shake off, and the patience of Philadelphia fans wore thin. On March 31st, following a victory against the Magic, the Knicks concluded March with a commendable record of 13 wins and 4 losses. They faced 3 back-to-back losses, but by the end of the month, both Grant Hill and Knight returned to the lineup. With a record of 52 wins and 20 losses, they successfully secured a playoff berth, bringing joy to New York fans. Following the Nets' defeat to the Timberwolves, their record stood at 47 wins and 27 losses, likely relegating them to the second spot in the Eastern Conference. April 1st presented a rare day of respite with no games scheduled. The workaholic Thibodeau chose to spend his time at the Tarrytown Training Center reviewing game footage. After coaching the team for over a month, Thibodeau has begun to grasp Van Gundy's sentiments. This is Lee Yu's team. The deficiencies in the roster have made it challenging for Thibodeau to exert significant influence on the defensive end, while on offense. He often finds himself uncertain about the tactical execution in the next play. Lacking a cohesive system or fixed strategies, many offensive sequences rely on Lee Yu's on-the-spot decisions, leaving Thibodeau with little choice but to maintain patience during timeouts. The anticipated sense of achievement eludes him, and he has come to understand that the player's high intelligence can indeed present its own challenges. Assistant coach Tom Thibodeau noticed his colleague Tang Qian had become somewhat distracted while watching the footage. He gently patted his shoulder and broached a light-hearted topic. "Tom, have Glenfield and you discussed anything regarding the draft?" "No, I have yet to receive any information on that front," Thibodeau instinctively replied, only to see Tang Qian let out a sigh. Once the realization dawned on him, Thibodeau understood the implications from management. He was not the final choice for head coach. Although there had been a hint of competition between them, they could only exchange bittersweet smiles, both silently conjuring the same thought. Perhaps Van Gundy's decision to depart was indeed the right one. Thank you to the readers for your subscription and support. After much deliberation, I have decided to conclude the regular season early. Chapter complete. Chapter 251. The Limits and the Potential. On April 2, 2002, at Madison Square Garden, Pau Gasol received his second Rookie of the Month award. Despite a grueling schedule in March, the Knicks saw Gasol returning to his normal form, largely due to the injuries plaguing their opponents. Although the Knicks had their own share of injuries, the attendance rate of their starting lineup remained commendably high. With the playoff spot secured early, New York fans were naturally elated, especially with the successful suppression of their Atlantic Division rivals, the Nets, inching closer to claiming the division championship banner. Tonight's adversary was the Hornets, and Byron Davis never felt at ease when visiting Madison Square Garden. Following his exclusion from the All-Star game, the bearded player had taken a jab at Iverson, with Paul Pierce, who was a last-minute replacement for the All-Star slot, similarly expressing discontent. Both seemed eager to target their softer opponents. Interestingly, both the Hornets and the Celtics had outperformed the 76ers. Both players were intent on knocking their rivals out of the playoffs. With the trophy in hand, Gasol exhibited remarkable prowess tonight, efficiently maneuvering under the basket. The first half was evenly matched, but as the third quarter commenced, both Davis and David Wesley struggled to find their rhythm. With 5 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Wesley utilized P.J. Brown's screen on the right wing to momentarily shake off the U.S. defense. He hesitated slightly beyond the three-point line before accelerating, but his offensive choice was anticipated perfectly by Courtney Thomas. With a swift lateral movement to the left, Thomas engaged in physical contact. Following the collision, Wesley rapidly decelerated, realizing Lee Yu was still in pursuit. Under complete coverage, he gritted his teeth and barreled toward the basket. Approaching the paint area, he executed a jump step, managing to create a sliver of shooting space. However, as Wesley released his shot with his right hand, cheers erupted around him. With impeccable timing, Lee Yu, who had already adjusted his steps, leaped from behind and delivered a thunderous block. The ball rebounded and was swiftly controlled by Gasol beneath the basket, who then initiated a long pass. Grant Hill, racing across the court, caught the ball and charged toward Byron Davis. Despite the timely defense, Jamal Mashburn found himself outmaneuvered by Artest, who cut through the middle. Approaching the right wing, Grant Hill deftly passed the ball forward, leading to a powerful two-handed dunk by Artest, who sprinted into the paint after receiving the pass. The score gap widened to 10 points, and the arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Although three-point shooting faltered, Artest's fast breaks were remarkably spirited. On the sidelines, Coach Paul Silas crossed his arms in frustration, realizing yet another timeout had failed to yield results. As in their previous encounters, whenever the Knicks intensified their efforts in the third quarter, tightening their defense, the Hornets often experienced an offensive blackout. With half the quarter elapsed and only 7 points scored, Byron Davis, feeling the urgency, abandoned patience in search of opportunities. Utilizing the screen set by the towering Magloire at the top of the arc, Davis escaped Hill's defense, adjusted his footing, and promptly executed a jump shot. Gasol's token attempt at blocking proved ineffective. However, the ball ricocheted off the rim into Lee's hands. The Hornets swiftly regrouped defensively, with Davis charging toward Lee in an attempt to disrupt the transition. As he closed in, the bearded player realized that Lee had no intention of advancing quickly. Instead, he calmly executed a behind-the-back dribble before accelerating past half-court. At the top of the arc, well beyond the three-point line, Davis observed as Lee swiftly passed the ball to Gasol, who stood poised at the perimeter, simultaneously pulling the defense while vocally directing his teammates. Gasol, stationed at the three-point line, merely shifted his body and reached out with his left hand to indicate a pass, drawing Lee into a feigned reception before abruptly retreating. Approaching the left wing, Lee received Gasol's pass but could not shake off the bearded defender. Gasol then shifted laterally to Lee's right, attempting to set another screen. After a deceptive rightward lean, Lee quickly released the ball with his left hand. Davis, misjudging the defensive play, slid left in an attempt to navigate the screen, only to lose his defensive position in an instant. Taking a lateral step back, Lee denied his opponent any time to react, drifting leftward before executing a swift jump shot from beyond the arc swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net, extending the lead to 70-57. Davis cast a glance at his unmoved giant teammate, instinctively shouting in frustration, only to be met with the escalating cheers of the New York fans. From crossing half-court to the fluidity of passing and shooting, the offensive sequence unfolded in less than 11 seconds, a rapid loss of points that naturally bred dismay. The anxious Hornets hastily quickened their offensive tempo, resulting in a series of missed shots, while the Knicks surged into a ferocious fast-break rhythm. Coach Tom Thibodeau sat quietly on the bench, witnessing the widening score gap, fully aware that another victory was within reach. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the score stood at 80-52, with Madison Square Garden resonating solely with the elation of Knicks fans. Returning to the bench after a scoreless quarter, Byron Davis wore a blank expression, a sight all too familiar this season. In the MSG commentary booth, Mike Breen expressed his conviction that the team would undoubtedly triumph. He then broached the subject of the Knicks' performance. In April, there were 10 games on the schedule, including 2 back-to-back contests, yet the opponents were not playoff contenders. It appears that this season, we still have the opportunity to achieve 60 victories. Lee has indeed been exceptional since his arrival with the Knicks. The team's performance has remained consistently strong, suggesting we might have a chance to equal some historical records. Walter Frazier, upon hearing this, proudly interjected, "Had it not been for the shortened season, the Knicks might have already secured a record of 6 consecutive seasons with 60 wins." Nevertheless, time is on our side, and I believe Lee will lead the team to establish a record uniquely theirs. Since the 1985-86 season, the Lakers achieved 60 wins for 4 consecutive seasons. From the 1979-80 season onward, the Celtics recorded 6 60-win seasons within 7 years, including 2 separate streaks of 3 consecutive seasons. The Knicks' performance was indeed affected by the shortened season, with New York media previously speculating on their win count. If they secure another 60 wins this season, it would signify a repayment of sorts for previous debts. Midway through the fourth quarter, head coach Paul Silas proactively called for a timeout to substitute the starters. The Hornets still needed to fight for a playoff spot, and naturally, they would not overexert their primary lineup in such a matchup. Ultimately, the Knicks triumphed decisively over their opponents with a score of 84-103, continuing their pursuit of 60 victories. Grant Hill, who missed 8 games in March, returned by month's end, regaining his form. He played for 34 minutes, shooting 9 for 17 from the field and 5 for 6 from the free throw line, amassing 23 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, and 2 turnovers. Despite his high shooting percentage, Hill's scoring remained modest this season, with only 1 game reaching 34 points. Compared to Lee's effortless 30, Hill's scoring explosiveness paled in comparison. However, New York fans were quite satisfied with his performance. A 50 shooting rate leading to 20 points met their expectations for Hill. Tamia, who frequently attends games at Madison Square Garden, stood to applaud her husband, noting that the environment in New York was far superior to that of Detroit. In a post-game interview, Grant Hill was quick to acknowledge the significance of records, stating, "Playing alongside Lee is quite effortless, although the schedule is somewhat grueling. We are confident in achieving 60 wins." Beginning April 4th, the Knicks embarked on a journey through the West. The Trail Blazers and the Supersonics also faced injury challenges, with Lewis missing 10 games this season. In these 2 contests, the opposing teams barely surpassed 80 points, and the Knicks secured victory once again through relatively superior shooting. On the evening of the 7th, while challenging the Kings on their home turf, the Knicks suffered a disheartening defeat with a score of 88-116. Their stamina was compromised, leading to a lackluster defense, resulting in the Kings sweeping the season series. Following this game, the majority of sports media inquired about Lee's scoring prowess. Lee, with 6 games remaining, if Iverson returns from injury, will that pose a challenge for you? During a press conference, a reporter from TNT posed a question that prompted Lee UKI to realize that the pressure mentioned referred to average points scored. He calmly replied, "No, there is no pressure at all. I have never been concerned about statistics. Scoring comes effortlessly to me. In a single game, if I complete 4 finishes under the basket and make 4 3-pointers, I can easily secure 20 points. With a few free throws and fast breaks, reaching 30 points is quite simple. I hardly need to take many shots. I would rather see my teammates shine." He expressed his desire to give their all in the remaining 6 games and hoped that the Knicks would achieve 60 victories this season. Lee UKI articulated his scoring approach with an air of nonchalance, leaving the reporters momentarily speechless, some even finding merit in his words. An ESPN journalist, recalling Allen Iverson's prowess, reignited the discussion by asking, "The 76ers might miss the playoffs, and Iverson has been known to shoot excessively. Lee, how do you assess the opponent?" Local Sacramento sports media felt somewhat overlooked, believing that they should be the focus. When the mention of the 76ers arose again, Lee UKI simply shook his head and redirected the conversation, stating, "I have never considered the 76ers our rivals, and I am not interested in Iverson's style of play. Perhaps he plays for victory, but there are many players in the league who surpass him." The Kings had achieved 57 victories, and tonight he preferred to commend their performance. The reporters, having received the answers they sought, smiled in delight, ready to discuss fading stars in the coming week. On April 17th, the Knicks faced their final regular season game of the year. By halftime, the Nets trailed by 14 points. Richard Jefferson, who came off the bench, was no longer magical. Perhaps due to the back-to-back games, the Nets lacked energy. In the previous night's game against the Pistons, Kidd shot 3 for 16, managing only 7 points, 6 rebounds, 11 assists, 3 steals, and 1 turnover, leading to a home defeat for the Nets. Perhaps feeling hopeless about securing the top spot in the East, the triple-double master seemed to have given up as the season wound down. The Knicks, however, finished strong with a 5-game winning streak, bringing their record to 60 wins and 21 losses. In their final home game of the regular season, New York fans celebrated the team's achievement of 60 victories for 3 consecutive seasons. Especially seeing the second-place Nets falter, everyone felt that the finals were beckoning them. At the MSG commentary booth, Walt Frazier beamed with joy, noting that despite entering a rebuilding phase, their record remained unaffected. "I dislike when analysts compare Lee to other players. In this league, Lee is truly unique, leading his team to 60 wins for 3 straight years, which is undeniably an extraordinary accomplishment." At this moment, the commentator Mike Breen couldn't help but lament the missed opportunity. The rationale behind the New York media's loans was sound, had it not been for the shortened season. Perhaps they could have achieved the remarkable feat of securing 60 victories for 6 consecutive years. Star players ensure a team's baseline performance, and Lee's baseline exceeds the upper limits of many others, a testament to the prowess of a true superstar. As the second half unfolded, both teams began to ease off. The outcome no longer bore any significance for their standings. The Knicks secured their 61st victory, yet they faced a double defeat against the Kings this season. Even if their opponents faltered tonight, the Knicks would still hold the second spot in the league. Meanwhile, the Nets, despite a potential win, could not alter their ranking, remaining the second in the East. With motivation waning, as the fourth quarter commenced, the substitutes took to the court, signaling a quiet conclusion to the match. Seated on the bench, Stephen Jackson felt disheartened. A hamstring injury had sidelined him for the season, and despite reaching the playoffs, he could only continue to watch from the sidelines. Artey's mood was also less than cheerful, as Ben Wallace was likely to secure the Defensive Player of the Year award. The jubilant atmosphere of Madison Square Garden had a palpable effect on Lee Yu, who was pleased to achieve 61 victories, surpassing his initial expectations. As the game drew to a close, Coach Thibodeau embraced Lee Yu in a gesture of acknowledgement. Despite having been absent for 2 months, the achievement of finishing first in the East and second in the league still stirred excitement within Thibodeau. "Incredible, Lee. We truly reached 60 wins. The coaching staff gathered to embrace Liu, and Jeff Van Gundy's departure had evidently not hampered the team's spirit. Liu, maintaining a composed demeanor, simply smiled and offered words of encouragement to the team. 60 wins is merely a milestone. I aspire to one day surpass the records set by the Bulls. Thank you all for your efforts this season. With the departure of the bald-headed coach, the coaching staff had indeed borne considerable pressure, and equaling the Celtics' record felt like a fulfillment of the fans' hopes. As the final buzzer echoed, the Knicks concluded the 2001-2002 season with a commendable record of 61 wins and 21 losses. In Madison Square Garden, all the New York fans rose in applause, exuberantly cheering. Victory is what fans pursue. The thrill of watching a game live is unparalleled. No one felt shortchanged by their tickets, and anticipation for the upcoming playoffs began to mount. The euphoria of winning captivating all. Pau Gasol, too, beamed with joy. Despite occasional language barriers, he could feel the fans' affection. For a rookie, this was undoubtedly a flawless beginning. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Kidd suddenly contemplated the possibility of facing the Knicks in the playoffs, which would likely turn the home game into an away game. This thought cast a shadow over his expression, frequently critiqued by analysts. Kidd simply exchanged a brief embrace with Liu and, with a neutral expression, offered his congratulations. Lee, congratulations on securing the MVP in advance. The two celebrated with a fist bump, and Liu chuckled heartily, giving his brother a friendly pat on the shoulder. Thanks, bro. I'm looking forward to our matchup in the playoffs. With a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, Kidd reflected on his familiar surroundings, feeling no anticipation whatsoever. As the opposing team exited, the Knicks raised their hands in unison, clapping and acknowledging the fans. MVP, MVP, MVP. The crescendo of cheers filled the arena, prompting Liu to smile and wave once more at the audience. At that moment, he seized the Atlantic Division Championship reward, Jason Kidd's extraordinary passing vision. Thank you to my readers for your continued support. This chapter concludes here. Chapter 252, Data and Spirit on April 18, 2002, following the conclusion of the regular season. It was time for analysts to weigh in on the games. ESPN's analyst, John Hollinger, introduced a new metric this year, EWA, calculated based on player efficiency ratings and playing time. This metric primarily reflects a player's contribution to the team's victories over a season, akin to the PER model. In the end, Liu's performance shattered expectations once more. For ESPN's commentators and data experts, Liu was akin to a deity of Excel. No player had ever exhibited such prowess as Liu, especially since the late 20th century when more detailed statistical analysis began to emerge. His performance seemed almost divine. However, columns purely based on data often face skepticism. Many traditional analysts felt that Liu's game lacked a certain spirit, particularly after the increase in three-point shooting. Lakers legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar recently commented on Liu's performance this season, stating, "Perhaps his statistics are impressive, but I prefer Kobe's style of play." Basketball is about more than just numbers. It embodies the spirit of competitive sports. Such remarks from the all-time leading scorer carried an odd weight, eliciting a strong response from New York media. If Lee's efficiency matched that of Kobe Bryant, Madison Square Garden would still only bear 2 championship banners. This morning, USA Today's report did not shy away from mocking the legendary scorer. In a random interview, a young New York fan passionately declared, "Basketball is about winning. Lee is the GOAT. Like Mike, he's a born winner. Kobe, win the MVP first before comparing with Lee." New York media often juxtaposes Liu with Magic Johnson, maintaining an air of prestige in the debate over who is the greatest point guard in history. Conversely, Los Angeles media frequently compares Liu with Kobe, a sentiment echoed in Philadelphia. Such comparisons irked New York fans, who believed there was a fundamental difference. Both legends seemed to ride on Liu's coattails. The morning news broadcasts provided ample amusement for onlookers. NBC and ESPN favored Liu's statistics, resonating with many fans who, unable to follow every game, found solace in data that enhanced their understanding of the sport. As the regular season drew to a close, emotions ran high, while the Western Conference faced fierce competition. The Eastern Conference engaged in its own fierce battles for playoff positions. In the 2001-2002 season, the 8 teams from the Western Conference that advanced to the playoffs were the Timberwolves with 49 wins, the Trail Blazers with 46 wins, the Supersonics with 44 wins, and the Jazz, also with 44 wins. Meanwhile, In the Eastern Conference, the 8 playoff teams included the Bucks, who unfortunately exited with 41 wins, while the Pacers managed to secure a playoff spot based on tiebreakers within the Central Division. Allen Iverson missed April due to injury, and following a streak of defeats, the 76ers' record fell to 40 wins. Similarly, the Wizards faced challenges as Michael Redd was sidelined in April due to knee issues, leaving them with a record of 40 wins, placing them 10th in the East. The Bucks, failing to reach the playoffs, saw Ray Allen expressing his discontent after last night's game, stating that such an outcome was unacceptable. They should have achieved better results, yet some players consistently hindered the team's progress. He believed the league ought to pay them more attention, asserting that the Bucks should have been the ones to reach the Eastern Conference Finals last season. Without the referee's favor, the 76ers would not have made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. Ray Allen expressed his dissatisfaction with the current game strategy and showed no inclination to effect change. Over the past 2 seasons, his efficiency surpassed that of Iverson, yet he received little discussion. He wished for the Bucks to build a championship team around him. This season, Ray Allen ranked second only to Lou in shooting prowess. Despite battling injuries, he played in only 69 regular season games. Yet he managed to hit 229 three-pointers with an impressive shooting percentage of 43.4. Although he fell short of breaking Lou's record of 254 three-pointers set in the 1999-2000 season, his performance was nonetheless commendable. Ray Allen certainly did his utmost, and it was evident that the team's struggles were attributed to lazy players like Robinson and head coach George Karl. Paul Pierce, celebrating his first playoff appearance, also expressed his joy, emphasizing that the Celtics deserved more recognition and he should have been directly selected for the All-Star game. He claimed that if given 27 attempts in a single game, he could average 30 points. Some players were overrated, but thankfully, basketball does not lie, allowing the playoffs to render discussions about certain players moot. With a hint of sarcasm, Pierce took a jab at a star player eliminated from the playoffs, much to the delight of the sports media, who reveled in such gossip. Byron Davis, similarly excluded from the All-Star game, yet making it to the playoffs, also shared his thoughts, sparking further discussions among analysts. In contrast, the Western Conference harbored fewer grievances, with Shaquille O'Neal occasionally teasing his teammates. On April 19th, the NBA announced the leaders in various statistical categories for the 2001-2002 season. Ben Wallace of the Pistons was crowned the rebounding king with an average of 13 rebounds per game. Andre Miller of the Cavaliers led in assists with an average of 10.9. Ben Wallace also secured the block king title with an average of 3.5 blocks. Lou of the Knicks reclaimed the steals title with an average of 2.9 steals, and without a doubt, Lou dominated as the scoring champion, averaging 32.1 points per game, surpassing all competitors once again. This season, Liu afforded no opportunities to Iverson, completing all 82 games and amassing an impressive total of 630 points. He averaged 36 minutes on the court, contributing 32.1 points, 47 rebounds, 8 assists, 2.9 steals, 0.6 blocks, and 2.8 turnovers per game. With an average of 23 attempts per game and a shooting accuracy of 51.2, he made 9 attempts from beyond the arc, boasting a remarkable three-point shooting percentage of 42.7. He also averaged 8.3 free throw attempts with a conversion rate of 90.2. This marks his second career entry into the 180 club, equaling the record set by Larry Bird. Additionally, he shattered his previous record by sinking 317 three-pointers in a single season, far surpassing his own record from the 1999-2000 season, solidifying his position in NBA history. As per tradition, ESPN unveiled the regular season statistical rankings, with data analyst John Hollinger lauding Liu's performance. Li's style embodies the future. He is the true GOAT of this era. Throughout the season, the divine presence of the number 1 jersey graced the court. Such accolades stem from Liu's astonishing player efficiency rating, PR, of 35.5, which eclipsed his own otherworldly record from the preceding season. On April 20th, the New York media erupted in celebration. Early in the morning, television and print outlets began reporting on Liu's astounding records. Despite Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's belief that Liu lacks a certain mental fortitude, the scoring champion's 61 victories left New York fans overjoyed. The Wizards were just 1 victory shy of playoff contention, and as the regular season concluded, Michael Jordan naturally found himself in a less than cheerful mood. TNT began to warm up for the 4 playoff games scheduled for that evening, and they took the opportunity to interview Mike. As he prepared to head to the Chicago training camp for the draft, Mike was asked about Liu's extraordinary PR. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he simply replied, "Li has merely showcased his talent. The essence of basketball is to put the ball in the basket, and he has excelled in that regard. I will not deny the significance of statistics. Li is astute, and this season he has magnified his strengths. An exceptional shooting touch is indeed a vital talent. Records are meant to be broken, and I relish seeing such young players emerge in the league." Upon hearing this response, a TNT reporter provocatively inquired, "With 2 consecutive seasons of astonishing efficiency, Mike, has Li surpassed you?" To this question, Michael Jordan chuckled heartily. "I have 5 championship titles, 5 MVP awards, and 10 scoring titles." In Li's words, it's a mathematical issue. As the madness of March concluded, the NBA draft lottery was set to commence. Not only was Mike preparing for the draft, but the Knicks were also occupied with similar preparations. The Suns finished the season with a record of 36 wins, landing at the bottom of the standings, thus ensuring a high draft pick. The Pacers, having arrived in New York early, were bombarded with advertisements over the past few days. New York fans, having inflated egos from 3 consecutive 60-win seasons, were eager to see the Pacers in the first round, relishing the prospect of witnessing Reggie Miller's vulnerabilities. However, the seasoned Miller no longer possesses the youthful vigor to respond to such jibes. The disparity between 41 victories and 61 is a staggering 20 wins. Even the players of the Pacers scarcely believe in the possibility of an upset. Securing a victory on home turf stands as the sole objective for this rebuilding team. With over 2 days of respite, Coach Thibodeau is palpably anxious, navigating the postseason for the first time in his capacity as head coach. Fearful of inadvertently succumbing to an upset, the novice coach's tension is evident to all, yet having spent many years together, the team collectively extends him the courtesy of support during practice. The game is set to commence at 8:30 p.m., and prior to the match, a throng of sports journalists encircle Liu in the home team's locker room. Unperturbed by the forthcoming contest, Liu finds solace in his ability to match up against both novices and veterans alike, an endeavor in which he excels. With a cheerful demeanor, he introduces his new signature shoes, specifically selecting a Knicks-themed pair for the evening. "I appreciate this year's pricing, which allows these signature sneakers to accompany basketball enthusiasts more effectively. Nevertheless, I still favor the pure white option, as it suits casual wear splendidly." Following a bout of mutual flattery, a reporter from Yahoo Sports broaches the subject of the scoring champion, averaging 31 for points per game. Allen Iverson asserts that had it not been for injuries, he would be the scoring leader this season. "Li, do you concur with his assertion?" Liu sets down the sneakers, blinking in surprise. And only upon a discreet prompt from a New York Post reporter does he grasp Iverson's statistics for the season. Having played 60 games, with an average of 27.8 attempts per game, he secured 31.4 points per game, with a shooting accuracy of 39.8 and a three-point shooting accuracy of 29.1. With a total of 1,883 points for the season, injuries have significantly hampered Iverson's performance. Injuries are indeed an aspect of the game, and I can only extend my best wishes regarding that. As for the scoring title, I do not concern myself with it. Scoring has never been a preoccupation for a leader, as every player influences the game in their unique manner. Perhaps Iverson is correct. I hope he remains healthy next season, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to face him again in the playoffs. At 8 p.m., amidst the cheers of nearly 20,000 fans at Madison Square Garden, Liu, beaming with joy, cradles 2 trophies as he basks in the adulation. MVP, MVP, MVP. Due to the unfortunate car accident involving Marv Albert near the conclusion of the regular season, Bob Costas returns to the NBC commentary booth this evening. As the deafening cheers subside and the lights return, Costas reflects before introducing the Pacers' starting lineup. The trade made with the Bulls post-All-Star game has not yielded an improvement in the Pacers' record. This evening, the backcourt remains as Jamal Tinsley and Reggie Miller, while the frontcourt consists of Jalen Rose, Jermaine O'Neal, and Brad Miller. Mike Dunleavy, noticing that the Pacers still employed a twin tower lineup, shook his head in disapproval and subtly critiqued Isaiah Thomas's strategic arrangement. Facing the Knicks, deploying 2 towering players was not an optimal choice. Li excelled in pick-and-roll situations, while the Knicks boasted an exceptionally aggressive perimeter defense. From their previous encounters in the regular season, it was evident that for the Pacers to triumph, their perimeter players needed to step up promptly. As the referees summoned both teams to the center court, Liu did not forget to greet his old adversaries. Artist, unfazed by the stern expressions of his opponents, cheerfully approached Reggie Miller. Regardless of Miller approaching his 37th year, Artist showed no inclination to respect the veteran, taunting, "You won score 20 points tonight. It's time to retire." Reggie Miller ignored the rookie beside him and chose not to respond to the trash talk, fully aware that the more he provoked the younger players, the more invigorated they became. Amidst the resounding cheers of "Let's go Knicks" echoing throughout the arena, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air, and Pau Gasol successfully tapped it back to his team's half. Seizing control of the ball, Liu promptly signaled the tactical gesture before leisurely advancing past half court. Jamal Tinsley, somewhat anxious as a rookie who had previously garnered the Rookie of the Month award, found it challenging to match up against Liu, often struggling in their encounters. Upon seeing the tactical signal, the rookie noticed Gasol positioning himself in the left elbow area. Quickly realizing the Knicks' intended play, as Liu crossed half court, he swiftly passed the ball to Gasol. By the time Gasol received it, Artist had already stationed himself in the left corner, while Grant Hill halted at the right wing. Courtney Thomas slowly maneuvered up from the right baseline. Observing the Knicks setup, Reggie Miller began vocally instructing his teammates. Amidst the elder brother-esque calls, Jamal Tinsley instinctively slid left as he noticed Liu cutting without the ball. The rookie appeared somewhat jittery and did not exert much pressure, allowing Liu to easily make a backdoor cut. Before nearing the free throw line, Liu swiftly popped back out, taking advantage of Gasol's upward movement to receive the ball quickly. As Tinsley attempted to recover defensively, Gasol impeded him, causing him to lose his defensive position. Liu, now close to the left wing, launched a quick three-point shot from beyond the arc. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. What seemed like a casual offensive play was, in fact, a hallmark of the Knicks style this season. The New York fans erupted in cheers before settling back into their seats, waving their orange towels in anticipation of the next play. After the initial defensive failure, Jamal Tinsley grew increasingly anxious. Receiving the ball at the baseline, he found himself under Liu's defensive pressure, nearly committing an 8-second violation. Amidst the crowd's uproar, the rookie hurriedly dribbled past the mid-court line and passed the ball to Jalen Rose waiting at the top of the arc. Tinsley maneuvered with Liu towards the left corner while, in the paint, Shaquille O'Neal and the towering Miller executed a cross-screen. Gasol immediately switched to defend, applying physical pressure and extending his long arms to disrupt the play, while Grant Hill also positioned himself defensively, denying the opposing team any easy passing opportunities. As Jalen Rose lofted the ball to Shaquille O'Neal, the catch transitioned from a low-post position to the painted area. Upon receiving the ball with his back to the basket, O'Neal swiftly pivoted to face the hoop, executing a probing step before attempting to lay the ball in with his left hand, striving to maneuver beneath the rim in the midst of defensive pressure. Positioned at the lower left of the basket, O'Neal faked a move to create a timing advantage. However, his hurried shot was ultimately disrupted by Pau Gasol, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Courtney Thomas established his position early, promptly collapsing to protect the rebound, while the Pacers swiftly retreated on defense. At the top of the arc, Liu called for the ball, only to find the opponent already retreating to the midline. With no interference before him, he dashed forward across half court, seizing an opportunity for a semi-transition attack. The Knicks had already crossed the half-court line, and at this moment, Coach Thomas vocally reminded his team to engage in matched defense. With the ball in his right hand, Liu accelerated towards the right wing, while Grant Hill feigned a movement upwards. Meanwhile, Reggie Miller, while grappling with his defender, reminded his inexperienced teammate to be vigilant about switching defenses. Just as he spoke, Grant Hill suddenly sprinted back, deftly swiping away the opponent's arm and driving towards the basket. In an instant, Liu, with the ball in his right hand, flicked his wrist to deliver a bounce pass, which perfectly rebounded into the waiting hands of Grant Hill near the paint. Shaquille O'Neal, stationed at the right elbow, was unable to provide timely help, allowing Hill to easily execute a layup. The Knicks appeared to have slipped back into a rhythm of dominating their opponents. In the commentary booth, Mike Dunleavy subtly remarked that this season, only the Kings and Knicks frequently employed off-ball cuts. The starting big men struggled to assist quickly, facing challenges with pick-and-roll defense, necessitating an early response on the offensive end. No sooner had he finished speaking than the same strategy unfolded, with Miller receiving the ball in the low post on the right side. After a left-handed release, he attempted a series of close-range shots, only to miss as Gasol secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Grant Hill, prompting another fast break for the Knicks. Coach Isaiah Thomas's shouted instructions proved effective as Reggie Miller delayed just enough for Hill to halt at the arc. Now positioned in the left corner, Liu called out to Artest for a screen. As Hill passed the ball to Gasol in the left elbow area, Artest began to shift towards the corner. Jamal Tinsley, observing the Knicks' movements and heeding the elder statesman Jalen Rose's advice, glided into position while preparing for a quick defensive switch. The rookie's defensive aggression was lacking. Liu merely faked a move upwards before suddenly accelerating, slicing from left to right along the baseline. Gasol, with the ball, swiftly lowered it and delivered a bounce pass, effortlessly finding the cutting Liu. O'Neal, returning quickly to the paint, leapt high, attempting to execute a block. In the lower left corner of the basketball hoop, Liu gracefully leaped with both feet as he caught the ball. In midair, he engaged in a brief struggle, his body slightly leaning back as he grasped the ball with his right hand, momentarily suspended. As little O'Neal made contact with his shoulder, Liu deftly tossed the ball towards the backboard. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the backboard and accurately descended into the hoop, prompting the referee to sound the whistle immediately. Bob Costas, hearing the cheers erupt from the crowd, sensed that Liu was beginning to exert himself. "Mike, you were absolutely correct. The Pacers are finding it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with the Knicks' offensive rhythm. Perhaps Coach Thomas should call for a timeout." Pau Gasol, who provided the assist, excitedly pumped his fist, reveling in the ease of his first playoff game, surpassing his expectations. As Liu approached the free-throw line, he celebrated with high fives from his teammates, playfully teasing little O'Neal. "If you wish to excel in defense, remember to leave the fouls to me." Little O'Neal, aware of Coach Thomas's admonition to play aggressively, displayed a resigned expression. After Liu confidently sank the additional free throw, Coach Thibodeau, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally felt at ease and returned to his seat on the bench. The Knicks had seamlessly entered the game by the 8-minute mark. The Pacers, maintaining their Twin Tower lineup, attempted to slow the game down and establish an inside presence, yet their big men struggled to find their rhythm, repeatedly missing their shots. It wasn't until 3 minutes and 2 seconds into the game that Miller finally scored a two-pointer, but the Pacers remained mired in a scoring drought. Coach Isaiah Thomas's shouts from the sidelines bore no fruit, as the Knicks capitalized on several fast break opportunities to score effortlessly, causing the game to unravel. By the end of the first quarter, the Pacers' lackluster performance had further entertained the New York fans present. During the intermission, on the Knicks bench, Thibodeau, clutching his clipboard, was momentarily at a loss for words until assistant coach Tom Thibodeau clapped his hands and cheerfully remarked, "Lee, maintain this tempo. We aim to conclude the game early tonight. Thank you to my readers for your continued support. This chapter concludes here. The next update will be delayed due to an unexpected meeting. I was only able to draft half of it. However, I will certainly return home early today and ensure the update is timely tonight." Chapter 253. High and low. On April 20th, 2002, Coach Isaiah Thomas endured yet another painful moment. The unfortunate Reggie Miller contributed several memorable highlights that evening. As he drove into the paint, Liu executed a flawless steal, causing Miller to tumble as he was pulled down. In a fast break layup, Miller was thwarted by Artest's emphatic block, resulting in both players colliding and crashing into the front row of the audience. When attempting to lob the ball inside, Miller, under the defensive pressure of Grant Hill, carelessly passed the ball out of bounds. Seizing a rare opportunity, he attempted a jump shot from the left wing beyond the three-point line, only to produce an airball. With 9 minutes and 2 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the jubilant New York fans rose to chant, "Defense." The cheers of support for defense were not directed at the Knicks, but rather bestowed upon the struggling Pacers, who were significantly behind. Amidst the shouts and laughter, the jubilant atmosphere ultimately provoked Reggie Miller, who, seizing the moment during a free throw by Lee, engaged in a heated exchange with front-row fans, resulting in a technical foul from the officials. There are no rules preventing home fans from rallying behind the visiting team's defense. In fact, New York fans have even chanted MVP for their own, Stephon Marbury. In the early 1990s, Reggie Miller, in his prime, would have been capable of an explosive reaction, yet the nearly 37-year-old veteran found himself unable to ignite that spark, frequently missing shots this evening. The intensity of the defense began to wane, and after a timeout, the expressions of the Pacers players reflected their dismay. Fortunately, Jalen Rose delivered a quality pass from the right wing, allowing Shaquille O'Neal to turn toward the baseline for a jump shot, securing 2 points for the Pacers. The score stood at 69-88, with the deficit lingering around 20 points, and Lee had begun to take it easy. In contrast, Grant Hill continued to exert himself on the court, having participated in 67 regular season games, which was commendable. This season, having overcome ankle injuries, his performance had returned to a more typical level. His determination to make a significant impact in the playoffs was largely driven by a desire to redeem himself. After having won a championship while sidelined, Grant Hill aimed to re-establish his credibility. Last year, he felt embarrassed to have his singer wife attend games, yet this season, as his stats improved, Tamia was frequently seen at Madison Square Garden. Having dribbled past half-court, Lee signaled a tactical play, indicating a wing isolation. Ron Artest swiftly maneuvered along the baseline, while Grant Hill made a sharp cut to the left wing. Jalen Rose, in pursuit, was briefly delayed by Pau Gasol in the left elbow area, allowing Grant Hill to easily receive Lee's cross-court pass. Upon catching the ball, and confronted by the returning Jalen Rose, Hill executed a right feint before driving left, using his left hand to cradle the ball while immediately stepping into a crossover. Jalen Rose hurriedly slid to keep pace, but Grant Hill, undeterred and maintaining his speed, focused on the basket as he charged toward the paint. Approaching the restricted area, he leapt, using his back to shield the defender, and, with a swift motion, extended his long arm to lay the ball in from the left side of the basket. In the commentary booth, Bob Costas was visibly delighted. His infrequent live commentary had made this moment all the more special, and he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Hill puts it in." Despite a decline in explosiveness, Grant Hill was still able to accomplish the tasks expected of a small forward, relying on his physique and exceptional skill. His teammate, Mike Dunleavy, recognized the diminishing intensity of the Knicks' defense, providing the Pacers an opportunity to regain their standing. In the second half, Coach Isaiah Thomas's adjustments began to bear fruit, and there remained a chance for the Pacers in the ensuing minutes. Reggie Miller, undeterred by the scoreline, continued to hustle, running the baseline to receive a pass on the right wing. With the defensive pressure easing, Jamal Tinsley delivered a quality pass, allowing Reggie Miller to finally connect with a jump shot. With a score of 72-90, Reggie Miller called out to his teammates to fall back on defense after hitting his second three-pointer of the game. Jamal Tinsley, while guarding closely, exerted himself physically, attempting to disrupt the play. At the top of the arc, Liu dribbled behind his back, seamlessly switching to his left hand and taking a step back to create space at the logo. Noticing the rookie making a move towards him, he swiftly executed a crossover dribble, lowering his center of gravity to accelerate past his defender. As he approached the three-point line, Liu once again dribbled under his legs and came to an abrupt halt. Tinsley, attempting to slide back for another challenge, stumbled and fell to the floor. Amidst the cheers, Liu pivoted in front of him, quickly transitioning the ball to his right hand and, just beyond the three-point line, launched a jump shot that swished through the net. Completing the basket, Liu merely shook his head slightly, while Tinsley, sitting on the floor, looked on in disbelief. He was sure to make the highlight reel on ESPN SportsCenter. Such poor defensive choices had not been seen against Lee for quite some time. The commentators gasped in unison, with Mike Dunleavy shaking his head repeatedly. Ample evidence indicated that aggressive defense against Lee was futile, as he effortlessly seized opportunities. With a score of 72-93, the gap widened again, leaving the Pacers in a state of despondency. Throughout the game, they had encountered numerous moments like this, where, upon trying to close the gap, they either faltered themselves or faced a response from their opponents. Jalen Rose remained silent, and the Pacers had no choice but to rely on their big men in the low post. The Knicks opted not to double-team, allowing Pau Gasol to score easily in certain possessions, yet they managed to respond effectively. Quick ball movement brought the action to the right wing, where Liu feigned a catch, prompting Grant Hill to lower his center of gravity and accelerate forward for a drive. Reggie Miller lost a half-step, closing in on the paint, while the towering Miller instinctively came to help. Just as Hill took a step, he drove to the basket, leaning sideways to pass the ball to Gasol, who was cutting in from the left side of the hoop. Without hesitation, Gasol executed a one-handed dunk, roaring in triumph. Having frequently capitalized on opportunities tonight, Gasol showed no concern for the competition, celebrating his dunk with a loud shout. Clearly, the Pacers had underestimated him. Focusing primarily on low-post attacks throughout the night, Liu clapped his hands, noticing that Isaiah Thomas had not called for a timeout. realizing that the opposing team was determined to fight until the end. The New York fans were ecstatic, as they had little patience for garbage time, rallying to support their team's defense in the closing moments. Until the final buzzer, the Pacers did not substitute players, with both team starters battling it out until the very end. With a final score of 8-5-1-0-8, the Knicks secured a decisive victory by 23 points, effortlessly winning Game 1. The New York fans cheered for their opponent's defense, inciting frustration among the Pacers, who promptly turned away after the game. With only Isaiah Thomas exchanging a brief handshake with Coach Thibodeau, his expression darkened, as Reggie Miller made his way towards the player tunnel. His gaze was immediately drawn to a New York fan donning a championship cap and a number 1 jersey, hands clasped in joy as he exuberantly shouted, "Madison Square Garden." This season has undeniably transformed into a venue that many players dread visiting, as the exuberant energy of the fans here is astonishing, capable of igniting fervor from every conceivable angle. In a game that resembled chopping vegetables, Grant Hill shone brightly before his pop star wife. Following the match, he was all smiles during the interview, exclaiming, "I am thrilled to once again stand on the stage of the playoffs." Tonight, the team quickly found its rhythm, and everyone performed exceptionally well. His statistics: 17 attempts with 9 successful shots, 6 out of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 24 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers, showed little deviation from his regular season performance. NBC's reporter could sense Hill's elation amidst the considerable point differential, and rather than discuss the opponents, he inquired gossipy, "Hill, what are your thoughts on Jabbar's remarks regarding Lee?" Hill replied, "I do not comprehend that perspective. Basketball is fundamentally about putting the ball in the basket. And when on the court, one must strive for victory." Lee's achievement of 4 consecutive championships and being the All-Star vote leader for 3 years is ample proof of his popularity among fans. Jabbar is indeed great. Yet every era of basketball has its distinct style. Lee merely amplifies his strengths. The 180 club is an accomplishment that only a select few players can achieve. With a subtle shrug, Hill playfully poked fun at the legendary player. Among the Knicks, the efficiency of both Lee and Hill has become a topic of admiration, as both surpassed a 50% shooting rate in the regular season. Tonight, Lee graced the court for 39 minutes, recording 22 successful shots out of 13 attempts, sinking 4 out of 9 three-pointers and achieving 6 out of 6 from the free throw line, culminating in a double-double of 36 points, 4 rebounds, 10 assists, 3 steals, and 3 turnovers. Regardless of external evaluations, his performance remained unaffected. At the post-match press conference, Lee and Gasol, both clad in light gray suits, took their seats when a reporter from the Philadelphia Daily News was the first to pose a question. "Lee, this season, you have attempted 739 three-pointers, a staggering figure. Do you think such an abundance of three-point attempts might affect your teammates, especially considering Pau Gasol averages only 8.6 rebounds per game?" The 76ers' failure to reach the playoffs prompted this Philadelphia-based publication, known for its coverage of sports and entertainment, to seek entertainment in New York. The Knicks media officer appeared somewhat displeased, but Lee merely tilted his head towards the staff, indicating that he was unperturbed, before calmly responding, "While I have indeed attempted 739 shots, I have also successfully made 317 three-pointers. The volume of outside shooting may lead to long rebounds, but our 61 wins, the second-best record in the league, demonstrate that our tactical approach is sound. We only fight for victory. Our strategies and team statistics serve this purpose. This year's shooting numbers may seem outrageous, yet the New York media sees no issue with it." The conversation quickly shifted as the reporters asked, "Lee, what are your expectations for the upcoming games? Can the Knicks sweep their opponents?" The Pacers beat reporter expressed discontent as Reggie Miller recorded a disappointing performance tonight, shooting 5 of 16 from the field, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, and 4 of 6 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 16 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 turnovers. Under the relentless scrutiny of the Knicks, the veteran Miller faltered, unable to score or defend effectively, a true reflection of his struggles in this game. The coaching staff and the entire team yearned to conclude the series swiftly, granting them additional time for rest. "The premiere of Spider-Man is fast approaching, and I plan to attend the opening night." Lee Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, shifted the conversation, but soon the questions from the audience began to diverge, with the New York media seemingly accepting the inevitability of the Pacers' impending sweep. Ultimately, a reporter from the New York Times redirected the discussion, Inquiring with a smile at the young Pau Gasol, Pau, in your first career playoff game, are you satisfied with your performance? He recorded 6 of 13 shooting, 4 of 5 from the free throw line, totaling 16 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 4 turnovers. Although he reached double digits, the substance of the game did not fully meet Gasol's expectations. I need to enhance my physicality. I believe I can improve. He expressed his fondness for the Knicks atmosphere and his delight in securing a playoff victory. Gasol earnestly addressed the questions. Although his vocabulary was limited, the audience grasped his sentiments. And the New York media nodded in approval, recognizing him as the promising big man they anticipated. On the 20th, in the other 3 playoff games, the Celtics and Magic fought until the end. Ultimately, the Magic secured a valuable road victory with a score of 90-86. While Tracy McGrady and Allen Houston displayed only moderate form, Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker also struggled. Houston managed to score 22 points on 9 of 21 shooting, and 4 of 5 from the free throw line. After achieving a road win, Coach Rivers confidently stated, "You know, the playoffs are all about talent. I believe in Allen and Tracy." Houston participated in 71 games this year. Despite lacking energy, he remains a formidable ally alongside McGrady. The Celtics, playing at home, showcased exceptional three-point shooting, with Walker exhibiting a hint of a magical style, yet ultimately fell short due to poor shooting. In the Western Conference, the anticipated upset did not materialize. The Jazz succumbed to the Kings with a score of 86-89, as the aging duo faced another defeat. Karl Malone continued to contribute with 25 points and 9 rebounds, while Stockton recorded 10 points and 12 assists. However, the Jazz struggled with their outside shooting. And for the two veterans, the championship window seems to have closed, leaving only nostalgia. What surprised analysts the most was the matchup between the Supersonics and the Spurs. The Spurs dominated their opponent with a score of 89-110, scoring an impressive 38 points in the third quarter. Facing Gary Payton, rookie Tony Parker did not shy away, shooting 9 of 12, including 3 of 3 from three-point range, and scoring 21 points in his first career playoff game. Tim Duncan achieved a remarkable triple-double with 21 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, 5 blocks, and 5 turnovers. For many years, the steadfast Greg Popovich appears to have had an epiphany as the Spurs demonstrated their dominance. On the morning of April 21st, the NBA announced the recipient of the 2001-2002 Defensive Player of the Year (DPOY) award. Ben Wallace of the Detroit Pistons emerged victorious. In terms of voting, Wallace decisively outpaced Kevin Garnett and Dikembe Mutombo. He underwent a remarkable transformation with the Pistons, becoming a rebounding king, a shot-blocking champion, and earning the DPOY title. Fully evolving into Big Ben this season, his influence on the court and the metrics of defensive efficiency remained consistently impressive, making the award well-deserved. However, for the spectators, the gossip surrounding the 76ers was far more captivating that day. With no playoff berth in sight, someone had to take the blame. Head coach Larry Brown, while acknowledging the team's failures, did not hesitate to critique Allen Iverson. This season has indeed been a disappointment, affected by injuries, yet more so by the lack of cohesion within the roster. Iverson must exert greater effort and fully integrate into the team. He should attend practice punctually, just like everyone else. Following his remarks, the sports media erupted, and several prominent outlets in Philadelphia eagerly reported, as 76ers fans began to voice their discontent towards Iverson. As a highly respected coach, Larry Brown commanded authority, and although there had been previous tensions between the two, his words had now escalated the conflict. Changes in the 76ers management left no one to mediate between the two parties, prompting the decision to hold a press conference for Iverson to clarify the misunderstandings. Eager sports media flocked to Philadelphia. Despite the absence of playoffs, Iverson remained a focal point of interest. Arriving at the press conference, Iverson donned a hip-hop ensemble, complete with a white baseball cap and a loose-fitting white t-shirt. Seated before the media, he maintained his rebellious demeanor. As the conference commenced, the audience initially listened calmly to Iverson's formalities, but soon, someone impatiently inquired, "Allen, can you explain why you have not attended practice on time? Is this the reason your team did not make the playoffs this season?" Recalling some unpleasant memories, Iverson suddenly became agitated, responding in his characteristic RAP style. "You're talking to me about practice instead of games? Why discuss practice? I give my all in every game. I treat each match as if it were my last. Practice? Have you seen me play? Have you witnessed my games? Why not talk about the games? A reporter quickly interrupted, pressing. Coach Larry Brown believes you should integrate into the team. Seemingly reaching a breaking point, Iverson erupted with anger, demanding, Hey, tell me how I can make my teammates better through practice? I am the scoring champion. They should naturally adapt to playing with me. Ultimately, during the press conference, Iverson mentioned training over 20 times, reiterating his stance on the matter, which thoroughly irked the attending media. On this very day, the once beloved son of Philadelphia, its hero, transformed into a liability for the team, becoming an inefficient player who shunned practice. The truth became irrelevant. The media clung solely to their judgments. Even the local sports journalists in Philadelphia expressed their disappointment, for they had not anticipated such dismal performance from a player once brimming with promise. The fervor for the Defensive Player of the Year and the playoffs was eclipsed by Iverson's antics, with discussions swirling around the discord between the renowned coach and the scoring leader. During a pre-game segment on TNT, the trio delved into this unfolding drama. Charles Barkley, a legendary figure of the 76ers, feigned disappointment, gravely stating, "Players can certainly choose not to train. We all know that superstars possess such privileges. However, this is contingent upon achieving success. You cannot let the fans down, for they invest their money to witness the game, not your failures." I shall refrain from comparing Iverson to Lee. They are not players of the same caliber, and I concede that I may have overestimated Iverson. Kenny Smith, eager to avoid further complaints, jovially shifted the topic, inquiring whether Lee also missed training. Barkley rolled his eyes, seemingly discontented with his partner's timid approach at the season's onset. It was evident that his physical condition was subpar. It seems he hadn't touched a basketball during the offseason. Yet, by season's end, as the scoring leader of the 180 club with 61 victories, does training still hold significance? Moreover, I have learned that the Knicks engage in additional shooting practices daily. Initiated by Lee, Iverson disappointed his supporters as the 76ers failed to reach the playoffs, securing only 40 victories. I hold deep respect for all teams, but in the fiercely competitive landscape of the Eastern Conference, such a record vindicates Coach Larry Brown's assertions. Earl Johnson, unwilling to partake in the feud between the esteemed coach and the star player, redirected the conversation. Next, let us discuss Lee's scoring metrics this season. His true shooting percentage of 67.2 ranks first in the league, an astonishing feat. Barkley reviewed the statistics and grinned widely, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lee's true shooting percentage leads the league, while Iverson stands at 48.9. Has he even cracked the top 100? If I were Iverson, I would dutifully adhere to the coach's directives and actively engage in training with my teammates." Kenny Smith buried his face in his hands, while Earl Johnson chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "If you receive more complaints, you might find yourself seeking employment with the Knicks." The stark figures utterly obliterated Iverson's reputation. The media, capable of crafting him into a hero, could also bring him crashing down. On the morning of the 22nd, most sports media outlets were delving deep into Iverson's negative press. In peculiar attire, showing a blatant disregard for league regulations, harboring discord with teammates, clashing with the head coach, exhibiting arrogance off the court by ignoring fans, and on the court playing the role of a tyrant while inefficiently accumulating statistics. The toxic persona has swiftly embedded itself in the public consciousness within just a day. Sensational articles proliferate, accompanied by a plethora of imitative commentaries. Traditional print media intensifies its efforts, while online platforms join the fray, and videos from press conferences gain immense popularity, inciting onlookers to further fuel the fire. Upon arriving at the Tarrytown Training Center that morning, Liu received a newspaper from the equipment manager, Old Mike. Glancing through it with raised eyebrows, he remarked with surprise, "How many people has this guy offended? The local media in Philadelphia has not spoken kindly of him." Old Mike shook his head and, with a knowing expression, replied, "I cannot say for certain, but with such news circulating, the truth has become inconsequential, Lee. You must also be mindful of your own image. Do not forget the fate of John and Pat. Sports media only chases after major headlines. However, following for consecutive championships, the New York media should continue to support you. Yet, in other cities, it is a different story. Los Angeles, Philadelphia, Chicago, Indiana, San Antonio, Salt Lake City. These places will certainly not welcome you, unless you choose to join them." Liu playfully draped an arm around Old Mike as they strolled toward the locker room, jesting, "I never play the diva." The fans in New York know I love signing autographs and taking photos. As long as the fans are reasonable when we are on the road, I am particularly amiable. But you are right, I should secure more championships. Then everyone will adore me even more. At the conclusion of the morning practice, aside from indulging in gossip, the Knicks players engaged in discussions about the previous night's game. Artist, who often judged by appearances and had a particular affinity for tough players, made a few remarks. Dirk Nowitzki is even more impressive than I imagined. He managed to score 30 points against the Timberwolves' defense. This guy looks like a softie. But who would have thought he could perform so well? In last night's game, the tough Kevin Garnett shot 6 for 18, racking up 19 points, 21 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks, and 3 turnovers, a substantial double-double. The ostensibly soft Nowitzki achieved a double-double as well with 30 points, 15 rebounds, 2 steals, 3 blocks, and 3 turnovers. The Mavericks triumphed over the Timberwolves, and Nowitzki's performance astonished everyone. Stephen Jackson exchanged a glance with his close friend and casually remarked, "Basketball is not boxing. That German guy's shooting talent is quite remarkable, though I am not fond of his playing style." Their rapid-fire conversation, peppered with slang, left Gasol somewhat bewildered. Yet he envied Nowitzki's three-point shooting ability, a skill he had personally experienced. At that moment, Grant Hill was intently scrutinizing the newspaper, noting that the New York Times had also joined the fray, mocking Iverson while drawing comparisons between him and Liu, elucidating the concept of a quality idol. It's terrifying how, in just one day, Allen Iverson's reputation has plummeted. Does the media seek to destroy him? Upon hearing Grant Hill's lament, Liu calmly stated, "As long as he secures a championship, the public will once again embrace him. Breaking the rules can also become a hallmark of a star's personality. Perhaps securing a division championship could provide him with an opportunity to reverse his fortunes." The petite Nate from the Atmosphere crew felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, if memory served him right. Both the Knicks and the 76ers belonged to the Atlantic Division, and Iverson had never triumphed over Liu. It appeared that this superstar was on the verge of fading into obscurity. Meanwhile, the members of the Pacers, still in New York, were far from in the mood to be mere spectators. The G1 match had nearly driven several of them to the brink of frustration, with the entire team subjected to ridicule from ESPN for 2 consecutive days. Through the SportsCenter program, even those who hadn't watched the game were aware of the antics of New York fans as they rallied in support of their opponent's defense. That evening, as the game commenced at 8:30 p.m., the New York fans transformed once again into jesters, continually provoking the ill-fated Reggie Miller. After a lackluster previous game, the Pacers were determined to grind down the clock, attempting to slow the game's tempo and draw the Knicks into a half-court battle. At halftime, with a score of 39-48, the Pacers' strategy seemed to be yielding some results. Scoring below 50 was a familiar sight for New York fans this season. During the first half, Artest managed a mere 1 out of 8 on the offensive end, accumulating only 2 points. Although they were not trailing by double digits, the spirits of the New York fans remained undeterred. During halftime, they danced along to the music, and as the third quarter began, their enthusiasm only escalated. With cheers growing louder, defense. Amidst the cacophony of calls for defense, Jamal Tinsley cautiously protected the ball, and upon facing Liu's primary defense, he carefully dribbled over the half-court line. Noticing Reggie Miller vocally directing his teammates, Artest understood that the Pacers were likely to execute a pick-and-roll strategy. After swiftly gliding from right to left along the baseline, Reggie Miller, utilizing the screen from the towering Miller near the left baseline, quickly popped out to the right side corner to receive the ball. With a flick of his wrist, Reggie Miller unleashed a drive toward the basket, drawing the attention of Kurt Thomas underneath. With a feigned shot that morphed into a genuine pass, he promptly located the smaller O'Neal near the right baseline, who caught the ball and executed a swift jump shot to score. Following the start of the second half with a score of 41-48, the Pacers immediately narrowed the gap. There were no boos. The New York fans, in a state of inexplicable confidence, continued to cheer merrily, rallying for a resounding victory. "Let's go Knicks." Receiving the inbounds pass, Liu swiftly advanced the ball, performing a behind-the-back dribble as he switched to his right hand, barreling past Jamal Tinsley's defense to cross half-court. Pausing at the logo, Liu surveyed the opponent's positioning and immediately gestured a tactical signal, indicating a shift away from the pick-and-roll. Throughout the first half, the opponents executed their delayed double-team excellently. and Liu showed no interest in forcing a shot against two defenders. Observing the tactical signal, Kurt Thomas quickly advanced to the left elbow area. At that moment, the Knicks deployed their most frequently utilized V-shaped formation. The struggling Arteas took his position in the right corner, while Grant Hill, seeing Liu swiftly pass the ball to the advancing Gasol from the right elbow, began to prepare for an incisive cut. After passing the ball, Liu immediately accelerated without it, utilizing the screen set by Kurt Thomas, making a circular run to execute a simple UCLA cut. Jamal Tinsley was already prepared, swiftly pursuing from the opposite side to guard him. With no easy scoring opportunity beneath the basket, Gasol decisively passed the ball to Kurt Thomas, who was stepping up. At this moment, Liu again sprinted towards the left corner, providing a back screen for Grant Hill. Reggie Miller also reacted swiftly, directing his teammate to switch defenses, promptly pursuing Hill, who was cutting laterally towards the basket. What was initially an opportunity for a mismatched attack fell short as Kurt Thomas failed to deliver the ball to the post in time, forcing Hill to run towards the right corner once again. After enduring a season, having learned his teammates' weaknesses, Gasol quickened his pace the instant they failed to execute the offense. While Reggie Miller continued to direct his teammates, Liu brushed aside the opposing player's grasping arm and, using Gasol's down screen, accelerated outward to the left wing. The straightforward flex play produced surprisingly effective results, as Liu momentarily evaded his defender, receiving a simple cross-court pass from Kurt Thomas. The pass was slightly high, but Liu paid it no mind. Upon receiving the ball, he pivoted and drifted rightward, swiftly launching a jump shot beyond the three-point line. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. At that moment, Reggie Miller had just caught up to Liu, but his attempt to contest the shot proved futile against the drifting jumper. Your speed is diminishing. My suggestion is to refrain from switching defenses. Perhaps that might yield some effect. As Liu retreated on defense, he leaned in to tease the unfortunate Miller, a common jest among New York fans, finding his glum expression rather amusing. As Miller jogged towards half-court, he ignored Liu, focusing instead on the jubilant front row fans celebrating with raised hands, his expression growing even more sour as the score gap widened to double digits. In the commentary booth, Mike Dunleavy, having thoroughly prepared before the game, refrained from criticizing Miller's defense at that moment, instead remarking in an inexplicable tone, Brad Miller should have opted for a switch instead of trailing Gasol. Jermaine O'Neal ought to have applied pressure on defense rather than watching Kurt Thomas complete a simple cross-court pass. I trust Coach Isaiah Thomas had emphasized these details during film sessions, yet on the court, they seem to have forgotten them. Bob Costas observed the Pacers' failure to promptly locate Reggie Miller, then saw Jermaine O'Neal receive the ball at the low post on the right side. Feeling that such an offensive play lacked aesthetic appeal, Gasol, having switched defenses, was pushed beneath the basket, but O'Neal's left-handed close-range shot clanged off the rim. Kurt Thomas effectively blocked Miller, preventing him from claiming the rebound through a combination of holding and pulling. Gasol, leaping a second time, ultimately secured the rebound. The Pacers' two big men still sought to delay, but Coach Isaiah Thomas on the sidelines began to shout in frustration, urging his players to retreat on defense. Liu, receiving the ball near the baseline, circled around Gasol, took possession, and then charged forward with all his might. Jamal Tinsley, in pursuit, aimed to corner Liu as he transitioned to his right hand, attempting to confine him near the sideline. However, he encountered an unyielding force, akin to a tank, and was compelled to slide defensively, ultimately allowing Liu to surge forward. As they crossed half-court and neared the right wing, Tinsley had already lost half a step. Liu, not forcing the play, seized the opportunity to swiftly pass the ball to the middle, finding Grant Hill in stride. Upon receiving the pass, Hill faced the retreating defense of Jalen Rose, executed a quick step in the paint, then leapt gracefully into the air, clutching the ball with one hand as he deftly maneuvered for a layup. From the moment he caught the ball to his approach under the basket, Hill maintained his momentum. As he reached the right side of the rim, a flick of his wrist sent the basketball off the backboard and into the net. A frustrated Jalen Rose, still in his defensive slide, halted in the paint, watching as Hill landed slightly off balance before hastily retreating to defense, slamming the ball in frustration upon the baseline inbound. The crowd erupted. The louder the opposition's reaction, the greater the swell of excitement in the arena. On the bench, Coach Tom Thibodeau observed Liu's rapid transition offense and felt a sense of stability in the game, yet he experienced no real sense of achievement. It was reminiscent of the previous play when the Knicks executed a swift flex screen, a testament to their tactical adaptability. As the game progressed, Liu taunted the defense with repeated executions of the same strategy, prompting Thibodeau to rise, imitating Van Gundy, calling out encouragement, and clapping his hands. Good job. Good job. Thibodeau's confident smile radiated the aura of a seasoned coach, while on the opposing side, Isaiah Thomas felt increasingly distressed, nearly losing his composure over his players' performances. From his vantage point, he saw clearly that the Knicks merely altered their direction and changed the ball handler at the top of the arc, yet his players remained unresponsive. With 6 minutes and 12 seconds left in the third quarter, Jalen Rose, driving hard against Artest, was easily blocked by the help defense of Gasol, eliciting another roar from Madison Square Garden. Grant Hill regained possession, swiftly switching the ball to his left hand and charging down the left sideline. Liu, having already crossed half court, noticed Hill cutting in from the left wing and began to decelerate. Upon receiving the pass on the right wing, Tinsley had caught up to him. With a feigned shot to draw the defender's focus, Liu quickly swept the ball. Leveraging his right hand as he pushed off with his feet, he executed a lateral step, drifting slightly to the right, and launched a rapid jump shot in the face of the defender. Swish. The three-pointer found nothing but net. Caught off guard by the offensive tempo, Tinsley was utterly bewildered. For a novice player, such an offensive selection seemed absurd. Goodness. This was Liu's third three-pointer of the quarter. Bob Costas could only exclaim in astonishment. Having witnessed countless unreasonable shots, he felt it was all rather unremarkable. As the score gap widened to 50-65, the Pacers still refrained from calling a timeout. Mike Dunleavy intended to offer some commentary when, near the three-point line, rookie Jamal Tinsley suddenly had the ball swatted away by Liu. As Jamal Tinsley stumbled after being struck, Mike Dunleavy instinctively exclaimed, "Oh, Lee has executed the steal. He aims to seal the game in the third quarter." Completely unguarded, Liu dashed into the paint after seizing the ball, leaping into the air, spinning the ball around before forcefully slamming it through the hoop. Boom. The thunderous dunk resonated. Standing beneath the basket, Liu roared into the camera, unabashed by his rookie steal, his spirits soaring ever higher. Unable to contain himself, Isaiah Thomas turned to Jamal Tinsley, who stood foolishly at the three-point line. He first called for a timeout, then unleashed a torrent of expletives. "What the hell? Is your brain filled with nonsense? Why are you receiving the ball from such a distance? Falling behind and making careless passes? Who taught you to play like this?" The signature smile had vanished from Isaiah Thomas's face as he glared at Little O'Neal, who had passed the ball, and Tinsley, who had caught it. After his tirade, the two players were left unable to lift their heads, returning to the bench with red eyes. The front-row New York fans behind the Pacers erupted in laughter. With popcorn and beer flying off the shelves, the outcome of the game seemed inconsequential. They merely wished to witness their rivals' misfortunes. Following the timeout, the Pacers' offense remained unchanged, their defense still unable to hold firm. As Liu glided along the baseline and received a handoff from Gasol, he tossed the ball with reckless abandon, and it miraculously swished through the net, leaving the Pacers bench in stunned silence. Coach Isaiah Thomas, now devoid of any motivation to vent, turned with a blank expression back to the bench, slipping into spectator mode. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 59-77. Unlike Game 1, in the fourth quarter, the Knicks committed numerous errors. Yet the Pacers failed to capitalize on the opportunities presented to them. After enduring most of the quarter, with Reggie Miller substituted out, the outcome was no longer in doubt. In high spirits, Liu, upon being substituted, offered a few words of encouragement to the struggling Artest. "Ron, your offensive choices have been wise, but I think you should continue to practice your shooting. After the game, take a few shots to regain your rhythm. It's unacceptable to not make a single three-pointer in an entire game." With a dismal stat line of 2 for 12, 6 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers, Artest felt his scalp tingle at the thought of more shooting drills. But as he caught Liu's earnest gaze, he forced a chuckle and replied, "In the next game, I'll make those open jump shots." Without a timeout, time flew by, and Madison Square Garden erupted in a tremendous cheer as the game officially concluded. The final score read 80-99. As the Knicks triumphed over the Pacers once more, successfully securing match point. Following 2 consecutive devastating defeats and relentless taunts from the opposing fans, the Pacers swiftly exited the arena. On the sidelines, Coach Thibodeau, draped in a towel, rose to acknowledge the fans with a wave, and Liu fully grasped the sentiment of the bald young coach. Basketball, it seems, can be so effortlessly simple. My heartfelt gratitude to the readers for your unwavering support. This chapter concludes here. QEQ, today's update will be in the evening. I overslept, and it is already 10 p.m., though it might be a bit earlier. I plan to compile some drafts over the weekend and aim for a timely update by noon on Monday. Ahem, my condition has improved significantly lately, allowing me to enjoy some leisure, navigating through the eras of the 76ers and the Lakers, and I expect to restore my output. Chapter 254, The Gallery of Stars on April 22, 2002. Following the conclusion of Game 2, the Pacers fell into a profound silence. Reggie Miller and Jalen Rose still could not shoulder the offensive burden, while Jermaine O'Neal's efficiency was waning. Although the Knicks struggled with their shooting, their perimeter defense remained steadfast, bolstered by two small forwards and a versatile guard. Coach Isaiah Thomas's strategies began to unravel in the second half. After the game, Thomas regained his customary warm smile, a stark contrast to his fiery demeanor during the match. We employed various defensive strategies, yet Lee still managed to sink his shots. This is the reason for our defeat. We lost to a superstar reaching his peak. Oftentimes, basketball is that simple. In his interview, Coach Isaiah Thomas refrained from discussing tactics or defense. As a coach with a background as a top-tier guard, he often found it challenging to comprehend the choices made by his players on the court. Ultimately, it is the players who dictate the game's outcome, and Isaiah Thomas felt the anguish of a coach. New York fans rejoiced at their old rivals' misfortunes, and the media shared in their delight, though they did not forget to scrutinize Artest post-game. During the regular season, Artest faced challenges from fouls and injuries. Participating in 73 games, he averaged 13, 8 points, 5, 1 rebounds, 2, 3 assists, 2, 4 steals, 0, 7 blocks, and 2, 1 turnovers, with shooting percentages of 42, 8 from the field, 31, 4 from beyond the arc, and 68, 8 from the free throw line. In the playoffs, Artest's performance saw a decline. Earlier in the season, he frequently engaged with the media, but as TNT began to mock his shooting, he quickly adopted a defensive stance when his performance faltered. At the press conference, no one in the audience discussed Liu's impressive 38 points. Instead, most reporters were preoccupied with questioning Artest about his underwhelming performance. A reporter from the Los Angeles Times seemed eager to imply that Liu's success was at the expense of his teammates, abruptly shifting the conversation to ask, "Lee, I've noticed that the Knicks bench has underperformed since entering the playoffs, and Artest has not been able to replicate his regular season statistics. Does this relate to your offensive choices?" In Game 2, Liu did not hold back, making 6 out of 13 attempts from beyond the arc, with an increased volume of shots. His soft approach inevitably sparked controversy, as he was no longer the slender rookie of his first season, and the sports media naturally demanded more. Breaking his own record for three-point shots has proven to be a considerable challenge for Liu, despite his over 700 attempts. This marks our first year as a team, and with 61 victories, I am exceedingly pleased with our performance. The Knicks require time, as do the new recruits joining the squad. Regarding my offensive choices, I perceive no issues. I am cognizant of my shortcomings. After all, I am a guard and lack the wingspan of a forward. Thus, I refrain from forcing shots against defenders during games. My singular aim is to guide the ball into the basket, whether through three-pointers, fast breaks, or finishing at the rim. All are means to achieve that goal. I believe I have performed admirably this season. As for Ron, he is putting forth great effort. When evaluating a player, I prefer to consider a substantial data sample, and Ron is undoubtedly a competent forward who will regain his shooting touch. Despite repeatedly addressing such inquiries, Liu remains remarkably patient. With the backing of victories, most sports media are reluctant to cast doubt. Nitpicking can easily alienate fans. Grant Hill, attending the press conference, also noticed the demeanor of certain sports journalists and simply added, "If most teams chose not to double-team Lee, perhaps we would witness a different performance." Observing the game involves more than just one-on-one matchups. Lee made the right decisions. Since the start of the season, Eastern teams have intensified their double-teaming of Liu, making pick-and-roll ball handling increasingly challenging. In such circumstances, more off-ball movement has become a necessary offensive strategy. On April 23rd, the saga involving Allen Iverson and Larry Brown continues. Amid sensationalized reports from sports media, Iverson finds himself at a loss for words, while Larry Brown has attempted to clarify his statements, though by now, few care about the exchanges between the mentor and mentee. That morning, the NBA announced this season's most improved player, MIP Jermaine O'Neal of the Pacers, has been honored. Facing a significant 0-2 deficit and preparing to return home, O'Neal displayed little excitement upon learning of the award. This season, he has averaged 19.0 points, 10.5 rebounds, 1.6 assists, 2.3 blocks, and 2.4 turnovers, an impressive improvement. However, the Pacers' record has faltered, leading some sports media to argue that Ben Wallace also merits consideration for the award. Nevertheless, such debates no longer captivate the Pacers players, with 3 days to recuperate. Everyone simply hopes to secure a victory at home for the fans. That evening, the Jazz executed a remarkable comeback, achieving an away victory. Whenever critics suggest that the veterans can no longer perform, the seasoned duo of the Jazz consistently proves them wrong. The Kings, the league's leading team, struggled with a dismal three-point shooting performance of 3 for 22, resulting in a mere 13.6 accuracy, while their overall shooting percentage fell below 35. In another match, the Magic triumphed over the Celtics once more, bringing the series score to 2-0. After winning 2 consecutive away games, McGrady beamed with joy and confidently declared in an interview, "Indeed, we are in excellent form. As we prepare for the next match back in Orlando, I believe we can start gearing up for the next round." McGrady scored 31 points on 11 of 23 shooting, while Allen Houston contributed 26 points, and the supporting players shone brightly, showcasing that the Magic team is fully armed. Coach Rivers was equally exhilarated, approaching the brink of surpassing the first round in his coaching career, marking a significant milestone. No one questioned his decisions. The trades made during the offseason were undoubtedly astute. Although leading by a considerable margin, Allen Houston felt some discomfort in his knee after the game. Responding modestly during the interview, "In basketball, anything is possible. We must maintain this momentum." The Knicks are preparing to fly to Indiana, eager to conclude the series as swiftly as possible with the advantage in hand. Coach Thibodeau, having accompanied the team for many years, is no longer anxious. Lee has never squandered an opportunity. The Knicks have transitioned from a deep rotation and jump shooting squad to a team that prioritizes defense and fast breaks. This shift has not diminished the team's average scoring, yet the number of turnovers has become unmanageable. Assistant coach Tang Chennai is acutely aware of the team's evolution. But the scoring depth on the bench is insufficient, and neither of the starting forwards has made a three-point shot. The current strategy has proven to be the most optimal solution. On the plane, the coaching staff is gossiping about Jeff Van Gundy's recent life. The balding young coach appears quite dapper, frequently seen in the commentary booth. During broadcasts, Van Gundy has a knack for incisively pointing out the deficiencies of both teams. His tactical insights and understanding of player characteristics further elevate his reputation as a prominent coach. Much to the coaching staff's surprise, Van Gundy's performance in the commentary booth has enhanced his standing, with many analysts eagerly anticipating his return to coaching. Certainly, Jeff is not lacking in job prospects. When he returns to the sidelines, he is likely to gain more authority, at the very least to recruit players he admires. Upon hearing this from assistant coach Tang Chennai, everyone nodded in agreement. Van Gundy is not fixated on Charlie Ward. He merely seeks the respect that a championship coach deserves. Unfortunately, within the Knicks organization, General Manager Glenn Fielder and Lee show little regard for Van Gundy's sentiments. The former clings to his power, while the latter dismisses the matter entirely, leaving Van Gundy relegated to a mere ornament. Coach Thibodeau, now the second-generation ornament coach of the Knicks, has begun to understand Van Gundy's plight, with April drawing near. No one has broached the topic of the draft with him. Decisions regarding which players to invite for tryouts seem to be made without his input or consideration. Hearing the murmurs around him, Thibodeau rubbed his face, feeling more anxious than the players. He has been working overtime recently, with dark circles forming under his eyes. "I hope Jeff is doing well, but we must focus on the game. Perhaps we shall face the Magic in the next round." The coaching staff has ceased their idle gossip. Although the position of head coach is appealing, it is evident that the management has no intentions of promoting from within. James Dolan has remained notably silent in recent years, yet has recently taken to the media to share his perspectives on Showtime. Assistant coach Tang Chennai exchanged a glance with Thibodeau, both having prepared for the worst-case scenario. Should circumstances falter, they could always seek refuge with Van Gundy. What a precarious situation indeed. On the evening of the 24th, in front of their home crowd, the Pistons' Corey Williams lifted the trophy for the 6th Man of the Year. Coupled with head coach Rick Carlisle's recent accolade for Coach of the Year, The Pistons have swept most of the awards this season, marking their resurgence. That night, the Pistons offered the Hornets no respite, securing a dominant victory with a score of 88-96, clinching the series. Ben amassed a comprehensive stat line of 7 points, 15 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, including 5 offensive rebounds, earning him unanimous praise from analysts. On the morning of the 25th, several newspapers in Detroit extolled the Pistons' performance this season. The Detroit Free Press, one of the oldest newspapers in the United States, did not shy away from seeking hot topics in NBA news, casting doubt on Liu. If Ben had continued to play in New York alongside Lee, he would have never garnered such honors and statistics. The Knicks have seemingly become a mere plaything for Lee, who, apart from shooting three-pointers, no longer embodies the industrious young player he once was. This viewpoint has recently garnered support from many who have faced setbacks, especially considering that Allen Houston and Grant Hill were both selections of the Pistons. Coincidentally, it was Thursday, and TNT's program invited Jeff Van Gundy. This trio refrained from discussing Allen Iverson, Larry Brown, or the media's contentious battles, as their grievances had become overwhelming for the production team. In the studio, the four engaged in a discussion about the previous night's matchup between the Timberwolves and the Mavericks. The score was 110-122, with Garnett netting 31 points and 18 rebounds, while Nowitzki also contributed 31 points and 15 rebounds. This exhilarating offensive showdown was indeed spectacular. The changes in rules have had little impact on proficient scorers. Nowitzki's style mirrors Lee's, with numerous three-point attempts, and in the majority of their games, the Mavericks display dominance, yet they still fall short of championship caliber. Jeff Van Gundy, impeccably dressed in a black suit, white shirt, and red tie, with keen eyes and a polished demeanor, shared his insights while casually executing a tactical lean. Charles Barkley chimed in, agreeing. I concur with Jeff's perspective. Relying solely on jump shots cannot secure a championship. The Mavericks have yet to display the defensive prowess of a championship team. Kenny Smith echoed this sentiment, recalling that during the Knicks' 4 consecutive championships, their worst defensive performance still ranked among the top 10 in the league. However, when the conversation shifted to offensive choices, Kenny seized the opportunity. Jeff, do you think the Knicks can clinch the championship this season? Lee's statistics have improved compared to last season. Reflecting on his former team, Jeff Van Gundy candidly remarked, it is a tall order. As a team in the midst of reconstruction, the Knicks exhibit numerous shortcomings, particularly a lack of scoring options off the bench and an over-reliance on transition offense within their starting lineup. The Knicks have lost their uniqueness. Although they still manage to average 104.2 points per game this season, most of these points stem from their starting players. Their scoring average ranks just behind the Mavericks and the Kings. However, basketball is not solely about offense. Defense is paramount in the pursuit of a championship. The Knicks commit an average of 16.2 turnovers per game, indicating that they remain in a phase of adjustment, placing them fourth in turnovers among the league's 29 teams. This season, the Kings, Lakers, and Spurs appear to have greater championship prospects. Earl Johnson observed the bald-headed young coach with keen interest and chimed in, Jeff, what adjustments do you believe the Knicks should make to once again hoist the O'Brien Trophy? Pau Gasol, though undeniably talented, must embrace greater physicality in pursuit of a championship. And the most effective strategy would be to add weight. Given the shooting deficiencies of these two forwards, the offensive space becomes constricted. Thus, in the playoffs, the Knicks should adopt a more methodical pace, enhancing their half-court offense. Lee can shoulder more responsibility. His robust physique would benefit from focusing on post-play while reducing long-range attempts, which would also decrease the number of long rebounds. Concurrently, they must minimize turnovers to prevent the opposition from capitalizing on easy scoring opportunities. Basketball is not merely a showcase. Playing beautifully may please the fans, but sacrifices must be made, and the bench requires supplementary scoring talent. Jeff Van Gundy, undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes of the trio, articulated a plethora of opinions. Charles Barkley, perceptive to the bald-headed coach's dissatisfaction with Lee and the management, exchanged knowing glances with his two companions, their smiles growing ever brighter. Resuming the conversation, Barkley jovially continued, let us reanalyze Lee's offensive choices. Everyone is eager to hear Jeff's perspective. Following the airing of this episode, TNT dubbed the Knicks a highlight reel team. Naturally, a highlight reel team is comprised of standout stars, and ESPN enjoys showcasing the Knicks' remarkable highlights. a sentiment echoed by their legion of enthusiastic fans. On the 26th, the NBA announced this season's Best Manager award, which was bestowed upon Rodney Stuckey of the Nets. Following a dramatic turnaround, the Nets transformed from a doormat into the second seed in the Eastern Conference, a remarkable change attributed to the acquisition of Kidd, making the award well-deserved. On that day, only one game took place, with the Pacers fully focused on preparation, leaving little room for interviews. Conversely, the Knicks welcomed all inquiries, as Lee and Grant Hill effortlessly engaged with sports journalists. That evening, as the game was set to commence at 8:30 p.m., over 18,000 fans at Conseco Fieldhouse jeered at Lee during warm-ups. Steven Jackson, a member of the Atmosphere crew, continuously passed the ball to Lee, who, while attempting increasingly distant three-pointers, instinctively widened his mouth in astonishment. As Liu maintained a poised shooting stance at the logo, the basketball consistently swished through the net, leaving the Pacers fans momentarily despondent. After completing his three-point warm-up, Liu tapped the ball and began to remind his teammates, Jermaine O'Neal has a shooting percentage of less than 40% from 310 feet. Pow! Keep this in mind and be vigilant with your defensive positioning. Gasol nodded in agreement, while Artest instinctively distanced himself from Liu. Ron, keep shooting. It's impossible to go 0 for 12 tonight. As long as we secure the victory, no one will scrutinize your performance. Not shooting when open disrupts the offensive rhythm. Seemingly lacking confidence in his shooting, Artest could only nod in frustration. Kurt Thomas, brimming with energy as a player in a contract year, required no encouragement and played with vigor. Coach Thibodeau was engaged in a brief exchange with Grant Hill, the unfriendly atmosphere of the venue causing the rookie coach to feel somewhat anxious. Once the game commenced, Liu was met with a chorus of boos as he touched the ball. For the Pacers fans, the Knicks had inflicted considerable wounds over the past few years. The fervent cheers did little to bring good fortune to the players on the court, as the heavily guarded Reggie Miller continued to miss shots. With 8 minutes and 17 seconds left in the first quarter, the towering Miller successfully contested for an offensive rebound inside, immediately tossing the ball to Jalen Rose, who was positioned beyond the three-point line. Before Artest could react, Rose shot the ball. Thud! The basketball struck the front of the rim, soaring towards the right side of the paint. Liu anticipated its descent, swiftly securing the rebound, and quickly brought the ball up court, accelerating along the left sideline. Jamal Tinsley charged at him aggressively, and as their bodies collided, Liu, with the ball in his left hand, maneuvered forward, his foot crossing the baseline while the ball remained in play. With a slight pause, Liu exerted force through his legs to accelerate once more. Tinsley, now trailing behind, found himself 2 positions away from Liu, who had eluded his defense. The referee hesitated but chose not to blow the whistle as Liu surged back onto the court, once again seizing the ball. Amidst the boos of the crowd, Little O'Neal quickly retreated to the basket, continuously adjusting his defensive stance while keenly tracking the swiftly penetrating Liu. Just as Liu approached the defense, he slightly decelerated, combining the ball with a large step forward with his right foot. Little O'Neal instinctively adjusted his defensive posture, only to be momentarily dazzled as Liu executed a sudden change of direction. With a sweeping Eurostep, Liu deftly evaded the defense, arriving at the lower left side of the basket, where he grasped the ball with his left hand and laid it in off the glass. Upon landing, Liu shook his head slightly, retreating on defense while raising his right hand to his ear in a gesture of listening. The resounding boos echoed throughout the arena, bringing Little O'Neal back to reality as he turned to see Coach Isaiah Thomas signaling from the sidelines, disheartened as he returned to the baseline to prepare for the inbounds pass. After nearly 4 minutes without scoring, part of the booing was directed towards the players of the Pacers. Reggie Miller pressed his lips together, clapping his hands repeatedly in an attempt to uplift his teammates' spirits. Utilizing the same pick-and-roll strategy, Reggie Miller, aided by Shaquille O'Neal's screen in the left elbow area, received the ball and immediately drove towards the basket with the ball in his right hand. The pursuing Liu lost half a step, but began adjusting his footwork early. Positioned near the baseline on the right, Pau Gasol observed that Liu had caught up and chose not to shift over for help defense, instead remaining steadfastly in front of the towering Miller. In what seemed like an attempt to release some pent-up frustration, Reggie Miller surged forward with 3 powerful strides, gripping the ball in his right hand, intent on executing a one-handed slam dunk. As he exerted force mid-air, he sensed an overwhelming force approaching from his side. Liu leapt high, arriving late, but still managing to swat the ball, completing the block while simultaneously sending the veteran crashing out of bounds. The crowd gasped as Reggie Miller tumbled into the camera. Before the referee could blow the whistle, Jalen Rose charged toward the basket, eager to defend his teammate, but stumbled into Ron Artest as he entered the paint. What the hell? Where do you think you're going? As the referee finally blew the whistle, the two players became entangled in a scuffle. Frustrated by his recent poor performance, Artest sought an outlet for his anger, ready to land a few punches on his opponent. Just as Reggie Miller climbed back to his feet, he too charged forward, only to be restrained by an adjacent official. Ultimately, it was the towering Miller who pulled his teammate into an embrace, and it was only after a series of whistles from the referee that the two were separated. Each side received a foul call, inciting further ire from the Pacers fans, who shouted, "Referee sucks." Meanwhile, Liu, applauding, made his way toward the opposing half to prepare for free throws, quipping, "Buddy, take a break. I'm ready for 6 fouls tonight." The fall had certainly taken its toll. The Pacers were playing aggressively, and Reggie Miller was acutely aware that the Knicks were prepared to retaliate. Standing at the free throw line, he retorted, "Boy, the level of physicality I've endured surpasses your entire career." In terms of career longevity, Reggie Miller certainly held the advantage. Observing the tension between the two, the referee decided to escort Liu away, with the free throws helping to break the deadlock. Miller's tenacious display spurred the Pacers fans to rally in support. In the NBC commentary booth, Mike Dunleavy made a pointed remark. During the regular season, the Pacers averaged 96.5 points against, ranking 19th in the league. Such defensive inadequacies make it difficult to contain the Knicks' offense. Even tonight, with increased physicality, Lee will not be significantly affected. Noticing that his partner seemed to imply Coach Isaiah Thomas had failed to establish a defensive system, Bob Costas swiftly shifted the topic. The intensity of this game seems more suited for the Knicks, as Grant Hill has already scored 6 points since the opening. Coach Tom Thibodeau appeared to have anticipated the opponent's defensive strategies, and they were well prepared, as his teammates continued to struggle with their shooting. Reggie Miller attempted to take control of the offense, but each time he penetrated the lane, he failed to finish. Liu relished the physical confrontations with his opponents during breakthroughs, while Artest favored defending against catches. Grant Hill, on the other hand, utilized his height and wingspan to excel in defense. As the opposing team's offense became increasingly simplistic and brutish, frequently feeding the ball to Reggie Miller, the Pacers found themselves ensnared in a scoring drought. Approaching the 24-second mark, Shaquille O'Neal received the ball in the paint directly in front of the hoop, intending to push further towards the basket, but was suddenly met with a fierce double-team from Cortez Thomas. Unable to release the ball in time, and with the shot clock dwindling, O'Neal, in desperation, leaned against Gasol, maneuvering through their separation to attempt a shot. Bang! Grant Hill swiftly retreated to the paint, seizing the rebound on the lower left side of the basket, before accelerating forward. With a dramatic change of direction, he quickly scooped up the ball with his right hand and surged down the right sideline. Before crossing half-court, he immediately passed the ball to the approaching Liu on the right wing. Although Jamal Tinsley hastily retreated on defense, he instinctively slid left as he observed Liu, who was dribbling with his left hand, suddenly lower his center of gravity while sliding to the right. In a rapid in and out motion, Liu evaded the defense and accelerated into the paint, cradling the ball with his left hand, colliding with the pursuing Tinsley. After 3 powerful strides, he quickly executed a layup. Hush! Noticing the rookie Tinsley being knocked out of bounds, the Pacers fans erupted in a chorus of boos, as the chaotic game thoroughly incited the crowd. With 4 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the point gap had not diminished but had instead widened. Head coach Isaiah Thomas appeared visibly displeased with the officiating, persistently complaining to the referees. Soon after, the Pacers capitalized on a few free throws. Gasol received his second personal foul, prompting Thibodeau on the sidelines to express his irritation, also voicing complaints to the officials and nearly incurring a technical foul. As Gasol exited the game, the entry of the towering knight seemed to enhance the Knicks' defensive prowess. The formidable Miller fought for an offensive rebound beneath the basket, but was met with a resounding rejection from Knight as he attempted a layup. Cortez Thomas clutched the basketball tightly in the paint, while the Pacers failed to secure a steal and scrambled back on defense. In a similar swift advance, Grant Hill crossed midcourt, causing Reggie Miller to lose half a step. Reacting instinctively, Jalen Rose shifted to the right wing, prompting Hill to promptly pass to the open Artest. as Artest received the ball. Rose was unable to close in on him in time. Artest slightly adjusted and launched a three-point jumper. Swish. The three-pointer sailed through the net. Artest, having scored against the odds, glared at Rose before letting out a furious roar and pounding his chest. On the Knicks bench, the atmosphere crew erupted in joy. Stephen Jackson wildly waved a towel in support of his comrade, internally critiquing, amidst such high pressure, how could he be so accurate? With iron clangs and swift counterattacks. The entire first quarter adhered to a singular rhythm, driven by Liu and Grant Hill's relentless charges. It was not until the closing moments of the first quarter that Reggie Miller finally found his shooting touch beyond the arc, sinking a three-pointer. As Liu's long-range three-pointer struck the front of the rim just before halftime, a gasp escaped the lips of the Pacers fans, followed by an abrupt silence that enveloped the arena. With a score of 29-13, it dawned upon everyone that they were on the brink of being swept out of contention. After a series of relentless sprints and physical confrontations, Reggie Miller returned to the bench, panting heavily. He resisted the coach's attempts to substitute him. Yet the cost of his determination was evident as he found himself sprawled on the floor multiple times. No one could question Reggie Miller's competitive spirit. However, the psychological tactics proved futile against the Knicks. In the commentary booth, a stark contrast was observable. Liu seemed to relish the game, cheerfully hydrating, while Grant Hill maintained a composed demeanor, attentively absorbing the coach's guidance. One must pay homage to Miller. He is a true warrior, regardless of the outcome. I believe this has been a remarkable contest. Bob Costas refrained from excessive commentary, recognizing that with such a score disparity, the Knicks were unlikely to falter. With a first quarter tally of 2 for 7, including 1 for 3 from beyond the arc and a perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line, Miller had exerted himself to the fullest. Mike Dunleavy was acutely aware of the gap between the teams, even if some analysts deemed the Knicks' record inflated. The distinction between 61 wins and 41 wins is unmistakably significant. This is the essence of Lee's playing style, succinct, efficient, and imbued with power. One should never question an MVP. I prefer to quietly appreciate Lee's artistry on the court. With a shooting record of 5 for 6, alongside 3 for 3 from the charity stripe, his contributions of 13 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists were all derived from within the paint. As the second quarter commenced, just over 2 minutes in, Liu rejoined the fray alongside Reggie Miller. Taking advantage of vulnerable opponents is Liu's forte. In contrast to Gasol, the substitute big man Wright exhibited superior defensive prowess this evening, denying Shaquille O'Neal any easy access to the low post, consistently forcing him to the vicinity of 310 feet from the basket. The Pacers soon realized that O'Neal had yet to find his rhythm, continuing to struggle with his shots. By the midpoint of the second quarter, O'Neal had ceased to demand the ball, while the towering Miller, attempting to leverage his height for jump shots, was equally dismal. In the left elbow area, Miller executed a pick and roll, receiving a bounce pass from Jamal Tinsley. Porta Thomas, retreating rapidly, merely raised his hands in a token defense as Miller's jumper clanked off the rim. A swift turn allowed the rebound to land in Thomas's grasp. The Pacers fans had fallen silent, watching as Liu leisurely dribbled the ball across half court, no longer jeering. With boundless energy, Porta Thomas sprinted from the left baseline to establish position far from the three-point line. Jamal Tinsley was on the verge of despair. Having noted his opponent's placement to Liu's right, yet feeling uncertain about how to defend effectively. Acting on instinct, Tinsley moved forward, prompting Liu to deftly change direction, switching the ball to his right hand and executing a wide, fluid wraparound maneuver. Instead of opting for a right-side drive, Liu nimbly evaded the defense. As Little O'Neal crouched near the three-point line, Liu, with his left hand scooping the ball, immediately slowed down, mere inches from the arc suddenly halting. He faked a shot. Jamal Tinsley, who was pursuing defensively from the side, leaped to block, but Lee, using the momentary lapse, launched the ball while being closely guarded. The referee's whistle blew simultaneously, and as Little O'Neal turned his head, he witnessed the basketball gracefully descend into the net. My goodness. It was unbelievable that Lee managed to score from such a distance, and he was awarded a free throw. The inability to defend against him was nothing short of astonishing. Bob Costas gasped in awe, while Mike Dunleavy noticed Jamal Tinsley, already covering his face, and could not help but exclaim, "For a rookie, such a game is exceedingly challenging, especially when matched against one of the league's finest backcourt players. Perhaps this series will lead to significant growth for Tinsley." Liu stepped to the free throw line as the arena erupted with MVP chants, and the once antagonistic fans suddenly rallied behind him. With the free throw successful, the score gap widened to 20 points with just 3 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in the first half, as head coach Isaiah Thomas called for a timeout. The Knicks bench erupted with exuberance, leaping onto the court to celebrate with Liu. Coach Thibodeau, visibly relaxed, wore a faint smile of satisfaction. In the final minutes of the first half, the Conseco Fieldhouse gradually transformed into a library as the Knicks crushed the dreams of championship aspirations for the season. By halftime, the score stood at 56-36, and the match seemed devoid of suspense. Grant Hill, draped in a towel as he made his way to the player tunnel, felt a wave of contentment. This postseason has proven even easier than I anticipated. No longer merely surviving the first round, Hill felt a surge of confidence. Liu noticed that the Pacers fans had ceased their jeers and cheerfully responded, "It seems we have conquered this arena tonight." After the third quarter, in which the Pacers managed only 20 points, their fans remained in the stands, but their cheers had vanished entirely. It wasn't until the final quarter, now deemed garbage time, that the intensity of defense waned, allowing the starters to bravely push the score past 80. With the buzzer sounding, the score reached an overwhelming 107-83. Leading to a sweeping victory for the Knicks as they advanced effortlessly into the Eastern Conference semifinals. In 35 minutes on the court, Liu shot 13 of 20 from the field, including 3 of 5 from beyond the arc, and made all 7 of his free throws, accumulating 36 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, and 3 turnovers. Demonstrating his prowess in fast breaks, Liu showcased yet another facet of his gameplay. While Reggie Miller finished with just 21 points on 7 of 19 shooting, including 2 of 6 from three-point range. As the match concluded, the veteran calmly exchanged embraces with his Knicks teammates before limping towards the player tunnel, remaining silent throughout the entire process. In the Conseco Fieldhouse, some young fans, witnessing this poignant scene, felt their eyes well up. It seemed increasingly improbable for the one-man, one-city Reggie Miller to ever claim a championship. In the commentary booth, Mike Dunleavy watched the forlorn veteran exit, feeling a twinge of melancholy. After the era of the Pacers, the Eastern Conference has now welcomed Liu. History often reveals remarkable similarities. Yet for these veterans, such circumstances are indeed harsh. The Pacers have been eliminated, and post-game, no one dares to jest about the veterans. The press conference is filled with sports media discussing gossip. A reporter from Yahoo Sports noted that the New York media has been rather boastful, and when given the opportunity to ask a question, promptly inquired, "Liu, have you been following TNT's programming recently?" Coach Van Gundy referred to the Knicks as a highlight team. "What are your thoughts on that?" Tonight, Liu donned a sleek black casual suit, and just moments ago, many were teasing his attire. The sudden shift in questioning caught him slightly off guard. Soon, a reporter from the New York Post quietly elaborated on TNT's recent provocative statements. "A highlight team? A team of stars? Well, that's a positive thing. I truly enjoy SportsCenter, and I believe most players in the league aspire to appear on that show. It should be seen as a wonderful blessing. Achieving a perfect shooting percentage, akin to that of a highlight reel, has always been my goal." Having produced an impressive performance, Artest was not particularly fond of such mockery, and he couldn't help but interject with a broad grin. "Some players can only watch the highlights. Their statistics do not stand up to scrutiny. The league's strongest duo and top scorer have achieved nothing, while the Knicks are a championship team." This statement would undoubtedly offend many players, yet the sports journalists in attendance listened with delight, ready to embellish the story and ignite a fresh wave of contention. On April 27th, the Knicks returned to New York as the first team to reach the semifinals, naturally enjoying an abundance of rest. Coinciding with the weekend, the coaching staff announced a break. Upon returning to his Manhattan home, Liu discovered some changes to his talent panel. Grant Hill's extraordinary explosiveness had mysteriously transformed into a purple rating, while Michael Jordan's extraordinary coordination had vanished, fully assimilated. The absorption period for top-tier talent was shorter than anticipated, which put Liu in high spirits. He planned to practice his ball-handling skills that evening. With the regular season awards nearly all announced, on the morning of the 28th, the NBA unveiled the Rookie of the Year for the 2001-2002 season. Paul Gasol of the Knicks had won. He played in 80 games, averaging 17. 4 points, 8. 4 rebounds, 3. 6 assists, 0. 5 steals, 2. 0 blocks, and 2. 8 turnovers. He was named Rookie of the Month 3 times, with an average of 14. 1 attempts per game and a shooting percentage of 51, along with an average of 4.0 free throws at a success rate of 78.2. This impressive data greatly satisfied New York fans, and the local media, as always, began to proclaim the future's #1 center in the league. As the Eastern Conference semifinals would not commence until early May, it was highly likely that Liu would also receive the MVP award at that time. Thus, the Knicks held a separate press conference for Gasol. The highlight star Gasol ultimately secured the Rookie of the Year title, while the #1 overall pick Kwame Brown was nearly forgotten. On the evening of the 28th, with just 2 seconds left in the game, Robert Horry received a pass from Kobe and sank a three-pointer. In a nail-biting finale, Pippen's blunder allowed the Lakers to narrowly triumph over the Trail Blazers, sweeping their adversaries to advance to the Western Conference semifinals. Perhaps having read the news, Kobe, in a post-game interview, refrained from discussing the match itself and instead passionately retorted, "Statistics do not encapsulate everything. Highlights cannot genuinely portray my performance. I am not fond of certain players' remarks. This year, the Lakers will seize the championship. Gratitude is extended to the readers for their subscription support." The update will continue on Sunday evening. In a subsequent chapter, on May 1st, 2002, Liu attended a premiere in Los Angeles and, upon returning to Manhattan, penned a vibrant review of Spider-Man on Rotten Tomatoes. He offered praise for Kirsten Dunst's character, who was often shrill. However, Los Angeles Weekly critic Manala Dargis countered, asserting that Liu always favored his friends, and few would appreciate the portrayal of Mary Jane in the film. For Liu, an aficionado of nostalgic cinema, his acquaintances invariably received high marks. He could eloquently extol even the most lackluster films, such as Scarlett Johansson's uninspired cinematic endeavors or Matthew McConaughey's superficial projects. Not to mention, he fervently praised the commendable works of Nicole Kidman and Jennifer Connelly. Since the inception of Rotten Tomatoes in 1998, Liu has contributed numerous reviews. And America is not devoid of mindless fans. Some professional critics have yet to achieve Liu's level of popularity. In the words of his admirers, Liu represents the authentic movie-going demographic. In this era, aside from accompanying women to watch dramas and variety shows, Liu's remaining passion lies in perusing newspapers and viewing nostalgic films. Print media has undeniably begun to wane, particularly as younger generations prefer to surf the internet. Having enjoyed classic films, Liu was particularly elated, planning to revisit them with the ladies after their nationwide release on the 3rd. The Knicks' Eastern Conference semifinals were set for the 5th, and their ample rest was largely due to the Magic's performance. After winning 2 away games and leading by 20 points, an exuberant Coach Rivers awaited the opportunity to advance at home, while Tracy McGrady, considering the next round, remained unconcerned about their opponents. In this context, with Allen Houston plagued by a knee injury and sidelined after just 1 quarter in Game 3, Magic fans were left in disbelief. Following a comeback by the Celtics, Magic supporters sought solace after the game. However, with Houston's absence in Game 4, the team was utterly subdued by the Celtics, resulting in a crushing defeat. The score escalated to 22, and on the evening of the 3rd, both teams would converge at North Shore Garden for an epic showdown. Should the Magic be overturned while holding 2 match points, fans would be left disillusioned by their home team. On the morning of May 3rd, the NBA announced the Most Valuable Player, MVP, for the 2001-2002 season, Liu of the Knicks, who claimed the award with an overwhelming vote tally. With 3 consecutive seasons of 60 wins and 2 years averaging 30 points, entering the 180 club, Liu excelled in both individual statistics and leadership prowess, standing leagues ahead of the competition. Many sports commentators are not fond of Liu's playing style this year, as his outrageous number of three-point attempts is difficult for many to accept. The prevailing notion has been that the closer one is to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage, and that dominant big men rule the league. However, Liu's statistics convey a different narrative. Three-point shooting reigns supreme. Recently, ESPN's data expert John Hollinger has fervently praised Liu's offensive choices on air, declaring him the true GOAT, asserting that his offensive game possesses no weaknesses, and claiming that Liu surpasses Michael Jordan in excellence. When analyzed through the lens of data modeling, the young Michael, aside from refraining from three-point shots, also favored attacking the basket, exhibiting even more ferocity in fast breaks than Liu. ESPN consistently lauds Liu's offensive approach, heralding it as the future of basketball, while TNT takes an opposing stance, arguing that such a style cannot secure a championship. This clash of professional opinions escalated until the Orlando Magic's upset drew attention away, with Tracy McGrady and Coach Rivers taking center stage. On the evening of the 3rd, Columbia Pictures and Marvel Entertainment co-hosted a charitable gala. This soiree not only invited the film's creative team, but also prominent media representatives and New York's elite. The event aimed to raise funds to alleviate the collapsing public finance situation in New York. The banquet hall on the 4th floor of the Waldorf Astoria was expected to host over 800 attendees that night. The open glass ceiling allowed guests to admire the night sky of New York, while most media reporters clustered around the lead actors and dignitaries. Liu, dressed in a polished black suit, initially conversed with representatives from Sidley Austin LLP, then patted Mylanda, who was adorned in a white gown, and whispered, "Please send my regards to everyone." With her golden hair elegantly styled, Mylanda noticed Jean beckoning Liu towards the mayor, winked, and on tiptoe, planted a kiss on his cheek before sweetly urging, "Hurry over, darling." Liu embraced Jean, clad in a black gown, as Bloomberg chatted jovially with a few members of the Republican Party. Upon their arrival, he raised his glass and proclaimed, "Congratulations, Lee. At 24, your 3rd MVP trophy." To secure the mayoral position, this billionaire spent tens of millions on campaign advertisements and inherited a mess upon taking office. Aware of the mayor's needs, Liu raised his glass with a smile, stating, "My foundation will continue to contribute to New York, and Axe Capital will also take action. We all cherish this city." Since the collapse of Enron and the further fallout from the Anderson scandal, the Republican coffers have dwindled, causing discontent. However, the egregious maneuvers surrounding California's electricity prices have created internal strife within the White House, and after profiting from shorting Enron, Liu has not forgotten to offer support. As he once again sought the desired answers, Bloomberg and his companions beamed with increasing brightness. "Kim, if you encounter difficulties in prosecuting the gangs and criminal organizations in the Bronx, feel free to call me. City Hall is willing to assist." The Southern District Federal Prosecutor's Office recently planned to establish a violent crime unit, and with a mutual understanding, Jean glanced at Liu and nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your support." After attending to the dignitaries of New York, Liu finally had the opportunity to indulge in a meal. Jean, sipping champagne delicately, whispered, "Public finance remains unchanged this half-year. This mayor seeks to exaggerate urban demand and further promote New York, while combating crime. He attempts to restore the confidence of the city's denizens, yet a portion of the populace does not support him. A significant number of companies have vacated Wall Street. Even after several months, Manhattan remains unchanged." Liu finds the current situation rather agreeable, aside from some dissatisfaction with tribute. The relocation of his company back to New York has been met with some consideration. His tenure is likely to be prolonged. I merely handle the finances, which constitutes a win-win. Have you decided where to settle down for the discussions? With property still relatively affordable, Liu intends to acquire a manor. Although commuting may consume more time, this investment promises substantial returns. Jean is particularly fond of the Metropolitan Museum, primarily for its convenience for work. Yet the thought of a large house brings a furrow to her brow. She is not adept at expenditure. "I do not know. We will need more housekeepers. And the chef will require replacement. Managing such a vast residence demands additional personnel. We might not even occupy a house of that size." Noticing Kristen Dunst in a red gown making a face at him, Liu embraced Jean again and moved towards the two, whispering, "Earning money is about enjoying life. Let's have a few more children, and soon the house will be filled." Feeling a playful twist on his arm, Liu merely chuckled. Once stability is achieved in a few years, he plans to establish a soccer team. On the morning of the 4th, Magic fans remained incredulous at their unexpected defeat. Since last night, NBC and TNT have been incessantly revisiting the highlights of the thrilling match. Back at the North Shore Garden Arena, the Celtics were buoyed by their morale. In 44 minutes of play, Paul Pierce shot 16 out of 25, hitting 8 of 10 from beyond the arc, and racked up 46 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Antoine Walker, in 41 minutes, scored 26 points with 9 rebounds, 6 assists, and similar stats. In a pivotal match, the Magic collapsed unexpectedly, losing 3 consecutive games, allowing the Celtics to complete their comeback and advance to the Eastern Conference semifinals. After the game, the once celebrated Tracy McGrady faced ridicule for his performance. In 46 minutes, he scored 37 points with 7 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 turnovers. Due to a back injury, he was unable to attend the press conference. Let's Go did not resolve the issues. Coach Rivers took responsibility, apologizing to the fans post-game. This has been a nightmarish experience, yet we have gained invaluable playoff experience. Next season, we shall reclaim our victories. Allen Houston, also astonished by the unexpected 3 consecutive losses following a promising lead, expressed disbelief during an interview. We failed to seize our opportunity, but this is our first year collaborating, and I hope the fans can grant us more time. On the afternoon of the 4th, the mood among the Boston Celtics, who had just flown to New York, was exceptionally buoyant as they relished the spotlight for the first time. Following their victory, skepticism surrounding their capabilities dissipated. Rather, most commentators extolled the prowess of their dynamic duo. During an interview in New York, Paul Pierce, while indulging in self-praise, did not forget to laud his teammate, Ray Allen. Those commentators have never played the game. They cannot fathom Ray's strength. If I could achieve a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 40%, I would attempt 15 shots per game. As long as I can make the basket, such shot selection poses no issue. When questioned about the performance of his opponent, Tracy McGrady, Pierce seemed to exhibit a hint of jealousy, noting that his all-star voting popularity paled in comparison. McGrady is overrated. Without Allen Houston, the Magic would not have attained such success this season. He, like Allen Iverson, is better suited for television appearances. If one were to watch the Magic's games every season, it would be evident that he is merely an inefficient scorer. Antoine Walker, who had faced off against Allen during their college days, continued to use him as an excuse for his own excessive three-point attempts upon entering the league. This time, having reached the Eastern Conference semifinals, he too was eager to boast. You know, Ray is my brother. I will always support my good brother. He has achieved 4 consecutive championships. And all we need to do is appreciate his game. I admire Ray's offensive choices. A three-pointer is worth 1 more point than a two-pointer. So why restrict one's attempts as long as they can score? Ray is my role model, and I will remain true to my style while continuing to shoot from beyond the arc. The Celtics duo has undoubtedly capitalized on the three-point revolution, launching an onslaught that overwhelmed the Magic. Even with the league's revised rules, as long as they can score, achieving high points remains effortless. This also relates to the defensive strategies employed by most teams. Despite the implementation of defensive 3 seconds, the majority prefer to congest the paint, often leaving outside shooters unguarded following a screen. Most games fail to excite fans. The New York Knicks boast the highest attendance in the league, while the Sacramento Kings trail closely behind. Even in the absence of the flashy yet ineffective Jason Williams, Kings fans ardently support their team, as they prefer fluid offensive displays over chaotic low-post scrambles. On the evening of the 4th, the Western Conference semifinals commenced, where the Mavericks, after sweeping the Timberwolves, faced off against the Kings. In a high-scoring affair, the Kings triumphed effortlessly, with the final score being 91-108. Both teams unleashed a frenetic offensive onslaught, surpassing 90 possessions. Dirk Nowitzki, shooting 8 of 24, recorded a double-double with 23 points and 14 rebounds. Yet his subpar shooting percentage led to criticism post-game. Meanwhile, Chinese media attributed the Mavericks' loss to Wang Zizi's limited playing time, as he participated for only 11 minutes, scoring 7 points on 2 of 4 shooting from the field, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc, and 1 of 4 from the free throw line, demonstrating efficiency despite his brief appearance. The performance of Wang Zizi has left the Chinese media lamenting the missed opportunity. Had he played a bit longer, his score would surely have exceeded double digits. The obstinate old Nelson has once again paid the price for his choices. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our readers for their subscription support. This chapter concludes. Chapter 256. As you know, Lee is my second. On May 5, 2002, at 9:30 in the morning, the Tarrytown Training Center was once again bustling with sports media. As the draft ceremony approached, the gathering in Manhattan was not solely for Lee Yu's press conference, but also to interview the head coach and the general manager. General Manager Glenn Grunwald has become a well-known figure in the industry. Should he ever depart from the Knicks, every team in the league would welcome his presence. With a protruding belly and dressed in a fitting gray suit, his meticulously groomed beard and curly hair indicate that Grunwald has gained some weight over the past few years. New York media have dubbed him the legendary manager, and since the departure of the legendary coach, Grunwald's prominence has overshadowed that of the current coaching staff. Everyone understands that to gain insight into the Knicks' direction, interviewing Thibodeau is futile. Matters of the draft are solely the purview of the general manager. Prior to the commencement of the press conference, a throng of reporters surrounded Grunwald, inquiring, "Ernie, can you disclose which players the Knicks intend to invite? Will the Knicks continue to select big men in this year's draft?" Upon hearing the questions, Grunwald offered a slight smile and patiently addressed the inquiries. "We will await the final draft position. Our objective is to supplement Lee with suitable talent. The Knicks have long-term plans. We do not merely focus on the present. Lee is only 24. He has a significant peak ahead of him, and the team's responsibility is to safeguard his health." An ESPN reporter, seemingly privy to some insider information, suddenly broached the subject of the coaching staff. The Knicks achieved 61 wins this season. Will Coach Thibodeau continue to lead the team next season? Sensing the heightened interest in this matter, Grunwald merely tilted his head in jest, refraining from providing a definitive answer. "Tom is a great guy. Everyone likes him. And he certainly has the opportunity to continue coaching." As the press conference was about to commence, aside from the Knicks personnel, Liu had also invited several old friends to New York this year. The beleaguered Walter McCarty, having managed to secure some playing time with the Celtics over the past few seasons, was visibly moved to receive Liu's invitation, his eyes brimming with emotion. McCarty had assumed that the now great star Liu had forgotten him, and even his Celtics teammates were surprised that this morale booster was still a friend of the MVP. Not only McCarty, but also Tony Delk and Antoine Walker received invitations. Both were rivals in college, yet have maintained a facade of brotherhood since entering the league. Paul Pierce, joining in the excitement, sat in the audience and noted the presence of New York's social elite in front of him, feeling a pang of jealousy. He teasingly remarked to his teammate, "I nearly forgot. Your rookie season was in New York, when Lee was still coming off the bench, dressed impeccably in formal attire." The beleaguered individual reflected upon the arduous days spent in New York, feeling a sense of pent-up frustration. Yet, he began to boast, "You know, back then, Lee was my good brother. We fought together on the bench. Those were the days I cherished the most." Antoine Walker discreetly smirked, choosing not to expose the truth. He was aware that Liu could mingle with the seasoned veterans of the Knicks, while the beleaguered one was merely a bag carrier. Friends and family of the players occupied the seats below the podium, on the far right side, while some novices, unaccustomed to such scenes, curiously surveyed the surroundings. As the clock struck 10, NBA Vice President Ras Granick appeared at the forefront, placing the trophy on the podium before smiling and simply stating, "Please welcome the most valuable player of the 2001 to 2002 season, four-time NBA champion and a superstar of the league, Clay Lee." When Liu, clad in an elegant dark gray suit, stepped onto the podium and embraced the vice president, the crowd erupted in applause. The MVP trophy was undeniably exquisite, and Liu pretentiously touched it before raising his gaze and proclaiming, "It seems this year, everyone disapproves of my offensive choices. I am truly grateful for all the votes. Playing in New York is an exhilarating experience." Although Madison Square Garden has been deemed the least popular venue for visiting teams this season, I relish this outcome. I extend my gratitude to the loyal New York fans. Although you have made me more unpopular on the road, I believe that winning a few more championships will resolve this issue. The media in attendance erupted in laughter and cheers. While playing in the Western Conference this season was relatively manageable, he faced relentless jeers in the arenas of long-standing rivals. Once the uproar subsided, Liu continued with a smile, "I would like to thank Coach Van Gundy. Although he has departed, we did not start the season smoothly, and I appreciate his efforts in guiding us through challenging times." With a record of 61 wins, he expressed gratitude to his teammates, many of whom were new faces this year. "I admire these hard-working individuals. I also thank Tamia. Every time you are present at Madison Square Garden, Hill performs at his best." Seeing his superstar wife wave with delight, Grant Hill could only chuckle and applaud, recalling the embarrassment of his previous year's performance. Maintaining a shooting percentage of 50 is no simple feat, especially when four players in the Knicks starting lineup achieved such efficiency. Hill, Kurt, and Paul delivered unparalleled performances this season. Of course, I must not forget Ron. He is the most dedicated defensive player on our team and will undoubtedly become the defensive player of the year. Dismissing those doubts and remaining true to his style of play, Ron will emerge as a great star. This is merely his third season. The accolades belong to all of us. Throughout the season, our bench never faltered, and we are the best team in the league at executing strategies. Once again, I thank all my steadfast supporters. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Coach Thibodeau, do not worry. This year we will reach the finals. Seated before the audience, Tom Thibodeau smiled, recognizing the complexities of coaching superstars. Yet, guiding a team to the NBA Finals is an accomplishment that eludes many coaches throughout their careers. As a rookie coach, Thibodeau propelled his team to the finals in his inaugural season, casting aside all worries and finally relishing the privileges of a celebrated coach. The atmosphere was vibrant as Liu expressed his gratitude in a relaxed tone, while the audience, filled with fans, applauded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Paul Pierce felt a pang of jealousy. The excitement of overcoming the Magic had waned. MVP? Next season, I shall strive harder, he mused. Liu, having secured the MVP title for 2 consecutive seasons, inadvertently ruffled the feathers of some envious peers. Tim Duncan, who never openly voiced his discontent to the media, found his coach, Greg Popovich, advocating on his behalf to garner recognition. Following a morning press conference, Popovich, preparing for an afternoon match against the Lakers, began to lament. The league consistently favors players from larger markets, which is unfair to Tim. We achieved 58 victories. Tim is invaluable, sacrificing personal stats for the team's success. He deserves the MVP, for one cannot expect more from him. He is a true leader, and I hope analysts will pay more attention to San Antonio. The Los Angeles media were not fond of Liu either. However, this season, Shaquille O'Neal faced injuries that diminished his attendance and performance. Frustration brewed among the crowd. But O'Neal, ever the outspoken personality, regained his confidence under Phil Jackson's influence. The Lakers, who arrived early in San Antonio, were largely disinterested in interviews, save for O'Neal, who confidently declared to a sports reporter, "I don't care about the MVP. Winning a championship is sufficient for me. I have proven myself during the regular season. And now my focus is solely on the finals. No matter the opponent, I will claim the championship this year." Upon hearing O'Neal's declaration, some reporters instinctively raised their eyebrows. After all, isn't more trophies always better? Kobe Bryant, seeking attention as the playoffs approached, found that most reporters were only interested in the team's star. Suddenly feeling overshadowed, he watched O'Neal enthusiastically engage with the media, a twinge of discomfort settling in. Fortunately, Phil Jackson quickly offered some sage advice. "Champions must make sacrifices, Kobe. You are our perimeter cornerstone. Securing the championship will bring you greater rewards." Reflecting on these words, Kobe nodded vigorously. Not particularly fond of O'Neal's approach to minor injuries this season. On the evening of the 5th, Madison Square Garden buzzed with excitement once more. For many New York fans, the award night was a joyous celebration. After both teams took the court, Commissioner David Stern arrived at the center, microphone in hand. He first patted Liu beside him and proclaimed loudly, leading the scoring charts, topping the steals leaderboard, achieving the highest true shooting percentage, and setting a new record for three-point shots. Since entering the league, he has been accompanied by records: the youngest player to reach 10,000 points, the youngest finals MVP, and the regular season MVP. He heralds the dawn of a new era. I extend my gratitude to the fans present tonight and to the New York City Hall for their unwavering support of the league. The MVP of the 2001 to 2002 regular season is Clay Lee. Amidst the cheers, Stern raised the small bronze trophy and handed it to Liu, embracing him once more with heartfelt blessings. "Lee, I am thrilled to witness your achievements. The league needs players like you." Dressed in the Knicks home white jersey, Liu, now out of his training gear, smiled graciously as he raised the trophy, accepting the flashes from the surrounding sports media. "MVP, MVP, MVP," the fans joyfully chanted. While Chinese journalists behind the basketball hoop observed Liu lifting the trophy, their thoughts racing. With the World Championship approaching, the desire to secure another superstar seemed the optimal choice. However, the deeper one delved into understanding Liu, the clearer it became that such aspirations were mere fantasies. These two players hailed from entirely different worlds. In the NBC commentary booth, diehard Knicks fan Albert relished the sight of Liu with the trophy, feeling optimistic about New York's competitiveness for at least another decade. Tonight marks another milestone for Lee. During the regular season, the Knicks have held a significant advantage. The Celtics maintained their previous starting lineup, with the backcourt duo of Kenny Anderson and Paul Pierce, and the frontcourt trio of Eric Williams, Antoine Walker, and Tony Batty. Partner Mike Fratello declined TNT's invitation to commentate, opting instead to cover this series. as he believed the Celtics possessed a strong potential to emerge as dark horses. The structural composition of both teams is remarkably similar, with both amassing a plethora of wing players, but the Celtics boast superior shooting capabilities. After the previous round's trials, Coach Jim O'Brien seemed to have discovered the key to victory. Perhaps this year, the Celtics would emerge as the Knicks' fiercest competitors in the East. Thank you for the continued support, dear readers. The chapter concludes. Chapter 257. As you know, Lee is mine, Part 3. Having reached the Eastern Conference semifinals for the first time, the Celtics fully grasped why Madison Square Garden is regarded as the least welcoming venue for visitors. This season, the average ticket price for the Knicks has gradually risen beyond 90. The disparity in the basketball market is vast, despite the Pistons' commendable performance this year. Some ticket prices have plummeted below 30. With 4 consecutive championships under their belt, the Knicks' flashy style of play and star-studded roster naturally attract fans, often resulting in tickets being in high demand. Attending a game at Madison Square Garden is undoubtedly expensive, with steep costs for parking, snacks, beer, soda, and team merchandise. Thus, when an ordinary family ventures to Madison Square Garden to watch a game, after expending a significant sum of money, they often invest themselves wholeheartedly to justify the cost of their tickets. As the match commenced, Antoine Walker transformed into a sharpshooter, continuously missing shots, causing Madison Square Garden to erupt with excitement. With Cato Thomas's defensive strategy focused on allowing outside shots, testing the opponent's shooting touch, Antoine Walker did not hesitate, fulfilling his pregame promise to shoot. At the 6:11 mark of the first quarter, the once-celebrated All-Star guard Kenny Anderson, under the defensive pressure of Liu, reluctantly maneuvered the ball past half-court. Struggling with offensive execution from the start, Artest relentlessly hounded Pierce. When they reached the top of the arc, Anderson intended to pass, but Artest's sudden aggressive steal turned the pass into a fumble. Observing the failed execution of the play, Walker quickly repositioned from the left baseline and called for the ball. In nearly the same spot, having missed 4 consecutive shots, Anderson, out of options, passed the ball again and sprinted towards the right wing, accompanied by Liu. Upon receiving the ball, seeing Cato Thomas lower his center of gravity with no intention of contesting, Walker made a swift jab step with his right foot. Noticing the defender retreating, he launched his shot with force. Bang! Meanwhile, the towering Tony Batty was still engaged in a battle for position with Gasol, anticipating a rebound. The basketball ricocheted off the front of the rim and flew towards the right side. Liu, seizing the opportunity, swiftly collected the ball before Eric Williams, prompting another wave of cheers from the crowd as several Knicks players rushed towards the opponent's half. Coach Jim O'Brien shouted incessantly, urging his players to fall back. Finding this offensive choice exasperating, a missed shot meant a counterattack for the opposition. Accelerating along the left sideline, Liu noted that the opponents were swiftly retreating to their half. As the defensive matchups were established, he decelerated and stationed himself on the left wing. Kenny Anderson, cautious not to apply excessive pressure, recognized that their frequent encounters during the regular season, hampered by injuries, had diminished his lateral speed. A close guard could easily be bypassed. On the right wing, Pierce was also observing the Knicks' positioning, noticing Artest had moved to the left corner and promptly shifted towards the arc, abandoning his assignment on Grant Hill to prepare for a double team. Sensing the opponent's movement, Grant Hill suddenly cut towards the free throw line. Pierce halted, hesitating to abandon the double team. Kenny Anderson, aware of the shifting dynamics behind him, felt a pang of despair as he saw Liu suddenly accelerate while holding the ball in his right hand. Quickly sliding to the left, Anderson attempted to block the driving lane, but as he shifted his feet, Liu lowered his center of gravity and executed a smooth crossover. With his left hand scooping the ball and his shoulder dipping, Liu disregarded Anderson, who was adjusting his balance again, gaining a half-step advantage. After crossing the three-point line, he abruptly pushed off, retreating significantly. Returning to the left wing, Liu drifted slightly left and swiftly executed a jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish! The three-pointer found nothing but net. As the basketball swished through the net, the New York fans erupted in jubilation. In the front row, Spike Lee pointed excitedly at the spot where the ball had just gone in, waving his orange handkerchief and loudly reminding Antoine Walker, hey, that's how you shoot a three-pointer." In a delightful twist of fate, while Walker missed 3 consecutive shots from the same position, Liu effortlessly sank 3 three-pointers, igniting an explosive atmosphere among the crowd. Lee raised his left hand, displaying 3 fingers, and the fans followed suit, playfully shouting at Walker, "One more, buddy," with Lee's three-pointer. The lead grew to a double-digit margin, despite having executed some commendable drives to the basket earlier. The Celtics found themselves scoreless for nearly 3 minutes as their key players struggled with errant three-point attempts. Coach Jim O'Brien refrained from calling a timeout, instead vocally urging his team to direct the ball towards the basket. During this offensive play, Kenny Anderson disregarded Walker's call for the ball and passed it to the towering Tony Batty, immediately signaling Eric Williams to run the play. Positioned at the right elbow of the free throw line, Batty received the ball just as Williams made a backdoor cut, promptly delivering a pass. As Gasol pivoted to make a passing motion, he collapsed towards the basket, while Grant Hill, unable to secure a steal, continued to provide physical resistance. Upon reaching the lower right side of the basket, Williams opted against passing, instead powering through with a jump step for a strong layup. The basketball struck the backboard without touching the rim, allowing the retreating Cortez Thomas to easily secure the rebound. The Celtics, feeling a sense of frustration as their primary scorers faltered, faced a game that was veering away from their expectations. With a double-digit lead, Liu ceased his frantic running after receiving the ball, instead passing it as he crossed half-court and then cutting towards the right corner. Grant Hill, receiving the ball at the top of the arc, signaled a play rather than calling for a screen, instructing the big man to position himself at the elbow. He passed to Gasol, now at the left elbow, as Hill swiftly moved laterally, utilizing Cortez Thomas's pick to cut towards the basket. Finding no favorable opportunity, Hill darted towards the left corner, while Artest mirrored his movements towards the right corner, attempting to set a screen for Lee. Pierce, observing Lee's body shift towards the baseline, instinctively shouted to his teammates, "Mine, mine." Just as he called out, Lee suddenly made a swift cut along the baseline, drawing both Pierce and Anderson in pursuit. Artest, now unguarded at the right corner, received the ball from Gasol and took a moment to aim before launching a jump shot. At that moment, Cortez Thomas was already charging towards the basket, positioning himself to box out Walker for the rebound. Just as he reached the paint, the basketball swished through the net. Wow. After a lackluster previous round, Artest's unexpected three-pointer sent the New York fans into a frenzy of excitement. Defensively, Koto Thomas was taken aback as his teammates suddenly found their rhythm. It appeared that the more physical the contest became, the more Artest discovered his offensive cadence. The Celtics called for a timeout, and coach Jim O'Brien displayed a look of resignation, convincing Antoine Walker to refrain from shooting any further. Such a scenario was utterly implausible, as the Celtics had surged back in the previous game precisely due to the duo's relentless attempts. Following the timeout, the Celtics made early substitutions, with Tony Delk replacing Kenny Anderson and Rodney Rogers taking the place of Eric Williams. They maintained a lineup of 1 guard and 3 forwards, adjusting their tactics to staunchly double-team Liu. Since the regular season commenced, Liu had been frequently besieged by the Celtics forward core. As the playoffs began, the opponent adjusted their defensive strategy without needing explicit instruction, and the Knicks began to engage in more off-ball cuts. As the offensive possession shifted to Paul Pierce, he faced Artest's defense, but managed to execute a quick stop-and-pop jumper from the right elbow, sinking the shot. The Knicks, on the other hand, adopted a V formation. Employing the same tactical approach, Liu cut from left to right along the baseline, received a pass from Gasol, surged to the basket, and with a deft step, fended off his defender to score effortlessly. Antoine Walker attempted a hesitant step-back jumper from the left elbow, but missed the mark. Upon returning to defense, the Celtics faltered in their defensive assignments. In transition, Grant Hill, after a quick stop on the right wing, accelerated into the lane, before even nearing the three-point line. Liu delivered a pass under the basket. Hill caught the ball and executed a reverse layup successfully. Noticing that Rodney Rogers was struggling to keep pace with the game, coach Jim O'Brien grew increasingly anxious, vocally urging his players from the sidelines. Fortunately, in the final minutes, Pierce and the consistently off-target Antoine Walker regained their shooting touch, helping the team score, thereby preventing the deficit from widening further. Walker, with a shooting record of 3 for 10, had indeed been afforded numerous opportunities. Yet his 0 for 4 from beyond the arc resulted in missed chances that the Knicks capitalized on. Mike Fratello, who had previously criticized the Celtics, found himself in a somewhat awkward position. More of the forwards failed to contain Liu, leading to numerous instances of confusion during off-ball defense, resulting in erratic movement. Aside from a few passing errors, The Knicks delivered a nearly flawless performance in the first quarter. Lee adeptly handled the smaller guards, rendering them incapable of containing him in one-on-one scenarios. Fratello turned to praise the Knicks' display, quickly shifting his stance after just one quarter. Marv Albert felt a sense of satisfaction, never believing that Eastern teams would pose significant challenges for the Knicks. This was the tempo the Knicks thrived on, leveraging individual prowess to initiate fast breaks. And it seemed the Celtics were ill-prepared for such an approach. At the conclusion of the first quarter, Liu boasted a shooting record of 5 for 7, including 3 for 4 from beyond the arc, accumulating 13 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. On the Knicks bench, Coach Thibodeau's emotions were mixed after nearly a week of preparation. The opponent had opted for a straightforward defensive strategy. Excellent. Maintain this form, control the turnovers, and don't relax even with the lead. Thibodeau, clutching his tactical board, offered a reminder to his players, while the diminutive knight, poised to enter the game, nodded with confidence. In this one-sided affair, he remained unfazed. The Knicks' rotation had an average shooting capability. Their backcourt, featuring the undersized Braven Knight, excelled in minimizing turnovers. His partner, Trenton Hassel, functioned primarily as a defensive specialist, while the towering Wright showcased his ability to finish underneath the basket, occasionally engaging in low-post isolation plays. Together with the leading duo of Grant Hill and Court Thomas, this lineup possessed a modest scoring potential, managing to hold their ground for a solid 3 minutes. Although Stephen Jackson, a member of the energetic squad, could not take the court, he donned his practice gear for every game, enthusiastically waving a towel and cheering along. As for Luke Randle, having fallen out of the rotation in the playoffs, his main contributions consisted of handing out towels and water bottles, raising his hands in celebration after each basket to uplift the atmosphere. The Celtics were well aware that the Knicks would adopt a twin tower formation in the latter half of the second quarter, intensifying Liu's offensive aggression. Consequently, upon the game's resumption, they not only maintained their offensive tempo, but also continued to shoot with fervor, striving to accumulate points. Kenyon Anderson, encountering the shorter Knight, finally regained some vigor. However, facing the Knicks' zone defense, Rodney Rogers failed to capitalize on open opportunities. 3 minutes into the second quarter, the deficit not only failed to diminish, but instead grew to a daunting 17 points. With 7 minutes and 42 seconds left in the half, Grant Hill approached the free throw line, and a profound silence enveloped the Celtics bench. The inflated confidence stemming from their comeback against the Magic had vanished in the battle of forwards. The Knicks clearly held the advantage. Liu, draped in a towel, noticed that Coach Thibodeau had no intention of making substitutions, so he opted for a tactical recline, leisurely observing the unfolding drama from his seat. Pierce struggled with his shots, while Stephen Jackson and Artest vocally expressed their frustrations from the sidelines. Artest, feeling discontented with the recently promoted all-star forward, voiced his objections. Behind Liu, fans fervently chanted his name, turning to wave at a young child. He ignited a chorus of excited screams. Nearby, Gasol watched with a hint of envy. Despite receiving significant boos when playing away, Liu's popularity soared in New York. The Celtics called for a timeout, with Pierce wearing a disheartened expression as he trudged toward the bench in silence. Liu rose to celebrate with his teammates, noticing the beaming smile on Grant Hill's face. Unable to contain his teasing, he remarked, "After tonight's game, I shall lose 2 brothers." Grant Hill, grasping the implication, approached for a fist bump and chuckled, "Regardless, in Boston, they will continue to boo you. Winning by 20 points or 10 makes no difference." Thank you to the readers for your subscription and support. This chapter concludes. Chapter 258, The Limitations of Strength on May 8, 2002. The NBA announced the all-rookie team for the 2001-2002 season. The first team comprised 5 players: Tony Parker, Jason Richardson, Shawn Marion, Andrei Kirilenko, and Pau Gasol. The second team included 6 players: Jamal Tinsley, Richard Jefferson, Joe Johnson, Eddie Griffin, Vladimir Radmanovic, and Selçuk Kralbash. The announcement of the all-rookie team triggered a chain reaction. Michael Jordan ruined Kwame Brown. Naturally, the omission of high school prodigies Tyson Chandler and Eddie Curry also incited criticism from analysts. Both the Chicago Bulls and the Atlanta Hawks were struggling teams, and under such circumstances, the lackluster performances of the rookies were inexcusable. Before entering the league, Eddie Curry made bold claims, but as the team's performance faltered, this young shark also faded into obscurity. The exclusion of several high draft picks from the all-rookie team served as a cautionary tale for this year's newcomers at the draft. Not every team is conducive to a rookie's growth. To secure more playing time and better statistics, the external environment is of paramount importance. The year 2002 was not a strong draft year, yet many analysts began to take note of the towering players emerging from the East. Players exceeding 220 meters had appeared in the league before, such as the Knicks' former rival, Rick Smits, who left a lasting impression on New York fans. However, with the rise of Yao Ming in recent years, the prospect of a big man winning a championship has come under serious scrutiny. More critically, the performance of big men in defending pick-and-roll plays has been lacking, prompting many teams to abandon traditional building strategies. Fans may wonder how the big men from the East will perform, while championship-contending teams tend to place their hopes on perimeter players. Following the era of an iconic scorer like Michael Jordan, dual-guard players have become a favorite among analysts. On the morning of the 8th, the Knicks set off for Boston, as Game 3 of the Eastern Conference semifinals was set to commence the following evening at 7 p.m. In their two home games at Madison Square Garden, the Celtics suffered significant defeats. In Game 1, they lost by 22 points, with a score of 83-105, and in Game 2, they fell again, this time by 15 points, with a score of 88-103. One game was marked by erratic shooting, while the other attempted to slow the pace, dragging the Knicks into a half-court battle. The Celtics' forward lineup failed to make a significant impact, particularly in Game 2, where they managed only 34 points in the second half during a tied first half. Antoine Walker and Paul Pierce struggled with their shooting, and with their primary scorers unable to bear the offensive burden, the Celtics collapsed early. The two teams were closely matched. Upon arriving in Boston, the Knicks checked into their hotel, and Coach Thibodeau, now devoid of tension, calmly addressed the media. The Celtics are a great team. The championship banners hanging in the arena serve as the best testament to that. Regarding the match tomorrow evening, we shall not exhibit the slightest relaxation. In the first round, they managed to rally from a 2-game deficit to claim 3 consecutive victories. Such a scenario will not unfold for the Knicks. The reporter from the Boston Globe was not pleased with this response. Merely after 2 games, they recognized the team's most significant issue: the stars are underperforming. Meanwhile, a journalist from Boston Business Magazine seized the opportunity to interview Liu during the Knicks check-in, but their conversation did not revolve around the impending match. Lee, it is rumored that you have acquired numerous shares in British football clubs on the secondary market. Do you intend to hold these shares long-term? Pushing a small suitcase, Liu was taken aback that Boston Business Magazine had caught wind of this. However, he deftly navigated the question. Indeed, it is a straightforward investment. I have a passion for sports, be it basketball or football. I enjoy both immensely. As for those shares, I believe they will yield some returns in the future. The acquisition of shares on the secondary market can be somewhat perplexing. Considering Manchester United's current trajectory, this investment seems to be quite safe. Dressed in a black printed t-shirt, Liu responded casually, and the journalist did not delve further into the matter. Acquiring a football club in the UK is certainly no simple endeavor. It involves not only market dynamics, but also government considerations. The journalists did not contemplate the acquisition aspect, as most football clubs in the UK are operating at a loss, with many owners engaging in the sport as a personal indulgence. Upon arriving in Boston, the Knicks exuded confidence, with 2 significant victories indicating that their opponents were no different from those in the regular season. Even a formidable front line would be of no use if they cannot score. That evening, only one game took place, where the Nets narrowly defeated the Pistons. The landscape of the Eastern Conference has become clearer. Kidd, newly arrived in the Eastern Conference, seems poised to reach the Eastern Conference Finals. In TNT's post-game commentary, despite the Nets' victory, none of the trio held high hopes for the team. Kidd's performance, 5 of 18 shooting for 11 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, left many scratching their heads, perpetuating the illusion that the team's leader must rely on role players to deliver. Kenny Smith, as always, refrained from disparaging the players, instead praising Kidd's defensive efforts. On defense, Kidd limited Atkins to 2 of 10 shooting. His exceptional defense is the cornerstone of the Nets' triumph. Perhaps they might even reach the finals. Charles Barkley perused the statistics and candidly remarked, "Let us be real. While Kidd may restrict the Pistons' backcourt from scoring, he will find no advantage against the Knicks. Furthermore, he will pay the price for his shooting capabilities. Lee might not even need to exert much effort. This fellow might just miss the shot on his own." regardless of others' acknowledgments. The Knicks exhibit formidable dominance against both the Celtics and the Nets. With a record of 61 wins, Lee is on course to enter the finals once again, marking 5 consecutive seasons of such achievement. Though everyone harbored similar thoughts, they could not express them openly. Johnson cast a resigned glance at the loquacious individual beside him and continued the discussion. Should the Knicks secure a decisive victory tomorrow night, the suspense surrounding the series would indeed dissipate. How should the Celtics adjust? They have suffered substantial defeats in both matches. Before Kenny Smith could articulate his perspective, Charles Barkley swiftly interjected, stating earnestly, "Unless Antoine Walker can convert those poor shots, the Celtics will have no chance." Unfazed by the glances from his two companions, Barkley continued with fervor, "I stand by my previous assertion. Perhaps the Celtics' foundational strategy is sound, yet they lack a true star player. The disparity in skill among all-stars is evident. To evolve into a championship-contending team, they require a genuine core." Upon hearing this, Kenny Smith instinctively rubbed his brow. Aware that the broadcast would likely attract complaints, given the extensive fan base of the Celtics. On the evening of May 9th, at the Fleet Center, over 18,000 Celtics fans entered the arena early. Even before the clock struck 7, the atmosphere became exceptionally raucous. After years of silence, the thrill of returning to the Eastern Conference semifinals invigorated the fans. Following 2 matches, Pierce's earlier buoyancy had completely evaporated. Not long ago, he had derided Tracy McGrady as an inefficient scorer, only to find himself on the receiving end of a similar critique. During interviews, he refrained from mentioning his close friend Lee, finally grasping the sentiments of a once prominent star. Antoine Walker had relentlessly launched three-point attempts over the past 2 games. Should he succeed, he would be hailed as a hero, yet missed shots would inevitably cast him as the scapegoat. The commendation from their victory against the Magic had vanished, and the label of an inefficient shooter had returned to haunt him. The 2 core players shied away from extensive interviews, while head coach Jim O'Brien, upon returning home, no longer indulged the players. In a pre-game interview, he unequivocally stated, "We will focus on driving the ball to the basket more, and we will enforce double teams with greater rigor." Frustrated with the errant shooting from his key players, the Celtics coaching staff had already cautioned Antoine Walker. No one wished to gamble on his shooting touch. Celtics fans felt the same, preferring to witness their team miss mid-range shots rather than endure three-point attempts that could lead to swift counterattacks from the opponents. As the game approached, jeers erupted from the crowd while Lee warmed up. Grant Hill had grown accustomed to such hostile receptions. During his warm-up, he chuckled softly, "Perhaps it will be only upon your retirement that these fans will cheer for you. It seems most Eastern Conference fans do not favor you." The team had seldom performed admirably, yet now faced the prospect of an early exit from the playoffs. Lee understood the sentiments of these loyal fans. As long as sufficient victories were secured, even as adversaries, they would still garner admiration from the Knicks supporters. Upon hearing Lee use words, ageist dissent was palpable. The primary cause of this discontent lay with the New York fans, who had directed far more jeers at their team this season than in the previous 2. The Knicks maintained a tranquil demeanor as they completed their warm-up, while on the other side, the Celtics coach was fervently engaging his players in discussion. In this decisive battle, not only had the rotation been shortened, but defensive strategies had also been adjusted. Head coach Jim O'Brien appeared somewhat anxious, ultimately taking the time to loudly remind the team's core players, "Drive the ball inside. We must score close to the basket." Antoine Walker felt a tinge of impatience, yet he was reluctant to squander opportunities in front of the home crowd with errant shots. As both teams congregated at center court, the noise within the arena crescendoed. With Gasol advancing the ball past half court, the defensive chants erupted. Defense. In the initial offensive sequence, as Liu crossed half court, Pierce swiftly approached to assist Kenny Anderson in a double team. Positioned a fair distance from the three-point line, the double team was initiated, yet Liu remained unfazed, promptly passing the ball to the awaiting Grant Hill. As Pierce retreated, Eric Williams abandoned his position at the right corner to facilitate a defensive rotation. The Knicks were just settling into their positions, with their big man still lingering near the baseline. When Adist received the ball, he found himself unguarded, momentarily hesitating before opting for a jump shot. Bang! The open shot clanged off the rim, and the rebound was secured by Tony Batty, eliciting a roar of excitement from the crowd. However, the Celtics fans celebrated prematurely. During the ensuing offensive possession, Kenny Anderson, pressured by Liu's defense, struggled to find his rhythm. Meanwhile, a frustrated Adist relentlessly pursued Pierce. Upon reaching the right wing, Anderson failed to deliver a timely pass, instead pausing at the top of the arc. Eric Williams, intending to post up in the left elbow area, faced Grant Hill's relentless movement, which obstructed his passing lane. With the shot clock ticking down past 15 seconds, the Celtics reverted to their familiar tactics. As Antoine Walker positioned himself at the arc to receive the ball, the anticipated strategy faltered once more. Anderson maneuvered left, while vocally urging his teammates to create space for offense. After receiving the pass, Court Thomas lowered his center of gravity, preparing to test the opponent's shooting touch. Following a series of probing steps, Antoine Walker cradled the ball in his right hand, suddenly dropping his center of gravity before swiftly executing an in-and-out move, accelerating towards the basket. Choosing not to shoot, he instead carved out half a step of space and drove to the hoop. Court Thomas, despite his quick footwork, found himself at a disadvantage as Walker broke through to the right side of the basket, leaning back against the impending block and lofting the ball towards the backboard. Thud. This effort marked the Celtics' opening score, prompting Antoine Walker to celebrate with a triumphant fist pump. By creating space for their star players to operate, the Celtics seemed to be regaining their momentum, refraining from reckless three-point attempts. Sensing the shift in defensive strategy from their opponents, Liu proactively accelerated the pace of their offense, recalling that such double teams had also manifested during the regular season. After crossing half court, the ball was swiftly passed to Gasol at the top of the arc. Liu, making a movement without the ball, glided to the right before accelerating back, receiving a handoff just as the towering Tony Batty hesitated to close in. Kenny Anderson, trailing closely behind, attempted to defend, but before they could double-team, Liu adeptly dished the ball to the descending Gasol. Approaching the free-throw line to receive the pass, Antoine Walker in the paint also rotated quickly, but Gasol, with his height and reach, lifted the ball effortlessly and sent it soaring towards the upper right of the basket. Court Thomas leaped into the air, catching the ball mid-flight and emphatically slamming it through the hoop. The fluid collaboration effortlessly dismantled the Celtics' defense, prompting the fans to respond with a chorus of boos before rallying once more in support of their home team. Noticing his players had once again neglected their defensive principles, Coach Jim O'Brien vocally reminded them from the sidelines. In the midst of the offensive push, Paul Pierce, unfazed by the coach's shouts, received the ball in the right elbow area with his back to the basket, only to be closely guarded by Artest. Upon gaining possession, he struggled to make a play. Reluctantly, after several probing steps, he released the ball with his left hand, then quickly retreated for a mid-range jumper that clanked off the rim. As Gasol secured the rebound and tossed the ball to Liu near the right sideline, Kenny Anderson immediately committed a tactical foul to disrupt the Knicks' fast break. As the game progressed, Mike Fratello in the NBC commentary booth observed both teams struggling with their shooting and couldn't help but commend the Celtics' strategy. Coach O'Brien had effectively curtailed the opponent's fast breaks, yet they now needed to convert their chances into points. The Knicks squandered several opportunities, their shooting touch seemingly eluding them. With 6 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Pierce made both free throws, bringing the score to 88. With a significant portion of the quarter elapsed, the Celtics' aggressive double-teaming had proven remarkably effective. Liu remained unhurried upon receiving the ball. Such a stalemate could not persist indefinitely. He merely needed to patiently manipulate the opponent's defense, allowing the intensity to wane as time passed. The atmosphere among the fans grew increasingly fervent, despite the low scoring. It seemed the game had promise, with cheers rising in volume. They executed a similar tactic again, this time with Court Thomas completing a handoff on the right wing. Kenny Anderson was momentarily delayed in his pursuit, and as Antoine Walker switched onto Liu, he hesitated slightly at the sight of Li's right-handed dribble. With a dramatic in-and-out move, Li suddenly accelerated, instinctively sliding left. The two engaged in a physical contest, but Li was largely unfazed. Sensing the opponent's intent to reach in for a steal, in a swift motion, he spun around, and before Walker could adjust his footing for defense, Li had already penetrated the paint, switching to his left hand to execute a delicate layup. Swish! The two-pointer sailed cleanly through the net. The expression on Walker's face soured. It was evident that Li intended to wear him down. Muttering a curse, Walker signaled to his teammates that it was time to tighten their defensive stance. As the next round commenced, with the Celtics' offense nearing the 24-second mark, Tony Batty attempted a jump shot directly in front of the basket, only to miss. Securing the rebound, Gasol promptly passed the ball to Grant Hill, who was positioned near the left sideline. Without opting for a foul, Hill accelerated with the ball, gaining momentum. Executing a significant change of direction, he scooped the ball with his right hand. Upon reaching the arc, Hill seamlessly passed to the advancing Liu, who received the ball just as Kenny Anderson instinctively lunged upward. In response, Liu lowered his center of gravity, maintaining his balance, and decisively drove past his defender. After the ball handler swatted away the opponent's arm, Liu utilized the momentum to slip past the defense, heading straight for the basket. As Pierce instinctively leaped to block, Liu, positioned on the right lower side of the basket, grasped the ball with one hand, drawing it in midair while curling his body. He then glided to the left lower side of the basket and executed a finesse layup. The Knicks suddenly widened the gap to 128, prompting Coach O'Brien to call for a timeout. Observing that the Celtics seemed to be gasping for breath, commentator Marv Albert chuckled, remarking on the apparent decline in defensive intensity. As the Knicks reignited their counterattack, showcasing Liu's remarkable ability to seize opportunities, Mike Fratello felt that the Celtics were continuously squandering chances. And thoughts of their star players lacking substance crossed his mind. They must swiftly put the ball through the hoop, whether through free throws or finishing at the rim. Someone must step up to take responsibility. During the first possession post-timeout, Pierce faced difficulty receiving the ball. In desperation, Kenny Anderson moved away from the three-point line to signal a tactical play. Sensing the opponent's intention to execute a crosscut to create a scoring opportunity for Pierce, Liu proactively stepped back, easing his defensive pressure. As Pierce attempted to pivot for the reception, Anderson's overt lateral pass was intercepted by Liu, who swiftly executed a steal. In that moment of loss, Anderson lunged forward, only to be knocked aside by Liu, who surged ahead unimpeded, resulting in a thunderous two-handed dunk in the paint. The Knicks bench erupted in jubilation. On the defensive transition, Liu animatedly clapped his hands, urging for heightened defense. The Celtics fans, exhausted from cheering, watched as Eric Williams received the ball with his back to the basket, only to be stripped by Grant Hill as he turned towards the baseline. After regaining possession, Hill, holding the ball in his right hand, charged forward with increasing speed, effortlessly crossing half-court and maintaining his momentum as he approached the right wing, penetrating straight to the basket. Pierce, attempting to execute a tactical foul, charged down the middle but was caught off guard by Hill's deft maneuvering. In mid-flight, Hill executed a grand looping move, then soared, delivering a one-handed slam dunk. The arena fell into silence, leaving the Celtics bench in a state of bewilderment. Despite Pierce's subsequent drive to the basket, scoring an additional 2 points, Gasol, receiving a pass from Liu, executed a flawless jump shot from the free throw line. With the score in their favor, the Knicks suddenly regained their shooting touch, and Gasol, celebrating with a triumphant fist pump, found himself with ample opportunities that evening. Antoine Walker could not resist launching a three-pointer from the left wing, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Liu seized the rebound and charged forward, while Kenny Anderson abandoned his defensive position. Once again, Pierce was tenacious in his retreat, as Liu navigated from the right wing to the paint. He delivered a behind-the-back pass to Artest, who caught the ball and soared for a thunderous dunk. Observing that both Walker and Eric Williams had barely crossed midcourt, Pierce could only seethe in frustration, slamming the ball in discontent. This was not the defensive effort he had envisioned. By 2010, the double-digit deficit nearly transformed the Fleet Center into a library. All pregame fantasies were ruthlessly shattered by the harsh reality. With just 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the towering Tony Batty stumbled while dribbling after swiftly turning in the low post on the left side of the basket, allowing Gasol to easily snatch the ball away. This scene prompted Coach O'Brien on the sidelines to shake his head in dismay. The sudden blunder exacerbated the Celtics' collapse. The resilient Knicks launched a fast break. With Liu stationed on the right wing, Grant Hill, receiving the ball in the center, penetrated the paint and executed a behind-the-back pass, leading to a swift follow-up dunk by Gasol. Cheers erupted as Gasol let out a jubilant roar, celebrating amidst a chorus of boos from the crowd. Fortunately, Walker then made a strong drive to the rim, successfully executing a right-handed layup from the lower right side, while also drawing a foul from Korta Thomas. Despite showcasing a remarkable play, Walker approached the free throw line with a stern expression. Liu, positioned beyond the arc, clapped his hands to signal that this was commendable defense, as both interior players had effectively managed their fouls throughout the night. Following the successful free throw, both teams entered a new phase of missed shots. The score stood at 26-17 as the first quarter concluded, leaving Celtics fans in silence. In contrast to the high-scoring shootouts witnessed against the Mavericks and Kings, this game unfolded at a much slower pace. The Knicks exhibited a hint of a struggle, reminiscent of a Smith at work. As the second quarter commenced, the Celtics made minimal substitutions. The Knicks maintained their defensive strategy, persistently testing Walker's shooting abilities. Though he had the easiest opportunities to receive the ball, Walker refrained from reckless jump shots at home, instead opting to relentlessly attack the rim. Following a series of missed shots, the newly entered big man Knight made a timely defensive play, rejecting Pierce's layup. After completing the block, Knight landed and let out a roar, prompting the Knicks to initiate another fast break. Lou, newly on the court, accelerated along the right sideline, while Tony Delk chose to forego physical confrontation, instead gliding alongside Lou to maintain close proximity. Without the slightest indication of slowing down, Liu surveyed the defense as he approached the three-point line. Suddenly, he halted, executing a swift crossover step before retracting. At the moment Liu switched to his left hand, the defending Tony Delk failed to adjust his defensive stance in time, slipping and completely losing his position. With the defense thoroughly shaken off, Liu immediately gathered the ball and launched a quick jump shot from the right flank. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The score now stood at 33-21, the gap returning to double digits, and the murmurs in the arena began to fade. Frustration mounted in Pierce as he retreated, prompting him to push against the tenacious defense of Artest. The clanging shot from Artest added to his vexation, and before the referee could respond, he collided with Pierce. "Damn it, you thieving all-star. Shut your foul mouth." Even as the referee intervened, the two did not forget to exchange heated remarks, escalating the intensity of the series. Artest disregarded the offensive play, taking shots whenever he found space, relentlessly pressing towards the basket and clinging to his opponent defensively. Pierce, as the offensive linchpin, found himself increasingly exasperated by such relentless defense. With both players of similar stature, their frequent physical clashes led to missed shots. While the opponent faltered, Liu remained composed, orchestrating the team's movements and directing his teammates vocally whenever faced with double coverage. As the latter half of the second quarter unfolded, the game had transformed into a training session for the Knicks, focused on breaking double teams. With just 1 minute and 0.1 seconds remaining in the half, Liu signaled a tactical play before even crossing half-court. Cortez Thomas swiftly moved to the left flank, receiving the pass while Antoine Walker continuously attempted to disrupt the play. After completing his pass, Liu accelerated towards the left corner, at which point Grant Hill noticed that Cortez Thomas had sent the ball to Gasol at the top of the arc, prompting his rapid repositioning. Eric Williams initially believed Hill was cutting towards the basket, only to realize it was merely a screen without the ball. Kenny Anderson sensed something amiss but was unable to warn his teammate in time. In the next moment, Liu burst outward, with Cortez Thomas' screen successfully delaying Eric Williams. Moving toward the top of the arc, Gasol promptly delivered the pass to Liu who, upon receiving it near the left sideline, made no adjustments and released the shot immediately. Swish! Another three-pointer found its home. The exquisite coordination was nothing short of spectacular. The Celtics' defense had utterly collapsed. Perhaps this was the reason behind Liu's increasing efficiency this season. He consistently found opportunities for open shots throughout the game. The commentator, Albert, was swept away by excitement, marveling at the clarity of the tactical execution that was truly a sight to behold, unable to contain his praise. On the sidelines, Coach Thibodeau instinctively opened his mouth, uncertain of what to shout, as such an impromptu offensive scheme was rarely observed even in training. Mike Fratello, watching the towering Tony Batty draw a foul while attacking the basket, couldn't he help but shake his head. The Celtics were still relying on raw talent, and the disparity between the two teams was glaringly vast. The tactical maneuvers of the Knicks do not guarantee success in every possession. Occasionally, it is marked by Gasol's errant passes, and at other times, the screens are insufficient, failing to create opportunities. Once the offensive clock surpasses 18 seconds, Liu must assume responsibility anew. This offensive strategy has undeniably slowed the pace of tonight's game, leaving the Celtics utterly exasperated by the second quarter. Following Antoine Walker's futile long-range three-pointer, the Fleet Center fell into a profound silence. The score stood at 52-36, leaving Celtics fans bewildered. As Liu walked toward the player tunnel, he slightly shook his head, having committed 8 turnovers in the first half. Such performance did not meet his expectations. The opponents had also made 7 mistakes, yet I felt everyone performed commendably. Grant Hill, however, paid no mind to these missteps and instead offered words of comfort with a pat on Liu's shoulder. Liu exchanged a simple high five with his teammates and then turned to softly respond. The opponents are playoff novices. We must aspire to greater heights. Nevertheless, scoring 52 points under subpar shooting conditions is indeed respectable. If turnovers exceed 15 in a single game, Liu feels somewhat disheartened. Artist, meanwhile, had already retreated to the locker room early, opting to avoid the spotlight after a series of missed attempts. As the second half commenced, the Celtics failed to mount a comeback and instead further faltered offensively. Paul Pierce, completely frustrated, found himself entangled with the aggressive Artist, who had assumed a boxing-like stance. Upon receiving the ball with his back to the basket, Pierce was met with relentless defensive pressure as Artist pursued him closely even beyond the three-point arc. With 4 minutes and 52 seconds remaining in the third quarter, as Pierce caught a rebound on the left wing, Artist forcefully attempted to swipe the ball. Fortunately, the referee's whistle sounded promptly after the ball was dislodged, inciting Artist's ire as he sought to contest the call. Liu hastily restrained the heated player. At this moment, Coach Thibodeau finally made his presence felt, vocally expressing his grievances to the referee. This was clearly a spectacular steal. You cannot favor the opposing team simply because they are unable to score. He was immediately assessed a technical foul. Upon witnessing their coach penalized, Artist composed himself, placing his hands on his hips and taunting Pierce. Hey, All-Star, how many points do you have? 0 for 4, still scoreless. Pierce, disheartened, paused at the free throw line, feeling that scoring through free throws was utterly embarrassing. The two engaged in another exchange of barbs, while the Fleet Center had transformed into a library. Everyone understood the likelihood of their impending sweep. The score stood at 62-39, and after Kenyon Anderson converted a free throw, the deficit extended to 23 points. After double-teaming Liu, the Knicks displayed remarkable patience, extinguishing the Celtics' counterattacks through solid defense. The relentless pressure on the ball handler left Celtics fans numb. For much of the quarter, many were eager for the painful game to conclude. Fortunately, as the defensive intensity waned, the Celtics finally managed to reach double digits. With a quarter score of 20-11, the third quarter concluded at 72-47, rendering the outcome devoid of suspense. Returning to the bench, gasping for breath, Pierce first kicked a beverage away, then hurled his towel to the floor, furiously pounded the chair twice, cradled his head in his hands, and muttered incessantly, "Damn this game. What a disaster." Following tonight's match, Artist was firmly placed on his blacklist, and Liu was no longer regarded as a good brother. Scoring merely 11 points in a single quarter, he would endure ridicule from basketball commentators throughout the entire offseason. Failing to move Liu in a post-up play, his final offensive attempt resulted in a turnover, contributing to an embarrassing moment. Antoine Walker, upon returning to his seat, appeared dazed. This was a home game, and already, the jeers from the crowd had begun. On the Celtics bench, the atmosphere was tense, with the support team hesitant to speak, while Coach O'Brien continued to scribble on the tactical board. In the final quarter, both teams saw a decrease in defensive intensity, yet shooting percentages remained dismal, leaving the Celtics fans who had paid for their tickets feeling thoroughly disappointed. Liu, still not the primary offensive weapon, mostly bore the brunt of the blame in tonight's game. The opposing team, not substituting their key players, had a cautious Coach Thibodeau who also opted against making changes. Securing the series point made Game 4 inconsequential. Gasol had numerous opportunities tonight, yet struggled with his jump shots amidst heavy contact. Fortunately, his finishing ability remained intact, and with his long arms, he was able to convert chances into points. After the Knicks executed the same play 3 times consecutively, Grant Hill's dexterous layups prompted Coach O'Brien to cross his arms in resignation and call for a timeout. In the commentary booth, Mike Fratello reflected on his predictions for this series with a somewhat awkward expression. Despite the Knicks' offensive efficiency declining tonight, they still managed to secure the victory thanks to their defense. Lee had firmly controlled the pace of the game, and this season, he had a significant opportunity to reach the finals once more, having played 40 minutes, achieving 11 of 23 shooting, 3 of 7 from beyond the arc, 6 of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 31 points, 6 rebounds, 12 assists, 4 steals, and 3 turnovers. The extensive double-teaming had proven effective, as Liu's shooting percentage dipped below 50 for the first time in this year's playoffs. After reviewing the statistics, analyst Albert felt that Liu performed better tonight than in previous games where he had been lackadaisical, whether with the ball or in motion without it. Li consistently contributed to the team, showing growth this season. In the latter half of the fourth quarter, the commentary team grew increasingly silent, as the Fleet Center became increasingly hushed, with everyone seemingly awaiting the game's conclusion. Ultimately, amidst the sparse boos from the fans, the score settled at 96-70, bringing the series score to 3-0. Having played 42 minutes, with 7 of 23 shooting, 1 of 6 from three-point range, 4 of 5 from the free throw line, he tallied 19 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers. Upon receiving these statistics, Paul Pierce said nothing after the game, wrapping himself in a towel as he walked directly towards the player tunnel. This brotherhood is not worth it. Antoine Walker, with 16 points on 7 of 18 shooting, also wore a grim expression. The notion of star quality was evidently applicable to him. Having lost the decisive match by 26 points, he resolved to avoid the newspapers. From now on, the Knicks are our sworn enemies. Liu exchanged pleasantries with his Celtics teammates. Yet the absence of the two apparent brothers hinted at the likelihood of their departure. As he made his way toward the players' tunnel, the Celtics fans on either side did not miss the opportunity to unleash their jeers once more. Liu merely shrugged and offered a reassuring pat to the struggling artist. Internally lamenting, I had hoped to show some respect to the apparent brothers, but their lack of prowess simply does not permit it. On the night of the 9th, another high-scoring battle unfolded, culminating in a 125-119 victory for the Kings, bringing their overall record to 21. In this fierce exchange, Nash struggled with his shooting, making only 5 of 19 attempts and 2 of 10 from beyond the arc, finishing with 15 points, 4 rebounds, 15 assists, 3 steals, and 3 turnovers. Despite his lackluster efficiency, he nevertheless showcased the finesse of a top-tier guard. Nowitzki, on the other hand, faltered once again, shooting 6 for 15 and contributing 19 points and 5 rebounds. Chinese sports media lamented the missed opportunity as Wang Zizi played merely 4 minutes, making 3 of 4 attempts and 1 of 1 from three-point range, achieving a remarkable 7 points and 2 rebounds. Had he been afforded around 20 minutes of playing time, perhaps the Mavericks would have secured victory. Chinese fans watching from their screens readily concurred with this perspective, yearning to see Wang Zizi take Nowitzki's place. On the morning of May 10th, the NBA announced the all-defensive teams for the 2001-2002 season. The first team comprised Liu, Jason Kidd, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, and Ben Wallace, while the second team included Gary Payton, Kobe Bryant, Bruce Bowen, Clifford Robinson, and Dikembe Mutombo. The Pistons boasted 2 players on the all-defensive teams, establishing themselves as the season's biggest award winners. The announcement of this list sparked considerable controversy. Why was the aging Mutombo selected? How could Doug Christie of the Kings be overlooked? Coach Adelman, preparing for a game in Dallas, expressed his dissatisfaction in an interview. Though this list is compiled by coaches, I feel the work was not taken seriously. Some players' defensive efficiency does not even rank within the top 50, which is unfair to Doug. While Coach Adelman lamented that other coaches voted based on impressions, Coach Thibodeau, gearing up for Game 4, also voiced support for Artest. Ron's defensive performance is evident to all. I firmly believe he deserves a spot on the first team. Although the Knicks did not excel in limiting opponents' scoring during the regular season, this is a matter of individual honor. The most contentious selections were undoubtedly Payton and Kobe. The former, now in decline due to age, and the latter, whose defensive efficiency statistics were subpar, led commentators to argue that Doug Christie was more deserving of inclusion. Naturally, much of the discontent stemmed from a desire to create a narrative of rivalry. The Spurs appeared to be no match for the Lakers. Despite the teams being tied at 11, the Lakers had gained the upper hand with their road victory. After the video session at the hotel concluded in the morning, and as he prepared for lunch, Liu transformed into Yuan Fong, following the team to Boston. A reporter from the New York Post seized the opportunity to interview him. Lee, congratulations on being selected for the all-defensive first team. Your defensive efficiency ranks 9th in the league this season, while Kidd stands 10th and Ron is 13th. What are your thoughts on Coach Thibodeau's perspective? Liu was momentarily bewildered, yet he still took the opportunity to support his teammate. Ron's defense is indeed exceptional, and he certainly deserves a spot on the all-defensive team this season. I haven't closely monitored the defensive efficiency metrics, but within the Knicks, Ron is undoubtedly our finest perimeter defender. Satisfied with this response, the reporters prepared to confer with Gary Payton and Kobe, both of whom did not make the top 50 in defensive efficiency. Liu intended to engage in further conversation, only to realize that the reporters were happily preparing to depart and write their articles. Don't worry, Lee. We will ensure Ron gets his due recognition. Thank you to the readers for their subscription and support. Rest assured, we will not inflate the word count. Chapter 259. Were we really this week? On May 13, 2002, the NBA announced the All-NBA teams for the 2001 to 2002 season. The first team comprised Liu, Kobe Bryant, Grant Hill, Tim Duncan, and Shaquille O'Neal. The second team included Jason Kidd, Gary Payton, Kevin Garnett, Chris Webber, and Dirk Nowitzki. And the third team featured Allen Iverson, Steve Nash, Tracy McGrady, Dikembe Mutombo, and Ben Wallace. The selection of these teams was independent of the coaches, being determined by sports journalists from the United States and Canada, along with television commentators who cast their votes. Naturally, the announcement of the roster sparked controversy. Chris Webber of the league-leading Kings had only made it to the second team. It was almost infuriating to many that a team with a mere 40 wins, the 76ers, saw players selected for the All-NBA teams. Recently, following the announcement of the All-Defensive team, various sports media vociferously criticized the perception of voting by NBA coaches, only to find themselves contradicted when it came to the All-NBA selections. With every voting process, discontent seemed inevitable. After the conclusion of Game 4 between the Knicks and the Celtics last night, Antoine Walker was on the verge of despair. The Celtics had failed to score over 90 points in consecutive games and were swept 4-0. The reputations of their star players plummeted. And even McGrady faced criticism. How could he lose to a Celtics team like this when leading by 20? McGrady is overrated. Following the loss, Walker's frustration escalated upon learning of his exclusion from the All-NBA team. While still in Boston reflecting on the reasons for their defeat, Walker took to the media to vent his ire. How can players from a team with the worst regular season record be included in the All-NBA selections? It's utterly unjust. We made it to the Eastern Conference semifinals, yet no one from the Celtics is recognized in the All-NBA team. I truly do not understand the criteria for this selection. Paul Pierce was equally incensed by this list, feeling overshadowed by those he regarded as his inferiors. He lamented, "Our record ranks above that of the Magic and the 76ers. And we even triumphed over the Magic in the playoffs. Yet you tell me that no Celtics made the All-NBA team? This is outrageous. I cannot accept such a result. It lacks respect." The Celtic star duo began to unleash their frustrations, though they refrained from naming specific players who they believed were undeserving of selection, hinting at Iverson, McGrady, and Mutombo, those perceived as soft targets. Having reached the Eastern Conference Finals for 6 consecutive seasons, a buoyant Liu welcomed the new recruits to the team, who were basking in the grandeur of a larger stage for the first time, with the Nets also securing a series point. The Eastern Conference Finals were likely to be a showdown between the two, making it convenient for fans to witness the clash live. Ray Allen recently had a candid exchange with his teammates and coach. Feeling discontented during his time in Milwaukee, he grew weary of babysitting the lackadaisical players, and, after voicing his frustrations with the team, decided to head to New York to unwind and watch some basketball. Recently, major media outlets like the New York Post and the New York Times took aim at Kobe Bryant and Gary Payton, criticizing their lackluster defensive performances through detailed Excel analyses. They also suggested that NBA coaches should not solely determine all defensive selections. The media and television commentators should have a say. At least we wouldn't rely on subjective impressions every year. The league ought to heed the media's perspectives. The Sacramento Kings beat reporters rallied behind Coach Adelman, while simultaneously defending Doug Christie. Meanwhile, Los Angeles sports media remained steadfast in their support of local players, expressing a desire for voting rights, but showing skepticism towards Excel-based evaluations. On Monday the 13th, Ray Allen had just arrived in New York, intending to shop with his girlfriend, when he was confronted by sports reporters. When asked about the recent All-NBA selections, Allen candidly expressed, "I am unsure of the specific criteria for selection. If we consider win-loss records, some players should not even be on this list. If we focus solely on individual statistics, some players may indeed have more impressive numbers. Perhaps the selections are more reflective of a player's fame. Those playing in major markets are often overestimated. Are their shooting skills truly exceptional? Have those teams executed brilliant tactical plays? I have not witnessed such so-called tactical synergy. The majority in the league still rely predominantly on talent, and many do not even put in the effort to train. Shannon smiled, pulling her boyfriend closer, fully aware of the nature of New York media. She knew his words would be exaggerated and would inevitably offend many. Dressed in casual attire, Ray Allen noticed his girlfriend's movements, prompting him to pause his conversation. This year's absence from the playoffs had indeed left him quite irked. In any case, I disapprove of the current selection criteria. If those athletes from major markets performed similarly to Lee, I would not voice such discontent. Yet, the reality is they are not exceptional. And yet they receive far more attention. The Eastern Conference Finals are set to take place on May 19th, granting the Knicks nearly a week of respite. Coach Thibodeau is well aware of the recent uproar regarding the All-Star selections, but his primary concern lies with the forthcoming lottery ceremony. On the evening of the 16th at 7 p.m., the lottery will be held at Madison Square Garden, and by this time, Thibodeau has yet to receive any communication or consultation from the management, leading him to realize that his prospects are not promising. While the players enjoy their break, the coaching staff remains diligent. Upon returning to the Tarrytown Training Center, assistant coach Tom Thibodeau overheard some news. After lunch, he could not resist inquiring further. "Tom, has the management consulted you regarding the draft?" Thibodeau immediately shook his head, ceasing to organize the documents in his hands, and with a hint of despondency remarked, "Perhaps I am not part of the team's plans." Jeff's decision is indeed correct. Capability in this position seems inconsequential. James Dolan appears to wish to meddle with the team. The curly-haired owner has historically refrained from directing a championship coach on how to play, nor has he had any pretext to interfere with the general manager's duties. This change in head coach seems to present an opportunity. Thibodeau had a single discussion with management upon his appointment, after which communication ceased, a clear indication of their dissatisfaction. Assistant coach Tom Thibodeau also sighed. Having once been a recipient of the Coach of the Year award, he had hoped to take the reins of the team. Yet now he too has come to terms with reality. The owner seems intent on finding a more easily controlled coach. "I am not fond of this team atmosphere. We have achieved 4 consecutive championships," he began, only to be interrupted by Thibodeau. "It was Lee who achieved 4 consecutive championships. He is not Michael Jordan, nor has he ever claimed to play solely for one coach. Do you believe Lee cares about Jeff's accomplishments? He is indifferent to who comprises the coaching staff, just as he is indifferent to whom he plays alongside. Underperforming players will not see playing time. There are far too many who wish to play for the Knicks, and he is well aware of this fact. Glenfield knows it too. If one does not perform well, one must leave." Upon hearing this, assistant coach Tom Thibodeau ceased his self-reassuring thoughts. The brotherhood of basketball, the merit of performance, holds no place within the Knicks. Black coaches tend to bond closely with players. Yet in the Knicks environment, everyone understands that poor performance leads to trades. The preferences of the head coach pale in comparison to the necessity of scoring points. Impressive statistics prove far more beneficial than a coach's encouragement. Silence suddenly enveloped the office, as both men glanced at the championship photograph on the table. A wave of melancholy washing over them. Are we truly to depart? On the evening of the 13th, Liu hosted Ray Allen and Shannon at his home, with the evening's chef specializing in Mediterranean cuisine, much to Shannon's delight. As long as dining at home is concerned, Liu often makes reservations with renowned chefs from New York. Although the prices are steep, the service is truly invaluable. Ray Allen, however, remains in a less than cheerful mood. The concept of an all-star lineup often translates to incentive clauses, which, in simpler terms, equate to substantial sums of money. The sponsorship contracts stipulate requirements regarding statistics, performance, and honors. Thus, players striving for greater rewards must naturally pursue accolades. It often feels as though this season has cost him a considerable amount of money, until Mylandaw reminisces about their college days, momentarily lifting Ray Allen's spirits. "Ray, aren't you planning to graduate?" Lee inquires. Every year, Lee attends summer classes, and during the off-season, they could return to Connecticut together. The law school curriculum is extensive, and it will take Lee some time to graduate. Ray Allen has yet to earn his bachelor's degree. At this moment, he chuckles softly and declines. "I still want to train in Milwaukee during the off-season. Perhaps the lineup will change next season, and I need to be prepared." Upon hearing this, Shannon's expression dimmed slightly. She harbors no fondness for Milwaukee, yearning instead to live in Manhattan with her boyfriend. Mylandaw winks at Shannon, signaling her to make an effort, as Shannon spends more time at Liu's gatherings than with her boyfriend. After dinner, Mylinda takes Shannon shopping, while Lee Yu and Ray Allen head to the fifth-floor media room to watch a game and chat. Tonight, the Mavericks are facing the Kings. With a significant score of 31, the Kings are likely to advance at home. In the first quarter, both teams exchange blows, showcasing the seamless collaboration among Mavericks players Nash, Nowitzki, and Finley, demonstrating a brotherly bond. Reclining comfortably, Ray Allen suddenly reflects, why does the Bucks team always experience conflicts? These rookies are quickly catching up to my achievements. Lee Yu, also lounging on the sofa, feels powerless regarding the Bucks' internal strife. George Karl is extremely authoritative. At worst, we could change our playing environment. Coming to New York would be splendid. I believe we should have the opportunity to collaborate. Ray Allen bursts into laughter upon hearing this and self-deprecatingly remarks, joining the Knicks might only be an option when I'm offered a veteran's minimum salary. Having 3 max contracts on the same team could indeed lead to complications. Acknowledging that his good friend still aspires to be the star and chase a max contract, Lee Yu nods in agreement but secretly scoffs at the thought. It seems I need to endure more hardships. Is brotherhood in basketball truly this challenging? On May 16th, no games are scheduled, and the 4 teams for the Eastern and Western Conference Finals have been determined. In the Eastern Conference, the Nets face the Knicks, while in the Western Conference, the Lakers confront the Kings. Sports commentators are already gearing up for the match. That evening, Lee Yu appears at Madison Square Garden, impeccably dressed in a black suit. At 7 p.m., the draft lottery ceremony is about to commence, with James Dolan, General Manager Glenn Feldman, and Knicks management all present. The curly-haired owner is actively seeking a preferred head coach, and he is quite vocal about it. During an interview, he embraces Lee Yu in a display of mutual admiration. Lee is only 24. The Knicks will not squander his prime. Luxury tax? I remain indifferent. If a suitable star player emerges, we shall sign them without hesitation. Madison Square Garden is the hallowed ground of basketball. Behold the 6 championship banners that grace our arena's rafters. Our ambition is to surpass the Celtics. Lee will indeed eclipse Russell. The title of Ring King suits him splendidly. Unlike the venerable Charles, the inflated James Dolan is becoming quite the blabbermouth, showing no regard for the legends of the past. Lee Yu, with a resigned smile, endures the frequent jeers on the road, a situation not unlinked to the contributions of the curly-haired owner. Surrounded by reporters from New York, Glenn Field, with a jovial demeanor, jest, both the Bulls and the Warriors have a 22.5 chance of securing the top pick, yet none can fathom the will of the divine. We merely hope the Suns draw a favorable card. Lee requires more youthful talent, and a rookie's decision to play for the Knicks would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial. The Bulls and the Warriors, both with 21 wins, have a substantial probability of landing the coveted first overall pick. This is clear to all present. Bulls general manager Klaus, with a rather prominent visage, has endured several years of futility, rendering his plans a complete failure. The results of this year's lottery ceremony caught many media outlets by surprise, as the Rockets, with only an 8.9 chance of obtaining the top pick, staged a remarkable comeback. The representatives from the various teams sitting above looked on, congratulating one another while inwardly feeling a twinge of envy. Francis was utterly delighted, having accompanied the team to the venue. He certainly did not anticipate winning the first overall pick. Seated in the Knicks designated area, Lee Yu quickly observed the Suns' draft position, the 8th pick. James Dolan, uncertain of whom to select, nevertheless expressed no concern, cheerfully remarking to Glenn Field, "This is a fine position. I recall we possessed numerous draft picks this year. If the opportunity arises, acquiring another all-star would be splendid." The prospect of securing a lottery draft pick brought joy to the New York fans, and discussions commenced in newspapers regarding which player the team might ultimately select. As for the Eastern Conference Finals, they were of little concern to anyone. The Nets? Merely a minor obstacle. Jason Kidd, still preparing for the Eastern Conference Finals, found himself frustrated. A complete turnaround. From a plunge for the top pick to the Eastern Conference Finals, his addition had brought monumental change to the Nets, yet no one seemed to take notice. Fortunately, the New Jersey Star-Ledger has consistently followed the Nets' resurgence, and as one of the oldest newspapers in America, the team has graced the front page of the sports section for several consecutive days. In an interview, Byron Scott exuded confidence, boldly proclaiming to reporters, "I believe in my players. They have been severely underestimated. Martin is a beast. He will dismantle the Knicks interior. Kidd, our team commander, will adeptly manage the game's tempo. In the Eastern Conference Finals, we shall once again showcase our talents. Kidd, during his interview, similarly expressed confidence. The triple-double maestro offering a fresh perspective on the game. While our opponents may boast an impressive perimeter defense, the Nets are equally formidable. We will initiate our offense from the interior, just as the coach indicates. We are the superior team. On Sunday, May 19th, in the morning, basketball commentators engaged in discussions regarding the Los Angeles Lakers' decisive victory in the Western Conference Finals. By evening, the focus shifted to the New York Knicks game. The Kings, showcasing beautiful basketball, seemed to lack dominance, and few believed the Nets could secure a win. Rather, everyone was eager to witness the specifics of the Knicks' performance. During weekends, Madison Square Garden typically becomes a fortress of ticket scarcity. Before 8 p.m., the arena was already filled to capacity, with many spectators arriving early to watch Liu warm up, adorned in a pair of pristine white signature shoes. Liu was nearly clad entirely in white for the evening. Following the completion of the player introductions, the atmosphere intensified, and Grant Hill, honored as a member of the All-NBA first team, embraced everyone with a constant smile, while the Nets felt overshadowed. Liu continued to execute shots. And at the NBC commentary booth, Marv Albert, back in familiar territory, chimed in. Each time I witness Liu's warm-up, it feels like a delight. One can clearly see that he is in exceptional form tonight. Mike Fratello refrained from praising the Nets this time. Having thoroughly grasped the limitations of these Eastern Conference teams, Coach Scott maintained the previous starting lineup, presenting a significant challenge for the Nets' backcourt. It was only then that Marv Albert remembered to introduce the starting lineups. The Nets' backcourt consisted of Jason Kidd and Kerry Kittles, while the frontcourt featured Keith Van Horn, Kenyon Martin, and Todd McCulloch. For the Knicks, defending against the opponent's low-post offense posed its own test, as the two commentators analyzed. When the referee summoned both teams to the center court, Liu exchanged fist bumps with the Nets players. Let's go Knicks. As both teams prepared for the jump ball, the New York fans rose to their feet, waving handkerchiefs while cheering. Kidd maintained a serious demeanor, eschewing any camaraderie before the game. A loss would invite ridicule. As Gasol tapped the ball to midcourt, the Nets swiftly retreated on defense, opting not to pressure the ball handler, instead setting up in a near-zone defense. Amidst the cheers, Liu, dribbling the ball with his left hand across half-court, paused at the arc, assessing the defensive alignment before shifting towards the left wing and signaling Gasol to set a screen. Naturally, the Nets' big man McCulloch followed suit. As Kidd directed his teammates, Liu executed a quick crossover dribble, switching to his right hand and lowering his center of gravity to feign a right-side drive. The moment Kidd slid left, Liu deftly maneuvered the ball behind his back, their bodies colliding as he rapidly adjusted his footwork. With his left hand, he scooped the ball, successfully evading the defense. McCulloch appeared to be prepared, but before he could lower himself to defend, Liu swiftly changed direction, pushing the ball forward and slipping through the crowd of players. As Liu swiftly evaded his defender and penetrated into the paint, the crowd erupted in cheers, leaving Kenyon Martin momentarily bewildered beneath the basket. Observing Liu's motion to pass after dribbling, Martin instinctively halted his steps as Liu seized the ball with his left hand and effortlessly executed a layup. Wow! Both Van Horn and Kittles raised their hands, poised to assist in defense. Yet Liu's speed was so astonishing that they barely had time to react before the basketball swished through the net. Following the baseline inbounds, Kidd, glancing at Liu beside him, found his advance significantly slowed after encountering defensive pressure. As they tussled past the half-court line, Kidd promptly pivoted to protect the ball. Kittles darted from right to left along the baseline, utilizing Martin's screen near the left baseline to receive a pass on the left wing. Upon receiving the ball, Grant Hill's defense quickly closed in, but instead of opting for a personal shot, Kittles immediately lobbed the ball to the left block where Kenyon Martin was positioned to post up. Knowing the opponent's technical tendencies, Cato Thomas raised his hands and shifted laterally, engaging in physical defense as Martin, despite not reaching his preferred offensive zone directly in front of the basket, decisively launched a shot with his right hand. The moment the ball ricocheted off the rim, Gasol secured the rebound, while the Nets did not press but instead swiftly transitioned to defense. Although Liu accelerated his advance, the Nets had already established their defensive matchups. Let's go Knicks. The team continued in a zone defense, with Kidd maintaining a respectful distance in his guarding, while Kittles contracted towards the right elbow area. In the left corner, Artest was frustrated to see Van Horn maneuvering in the left block. completely disregarding him as he focused intently on Liu at the top of the arc. As the game commenced with a tight defensive formation, Gasol noticed the opposing player's positioning and quickly sprinted towards the free throw line to receive a pass. After delivering the ball, Liu made an off-ball run towards the right wing, while Grant Hill accelerated towards the top of the arc, receiving a handoff before reassessing the defensive setup. Liu also observed the towering Mike Losai retreating after Hill's catch, indicating a potential trap was in play. Kidd began vocally directing his teammates, as Liu initially brushed aside the defender's arm, feigned a back cut, and then swiftly slid back to the right wing. Grant Hill delivered a quick cross-court pass, and Liu received the ball, faking a move, taking advantage of Kidd's leap, lowering his center of gravity to simulate a drive. Instinctively sliding to the left rear, Kidd adjusted his balance, only to realize too late that Liu had taken a significant step back, swiftly sidestepping, leaving the defender's anticipation in disarray. On the right wing, after gathering the ball, Liu slightly drifted to the right, disregarding the impending block, and released a rapid jump shot. Swish! A three-pointer found the net effortlessly. With 5 consecutive points scored at the outset, Liu's remarkable performance ignited Madison Square Garden into a frenzy. Perhaps most teams would find such defensive challenges daunting. However, for Liu, once he finds his shooting rhythm, he can devastate the opponent's defense with his remarkable shooting prowess. Perhaps this is why he has frequently taken shots from beyond the arc this season. Often, it is indeed a commendable offensive option. Mike Fratello chuckled, taking a moment to jest about the much-criticized three-point shot, while Albert, the commentator, noted Artest's fierce defense against Van Horn's low-post play on the right side. Defense is equally important. I believe Artest deserves a place on the all-defensive team. Sensing his personal bias, Albert attempted to shift the topic, and upon witnessing Van Horn's turnaround jumper clang off the rim, he exclaimed, "OH. Here comes the Knicks fast break." After securing the rebound, Kurt Thomas swiftly tossed the ball forward, and Grant Hill, upon receiving it, accelerated along the right sideline, charging past midcourt. Without waiting to near the three-point line, on the right wing, Grant Hill executed a behind-the-back pass. Liu, trailing in the center, caught the ball and effortlessly laid it in with his left hand, powering through Kidd's defense. Engaging in physical contact, Kidd desperately slid to the right while raising his right hand. As they entered the paint, Liu swiftly took a jump step, fending off Kidd, angling his body, and quickly tossed the ball toward the basket. Bang! The defense had an impact. Kidd, intending to secure the rebound, found the basketball unexpectedly deflected by Gasol, who had followed closely behind, causing it to tumble into the hoop. The fast break was as fierce as a tiger, and the center joined the rush, a sight that New York fans never tire of, erupting in cheers. Oh, the Nets' towering figure, Mike Losai, had only just returned to defense, and Kidd realized he had just faced a 3-on-2 situation, casting a frustrated glare at his teammate. Defense. Following a 7-0 start, the crowd was invigorated, and the shouts for defense grew louder. Liu's defense against Kidd prevented him from accelerating. After crossing half court, he shielded the ball again, quickly signaling a play. The Nets' 2 big men were stationed near the baseline, while Kidd positioned himself on the right wing. After Kidd signaled the play, Van Horn on the left block hastened to the top of the arc to set a screen. After a half-turn, switching to his right hand, Kidd briefly shook off Liu with the help of the screen, while Artest immediately stepped up to delay, denying an easy drive. As Kidd found himself surrounded by 2 defenders, he flicked his wrist and swiftly passed the ball to Van Horn, who had drifted to the left wing. The quality of the pass was commendable, allowing Van Horn to catch it quickly, leveraging his height advantage to ignore the rapidly closing Artest, and swiftly launched a jumper from beyond the arc. Bang! Another miss. The long rebound was seized by Kenyon Martin, who, before making a move, was quickly confronted by Kurt Thomas. Instinctively, Kenyon Martin pivoted and passed the ball to Kidd, who was near the logo. The overly apparent intention to pass was anticipated by Liu, who had already begun to move forward to meet the ball. However, Liu leaped high and, with a deft left-hand flick, nudged the ball away, sending it soaring over Kidd's head. The crowd erupted in cheers as Liu, having dislodged the ball, stumbled upon landing. Reacting swiftly, Kidd and Liu both charged toward the ball. At midcourt, as Liu reached for the ball with his left hand, he collided with Kidd, who was thrown off balance. In an instinctive attempt to grasp at Liu, Kidd lost his footing and stumbled forward, ultimately falling to the floor. After securing the ball, Liu accelerated fiercely, charging into the front court with a 1-on-0 advantage. With 3 powerful strides, he soared into the paint, grasping the ball in his right hand for a thunderous one-handed dunk. Upon completing the dunk, Liu triumphantly pounded his chest in front of the camera beneath the basket, and the arena reverberated with cheers. Meanwhile, Byron Scott, watching from the sidelines, sighed in exasperation at Kidd, who was angrily pounding the floor, and promptly called for a timeout. The Nets appeared to struggle with the intensity of the playoff competition. The Knicks typically seize the initiative at the start of such games. Kidd should have attempted to conclude the play himself. The Nets needed their core players to step up in response, especially considering most were experiencing the conference finals for the first time. Mike Fratello shook his head in disapproval, while Marv Albert added that Coach Scott's defensive strategy was well-constructed, yet Lee's successful breakthroughs and three-pointers had effectively dismantled their defense. Perhaps they should have opted for an early double team rather than relying solely on Kidd's individual defense. The two commentators deliberated before the first possession post-timeout, where Kidd still chose not to attack. After a pick and roll at the left elbow, Kurt Thomas promptly executed his defensive duties, escaping Liu's pursuit. Kidd delivered a bounce pass near the free throw line. Just shy of a completed cut, Kurt Thomas lost half a step, allowing Kenyon Martin to receive the ball and immediately, with his left hand, dribbled twice and leaped to the basket, executing a strong layup that broke the deadlock. The Nets collectively exhaled, finally scoring. Liu remained unfazed. Receiving the ball at the baseline under Kidd's tight defense, he simply dribbled past half court while under the 8-second rule. Noticing that the opponent had yet to alter their defensive strategy, Liu protected the ball with his body and signaled Kurt Thomas to move up. Arriving at the left wing, Kurt Thomas caught the pass, while Kenyon Martin relentlessly applied pressure. The Knicks' two forwards remained anchored in the corners. Their match players contracted within the three-point line, while Gasol had also moved up to the right elbow area. After passing, Liu made an off-ball cut through the middle. Before Kidd could react, Liu abruptly halted, setting a back screen for Gasol. The towering McCulloch, momentarily confused, instinctively followed Gasol's movement, but was delayed by Liu. Failing to keep up defensively, Gasol, taking advantage of the screen, sliced toward the basket, prompting Kidd to rush to protect the rim, attempting to intercept the passing lane. This was an exceptional opportunity for a significant play, yet due to Martin's interference, Kurt Thomas failed to swiftly deliver the ball to the basket. The crowd, filled with anticipation, let out a collective sigh of disappointment. However, Liu remained undeterred, shaking off the grasp of the towering McLaughlin and accelerating outward. Upon reaching the arc's apex, Liu received a cross pass from Kurt Thomas, immediately faking a shot before deftly maneuvering around the approaching McLaughlin. With a fluid motion, he released the ball with his right hand, smoothly sidestepping to deny his opponent a chance to defend, and executed a rapid jump shot from beyond the three-point line. Swish! Another three-pointer. The score now stood at 2-12, with a double-digit lead amplified by their exquisite teamwork, sending Madison Square Garden into a frenzy. The air was filled with the raucous cheers of New York fans, while Kidd's expression darkened, sensing that the two teams were not competing on the same level. On the Knicks bench, observing the retreating players, the atmosphere grew electric. The conference finals appeared astonishingly effortless. Kidd continued to orchestrate the offense, executing a pick and roll from the right elbow at the free throw line, finding McLaughlin descending towards the basket. McLaughlin received the pass, cleared Gasol, and successfully finished with a layup. Just as the Nets managed to score, Liu swiftly received the inbounds pass and dashed across half court, immediately dishing the ball to Grant Hill on the left wing. As the defense shifted, Hill caught the ball, dribbled with his right hand, and drove towards the basket, drawing a reach-in foul from the help defense by Martin. Kidd raised his hands in frustration, acknowledging his defensive lapse. Hill converted both free throws, while Coach Byron Scott grimaced on the sidelines, vociferously urging his players to remain vigilant. After the ball swung to the right wing, Kidd received it and smoothly penetrated, hitting a long two-point jumper. Turning back, a simple pick and roll at the three-point line saw Martin attempt to double-team Liu with Kidd, but Kurt Thomas capitalized on the moment, sinking a jumper from the right elbow. Observing the accelerating pace of the game, Coach Scott signaled for a tighter defense. However, Kidd, in control of the ball, showed no intention of slowing down, and both teams entered a rapid exchange of scores. After a series of successful baskets from their opponents, Kurt Thomas and Gasol intensified their physicality. Kenyon Martin, receiving the ball at the right elbow, aimed to drive to the basket for an easy score, but Gasol, displaying remarkable speed in transition, leaped high after court. Thomas disrupted the opponent's rhythm, swatting the ball against the backboard. As Kidd sought to penetrate the paint for a rebound, Liu swiftly seized control of the ball. Before the Nets could retreat, Artest sprinted past half-court, catching Liu's pass at the three-point line, ignoring the trailing Van Horn. He took 3 powerful strides before executing a two-handed dunk with authority.